Chapter 1: The Crimson Flame Tribe. In the primordial world. In the southwestern region of the primordial continent, within the vast domain of 5 elements, lies the Crimson Flame Tribe. Nestled amid a colossal mountain range formed by a volcano, numerous cultivation caves are scattered throughout. Within a cave at the mountain's base, measuring 3 zang in size, Luo King sits in meditation, absorbing the ethereal energy of heaven and earth. Luo King was an ordinary young man from earth in that one fierce century. After awakening from a drunken stupor, he found himself inexplicably transported the legendary primordial world. Becoming Gopos Natal being Goft Crimson Flame Tribe, a faction of the ancient 5 elements glon during the distant past. Luo King suspects that this 5 elements tribe may very well be a predecessor of the innate, 5-colored human race. Having arrived here, he resolved to adapt. One the initial excitement of his transmigration to the early primordial era subsided, a profound sense of existential crisis began tognawat Luo Qing. Post-natal beings sin early primordial era? Were the nothavriasency of the canon foderinth primordial world? Figures like Shanai and Zulong, hoperish during the great calamity of the era primordial age, 8 Lisa left behind their names. Yet, for some like Luo Qing, an obscure post-natalan to exist in the farthest corners, event the privilege of becoming canon fodder simaduto freak. Who knows, onadi, in themed stofa clash between twa deities, a mirrorable could annihilate the entire Crimson Flame Tribe. How cold Luo King accepts such a fate? After having been given Askin Chan sat life, his swarto sees contra lovus undestini. Thus, Luo King dedicate himself to arduous cultivation within the Crimson Flame Tribe of 5 elements for a century, transmuting his sane energy, refining energy into hospit, refining spirit into void, and merging the void into mortally. After a century of relentless effort, Luo King's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the void refining stage, just as deep away from ascension. At a certain moment within the cave, an overwhelming force surged forth, voraciously absorbing the a magnificent vortex of vital energy, several hundred meters in size, formed above the cave. In an instant, the barrier preventing Luo King from ascending to immortality shattered. On set tranquilla turned, Luo King Gopina Zaya Sand burst into hearty laughter. I, Luo Qing, half cultivated for a century and finally attained immortality. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a robust man with fire-red hair and ruddy complexion flew over, chastising Luo Qing. Laugh? After Androdite your soft cultivation, Uvianla just become a deity, and still have the audacity to laugh? The junior next door, how osborn thirtai irsifterio, achieve a dive in it yahola tanai. Earlier. It's Sally our fault for insisting on practicing the tridiculaus amor talpeth technique instead offening, the solidivini and imanikerts. Fay said with the fiery man's frustrated reprimand, Luo King had la grown accustomed to tan felt no anger. Instead, Hugh Erasmal, his fast irradiating joy. Captain, you permis said the side comediety, you woldland mayor flame bladifori artostity. I wonder if I still stand by your word? Yes, haven't you a disciple listrul in a misfortune? There'd fasegiant, known as Hwasher, rolled highsy sat Luo Qing. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured at twutterlong, crimson bladery the din flamasan tossadid a Luo Qing, wastude at the cave entrance. Luo King immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Captain. Young Luo, having just attained divinity, you must solidify your foundation and should not wastio your energy in researching artifacts. Before departing, Horsher, still concerned, earnestly cautioned Luo Qing. Rest assured, Captain, I am well aware of what I must do. I fio where a trilluware, ya wouldn't they've taken all a less centurito becomi deity. Asha walked away. Hwasha continued to grumble internally. His eyes flickering with regret and Triago, Luo King was on oft most exceptional newborn soft crimson flame draw. Yet, all this potential lad being squandered due to an obscure immortal technique, a fact that weighed heavily on Wish's mind. After bidding farewell to Captain Hwasher, Luo King finally exhaled, sealing the cave entrance more. The Crimson Flame Tribe beneath 5 elemental tribes, established be a collectivio finite of fire spirits. However, as time passed, by the time of Luo King's birth, none of the innate deities remained in 5 elemental tribes, including the Crimson Flame Tribe. From the moment of his birth, Luo King possessed a cultivation level of refinen Jessen Saintonergy. Moreover, duetto his retained memory as from his previous life, her ned the reputation of fusionius within crimson flame tribe. By Thejof 20, had shed ethereal mofmerging the void, standing on the threshold of divinity. It was during this year that Luo King unexpected discovered an immortal technique, distinct from the divine Andy Manikerts, within the five elemental tribe. Disregarding Captain Huashi's warnings, Luo King began to practice his immortal path technique. Combined with various other factors, this led to the peculiar circumstance of taking gay centurito at taint hestatis so fani arth deity. Returning to his thoughts, Heresm seated meditation on themet. Luo King CS glimmered with his urlitashi carefully skin his body. Streams of information immediately materialized in his consciousness. Analyzing. Analysis 1 a complete. Earth deity cultivation, body simultaneous lyrfinning divine Andy Manikerts alongside Ethiamore, talpathy theoreofti earth deity pearson whatever real, but the foundation is solid. Beginning analysis 2. Stop. Theoral light in Luo King's dimmed. These ice were off t benefitschigen fromish transmigration. The possess the ability to discern the sensioful things, a capability he has temporarily named thigh off Tao. However, the more complex the object, the deeper the inquiry into its essence, the longer the analysis takes. For instance, analyzing his own body's cultivation and condition could be accomplished with a single glance. Yet, delving deeper into the second layer of analysis would require a dozen soft time mesmery offered. Thekius that analysis stoy still incomplete further analysis await, and the time required escalates exponentially. Moreover, utilizing thigh off deo precludes simultaneous cultivation, which can be quite time-consuming. Previously, Luo King spent a years utilizing thigh off deoto study both the divine Andy Manikerts alongside the mortalpathy. Half oft hat I mua squandera don analyzing, huddy. After all, the divine Andy Manikerts do not complete like conflict, yet achieving harmony between hemis, impultist. Luo King is not the so-called innate divine being goft primordial world, nor is she top-tier innate deity. Heismerian ordinaripist natal descendant among the myriad being soft primordial world, utter lie unuarif haumanai generations separate him, from the inscient innate deities. Lacking ganyanat advantages, he must seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. Inane ra hera thedivini Andy Manikerts flourishan theamore talpathismerly nascent, Luo King must grasp this pioneering opportunity. Based on the intelligence gathered from Captain Washi and synthesizing information from the entire five elemental tribe, Luo King concluded that the primary adversary is of the current five elemental tribe are ferocious beasts. Referredto simply as ferocious beasts. Forthos and so fears, that wo zid shave been embroiled in conflict across expands offland spanning tin soft house and softly. Luo King's parents, both of Wampo Sessadai vine level cultivation, perished in a confrontation between he crimson flame tribute ferocious beasts. Thus, Luo King deduces that primordial world is lie, cleistalin themed stageft, he calamity posed bith ferocious beasts, or perhaps the calamity has yet officially commence. After all, since at the dawn of creation, that of Inerus, represented by innate deities, has been in constant conflict with ferocious beasts. That wo zidis rely coiland water, making it difficult to ascertain when the calamity of ferocious beast. Given that the five tribe soft crimson flame, tribe can still suppress the near big groups of ferocious beasts. Luo King is convinced that the calamity has no Itrichidites latter stages. Otherwise, the bloodshed would undoubted liba farmery intense, and the tribe would not be experiencing current tranquility. Yet, Luo King cannot afford to be complacent the must prepare for worst to ever released, he must possess the ability to protect himself when the calamity reacts it. His own cultivation is only aspect, but the significance of weapons and artifacts cannot be underestimated. As for an spiritual treasures, the Bay and Luo King's reach of any arth deity like Hinkanathopatovitha. However, Heckin still observes light lie, lesser and artifacts. With the analytical capability of soft tie off Dao, it would be gravu a staff talent for Luo King Nato pursue secondary vocation in artifact forging. The eye off Dao radiate desir lightisit, focus sedonth flame blade. Flame blade. Quality medium gradient artifact. Description at effective as spiritual treasure bur that from the felden seof tepathophire, possessing gafint flammalothetates and comprehending the principal saw flames. These wasmer lithus surface analysis luo king hadrivius like conducted. Now, hesup semething far beyond this implicit introduction. Initiating analysis stu for deeper insight. Initiating analysis stu for deeper insight. Chapter 2 Imitation of Spiritual Treasures. Approximately 5 horse later. Analysis stu complete. Material fire melting divine crystal. The flame blade contains 16 in it artifact prohibition soft heflammala, detailed as follows. Beginning analysis 3 for deeper insight. Ashadelvidinto analysis 3, Thetamir required for this analysis soft flame blady increase significantly. Itu cluo king a full 10 days for analysis 3 to conclude. Analysis 3 complete the structure if DNA te prohibitions is composed, dofta following inateru near arrangements. It's done. Luo King's facely took with excitement tashi hastily paused thigh off dao. Continuing deeper wood to chupont the fundamental composition of T material, something Luo King could not comprehend frontable. Wathadi sire dwasmer li the prohibition information of this defectivine a virtual treasure, the flame blade. In the primordial world, Theonlitriasuris bornophonates etherithianate suprematriasuris, innata spiritual treasures, and theonate artifacts, hatared fective as spiritual treasures. Toinate divine beings, even innate as spiritual treasures may hold little value. As for defective as spiritual treasures, they are even less desirable, scarcely deserving ones however, for individuals like Cluo Ching, warmer lipist natal celestial being sand have edo at tame te cultivation o fenarth immortal. The notion of possessing innate spiritual treasuries as distantasa dreamvent the prospect tof wielding, nate artifact, seems sutterly unitana blue itis often said thatant the primordialera, treasurous were abundant, and in kudisly acquire nate spiritual treasuresmer libby venturing outs at yet. Such fortuitu encounter swear a large li the domain of temosti caltidinate deities and divine beings, leaving those of lesser cultivation bereft of such opportunities. What, then, shudundo and theobsensi of magical artifacts? Consequently, theartophaging became a prevalent tint the primordial realm various post-natal artifacts, imitating innate spiritual treasuries and innate artifacts, emerged takadir the needs of weaker beings, these arranged from basic magical tolstomery advanced spiritual instruments. Ultimate lie culminating in post-natal spiritual treasures, the sirith every artifacts most common lie utilized be the myriad being so relative la modest cultivation within the primordial realm today. In the century preceding this moment, Luo King had comprehensive lie grasped the intricacies of magical tools, spiritual instruments, and divine artifacts, the latter being equivalent to celestial artifacts yet. These suarimer lipist natal treasure she had not for metaprecise or standing gof wadinate spiritual treasuries and artifacts trillion-tailed. Their restrictions so finite artifacts, so composed of finite runes. Luo King exclaimed with delight upon deciphering the results after analyzing flame bladatoid. These secrets so fitzinate restrictions swear laid bare before him. According to Luo King's meticulous analysis, whether or not artifacts or post-natal magical tools, their restrictions were a constitute often unate runes however, when compared to theonate restrictions in innate artifacts. Thepos natal celestial restrictions in celestial artifact spelled in both the quantity of finite runes and the complexity of thy rearrangement, the spiritual instruments imitating. Celestial artifact employ devon weaker post-natal restrictions, while magical tools borno complete restriction satal, mere libering scatter ready nader rune sim printy dupont them. It seems thought must artifact forger smear la forge without truly comprehending the reasons behind the formation of Histriasuries, Haymused 3 months later, Luo King conducted an in-depth study of T16 innate restrictions synth flame blade, comparing them with the post-natal celestial restrictions and magical restrictions previously. Acquired he discerned that there was not a difference between high-nader runes hemselvest the distinction lacely in their quantity, combination, and arrangement. These restrictions evoke locking the sensation of being composed of miniature formation, sformed benader inchbindereb the legendary exterm, a glimmer of determination flashiden Luo King size. Having embarked on thipith artifact forging, he was soon willing to zettle formerly crafting celestial artifacts or post-natal spiritual treasures no matter how formidable a post-natal spiritual treasures may be, they remain inferior in the face of the innate with theonalytical of tie off Dao. Luo King aspired to net for gain te spiritual treasures, or even the most decalted innate artifacts yet. As with an lofty ambition, have fierce though pedo successfully replicateth flame blade. In an instant, the temperature within the caves ge dramatically esprecia celestia material smelted under Luo King's diphthans over theers, aided by the conveniency of tie off Dao, magical tool sans spiritual instrument shad becomesican nature a heme. Furthermore, his status as an adept artifact forger ensured that, even if he were reader remain and ascended for a century, Hekud still led a comfortable existence among Firestone Brigade Hahadal Samacida considerable collection of Kelita forging materials. Another 3 months passed, and just as Luo King infused the final fire based Denataruni into the restrictions, a thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the near lip perfect formation of restrictions Luo King's, Scounton and Cedar Candastanina protective shields before Heimer instant liar du Citorians. Witzavin layer so obliterate dendebling co fani this market the fifth mu within 3 months hut haheda timteto inscribed the runesso restriction centfil, yak time. Their restriction shatted tonati just as the approach had completion. Damn it. Eyes at me insufficient strength, the nataquasi of te blade curry, or a sit that the sane to restriction scan and libinaturally generated by the heavens and earth, incapable of artificial imitation? Luo King kud nathelp boot cursev. Motley the consecutive A5 explosion should deal to significant blow to his previous lie inflated confidence regardless of the cause. He recognized that tis a spy ration sto forganitir artifact shed been thwarted. Sigh. It seems him must not be impatient and should accumulate mernology hair restriction sandrunes. He reflected after 3 days soft tranquil meditation torgan his composure, Luo Kin journist lies summarize it Philison, slerned from his failed attempts at forging. He concluded that this accumulation often aderun swastil insufficient with a myriad paths off Dao. Each avenue edge I ves recita distinct tine te spiritual treasures, artifacts, and Johnny kept property is so restrictions. How manionate runes contributed the formation of these restrictions? This remained a mysterito Luo Qing, although hinu that he hate amassed overton thou sand fire based in runes. Nonetheless, although the imitation oft flame blade wasn't successful, it was note without merit. Him murmured while gazing gathadim liglowing first-year fire elemental perlinhish and themery explosiono facing the restriction, had nearly breached this defense and shall artifact twatafal 16 restrictions detonated simultaneously, wood their combined power of Thatoft flame blada self-detonation, an explosion from amid gradient artifact could potential acclaim, Thelifofan and guarded true immortaler severely injuria profound Thesa vinrealms off cultivation arth immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, Tei golden immortal, Andala golden immortal constitute the current hierarchy, then the primordial real meech path of divinity and demonism possesses honorings. Mirroring those of the celestial pathy artifact, scapabi of slaying true immortals possess formidable power indeed. As she contemplate the upcoming divine hunting Karamanov tread flame tribune favors, Luo Kinger solved, Letus Brostishal forge 5 ep pseudo artifact scapabi of self-detonation naturally, they target soft thighs endeavor would be ferocious beasts stow safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. He was determined to create some life-preserving treasures for critical moments. Half a year later, the flame blade had Baraud returned to Heim unbidden 4 years later. This yields stone Dorfin Elise Wengopen. Chapter 3. The Hunt for Ferocious Beasts, the Red Flame Tribe, the Azure Hua Tribe, the Xian Shui Tribe, the Platinum Tribe, and the Thick Earth Tribe. These 5 tribes are each born from the primordial, innate 5 elements of the universe in earlier times. These tribes were predominantly composed of innate deities and the naturally born elemental spirits. However, with the passage of countless epochs, the tribes, originally led by innate beings, have transformed into a realm dominated by postnatal deities. Furthermore, after many generations of intermarriage among the 5 tribes across numerous epochs, they have gradually merged into the unified entity known as the 5 elemental great tribe. Externally, the 5 tribes present a united front, while internally, they are governed through a strategy of division. Through numerous trials and tribulations, the 5 elemental tribe boasts a history spanning countless millennia, earning a certain renown within a radius of 100,000 li. The divine hunting ritual for the earth deities, earth immortals, has existed for at least 1,000,000 years, in the current primordial world. It serves as a paradise for innate deities, but resembles a hellish realm for postnatal beings. To maintain the strength of the 5 elemental great tribe, every newly ascended earth deity must venture forth to hunt a ferocious beast of the same rank, a rite of passage deemed essential for their divine initiation. As a newly appointed earth deity of the Red Flame Tribe, Luo Qing is no exception and must undertake this traditional trial. According to tribal statistics, over the past millennium, only 70% of the tribe's members have managed to return safely. After refining magical artifacts, Luo Qing officially departed from the Red Flame tribe, stepping into the perilous expanse of the primordial world for the first time. He now treads cautiously through a dense forest. Having distanced himself 5,000 li from the safety of his tribe's territory, at this moment, Luo Qing holds his breath, concealing his presence, as he carefully crouches within a hollow. Several kilometers away, a true divine level, true immortal, three-headed white tiger beast is engaged in hunting a wolf-like celestial ferocious beast. Though both are classified as monstrous beasts, their essences are fundamentally distinct. Ferocious beasts are malevolent creatures birthed from the chaos of the primordial world, thriving on malevolence and driven by an insatiable thirst for blood. Generally, they possess little intelligence until they reach the golden immortal level. In contrast, innate deities, divine beings, or even lesser natural spirits, whether in the form of Tao bodies or scaled, horned creatures, exist as bitter enemies of the ferocious beasts. Should the three-headed white tiger discover Luo Qing's presence, it is likely that he would not hesitate to consume yet another postnatal deity. Within the primordial realm, a hierarchy of disdain prevails. Innate beings look down upon innate deities, while deities scorn natural spirits. Furthermore, those with innate Tao bodies regard scaled and horned creatures with contempt. Regardless of the internal disdain among these innate beings, they collectively regard postnatal beings like Luo Qing with the utmost contempt. Thus, as Luo Qing traverses the primordial world, he must not only be wary of ferocious beasts, but also remain cautious of innate deities. Should one take a disliking to him and eliminate him as easily as discarding refuse, it would be an unjust demise. The prevailing path of cultivation among deities and demons in the primordial realm can be described as the divine way, focused on the strengthening of the divine body and the transformation of the Dharma form. This path emulates the 3,000 chaotic demons that perished at the hands of Pangu. The ultimate destination of the demon way is to ultimately transform into a chaotic demon god. Practitioners of the demon way typically possess formidable divine bodies and astonishing physical strength, capable of wreaking havoc with a mere gesture when their divine forms manifest. At this very moment, the three-headed white tiger and the wolf demon engage in a fierce battle. The true divine three-headed tiger showcases a godly form towering hundreds of feet high, while the heavenly ferocious beast does not shy away, displaying an equally formidable form. However, the three-headed white tiger, being a true deity, possesses significantly greater strength than the ferocious beast. After several rounds of combat, the three-headed tiger seizes the opportunity to sink its massive heads into the wolf demon's neck, thigh, and body, tearing it apart with a deafening roar. With the heavenly beast slain, the three-headed white tiger inhales deeply, swallowing the remains of its prey whole. With a triumphant roar, the white tiger ascends into the sky, flapping its wings. Once the three-headed white tiger has departed, Luo Qing exhales a sigh of relief and emerges from his hiding place. Given the intensity of the battle between the two beasts, he dares not linger, fearing the appearance of even more formidable foes. Utilizing the fire escape technique, he swiftly makes his way deeper into the forest. Over the course of the next month, Luo Qing encounters 5 heavenly ferocious beasts, 2 true divine beasts, and a pack comprising over a dozen ferocious beasts, all of which he wisely avoids. During his first hunting expedition, Luo Qing remains vigilant, fleeing at the first sight of danger. Eventually, he arrives at a lake spanning several hundred li here. He finally identifies a suitable target for his hunt. On the banks of the lake, 2 earth deity-level one-horned crocodile dragons rest in the current primordial expanse. The majority of beings roaming the land are heavenly or true deities, while those newly ascending to earth deity status tend to remain hidden in their lairs. Having finally discovered 2 earth immortal ferocious beasts, Luo Qing is determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Let us see how you fare against my techniques, Luo Qing thinks, his eyes gleaming with resolve. He conjures forth his prized creation, the second-tier celestial artifact, the fire elemental spirit pearl, into his hands. Incanting the celestial technique, 9 dragons divine fire, in his heart, Luo Qing channels the pearl to unleash a torrent of fire. The 9 dragons divine fire technique, a spell he devised by studying the myriad fire laws of the Red Flame tribe through the eye of the Tao, manifests as 9 fire dragons, each 100 feet long, surging forth toward the 2 crocodile dragons. Such a commotion is bound to attract their attention. Roaring in fury, the two crocodile dragons, sensing the impending threat, lash out with their massive bodies, charging at the approaching fire dragons. Indeed, their lack of intelligence is evident. Observing this scene, Luo Qing shakes his head. The two crocodile dragons lack the sense to evade the fire dragons and boldly engage them instead. I can't let both of them perish, Luo Qing mutters, as he witnesses the 9 fiery dragons preparing to collide with the crocodile beasts. With a flicker of thought, he directs the 9 fire dragons to converge upon one of the crocodile dragons. With a thunderous explosion, the 9 fire dragons detonate, turning the surrounding area into a sea of flames. At the center of the blast, only the hardened skull of the crocodile dragon remains, while the other is sent tumbling 1,000 meters away by the shockwave. Fortunately, this crocodile dragon, though it suffers some injuries, remains intact, having not been directly struck by the 9 dragons' divine fire. Sensing the aura of death encroaching upon it, the surviving crocodile dragon instinctively seeks to escape into the water. Thinking of fleeing? It may be too late. At this moment, Luo Qing transforms into a towering fire demon, adorned with fiery dragon horns, and wields a 100-foot-long crimson giant blade, a second-tier celestial artifact, the Flame Blade, a low-grade imitation of the superior innate treasure, the Blazing Blade. With a bellow, Luo Qing flashes above the crocodile dragon, sweeping the flame blade across its neck. With a sickening squelch, the massive head of the crocodile dragon, accompanied by a spray of blood, falls to the ground. The flames engulf the dragon's primordial spirit, reducing it to a mere essence that returns to the primordial realm. After slaying the crocodile dragon, Luo Qing remains on high alert, his eyes shimmering with anticipation as he gazes several dozen li away. Such a fine blade, such a splendid treasure. Just as he admires his weapon, a colossal hand made of white flames suddenly materializes and lunges toward Luo Qing's demonic form, specifically targeting the flame blade in his grasp. Chapter 4. Innate deities: 5 earth deities and 1 celestial deity. No, it is 1 innate deity and 5 natural spirits. The eye of the Tao, even without deliberate analysis of their essence, proves remarkably adept at simple identification. Upon slaying the second crocodile dragon, Luo Qing had already sensed a peculiar disturbance in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized the significance of his discovery. A earth deity-level innate deity accompanied by 5 protective innate spirits, one of which possesses the strength of a celestial deity. Undoubtedly, the one who had just issued the command was the earth deity-level innate deity, specifically a primordial deity of the fire element. An earth immortal-level innate deity? It must have only recently been born, and likely represents the lowest tier of innate deities. Perhaps it would not be unwise to engage. Luo Qing's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and his colossal demonic form raised a hand to conjure a massive crimson flame, colliding with the white flame giant hand. The clash of the 2 fiery hands, red and white, erupted into a violent inferno. With a resounding boom, Luo Qing's crimson fire hand ultimately succumbed to the innate divine fire of the primordial deity, the Earth God. The red hand barely held its ground for 3 seconds before being dispersed. However, the crimson giant hand was not without merit, for after shattering Luo Qing's strike, the white giant hand lost much of its strength by the time it reached Luo Qing, whereupon he effortlessly extinguished it with a sweep of his blade. With the white flame giant hand vanquished, 6 figures instantly materialized not far from Luo Qing, hovering high in the sky. Among them was a prominent figure, possessing a human body and a serpent's tail, adorned with a pair of blazing white dragon horns upon his head. Upon his arrival, he arrogantly looked down at Luo Qing below and proclaimed, "Oh, a postnatal minor deity, your prowess is commendable. You were able to withstand my strike. Surrender your weapon, and I shall permit you to serve as my divine attendant. Surely, a dignified primordial deity like yourself would not covet such a humble artifact as mine." Despite being newly emerged and reluctant to invite trouble, a flicker of greed flashed in Luo Qing's eyes as he beheld this primordial deity. The primordial deity, Bai Yin, was immediately engulfed in flames of fury upon Luo Qing's rejection. How dare a mere postnatal being spurn his goodwill? As a being born of primordial divinity, Bai Yin was proud, yet as the lowest tier of primordial deities, he bore a sense of inferiority, having been born without even a single accompanying divine artifact. Most deities forge their artifacts based on intuition, resulting in a rather crude form. The fiery blade in Luo Qing's possession, had it not been for specialized knowledge in crafting, could not be produced by anyone lacking the golden immortal, Jin Shan, cultivation. It was no wonder that Bai Yin had set his sights on Luo Qing's fiery blade. A postnatal being's refusal, in the eyes of a primordial deity like Bai Yin, was akin to an affront to his very being. Humph! Bai Yin cast a disdainful glance at Luo Qing, clasping his hands behind his back. The guardian celestial beings behind him understood his intent and stepped forward, casting a cold gaze at the demonic form of Luo Qing, saying, "You must be the new earth god of the fire tribe from the five-element clan. Unfortunately, this esteemed Bai Yin is a core member of our 100-deity mountain. Since you have rejected him, I cannot allow you to leave 100-deity mountain." Upon hearing this, Luo Qing's heart sank. This was another divine power comparable to the five-element clan within 100,000 kilometers. However, unlike the five-element clan, which was led by postnatal beings, 100-deity mountain was a collective of middle and low-tier primordial deities, united with numerous nature spirits. The relationship between the two, one primordial and one postnatal, was all too evident. Had the five-element clan not existed for several epochs longer, amassing vast accumulations, they might have been driven out of this region by 100-deity mountain. It was no wonder that they could recognize his identity. Within 100,000 miles, the postnatal beings of the five elements predominantly hailed from the five-element clan. The two factions were inherently discordant, often clashing. It was entirely reasonable for them to desire his life and treasures. However, Luo Qing was not one to resign himself to fate. A flicker of murderous intent flashed within him, as the celestial guardian transformed into a towering figure. A colossal celestial hand descended upon Luo Qing. He dared not confront the celestial being head-on with his demonic form. He was not solely adept in demonic arts. Withdrawing his divine form, Luo Qing assumed his human guise, deftly evading the celestial hand with a swift fire escape technique. Simultaneously, he summoned the 9 dragons of divine flame with the Fire Essence Pearl artifact, unleashing 9 colossal fire dragons that surged toward the 6 members of 100-deity mountain. A commendable technique. Yet employing the power of flames in the presence of a primordial deity is rather presumptuous, Bai Yin remarked dismissively from behind the celestial figure. As a primordial deity of fire, even the lowest among them wielded a fragment of the elemental source. Ordinary postnatal flames could scarcely inflict harm upon him, especially with the celestial being present. With a casual gesture, the celestial being prepared to disperse the 9 fire dragons and capture Luo Qing. Unfazed by their mockery, Luo Qing licked his lips, parched from excitement. He was well aware that a single technique would not suffice to rival a celestial being. Thus, he infused a touch of his research into the fiery blade. Validating its experimental nature. 3 Self-destructing artifacts, flame thunder pearls, inscribed with 16 primordial prohibitions, had already been activated and were sent into 3 of the fire dragons. The celestial guardian of 100-deity mountain shattered the 9 fire dragons with a single blow. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the 3 flame thunder pearls embedded within the fire dragons detonated instantaneously. Not good. In that moment, the celestial guardian's expression shifted, but it was too late to escape. The explosion, equivalent to the self-detonation of 3 weakened mid-grade primordial artifacts, engulfed the area, reaching a radius of 100 miles. The violent blast consumed the central figure of the celestial guardian from 100-deity mountain, along with the slightly more distant primordial deity Bai Yin and 4 other earth gods, leaving not a trace behind. Even Luo Qing, who had prepared himself, was pushed back several hundred meters by the shockwave of the explosion. Yet, at that moment, he could spare no thought for marveling at the power of the flame thunder pearls. Gripping the fiery immortal blade, his eyes gleamed with a cerulean light as the eye of the great path pierced through the layers of explosive flames to focus on a figure within. Although the destructive power of the flame thunder pearls Luo Qing crafted did not rival that of a true mid-grade primordial artifact, their explosive force surely surpassed that of a single mid-grade primordial artifact. The celestial guardian, who could have perished from the blast, was utterly obliterated, leaving behind no remnants. Through the lens of the eye of the great path, Luo Qing discerned that among the 5 earth immortals, only the primordial deity Bai Yin emerged from the explosion, albeit gravely injured. truly remarkable for a primordial deity. You survived? Luo Qing marveled. The other 4 nature spirits lay dead, but Bai Yin had escaped the explosion at a cost. Emerging from the detonation, Bai Yin now revealed a divine form towering 100 feet tall. Yet his serpent's tail was severed, and one arm had vanished from the shoulder. His abdomen bore a gaping wound, with divine blood flowing freely as if it were of no consequence. Yet, being a primordial deity, Bai Yin's form visibly began to heal. After fleeing nearly 1,000 miles, Bai Yin roared skyward, "Cursed postnatal beings! Cursed fire tribe, I, Bai Yin, shall annihilate you all one day." Casting a fearful glance back at the inferno, he seethed with rage, not at Luo Qing for slaying 5 of the 100 Deity Mountain's deities, but for the audacity of a mere postnatal being to severely injure his primordial form. As Bai Yin fled from the explosion of the flame thunder pearls, Luo Qing had already locked onto his figure with the eye of the Great Path. Though Luo Qing's postnatal flames could not match the might of Bai Yin's primordial fire, his mastery of the fire escape technique surpassed Bai Yin the moment Bai Yin heard Luo Qing's voice. A fierce expression emerged on his face, and his countenance changed drastically. As a primordial deity, Bai Yin had yet to ascend to the pinnacle of divinity. How could he possibly perish at the hands of a mere postnatal being? Yet, no matter how fervently Bai Yin struggled or contemplated, he could not evade Luo Qing's lethal strike. The second-tier celestial artifact, the Flame Blade, may not have sufficed against a spiritual treasure, but it was more than adequate to sever the head of a terrestrial deity with ease. In an instant, a colossal demon's head, measuring several dozen feet, was cleaved from his body. Before Bai Yan's primordial spirit could make its escape, Chan Xuanzong had already cast a spell, and a beam of spiritual light promptly sealed both Bai Yan's head and primordial spirit. After imprisoning Bai Yan's primordial essence and head, Luo Qing wasted no time. His hands moved with dazzling spiritual light as he inscribed incantations upon Bai Yan's headless divine form, in the blink of an eye. Nearly 100 sealing forces firmly confined the powers within Bai Yan's divine body. Once Bai Yan's primordial spirit, head, and primordial divine body were thoroughly sealed, Luo Qing reattached Bai Yan's head to his primordial form. Bai Yin, being a primordial deity, possessed a divine body of the same order. As long as his primordial spirit remained intact and his source power undiminished, even severed limbs could regenerate, and reattaching his head was a trivial matter. Luo Qing desired a living primordial deity as a subject for research. He had no intention of allowing Bai Yin to perish so easily. Seeing Bai Yan's divine body begin to show signs of recovery, while the seals on his primordial spirit and divine form remained unyielding, Luo Qing nodded in satisfaction. Storing Bai Yin within a treasure space, Luo Qing pressed onward towards the direction of the 5 Elements tribe. This endeavor of divine hunting, having captured a terrestrial immortal crocodile beast, was more than sufficient to fulfill his obligations. What thrilled Luo Qing even more was the possession of this living primordial deity captive. Having Bai Yin as a prisoner excited him far more than discovering a spiritual treasure, in the vast wilderness. If given a choice, who would willingly be born as a postnatal being? Luo Qing, despite being a postnatal deity himself, harbored grand ambitions to defy the primordial and reshape his foundations. Throughout his journey, evading various celestial beings and true gods while employing the art of fire evasion, Luo Qing completed in merely 4 or 5 days what would have taken a month. He successfully returned to the Qian tribe, deep within the depths of the dead fire volcano. After presenting the corpse of the terrestrial immortal crocodile beast to Captain Huasher, Luo Qing called out and promptly retreated into his own cave dwelling. "Captain Huasher, I shall enter seclusion for an indefinite period. Please do not disturb me." The true god Huasher was quite pleased with Luo Qing's successful completion of the divine rite. Initially, he had intended to offer guidance on Luo Qing's subsequent cultivation, but was taken aback when Luo Qing immediately withdrew into seclusion. "That troublesome lad, in such a hurry, I wonder what he's up to now. It truly vexes me." Huasher, contemplating pulling Luo Qing out for a stern lecture on diligent practice and avoiding frivolous pursuits, hesitated. Although Luo Qing had squandered decades before finally becoming a terrestrial deity, he had not entirely wasted his time. His mastery of artifact forging was exceptional, having crafted treasures for many deities and true gods. Well, at least he has become a deity. Wasting a bit of time is not too significant. Ultimately, Huasher shook his head. After Luo Qing returned to his cave, he first reinforced the barriers to prevent prying eyes, then proceeded to his usual research space, releasing the sealed primordial deity, Bai Yin. The musculature, the proportional height, the skeletal structure. Perfect, simply perfect, truly, the primordial divine body of a primordial deity, even of the lowest rank, is remarkably flawless. Gazing upon the towering 100-foot divine form, Luo Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. After a few days, Bai Yan's divine body had fully restored, leaving no trace of injury. Luo Qing had encountered numerous terrestrial deities, celestial beings, and even true gods during his time in the Qian tribe. Yet none possessed a divine form as exquisite as the one before him. Even his own divine body paled in comparison. Contentedly admiring the primordial divine body, Luo Qing was further pleased to discover that Bai Yan, as a primordial deity, was also of the fire attribute. This held even greater significance for Luo Qing's research. All right, let us begin. I am eager to uncover the secrets harbored within this primordial deity. Calming his exhilaration, Luo Qing settled in front of the divine body, activating the Eye of the Great Tao to analyze the primordial deity before him. Luo Qing had resolved that, regardless of the time it took, be it a millennium or more, he would unearth every last secret of this primordial deity. Upon completing the initial analysis, he discerned low-level primordial fire attribute deity, nurturing the primordial spiritual flame, white spiritual flame. The primordial spirit status and dharma form, white flame guardian deity. In just a day, the preliminary analysis of the primordial deity was complete. However, as he endeavored further into the analysis, time stretched infinitely. 10 years later, Luo Qing remained motionless, his eyes flashing with the results of the second analysis. This second analysis contained a thread of the source of fire's great Tao, revealing the composition of the primordial spiritual flame as follows, with the primordial spirit's dharma form analyzed as well. Yet, the details of the second analysis were insufficient. While Luo Qing could comprehend some aspects, it did not provide enough information for him to replicate. Not enough, still not enough. Continue the analysis. With unwavering determination, Luo Qing maintained the Eye of the Great Tao, deepening his understanding of the primordial deity. Although using the Eye of the Great Tao rendered him unable to cultivate normally, it did not prevent his mind from pondering other matters. As he analyzed the primordial deity, Luo Qing simultaneously contemplated the primordial runes. From the second analysis of Bai Yin, he discovered that both the primordial spiritual flame of the primordial deity and its primordial status dharma form contained primordial runes. Runes embody the Tao. Primordial runes are the expressions of the primordial Tao, representing an understanding of the great Tao. This revelation elevated Luo Qing's regard for primordial runes significantly. It seems I must focus on gathering primordial runes from now on. Luo Qing mused inwardly. Mastering more primordial runes would undoubtedly assist in comprehending the great Tao in the blink of an eye. Over 500 years had passed since Luo Qing entered seclusion. In the early days of the wilderness, time was of little value. Even postnatal beings who had not attained divinity typically lived for over 5,000 years. Terrestrial deities and immortals could easily surpass 10,000 years of existence. 500 years was hardly enough time for even the most formidable beings to take a brief respite. Ha ha ha, it is done, finally done. The sound of Luo Qing's heartfelt joy echoed within his cave. After dedicating 500 years, he had successfully analyzed the primordial deity Bai Yin to the fourth layer. At this stage, Bai Yin, as a primordial deity, held no further secrets for Luo Qing. Chapter 6. Defying the Primordial. Another 500 years passed. Marking a full millennium since Luo Qing entered seclusion, on this day, he emerged, finally stepping out of his cave. The white flame flickered and danced upon Luo Qing's fingertip, burning brightly. The white spiritual flame, truly a primordial spiritual fire. Repressing the flames at his fingertips, Luo Qing murmured to himself. Compared to the white spirit flame, the divine fire he cultivated independently seemed rather insignificant. 500 years ago, after thoroughly researching the secrets of the innate deities, Luo Qing did not hastily emerge from seclusion. Instead, he devoted himself earnestly to his cultivation. He practiced both the divine demon true solution and the celestial path true solution. The divine demon true solution was derived from the demonic techniques of the 5 elements tribe, modified using the Eye of the Great Tao, while the celestial path true solution was similarly refined by Luo Qing, based on a celestial technique, utilizing the eye of the Great Tao. Luo Qing surmised that during this period, the founders of the celestial path, such as Hongjun, were likely disseminating their teachings throughout the primeval world. This might explain how this particular celestial technique found its way into the Five Elements tribe. After 5 centuries of dedicated cultivation, Luo Qing had ascended to the ranks of the heavenly immortals. Initially, the Firestone True God remarked that Luo Qing was the most talented descendant of the Red Flame tribe. And indeed, he was not mistaken. Although Luo Qing's cultivation speed may not have matched that of the innate deities, it was undoubtedly swifter than that of other postnatal beings. Even with the dual cultivation of both celestial and divine paths, 500 years enabled Luo Qing to surpass the threshold of the heavenly immortal realm. The reason Luo Qing chose to emerge only after attaining the heavenly immortal status was not without cause. 500 years prior, upon uncovering the secrets of the innate deity, White Flame, he realized that to defy the innate and achieve the form of an innate deity as a postnatal being was an endeavor of extraordinary difficulty. First and foremost, he required a fragment of the source of the Great Tao. Whether it be an innate deity or an innate spiritual treasure, they are born in conjunction with the Tao, possessing some semblance of the Great Tao's essence within them. For instance, White Flame contained a strand of the fire's Great Tao essence. This fundamental distinction set apart innate deities from natural spirits. Though natural spirits are also birthed by the heavens and earth, they lack the essence of the Tao, rendering them incapable of being classified as innate deities. Crucially, the fragment of the Tao's essence that Luo Qing sought could not belong to any already manifested innate deities or spiritual treasures. The strand of fire essence within White Flame was imprinted with his life mark, making it unattainable for Luo Qing. Thus, if Luo Qing wished to obtain a fragment of the Great Tao essence, the simplest method would be to locate an innate deity still in gestation, yet to be born, and directly devour the essence within its embryo to seize the opportunity for transformation. However, this too proved challenging, as unborn innate deities typically resided in concealed spaces, protected by innate formations and the guardianship of the primeval heavens, making them exceedingly difficult to locate, let alone infiltrate, beyond the essence of the Tao. The second obstacle was that each innate deity is unique. Even if Luo Qing could perfectly replicate everything about White Flame, he would likely end up self-destructing like the imitation flame blade. Thus, he needed to construct a framework for an innate deity through innate runes. This task was daunting. With only White Flame as the sole example of the weakest innate deity, Luo Qing found himself at a loss. Consequently, he required additional samples of innate deities for research and reference. Capturing innate deities for study would be impossible with inadequate cultivation level, prompting Luo Qing to elevate his cultivation to the heavenly immortal realm. He refrained from further advancement due to the third challenge. The third challenge was that the higher one's cultivation, the more arduous it became to reverse the innate and achieve the form of an innate deity. In the same vein, reversing the innate as a true immortal would require several times the cost compared to a heavenly immortal. The mystical immortal would demand even more, and by the time one reached the golden immortal stage, the difficulty would be exceedingly absurd. At the Tai golden immortal and Daluo golden immortal levels, the chance of reversing the innate would be nearly non-existent. Relatively speaking, the earth immortal is the easiest to attain, yet their power is too feeble to frequently capture innate deities for research. It is rare to encounter newborns like White Flame, who wander about shortly after birth. Only when reaching the ranks of celestial gods and true gods do innate deities become more mobile. Luo Qing's objective was precisely these lower-tier innate deities at the celestial or true god levels. Upon emerging from his seclusion, Luo Qing first sought out Captain Firestone of the Red Flame tribe, where the Golden Immortal Elders held authority over the entire tribe. Below them, several major teams were managed by true gods of the tribe. Thus, Captain Firestone held a significant position within the Red Flame tribe. Young Luo, have you broken through to the celestial god level? That's wonderful. I always said you were a genius, and within just a millennium, you've become a celestial god, Captain Firestone exclaimed, delightfully surprised at Luo Qing's emergence. From birth, Luo Qing had been part of Captain Firestone's team, having been raised under his watchful eye. The Five Elements tribe does not emphasize blood relations. Captain Firestone, as the administrator of the Firestone team, also served as a nurturing figure for descendants like Luo Qing. In a later context, This could be likened to a foster father-son relationship. Luo Qing held Captain Firestone in high esteem. After exchanging friendly pleasantries, Luo Qing finally expressed his intention. Captain, I feel that I can now forge third-tier divine artifacts and celestial tools. Could you assist me in promoting this within the tribe? For the time to come, I plan to diligently craft some treasures. Third-tier divine artifacts? Excellent, excellent, excellent. Leave it to me. Captain Firestone responded with uncontained joy, repeating excellent thrice. The Red Flame tribe, predominantly composed of fire attribute beings, possessed no shortage of craftsmen, but those capable of crafting exquisite artifacts were few. Divine artifacts and celestial tools are generally modeled after innate treasures and are categorized into 5 tiers. Typically, a third-tier celestial tool possesses power comparable to that of a low-grade innate treasure. However, even the highest 5th-tier celestial tool can only rival a mid-grade innate treasure. The same holds true for postnatal spiritual treasures, with the finest postnatal spiritual treasures merely matching mid-grade innate treasures. This exemplifies the limitations of postnatal entities. Nevertheless, third-tier divine artifacts remain highly sought after by numerous postnatal deities, for no matter how many innate treasures exist, they cannot rival the sheer number of divine beings in the primeval world. Thanks to Captain Firestone's promotion and Luo Qing's stellar reputation for crafting treasures, not only the Red Flame tribe but also deities from other tribes within the 5 Elements region sought Luo Qing for artifact creation. Luo Qing accepted dozens of artifact crafting tasks in one go. For a typical heavenly immortal, crafting a single divine artifact could take several years. To complete dozens would likely consume 100 years. However, for Luo Qing, who had mastered a plethora of innate runes, it merely entailed designing and inscribing, requiring only a bit more time. Within a month, Luo Qing could forge a divine artifact. Thus, crafting dozens of divine artifacts merely took him a few years. The materials accumulated in Luo Qing's possession were sufficient to forge an additional quantity of celestial tools. To avoid drawing undue attention, Luo Qing secluded himself within his cave dwelling for an extended century before emerging to hand over the artifact crafting tasks. After another century of cultivation, Luo Qing's celestial path attainment had entered the mid-heavenly immortal stage. Surveying the nearly 100 celestial tools before him, Luo Qing muttered to himself, waved his sleeve, and gathered them all. The plan to capture deities could now commence. Without informing anyone, Luo Qing stealthily departed from the 5 Elements tribe's territory, making his way toward the direction of the 100 Gods Mountain. Chapter 7. The plan to capture deities. According to the intelligence Luo Qing obtained from within the tribe, the 100 Gods Mountain was located a mere 80,000 miles from the 5 Elements tribe. In a realm teeming with divine beings, this distance was quite close indeed. It was also one of the reasons for the strained relations between the 100 Gods Mountain and the 5 Elements tribe. The core of the 100 Gods Mountain consisted of 5 mid-level innate deities, along with nearly 100 low-level innate deities. The innate deities, by their very nature, held the lowest rank of golden immortals. Even White Flame, whom Luo Qing had captured, would eventually achieve the golden god status, provided he did not fall. This capability stemmed from the innate rank of his elemental spirit, the Flame Guardian. However, as a low-level innate deity, the speed of cultivation for such beings was among the slowest in comparison to other innate deities. It is uncertain how long it would take for a low-level innate deity to attain the golden god status, if fortunate. It might take merely a few thousand years, while if slow, it could take an entire Yuan Hui. This phenomenon also explained why the 5 Elements tribe could contend with the group of innate deities at the 100 Gods Mountain. As long as the mid to low-level innate deities did not significantly manifest Tai golden immortals, with the accumulation of several Yuan Hui's worth of foundation, the 5 Elements tribe would not fear confrontation. Based on intelligence gathered within the tribe, it was noted that the 100 Gods Mountain housed only a dozen or so innate deities at the Earth God and Celestial God levels. While over 40 true gods resided there, on a towering mountain, 1,000 zhang high, situated a myriad of miles away from Baishan Mountain, Luo Qing gazed longingly towards the direction of Baishan Mountain, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of intelligence regarding it. The low-level innate deities, being at the stages of Earth deity and Celestial deity, exhibited rapid cultivation speeds. As long as they remained diligent, they could effortlessly ascend to the true God realm. However, upon reaching the true God and Xian God stages, the foundational strength and momentum of the low-level innate deities would not be as robust, resulting in a noticeable deceleration in their cultivation speed. Furthermore, innate deities lacked the acute survival instincts that postnatal beings possessed. Most innate deities were inherently carefree and indulgent, often preferring enjoyment over diligence. Consequently, as they progressed to the true god and Xian god stages, low-level innate deities lacking immense willpower would be the first to falter, ultimately facing gradual elimination. The objective of Luo Qing's expedition was precisely these innate deities below the true god level. Casting a fervent glance towards Baishan Mountain, he departed from the peak and ventured into a nearby valley, encircled by mountains on all sides. This valley, spanning no less than 500 miles, was surrounded by towering peaks exceeding 1,000 zhang in height, making it an ideal hidden battlefield. Initially, Luo Qing concealed a device to mask the fluctuations of battle magic at 4 cardinal points atop the surrounding mountains. He then buried a detection mirror at 8 locations, each 1,000 miles from the valley. Finally, he arrived at the valley's center and produced a spiritual orb that burned with white flames from within. Through the transparent orb, one could perceive the manifestation of a guardian deity within. This orb was crafted from the essence of the innate deity Bai Yan, whose secrets Luo Qing had unraveled. He extracted Bai Yan's primordial spirit, a fragment of the fire's fundamental essence, along with the primordial rank of the spirit and the innate divine body. Refining them into this artifact, at this moment, Bai Yan's primordial spirit had not perished. It merely existed in a scattered state, akin to a spirit of the artifact. This was a necessary measure taken by Luo Qing to retain a fragment of the fire's fundamental essence. After all, once Bai Yan perished, this essence would return to the heavens and earth. The preservation of this essence held significant value for Luo Qing, rendering him reluctant to extinguish Bai Yan's life. Although the Bai Yan spiritual orb was esteemed as a third-tier artifact, it possessed no formidable power. Its sole function was to utilize the essence of the fire's fundamental source to simulate the fluctuations associated with the emergence of fire-attributed innate treasures. While innate treasures were considered imperfect products of failed innate spiritual treasures, they nonetheless garnered favor from the fundamental source of the Tao. Thus, whenever an innate treasure emerged, it would inevitably carry a trace of the Tao's essence. To seek low-level innate deities within the vast wilderness would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, potentially consuming countless years. Given this, Luo Qing's plan was quite straightforward. He would entice these lower-level innate deities to seek him out personally. As innate deities themselves were nurtured by the fundamental source of the Tao, they were particularly sensitive to the aura of emerging innate treasures and spiritual treasures, which was one reason they could more easily acquire them. While ordinary deities needed to search painstakingly for treasures, innate deities were guided by the essence of the source, making their efficiency readily apparent. To avoid attracting the attention of excessively powerful innate deities, Luo Qing controlled the aura fluctuations of the Bai Yan spiritual orb to an inferior to middle-grade innate treasure level. Thus, even if a Xian god or Xian immortal were to discover it, they would likely dismiss it as a lesser-grade innate treasure. However, low-level earth and celestial deities would certainly be unable to resist such temptation. Regardless of the circumstances, strength always begets wealth, while weakness begets poverty. This principle held true even among deities. One need only recall Bai Yan's previous attempt to seize a second-tier artifact to understand the dire straits of lower-tier deities. With all preparations in place, the fishing commenced. Suppressing his anxious emotions, Luo Qing softly uttered a command and activated the Bai Yan spiritual orb. Instantly, a wave of Tao's fundamental essence, reminiscent of an innate treasure's emergence, emanated from the orb, continuously dispersing outward. Simultaneously, a third-tier bronze mirror materialized in Luo Qing's hand. This mirror served as the primary mirror for the 8 surveillance mirrors he had set up 1,000 miles away. Through this primary mirror, Luo Qing could monitor movements within a radius of several hundred miles at any time. Thus, should any deity approach, he would be alerted in advance. If the incoming presence proved too formidable, Luo Qing would undoubtedly flee, a precautionary measure for his own survival. For this endeavor to capture innate deities, Luo Qing had meticulously prepared numerous strategies. Baishan Mountain was a small faction established around innate deities. Surrounded by countless natural deities, however, most innate deities held a disdainful view of natural deities, considering them unworthy due to their inferior roots. Nonetheless, The scarcity of innate deities and the weakness of lower-tier deities necessitated their collective cohesion for survival, allowing natural deities to carve out a niche within Baishan Mountain. Among them was Mu Sang, a low-level innate deity who had just attained the status of a celestial deity and looked down upon natural deities. After enduring long periods of monotony among the natural deities at Baishan Mountain, Mu Sang was eager to escape the confines of the mountain for a breath of fresh air. He dared not venture too far. Merely roaming within a 5,000-mile radius of Baishan Mountain, which constituted the safety perimeter of the territory. After casually slaying a mindless earth deity beast, Mu Sang muttered an expletive, lamenting that if it weren't for these damned beasts, he, as a dignified innate deity, would not be trapped within Baishan Mountain. One day, my divine clan shall eradicate all the beasts of the world. Just as Mu Sang prepared to return to Baishan Mountain, he suddenly sensed a flicker in his primordial spirit's fluctuations, a sensation akin to burning. The aura of the fire's fundamental source. His eyes gleamed, a smile spreading across his face. A deity rooted in the wood element. Mu Sang's sensitivity to the aura of the fire's fundamental source was second only to that of the wood itself. Just after breaking through to the celestial deity realm, an innate treasure was manifesting. Indeed, Mu Sang was favored by fortune. Ha 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 ha. With joy in his heart, Mu Sang swiftly flew towards the source of the fire's fundamental wave. Although a fire-attributed treasure was unsuitable for his use, acquiring it would suffice to exchange for a wood-attributed treasure back at Baishan Mountain. For Mu Sang, who had just attained the status of a celestial deity and lacked powerful protective artifacts, this opportunity was akin to a fortuitous windfall. As soon as Mu Sang approached within 1,000 miles of the valley, he was immediately detected by the surveillance enchantment set by Luo Qing, an innate deity of wood attribute at celestial deity level. Luo Qing grinned widely. The bait had taken. Chapter 8. Capturing the celestial deity. Though the innate deities were formidable, Luo Qing did not underestimate himself. With the dual cultivation of celestial and divine paths, alongside numerous artifacts to aid him, he felt confident in subduing a fledgling innate wood deity. Luo Qing stood ready, awaiting the arrival of his prey. Mu Sang, impatient to claim the innate treasure, sped towards the valley where Luo Qing had laid his ambush. The aura of the fire-attributed artifact intensified. The treasure lies just below. Mu Sang's heart leapt with joy as he soared towards the valley's center. Upon witnessing Mu Sang enter the valley, Luo Qing also felt a surge of excitement, promptly retracting the fluctuations of the Bai Yin's spiritual orb to avoid any extraneous complications. Simultaneously, he activated the 4 artifacts concealed around the valley that masked magical fluctuations. Each artifact contained a portion of Luo Qing's retained magic power, sufficient to sustain their operation for 2 to 3 hours, ample time for Luo Qing to engage in battle with the innate deity. The artifact's aura has vanished? The moment Luo Qing retracted the Bai Yin's spiritual orb, Mu Sang furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. The arena. With a command from Luo Qing, 5 disc-shaped second-tier combined artifacts representing the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth activated. Instantly, these 5 elemental artifacts emanated a formidable spatial power, enveloping the entire valley within their rotation. This was Luo Qing's 3rd trump card prepared specifically for capturing innate deities. The 5-element disc was composed of 5 second-tier artifacts, each representing one of the 5 elements. When unified, they could unleash a powerful spatial cage, akin to an arena. Unless one could defeat the master of the 5-element disc, no one within could escape this spatial confinement, unless their strength was sufficient to shatter the combined power of the 5 second-tier artifacts. Luo Qing estimated that only a Xian immortal might possess the capability to do so with a single strike. Thus, he referred to this composite artifact as the arena, where only one could emerge victorious. Postnatal beings, celestial deities. As Luo Qing activated the arena, he could no longer conceal his presence, and Mu Sang detected him immediately. The treasure has fallen to this person? Mu Sang's expression darkened. At this juncture, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had walked into a trap. Naturally, Mu Sang regarded natural deities with disdain, and postnatal beings were even more beneath his notice. Seeking death, a fierce glint flashed in Mu Sang's eyes as he raised his hand, summoning a colossal wood dragon that appeared from thin air. Lunging towards Luo Qing with ferocity. Heh? Luo Qing, filled with excitement, licked his lips and let out a chuckled in an instant. He summoned the innate spiritual fire, the white spirit flame, into his grasp, with a surge of power. The flames of the white spirit flame soared high, transforming into a sea of fire that surged towards Mu Sang. The wooden dragon technique unleashed by Mu Sang was instantly ignited by the white spirit flame. Reduced to mere ashes, the might of the innate spiritual fire was unmistakable. Innate spiritual fire. Mu Sang exclaimed in horror. A wood deity, he was impervious to ordinary postnatal flames. However, the innate spiritual fire was his greatest fear. Being an innate entity himself, the fire that conquers wood was an unavoidable threat, even for a primordial deity like Mu Sang. Nevertheless, as a celestial being of divine caliber, the innate spiritual fire, while diminishing his composure, did not induce panic. Damn it, I will make you my fertilizer. Mu Sang cursed inwardly, immediately revealing an innate divine body nearly 200 feet tall. His divine form manifested. The surrounding wood element spiritual energy began to swell dramatically. Ethereal towering trees erupted from his divine body, pushing the overwhelming white spirit flame far away. For a moment, the white spirit flame could not approach. The game should come to an end. Mu Sang cast a cold glance at Luo Qing, and an endless surge of wood element spiritual energy erupted, manifesting sharp wooden spears that floated around him, like a myriad of shooting stars aimed at Luo Qing. Indeed, it should come to an end. Luo Qing smiled lightly. Although he had provided ample cover, they were still merely 10,000 miles away from the 100 Deities Mountain, making it unwise to prolong the battle. Facing the countless wooden spear techniques, Luo Qing remained undaunted, placing 3 defensive celestial artifacts atop his head, and no matter how formidable Mu Sang's divine techniques were, it was utterly impossible for them to breach the protection of 3 celestial artifacts in one fell swoop. Simultaneously, Luo Qing retrieved the flame thunder pearls. To prevent the accidental demise of Mu Sang, Luo Qing had only taken out 3 this time. With a flick of his finger, the 3 flame thunder pearls appeared before Mu Sang in a flash. Although Mu Sang's eyes caught Luo Qing's movements, only a trace of disdain flickered within them. Did he think he could defeat him with just 3 celestial artifacts? Absolutely impossible. With a thought, a defensive spiritual barrier materialized before Mu Sang's divine body. Yet, he had underestimated the explosive power of the 3 flame thunder pearls. The moment of impact against the barrier, a terrifying explosion erupted, the destructive aura searing Mu Sang's primordial spirit, causing him to wince in pain. This is bad. Mu Sang's expression shifted. Realizing he had miscalculated, he sought to salvage the situation, but it was too late. The explosion shattered the protective barrier, engulfing his divine body. After fending off Mu Sang's wooden spear technique, Luo Qing's Eye of the Great Path kept a vigilant watch on Mu Sang's every move. The Mu Sang engulfed by the explosion of the 3 flame thunder pearls experienced the destruction and rebirth of his divine body thrice. His complexion paling and vitality severely depleted. He had barely endured the explosive might of the 3 flame thunder pearls. Truly, a primordial deity with an innate divine body. Luo Qing marveled, remembering that the 3 flame thunder pearls had once reduced a natural divine being, who was a celestial being in their own right, to ashes. Yet Mu Sang, having endured 3 direct hits from the flame thunder pearls, was merely gravely injured. The disparity in their foundations was evident. This further fueled Luo Qing's desire to defy the innate order. But this is where it ends, Luo Qing muttered, his figure already appearing behind Mu Sang, with the white spirit flame blazing on his palm. He struck down upon Mu Sang's back. The severely injured Mu Sang had no time to defend himself and was struck by the innate spiritual fire. Upon contact with Mu Sang's divine body, the white spirit flame ignited as if it were a spark setting ablaze a barrel of oil, swiftly enveloping his divine form. Mu Sang let out a pained cry. The innate spiritual fire not only scorched his divine body but also inflicted immense damage upon his primordial spirit. In an instant, Mu Sang found himself gravely wounded once more. No longer able to afford the luxury of his innate treasures, he turned to flee. With a resounding thud, he collided with the arena's barrier. Halting his escape in that moment, despair washed over Mu Sang. How could a primordial deity of his standing be vanquished by a postnatal being today? If I die, you shall not escape unscathed, Mu sang. Not lacking in ruthlessness, resolved to self-destruct his divine body, intending to take Luo Qing down with him. Unfortunately, Luo Qing, who had been fixated on Mu Sang, denied him the opportunity for self-detonation. Sensing Mu Sang's determination to go down in flames, Luo Qing swiftly manifested behind him, wielding the upgraded third-tier flame blade, which severed Mu Sang's head from his shoulders. This marked the second time the flame blade had claimed the head of a primordial deity. I hate this, Mu Sang despaired, realizing the connection between his primordial spirit and divine body had been severed. He could not even self-destruct. A series of sealing spells were cast into Mu Sang's primordial spirit and divine body, rendering this celestial being of divine caliber a captive of Luo Qing, marking him as the second primordial deity captured by Luo Qing. Chapter 9. Battle with the True God. After the battle, Luo Qing, having imprisoned Mu Sang, reflected upon the encounter. Overall, Mu Sang, as a primordial deity, possessed strength. Otherwise, he would not have survived the 3 flame thunder pearls. However, his combat experience was woefully inadequate. Faced with the 3 unknown thunder pearl celestial artifacts, Mu Sang's immediate choice was defense rather than evasion. Furthermore, lacking suitable treasures made him reliant solely on divine techniques and his formidable divine body. When confronted with Luo Qing's innate spiritual fire, which had a natural advantage over him, he displayed a glaring lack of adaptability. Reflecting on the previous performance of Bai Yin, it was evident that he did not surpass Mu Sang by much. It seemed that primordial deities were not innately powerful from birth. Even those of innate nobility required a process of growth and learning. Luo Qing's understanding of primordial deities deepened. Among them existed not only unparalleled ruthless individuals and formidable beings, but also a fair share of the weak. To avoid drawing attention from the 100 Deities Mountain, Luo Qing concealed himself for a month after capturing Mu Sang. Once he ascertained that everything around the 100 Deities Mountain remained normal, he resumed his activities. The disappearance of Mu Sang went unnoticed by the 100 Deities Mountain, as he had only departed a mere few months prior. Such a brief interval was inconsequential for divine beings. Only Bai Yin, a deity who had been away from the mountain for millennia, would be deemed a missing person. Although Luo Qing had managed to capture Mu Sang within a few months, it seemed that his luck had been exhausted from the outset. The subsequent 5 years yielded no sign of another primordial deity, only a few ferocious beasts and 2 natural celestial beings from the 100 Deities Mountain. This was not due to Luo Qing's misfortune. The number of primordial deities below the true god level within the 100 Deities Mountain was inherently limited. Most of them were engaged in seclusion and cultivation, making those who ventured out exceedingly rare. Moreover, the likelihood of encountering a primordial deity who had discovered Luo Qing's bait was even slimmer. Having captured one Mu Sang was already a stroke of fortune for Luo Qing. Several years passed, and on this day, another primordial deity descended from the 100 Deities Mountain, this time a wind attribute true god. Due to the abundant ferocious beasts birthed in the primal chaos and their rapid reproduction, both the 100 Deities Mountain and the 5 Elements tribe routinely conducted purges of nearby ferocious beasts. This particular task had fallen to the wind-mocking true god, leading a hunting team composed of 3 natural celestial beings and 7 natural earth deities. The wind-mocking true god began to clear out the ferocious beasts above the divine realm surrounding the 100 Deities Mountain. Having exterminated dozens of earth and celestial beast entities, the hunting team ventured farther from the 100 Deities Mountain. The wind-mocking true god, serving as the core of the team, typically refrained from engaging unless confronted with large swarms of ferocious beasts or true god entities. Just as the wind-mocking true god was experiencing a moment of boredom, a celestial being who had been pursuing a ferocious beast returned with excitement. Lord Wind God, I have discovered signs of the emergence of a low-grade or mid-grade innate treasure. Oh, an innate treasure? Let us go and have a look. The words of this celestial being piqued the interest of the wind-mocking true god. While he was indifferent to low-grade innate treasures, a mid-grade one was worthy of his attention. The reality was that this area surrounding the 100 Deities Mountain was a remote part of the primal chaos. To say that neither a spiritual treasure nor even a high-ranking primordial deity had ever been sighted here illustrated its desolation. The emergence of innate treasures was rare, especially when compared to the more affluent regions of the primal chaos. As the wind-mocking true god led 10 earth and celestial deities toward the valley of the treasure's emergence. Luo Qing's expression grew serious. A true god of primordial status, 3 celestial beings, and 7 earth deities. Should they confront him directly, a single encounter could lead to his annihilation. However, the thought of letting this true god slip away made Luo Qing hesitate. It had been a full decade since he captured Mu Sang, and if he delayed further, he might not encounter another primordial deity for an eternity. Forget it, let us take a chance. What is 1 true god and 3 celestial beings to me? I shall crush them with my celestial artifacts. With a determined grit of his teeth, Luo Qing ultimately resolved to tackle this formidable challenge. Having made his decision, he reached out with a sweeping motion, conjuring forth at least 50 flame thunder pearls before him. The rewards from previously crafting dozens of celestial artifacts, along with the remaining materials, were substantial, aside from utilizing some to forge a set of inspecting celestial mirrors. A 5 elements arena, a set of concealment artifacts, and several defensive celestial artifacts, the rest of the materials were all transformed into flame thunder pearls. Only these pearls could grant Luo Qing the capability to confront adversaries beyond his level. 50 pearls constituted a staggering 80% of his total stock. Should they fail to vanquish the true god, Luo Qing would simply resign himself to misfortune. Upon crossing the inspecting celestial mirrors set by Luo Qing, the entourage of the wind-tide true gods swiftly arrived above the valley. They had deliberately slowed their pace to accommodate a few earth gods. Otherwise, in mere breaths, the wind-tide true god would have reached this location. However, upon entering the valley, the wind-tide true god noticed that the aura of the treasured artifacts had significantly diminished, making it challenging to locate them. He then proclaimed, "The aura of the treasured artifacts emanates from within this valley. Descend and search. Whoever discovers the treasures shall be richly rewarded by this god." "Thank you, Lord Wind God." The others immediately expressed their delight. Though they dared not covet the treasured artifacts themselves, the promise of a reward from a true god was enticing to all. Yet, before the earth gods and celestial gods could descend into the valley to search for the treasures, the 5 elements arena instantly locked onto the battlefield. There are intruders. The fluctuations of the spatial force field emanating from the 5 elements celestial artifact were promptly detected by the gods. "There's an ambush, exercise caution." Just as the gods braced themselves, Luo Qing had already propelled 10 flame thunder pearls from various angles toward the wind-tide true god and his companions. Possessing profound cultivation, the wind-tide true god immediately sensed the cataclysmic power contained within the flame thunder pearls. "Be wary. Do not let the enemy's celestial artifacts strike you," he cautioned, and with a wave of his sleeve, summoned a gust of divine wind that repelled 3 of the incoming thunder pearls several kilometers away. Unfortunately, the other gods lacked the formidable strength of the wind-tide true god. The moment the flame thunder pearls were activated, they manifested as genuine, albeit weakened, mid-grade innate treasures. Without superior defensive artifacts, how could the earth gods and celestial gods withstand such an onslaught? In an instant, the 10 flame thunder pearls detonated above the valley, transforming the entire expanse into a sea of flames. Thanks to the wind-tide true god's vigilance, he was positioned far enough away to avoid substantial harm, though he emerged from the explosion covered in soot. However, his 10 subordinates, including 3 celestial gods, were far less fortunate, obliterated into a mist of essence and dissipated into the primordial void, along with their rudimentary artifacts. Which bold soul dares to ambush us before the gates of 100 Gods Mountain? Do you not fear our vengeance? The wind-tide true goddess face flushed crimson with rage as he beheld the demise of his 10 attendants. Yet, responding to his fury were another 10 flame thunder pearls, all aimed directly at the wind-tide true god himself. Chapter 10. Explode, explode, explode. Too much insolence. Faced with yet another 10 flame thunder pearls, even the wind-tide true goddess countenance shifted, for he had witnessed their previous might. How could he allow these pearls to approach him? Slapping his waist, he summoned a pendant-like mid-grade innate artifact to shroud his form. Simultaneously, he exhaled a gust of divine wind that formed a barrier 10 miles away from his body. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 flame thunder pearls detonated violently against the divine wind barrier. The overwhelming force of the explosion tore through the protective shield, sending torrents of flames surging toward the wind-tide true god. Damn it! Block it! The earlier 3 pearls had not posed a significant threat, but the explosive force of these 10 was enough to pall the wind-tide true god's complexion. His divine power surged into the wind pennant artifact, emanating a brilliant light that held the residual shockwaves at Byi in a corner of the valley. Hidden by a concealment artifact, Luo Qing's eyes glimmered with a fierce light, his expression grim. Indeed, not all innate deities were as destitute as Bai Yin and Mu Sang. If he was not mistaken, the pennant artifact wielded by the true god above was undoubtedly a mid-grade innate treasure, capable of withstanding the explosive aftermath of 10 flame thunder pearls. This is troublesome. He is a wind attribute innate true god. The thunder pearls cannot approach him without being detonated. Moreover, with a mid-grade innate defensive artifact in hand, I cannot inflict any harm upon him. Cursing inwardly, Luo Qing resolved to gamble everything. Grasping 30 flame thunder pearls, he steeled himself for a final push. If he could not subdue this foe with such efforts, he would have to devise a means of escape. Explode! Another 10 flame thunder pearls activated under Luo Qing's command, hurtling toward the wind-tide true god. Just as the wind-tide true god had narrowly evaded the most ferocious wave of explosions, he found himself confronted once more by 10 incoming pearls. By the heavens! Before he could finish his expletive, the wind-tide true god abandoned his curses and swiftly employed the divine wind to intercept the thunder pearls, while simultaneously unfurling his artifact pennant to showcase its might. Drawing from past experience, he felt confident that he could withstand this assault. Yet, this time, he underestimated Luo Qing's desperate resolve. After launching 10 flame thunder pearls, Luo Qing activated the remaining 20 in a single breath, hurling them all at the wind-tide true god. Following this barrage, he immediately triggered all his defensive celestial artifacts, enveloping himself in layer upon layer of protective shields. 5 third-tier defensive artifacts surrounding him. To the naked eye, Luo Qing appeared to be encased within a vibrant sphere of light. Initially, the wind-tide true god had felt assured upon seeing the 10 pearls. But upon witnessing another 20 on the horizon, terror gripped his heart. This cannot be stopped. Absolutely cannot be stopped. Moreover, he was already locked onto by the thunder pearl artifacts, leaving him no avenue for escape. Damn it, whoever you are! If I survive this, I shall ensure your annihilation. Cursing inwardly, the wind-tide true god revealed his innate true god form for the first time. In terms of defense, a divine body was significantly superior to a human form. With a thunderous roar, the first 10 explosive pearls shattered the barrier set by the wind god. The subsequent 20 pearls penetrated the defenses of the wind-tide true god, detonating amidst the chaos of the explosion. This time, as 20 flame thunder pearls detonated simultaneously, they engulfed the wind-tide true god within the core explosion zone. The mid-grade innate treasure, capable of withstanding the shockwaves of 10 pearls, was instantly reduced to fragments in this cataclysm. The wind-tide true god had no time to lament before the world-ending blast struck his divine body. In the span of a breath, 30 flame thunder pearls detonated in unison. The resultant force was not merely additive. The previous 10 pearls had barely grazed the periphery of the 5 elements arena's defenses. However, the 30 detonations razed the entire valley to the ground. The 5 elements arena could not withstand even a single breath's duration before it was utterly obliterated. The very core of the 5 elements disc artifact appeared marred with visible cracks. Even the 4 concealment artifacts that Luo Qing had strategically buried around the valley's perimeter were reduced to debris in the explosion. Compared to the wind-tide true god at the epicenter of the blast, Luo Qing too suffered in the aftermath. The initial shockwave of the explosion obliterated the defenses of 3 of his celestial artifacts, and the immense force pressed against his chest, causing a dull ache as though 1,000 pounds bore down upon him. Fortunately, as a dual cultivator of celestial and divine powers, Luo Qing possessed formidable physical strength. Otherwise, he might not have emerged unscathed. While he felt discomfort, his eyes remained resolutely focused, emanating the azure light of the Eye of the Tao. The concealment barriers surrounding the valley had been destroyed. Such a tremendous explosion would undoubtedly draw the attention of 100 Gods Mountain. He needed to act swiftly to subdue this deity and make his escape. Indeed, innate true gods were not so easily vanquished. With the eye of the Tao sweeping over the explosion's center, Luo Qing discerned a faint aura still clinging to life within the chaos. The wind-tide true god, having expended every ounce of strength to withstand the detonations, was left with nothing but a skull, the remnants of his essence barely surviving the cataclysm. As the spatial barriers dissolved, an opportunity to escape presented itself, clinging to the remnants of his skeletal form. The wind-tide true god was filled with elation at having survived the calamity. He immediately sought to flee toward 100 Gods Mountain. However, just as he reached the periphery of the original valley, a pristine jade-like hand grasped his skull. "You think you can escape after wasting 50 flame thunder pearls?" Luo Qing cursed inwardly as 5 seals erupted from his fingers, swiftly binding the shattered remnants of the wind-tide true goddess essence. "My life is at an end." As his skull was seized, the wind-tide true goddess' final thought was one of despair before consciousness slipped into darkness. Escape. As fate would have it, Luo Qing successfully captured the wind-mocking true god. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a streak of fire, swiftly fleeing towards the opposite direction of the 100 Gods Mountain, skimming just above the ground. Mere breaths after Luo Qing vanished, a magnificent golden light descended upon the valley, revealing the presence of a peak Xian god, an innate golden god. Observing the vast scorched crater below, the once circular valley had completely vanished without a trace. The aura of the self-detonated innate treasure, along with that of the wind-mocking true god, had dissipated from this place, indicating that the wind-mocking true god was in grave peril. The innate golden god furrowed his brow. Sweeping his divine sense across the radius of several hundred miles, aside from some residual flames, there was nothing to be found. Every trace had been obliterated in the explosion. The reason for the wind-mocking true goddess' presence here remained a mystery. Several hours later, a message emanated from the core hall of the 100 Gods Mountain. Shortly thereafter, over 10 peak Xian gods, accompanied by numerous nature deities, commenced a sweeping search within a 30,000-mile radius of the 100 Gods Mountain. Intent on eliminating all foreign divine beings and ferocious beasts, since capturing the wind-mocking true god, Luo Qing had sprinted an astounding 50,000 miles, finally escaping the reach of the 100 Gods Mountain, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, before he could truly relax, an overwhelming aura akin to a celestial mountain swept in from the distance. Faced with this presence, Luo Qing felt an insurmountable sense of helplessness. A Tai golden immortal? In that moment, despair enveloped Luo Qing. Chapter 11. The tide of beasts. Luo Qing had previously sensed the oppressive aura of a golden immortal from the golden god elder of the Crimson Flame tribe. But the pressure emanating from this sudden arrival was but a fraction of that. Beneath such grandiose pressure, Luo Qing could hardly entertain thoughts of resistance, as if the other party could extinguish his life with but a mere thought. Just as despair gripped his heart, a thunderous roar from a ferocious beast shattered his hopelessness. The earth-shaking roar reverberated as an endless tide of malevolence surged forth. First, the beast's roar reverberated through the heavens, as countless ferocious creatures across thousands of miles began to respond in kind. Following that, it was as if a myriad of galloping steeds had taken to the land, causing the earth to tremble for thousands of miles. A Tai golden immortal level innate beast king. It was a tide of beasts. When Luo Qing realized that this unfamiliar Tai golden immortal aura was not specifically targeting him, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, his expression soon shifted dramatically. The ferocious tide instigated by the Tai golden immortal beast king bore incredible might. In the 1,000 years since his birth in the Crimson Flame tribe, he had never encountered a beast tide instigated by a golden immortal, let alone one led by a Tai beast king. It was likely that the Five Elements tribe had not witnessed a Tai beast king battle in over 10,000 years. Flee. The tremors beneath his feet grew increasingly violent, signaling the imminent approach of the beast tide. Luo Qing had no time to rest or ponder. He once again employed the fire escape technique, fleeing in the opposite direction of the beast tide. Coincidentally, the tide was heading towards the 100 Gods Mountain, tens of thousands of miles away. For Luo Qing, a later-stage heavenly god practitioner, it seemed as though the Tai golden immortal beast king paid him no heed. The Tai beast king simply continued to unleash its aura, compelling the myriad of beasts to coalesce into a torrent heading towards the 100 Gods Mountain. Luo Qing felt a sense of bitterness. He had just escaped the 100 Gods Mountain's vicinity, only to find himself ensnared once more. Each time he considered a side escape from the beast tide, an ominous premonition would wash over him. With no other choice, Luo Qing could only proceed along with the tide, heading straight towards the 100 Gods Mountain. Despite his astonishing escape techniques, the speed of the beast tide was relentless, and he found it impossible to shake them off. As he opened his eye of the Tao, Luo Qing surveyed the surrounding heavens and earth. 4 dazzling golden lights, 1 large and 3 small, shimmered behind the beast tide, emanating an overwhelming pressure that drove the countless ferocious beasts into a frenzied dash. A chill ran down Luo Qing's spine. He understood this to be a Tai Golden Immortal Beast King, accompanied by 3 Golden Immortal Beast Kings. Glancing to either side, he confirmed that each direction also held a Golden Immortal Beast King, diligently guiding the flow of the beast tide. Luo Qing was grateful he had not chosen to escape sideways. Otherwise, he would have surely collided head-on with the Golden Immortal Beast King, with no chance of survival. Cursed be the first wave, as it would undoubtedly be obliterated by the 100 Gods Mountain. He drew nearer to the 100 Gods Mountain. Anxiety surged within Luo Qing, prompting him to intentionally slow his pace. Gradually shifting from the front of the beast tide to its outermost edge, he aimed to neither expose himself to the front lines of the tide, nor appear to be fleeing from it. Cautiously, he sought ways to conceal his presence, not hoping to evade the scrutiny of the Golden Immortal Beast Kings, but merely to remain undetected by the ferocious beasts of True God and Xian God cultivation levels. As Luo Qing was swept along by the tide towards the 100 Gods Mountain, a colossal phantom of a bell, towering 1,000 feet high, suddenly manifested above the mountain, resonating with thunderous bell tolls. Ringing out 9 times, boom! The beast tide approached, and all divine beings prepared for battle. The beast tide had arrived, and all innate deities immediately emerged from their seclusion. Those who performed admirably would be personally accepted as disciples by the Mountain Lord. All deities were summoned to prepare for combat. From deep within the 100 Gods Mountain, several golden god elders soared forth, quickly conveying the Mountain Lord's orders. In the heart of the 100 Gods Mountain, a robust man adorned in golden armor, his eyes radiating golden light, gazed intently toward the direction of the Tai Beast King. This individual was the sole Tai Golden Immortal Deity of the 100 Gods Mountain. The Mountain Lord himself. In recent millennia, the frequency of beast tides had increased dramatically. It seems the day of reckoning between our divine race and the beast tribe is nigh. With a low murmur, the Mountain Lord turned his gaze towards the direction of the 5 Elements tribe. It appears the plan must be executed ahead of schedule. In the vast core region, only the Mountain Lord's lingering voice echoed. As the 100 Gods Mountain readied itself for the beast tide, thousands of divine beings and practitioners gathered within its confines. Meanwhile, Luo Qing, propelled by the tide, traversed mountains and rivers until he finally beheld the towering silhouette of the 100 Gods Mountain. At this moment, Luo Qing had entered within 10,000 miles of the 100 Gods Mountain. Gazing forth, the once formed valley lay in ruins, partially visible, however. Upon a brief glance, Luo Qing felt an urge to curse. Originally, he had intended to bypass the direct onslaught of the beast tide towards the 100 Gods Mountain, skirting around its edge to escape unscathed. But upon closer inspection, he realized his hopes were in vain. For from all 4 directions of the 100 Gods Mountain, he perceived overwhelming malevolent energy. This dark aura, obscuring the skies, enveloped the 100 Gods Mountain entirely, leaving no room for escape. This effectively dashed any plans Luo Qing had to flee. As Luo Qing cautiously concealed himself among a horde of earthly ferocious beasts, the vanguard of the beast tide, comprising over 10,000 beasts of various ranks, had already breached the 5,000-mile warning zone of the 100 Gods Mountain. The beasts were doomed. At that moment, a cold snort erupted from above the 100 Gods Mountain. Before the last syllable of his 3-word utterance faded, a colossal hand, spanning 100 miles, descended from the heavens, crashing into the tide of beasts 5,000 miles away. With a thunderous roar, the earth shook, and vast chasms, 100 meters wide, suddenly appeared on the surface. The countless ferocious beasts in the vanguard, regardless of their cultivation, whether earthly or Xian God, were all reduced to mere pulp. His Luo Qing, hiding in the fringes of the beast tide, gasped in astonishment. The Tai Golden Immortal truly was terrifying, from 5,000 miles away. Exterminating divine beings was as effortless as slaying chickens. With a single strike, over 10,000 divine beasts were obliterated. Luo Qing felt immense relief. He had correctly surmised that the front lines of the beast tide were merely cannon fodder, allowing him to hide in the shadows. "You foolish little god, you seek death." The mountain lords strike instantly enraged the Tai Beast King lurking behind the tide. Among the beasts, innate kings held positions equivalent to innate deities. While a higher tier existed, innate divine emperors, this Tai Golden Immortal Beast King, commanding the tide, was indeed an innate beast king, equally formidable as the mountain lord of the 100 Gods Mountain. With a furious roar, the beast king transformed into a colossal, triangular-headed demon tiger, lunging fiercely at the 100 Gods Mountain. "Demon tiger, do not waste your efforts. As long as I stand guard, you shall not lay a finger on the 100 Gods Mountain." In response to the ferocious strike from the Tai Beast King, the Mountain Lord, embodying the Tai Golden Immortal, summoned forth a colossal phantom to counter the Beast King's form. Simultaneously, the true form of the Mountain Lord soared forth from the 100 Gods Mountain. "Warriors, slay them all. Exterminate the divine race." The demon tiger Beast King bellowed, revealing its massive form before charging toward the Mountain Lord. Both were Tai Golden Immortals, and when they engaged in battle, the earth itself trembled. To prevent collateral damage to their respective followers, the two great Tai Golden Immortals soared into the void, their battlefield set among the heavens. "Kill. Annihilate the divine race. Roar. Defend the 100 Gods Mountain. Slay all ferocious beasts. Those who demonstrate valor in battle may beseech the Mountain Lord as their master." As soon as the two Tai Golden Immortals departed, the Beast King of Golden Immortal Cultivation and the deities began to engage in a deadly confrontation. In an instant, the vast expanse of land was divided into several battlegrounds where Golden Immortals clashed. Chapter 12. Seizing the chaos with the movement of the Golden Immortal Beasts, the remaining lower-tier beasts of Xinshin and Junshin, though lacking in intelligence, were still driven by their innate instinct for slaughter, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust as they surged towards Baishan Mountain. In response, tens of thousands of deities from Baishan Mountain, under the leadership of a group of Xinshin, evaded the Golden Immortal battlefield and advanced towards the throng of ferocious beasts. Surrounded on all sides by 4 groups of savage beasts, the number of divine beings exceeded 100,000. Although the deities of Baishan Mountain were fewer in number, only around 20 to 30,000, they possessed magical artifacts, intelligence, and the ability to cooperate in a moment. The two sides collided like 2 raging torrents. Engaged in a brutal struggle, you might slay hundreds of ferocious beasts with a single sword, while I might devour dozens of deities. The battlefield was devoid of any mercy, as higher-tier beings mercilessly slaughtered their lower-tier opponents. However, as the initial wave of ferocious bloodshed subsided, the stronger entities gradually began to seek out their equally powerful adversaries, leading the battlefield towards a state of chaotic yet discernible order, hidden at the edge of the beast tide. Luo Qing felt a sense of relief as the Golden Immortal Beast Kings rushed into the fray, dispelling the prickling sensation that had plagued him. A glance at the bloody and brutal divine battlefield revealed that within just a few minutes, tens of thousands of deities and ferocious beasts had perished. This harrowing sight sent a chill through Luo Qing's heart. The Earth Immortals had at least tens of thousands of years of lifespan. Yet in this moment, they were mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. A single shockwave from a Xinshin battle could obliterate a group of Earth Immortals. Even the celestial gods avoided the Xinshin and Genshin combatants, fearing being caught in the crossfire. At this moment, Luo Qing's previous notions of an abundant and easily cultivable wilderness were utterly shattered. The more accurate depiction of this realm was one where deities held little value and were but fodder scattered everywhere. Witnessing the rivers of blood flowing from the slain deities and beasts, Luo Qing's desire to grow stronger reached an unprecedented peak. "I must escape the fate of being mere cannon fodder. I shall rebel against the innate order, achieve the status of a Golden Immortal, ascend to the Deluo, and step by step reach the pinnacle of supremacy." Luo Qing fervently shouted within his mind, his resolve to tread the path of the powerful growing ever stronger. Originally intending to seize the opportunity to flee, Luo Qing took a deep breath and fixed his determined gaze on the depths of the battlefield. His eyes, filled with a fervent desire for strength, began to scan the chaos. The eye of the Tao shimmered with azure light, revealing the ethereal or tainted auras within Luo Qing's consciousness. Is there a place nearby with more innate deities than this? Is there a more opportune moment to capture lower-tier innate deities than now? Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish, for the sake of rebelling against the innate order and becoming powerful. Luo Qing resolutely stepped into the battlefield. However, Luo Qing did not genuinely seek to capture a few innate deities at the cost of his life. As the Golden Immortals and Xinshan were locked in a fierce struggle at the heart of the battlefield. The remaining Earth Immortals and Celestial Gods of lower cultivation found themselves at the periphery of the vast battleground. Cautiously, Luo Qing chose to steer clear of the Xinshan conflict, targeting only the innate deities of Earth Immortal and Celestial God cultivation. Under the scrutiny of the Eye of the Tao, Luo Qing quickly locked onto the positions of more than 10 innate deities of Earth Immortal and Celestial God cultivation on Baishan Mountain. To his relief, these innate deities were not foolish. They understood the necessity of keeping their distance from the high-tier divine beings and savage beasts, resulting in their surroundings being filled with Earth Immortals or Celestial Gods. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Luo Qing decided to first subdue two of the Earth Immortal innate deities. Wanggu, a newly emerged innate deity yet not exceeding 500 years of existence, had already reached the pinnacle of Earth Immortal cultivation. At this moment, Wanggu was single-handedly fending off 3 Earth Immortal beasts, with 4 natural Earth Immortals guarding him on either side. Originally, there was a Celestial God present. But with the onset of battle, the Celestial God had also rushed into the fray. After crushing a ferocious beast with a single strike, Wanggu seized another 100-foot beast and tore it in half. I, Wanggu, must seize this opportunity to demonstrate my prowess, hoping to be accepted as a disciple under the Mountain Lord and rise rapidly. Wanggu's gaze burned with intensity as he charged towards the final ferocious beast before him. The Mountain Lord's words about accepting disciples had ignited a fierce desire for battle amongst the innate deities. Die! Wanggu roared as he struck down upon the beast's head with a fierce palm. Yet, at that moment, a flash of red light suddenly appeared. Wanggu's primordial spirit abruptly sensed the severance of its connection with his divine body. His eyes widened in horror as he beheld a headless divine body. Why did this 100-foot figure seem so familiar? Before he could resolve his confusion, Wanggu's consciousness was plunged into darkness. Luo Qing had stealthily launched a surprise attack, swiftly severing Wanggu's head and sealing away both his divine body and primordial spirit. In the blink of an eye, it was all over. Flee! Quickly send word. The 4 protective Earth Immortals, witnessing Luo Qing's instant decapitation of Wanggu, turned pale with fear. Just as they were about to escape or send a message, a blade of flame flashed past them, and the 4 Earth Immortals, along with the remaining ferocious beast, were annihilated in an instant. After securing his prize, Luo Qing vanished without a trace. From the moment Luo Qing struck to his disappearance, merely a breath's time had passed. The deities and beasts, engrossed in their fierce battle, failed to notice the absence of several figures. Even if they did, they would only assume they had perished in the chaos of battle. No one paid attention to the dead. Moments later, 1,000 miles away from where Wanggu had vanished, Luo Qing successfully executed another stealthy attack on the last remaining Earth Immortal innate deity using the same method. After dealing with both ends, Luo Qing quietly approached a Celestial God-tier innate deity. With the addition of the White Flames and the 2 previously captured innate deities, Luo Qing now possessed 5 samples of innate deities. He had gathered enough information to roughly ascertain the structural composition of innate deities. Yet, he felt it was still insufficiently secure. He needed to capture at least 2 or 3 more to be truly safe. Celestial gods were indeed far more powerful than Earth Immortals, and their divine senses were much sharper. Attempting a close-range ambush was nearly impossible. However, this did not deter Luo Qing, for there were myriad methods for stealthy attacks. Several dozen kilometers away, a Celestial God-tier innate deity was currently manifesting as a 200-foot divine body, overpowering 2 Celestial God beasts. Just as it seemed the 2 beasts were on the verge of being slain. The innate deity was at a peak moment of explosive power. Luo Qing, utilizing the eye of the Tao to surveil the surroundings, keenly seized this opportunity. Two blazing thunder pearls shot towards the innate deity's back like lightning. A surprise attack. The moment the thunder pearls appeared, the innate deity, in the midst of its full-force explosion, immediately sensed the impending danger. Its expression shifted, revealing a fierce glint in its eyes, yet it dared not turn to defend. If it relinquished its hold on the two beasts, they would surely pounce at once. A protective spirit shield and defensive artifact flared to life in quick succession. Once I deal with these two beasts, I'll take care of this little mouse. It believed that with its formidable protective shield and defensive artifact, it could undoubtedly withstand the impact of the two artifacts. However, as the two thunder pearls collided with the protective artifact, an explosive wave of innate treasure energy erupted, causing the innate deity's expression to turn one of shock. What the hell? Two innate treasures self-destructing just to ambush me. Who could it be? Shinjun Celestial God or Jin Shi Celestial God? Thoughts raced through the innate deity's mind, only to be drowned out by the ensuing explosion. The protective shield and defensive artifact were obliterated in an instant, in the blink of an eye. The innate deity, along with the two beasts, was gravely injured. Whoosh! After sustaining severe injuries, the innate deity bore no thoughts of vengeance, turning to flee. Unfortunately, at that moment, Luo Qing had already arrived at its side, wielding a five-element arena disc riddled with cracks. Although the spatial confinement of the five elements arena had been damaged in the previous explosion, rendering the five celestial artifacts somewhat compromised, they were not completely destroyed and could still be employed. The injured innate deity was immediately trapped within a 10-mile radius. Chapter 13. The approaching catastrophe. You dare to kill me? The Mountain Lord will not let you go. The severely wounded celestial god tier innate deity bellowed in fury as Luo Qing swiftly severed its head and sealed its primordial spirit. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. Luo Qing chuckled, pleasantly surprised at how easily he had captured another celestial god tier innate deity. After obliterating the two injured celestial god beasts, Luo Qing planned to continue his stealthy assaults on other innate deities. However, this time, fortune did not favor him. The second celestial god innate deity he attempted to ambush possessed a medium-grade defensive innate treasure. Luo Qing's three blazing thunder pearls failed to breach its defenses. Be careful. There's a thief lurking in the shadows. The innate deity was horrified by the sudden assault of the three thunder pearls. The notion of using treasure self-detonation for an ambush was not something a beast would typically do. Instantly, it roared, spreading the word of the hidden attacker. This is bad. Luo Qing's expression shifted. He had encountered an iron wall this time. Flee! Daring not to harbor even the slightest hope for luck, Luo Qing swiftly fled beyond the battlefield, shrouded under the concealment of the hidden celestial artifact. A deity of heavenly rank had been ambushed, drawing the immediate attention of a true god from the 100 Gods Mountain. Yet, by the time this true god descended to investigate, Luo Qing had already escaped 1,000 miles away. He cautioned all primordial deities to exercise caution and avoid being ambushed. The true god, unaware of the circumstances, wore a grim expression and promptly issued warnings to the other primordial deities. Given their unique status at 100 Gods Mountain, the primordial deities were alerted to the assassination attempts against their kind. The mountains swiftly responded, providing protection to the lower-ranked primordial deities. In the aftermath, it was revealed that aside from two heavenly deities who perished in battle against ferocious beasts, two earth deities and one heavenly deity had gone missing, inciting considerable ire among the gods of 100 Gods Mountain. The audacity of someone daring to assassinate primordial deities under their very noses was utterly infuriating. Were it not for the ongoing war with the ferocious beasts, they would have summoned the golden immortal elders to seal off a vast area and hunt down the assailant. After fleeing 3,000 miles from the battlefield, Luo Qing finally exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. What a pity it was. Had it not been for the last heavenly deity being protected by a mid-grade treasure, capturing 2 or 3 more heavenly deities would have been well within reach. Luo Qing expressed his regret. Upon reflection, he had managed to capture 3 primordial deities at the battlefield of 100 Gods Mountain against the ferocious beasts, and combined with the previous 2 he had lured alongside Bai Yan, he had successfully gathered 6 individuals. Although 6 primordial deities were somewhat scant, it was nearly sufficient. Luo Qing murmured to himself, acknowledging that returning to the battlefield was no longer an option. Furthermore, the number of fiery thunder pearls in his possession had dwindled significantly. Without the assistance of the fiery thunder pearls for ambushes, while he might be capable of defeating a heavenly deity on his own, capturing one was a mere fantasy. Nevertheless, the price he paid to secure the 5 primordial deities in hand was not insignificant. Setting aside the 60 self-destructive, weakened mid-grade fiery thunder pearls, he had lost a complete set of 9 monitoring treasure mirrors and 8 sub-mirror artifacts, the search for which he dared not pursue. The 4 celestial artifacts that concealed the battle fluctuations had also been destroyed, while the 5 artifacts from the 5 elements arena teetered on the brink of ruin, requiring reconstruction and refinement. To be frank, for the sake of 5 primordial deities, Luo Qing had effectively rendered nearly 80 second-tier celestial artifacts obsolete. Had it not been for his unparalleled mastery in artifact refinement, such a price would have been unbearable even for a typical golden immortal. Half a month later, unbeknownst to anyone, Luo Qing silently returned to his cavern within the Crimson Flame tribe, by this time. News of the Tai ferocious Beast King launching a beast tide against 100 Gods Mountain had spread throughout the entire 5 Elements tribe. In an era where ferocious beasts had been dormant for thousands of years, such an abrupt upheaval was alarming. 100 Gods Mountain suffered devastating losses, with no fewer than 5 golden immortal elders perishing and over 10,000 deities staining the earth with their blood. Buried at the foot of the mountain, even the core personnel of 100 Gods Mountain, the primordial deities, had seen nearly 20 of their number fall in battle. Although the 5 Elements tribe did not bear the brunt of the assault during this beast tide, the tragic state of 100 Gods Mountain served as a clarion call for them. The strength of the 5 Elements tribe was not significantly greater than that of 100 Gods Mountain, and should a beast tide strike their territory, they too would likely suffer grievously. Upon Luo Qing's return to his cavern, he began to enter seclusion once more. A few days later, the entire 5 Elements tribe went on high alert, forbidding any ferocious beasts of divine realm power from existing within a 10,000-mile radius. 5 golden immortal elders took turns patrolling the surroundings, vigilant against the impending beast tide. Luo Qing, during this period, it is imperative that you do not venture outside the tribe, understand? Rest assured, Captain Huasher, I will be entering seclusion for a while, and will not go out. That is good. In recent centuries, ferocious beasts have become increasingly active. Improving your cultivation a bit is beneficial. Captain Huasher imparted a few words of advice to Luo Qing before hastily departing. Observing the tense atmosphere within the tribe, Luo Qing speculated inwardly whether a great calamity involving ferocious beasts was imminent. As Captain Huasher's figure faded from view, a sense of urgency welled up within Luo Qing. The calamity of ferocious beasts was no trifling matter. It was not merely a tale brushed over in a few words in novels from his past life, but rather a monumental conflict between the divine and the beast emperors. According to the ancient records passed down in the 5 Elements tribe, nearly every Yuan meeting would witness the ferocious beasts erupting into large-scale upheaval, with intervals ranging from several thousand years to a mere millennium. Each such upheaval would result in a drastic reduction in the population of all living beings in the wilderness. The most devastating occurrence saw the 5 Elements tribe lose all of its golden immortal elders. Had it not been for the equally heavy losses suffered by surrounding forces, the aftermath of the beast calamity could have rendered the 5 Elements tribe a mere footnote in history. However, the present was different. With the emergence of celestial path techniques, this signified that the historical narrative of the wilderness was drawing closer to the fragments Luo Qing was familiar with, indicating that the most severe calamity of ferocious beasts in history was gradually approaching. Once the calamity erupted, it would not merely be the celestial beings at risk. Even golden immortals would be reduced to mere cannon fodder beneath the onslaught. I must swiftly transcend the primordial. Luo Qing resolved with determination, sensing that time was not on his side. Deep within his cavern, 5 primordial deities, 2 earth deities, 2 heavenly deities, and 1 true god stood lined up in a row. With the experience gained from studying by Yin previously, Luo Qing's Eye of the Tao was now able to analyze the primordial deities at a markedly accelerated pace. 500 years passed, and the 2 earth deities were the first to be fully deciphered by Luo Qing. Their rank, divine body, and primordial spirit were all laid bare before him. Another 1,000 years slipped by, and the secrets of the two heavenly deities were finally unraveled, with every mystery firmly grasped, with 5 instances of decoding primordial deities behind him. Luo Qing still expended a staggering 1,500 years to completely decode the genetic core password of the final true God. In total, 3,000 years had elapsed, nearly 3 times the duration of his previous life trajectory. So this is how it is. The relationship between the primordial divine body, rank, primordial spirit, and the essence of the Tao gradually became clear to Luo Qing, with 6 primordial deities as reference points. The structure of the primordial divine body, the emergence of primordial rank, and the transformation of the primordial spirit were now well within his comprehension. He felt confident in crafting a unique primordial divine body and rank for himself. Now, only the most critical essence of the Tao remained. The divine body and rank were all contingent upon the birth of the essence of the Tao. Without a clear understanding of the essence of the Tao, he could not finalize the primordial divine body and rank. Yet, for Luo Qing, the essence of the Tao was an elusive entity, audible but unattainable. Chapter 14. The beginning of the ferocious beast calamity in his quest to discover the essence of the Tao. Luo Qing's only recourse was to rely on the investigative abilities of the Eye of the Tao. After 3,000 years of seclusion, Luo Qing emerged, only to find that the atmosphere of conflict between the ferocious beasts and the divine race had thickened. Although the ferocious beasts had refrained from launching large-scale assaults since the last beast tide against 100 Gods Mountain, the malevolent aura in the world had intensified, and the emergence of ferocious beasts had become increasingly frequent. This was a clear omen preceding the outbreak of every calamity involving ferocious beasts. The entire 5 Elements tribe had entered a state of alert, forbidding any tribe members from venturing outside unnecessarily. Realizing that the possibility of finding the essence of the Tao within a 10,000-mile radius of the 5 Elements tribe was slim, Luo Qing understood that he could not remain confined within the tribe. Thus, he joined the patrol and hunting team of the Crimson Flame tribe, tasked with exterminating ferocious beasts within the vicinity of the 5 Elements tribe. Luo Qing was acutely aware that the likelihood of encountering primordial spiritual treasures or primordial deities in the area was minimal. Yet given the grave situation in the wilderness, a conflict could erupt at any moment. As a mere heavenly deity of postnatal cultivation, he was considerably weak and could not venture far. He could only search the nearby area, hoping to stumble upon fortuitous circumstances that might lead him to the essence of the Tao. While Luo Qing began his quest for the essence of the Tao surrounding the 5 Elements tribe. Far to the north, within the lair of the ferocious beasts, the 3 primordial ferocious beast monarchs, Gui Mu, Hun Dun, and Zhu Ling, were congregating within the Chaos Divine Hall. Deep within the ferocious beast shrine, waves of formidable malevolent energy surged forth, indicating that a ferocious beast was on the verge of a breakthrough in cultivation. The figure of Gui Mu was obscured by a haze, her voice echoing as if emerging from the depths of the underworld. It seems that Shen and I is on the cusp of a breakthrough. Once he achieves the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, we shall be able to commence the war of annihilation against the gods. I yearn. I wish to consume the gods entirely, especially the primordial divine beings. That flavor is simply exquisite. This chaos has reached a point of insatiable hunger. Zhu Ling, resembling a gigantic mass of flesh, had countless blood-red tendrils sprouting from its form, each ending in a phantom head of a living being. Once Shen and I breaks through, the 4 of us beast monarchs shall each reach the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. We will surely have the power to slay the gods and transform the wilderness into a paradise for ferocious beasts. When the colossal spirit spoke, it seemed as if a myriad of beings were conversing in unison, men and women. The humble and the divine, the coarse and the sharp, all voices intertwined. As the giant's words faded, the malevolent aura from the depths of the Chaos Temple suddenly receded. Simultaneously, a fierce voice echoed from within, proclaiming, "Indeed, the primordial wilderness is a paradise for our ferocious beasts, and it can only belong to us." The Ghost Mother exclaimed in delight, "Shen and I, have you completed your breakthrough?" The Chaos entity rejoiced, "Shen and I." Upon hearing Shan Ni's voice, even the myriad manifestations of the colossal spirit displayed expressions of joy. Although the ferocious beast tribe consisted of the 4 great innate beast monarchs, prior to Shun and I. They had all reached only the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, however. The true leader of the ferocious beasts was Shun and I, the foremost among the four monarchs. I have attained the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The grievances between our ferocious beast tribe and the divine race shall finally come to an understanding. With a human upper body and a dragon's head, and the lower half resembling a massive python's tail, Shin Inai emerged from the depths of the Chaos Temple, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "What shall we do, Shun Inai?" "We shall heed your command," the Ghost Mother replied. Chaos and the colossal spirit turned their gazes towards Shun Inai. Awaiting his orders, mobilize the vast army of ferocious beasts and first annihilate the divine race surrounding Buzhou Mountain, then redirect our forces westward to exterminate the Wind Spirit Clan, one of the four primordial spirits. Finally, we shall sequentially eliminate the Phoenix, Qilin, and Dragon clans. Once the divine race of Buzhou Mountain and the four primordial spirit races are eradicated, the entire primordial wilderness will stand no chance against our ferocious beast tribe. Shun Ni's blood-red dragon eyes exuded boundless murderous intent. "Kill, kill, kill." The myriad faces of the colossal spirit echoed in a chorus. The Ghost Mother and Chaos were also enveloped in an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The blood-red miasma permeating a radius of several 100,000 miles around the Chaos Temple. Currently, in the primordial wilderness, the only forces capable of barely resisting the Chaos Temple of ferocious beasts were the numerous innate deities gathered at Buzhou Mountain. Along with the four great races born from the principles of earth, fire, wind, and water, to obliterate the divine race, it was essential to first eradicate these five factions. As for other scattered forces in the primordial wilderness, such as the elemental tribes and the 100 Deities Mountain, they would be easily vanquished once the Chaos Temple turned its attention to them. Warriors, unleash an unending tide of beasts towards Buzhou Mountain for our Emperor's slaughter. The four beast monarchs unanimously supported Shan Inai, who promptly initiated the great catastrophe of the ferocious beasts in the name of their sovereign. Shun Ni's voice resonated from the Chaos Temple, reaching hundreds of miles beyond. The great Luo Golden Immortal ferocious beasts, Tai Golden Immortals, and Golden Immortals gathered around the Chaos Temple, all letting out howls of fury. "Kill, kill, kill. Exterminate the divine race." Waves of divine consciousness began to emanate from the vicinity of the Chaos Temple, summoning a beast tide across the entirety of the northern continent of the primordial wilderness. The northern continent was already the ancestral home of the ferocious beast tribe, the most densely populated area for their kind. Once Shan Ni's command to unleash the boundless tide of beasts towards Buzhou Mountain spread, all ferocious beasts in the northern continent, whether engaged in battle or nursing wounds in their lairs, responded to the call. Countless Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal Beast Kings began to rally groups of divine realm ferocious beasts, charging towards Buzhou Mountain. The entire ferocious beast tribe in the northern continent mobilized. The ominous aura of catastrophe began to surge towards the central region of the primordial wilderness, specifically Buzhou Mountain. At that moment, countless powerful cultivators in the primordial wilderness felt the impending change. The ultimate battle between the ferocious beasts and our divine race was about to commence. Within Buzhou Mountain, a great Luo Golden Immortal innate deity emerged from seclusion, his countenance grave, on Yujing Mountain. The venerable Hongjun was also stirred by the ominous aura of catastrophe, casting a serious gaze toward the north. The ferocious beast tribe approached with great momentum. It seemed I must seek assistance sooner rather than later. The various factions of the divine race gathered at Buzhou Mountain sensed the ominous signs of impending catastrophe as well. They called upon all the divine beings of the surrounding mountains to prepare for battle. Determined to utterly crush the ferocious beast tribe and reassert the might of our divine race, the ferocious beast tribe defied the heavenly mandate and must be exterminated. As the most vital region of the primordial wilderness, the land surrounding Buzhou Mountain, stretching for millions of miles, birthed more innate deities than any other area combined. It could be said that around the mountains of the central primordial wilderness, the divine race had gathered 80% of its elite forces. As the favored children of destiny, the innate deities also bore a sense of pride. Faced with the onslaught of the ferocious beast tribe, they aimed to eradicate this formidable enemy once and for all at Buzhou Mountain. The Dragon Clan of the Eastern Sea, the Qilin of the Eastern Buzhou, the wind spirit of the west, and the phoenix of the southern domain. All four primordial spirit races sensed the impending climax of the conflict between the ferocious beasts and the divine race, but refrained from immediate action. Observing the developments. Although the ferocious beast tribe was indeed their mortal enemy, the divine race in the vicinity of Bujo Mountain was not their ally either. They chose to assess the situation between the divine race and the ferocious beasts before deciding whether to intervene. Tension filled the atmosphere of the northern primordial wilderness as a cataclysmic battle loomed on the horizon. In the remote southern region of the primordial wilderness, after a century of searching, Luo Qing had scoured the area within 10,000 miles, leaving no stone unturned. Yet, he found nothing, not even a trace of innate deities or a site for the cultivation of spiritual treasures. Was I to abandon the tribe and venture into the vast primordial wilderness in search of the origin of the Tao? Having concluded his final exploration of the area, Luo Qing cast a disappointed gaze beyond the borders of the tribe. Thankfully, there were sporadic tribe members coming to exterminate ferocious beasts nearby. However, once he strayed beyond the safety line, the density of ferocious beasts surged dramatically. Groups of earth deity and heavenly deity ferocious beasts were commonplace, and even true gods and profound gods were not rare, compared to 3,000 years ago. When Luo Qing first ventured out, the danger had escalated at least twofold. Even Luo Qing himself could not guarantee his safety upon venturing out again. Chapter 15. Seeking the origin. Luo Qing returned to the tribe. Just as Luo Qing hesitated about whether to explore further, he heard the voice of Captain Huasher. "I'm coming." Luo Qing responded loudly. As the aura of ferocity surged, the ferocious beasts grew increasingly active. The teams venturing out to exterminate ferocious beasts were all led by true gods. As a member of the Huasher team, Luo Qing naturally fell under the command of the true god Huasher's extermination squad. The situation outside the tribe had become increasingly perilous, with 5 sightings of true god ferocious beasts entering the territory already reported. The elders of the tribe had begun discussions, deciding that future extermination missions would only permit participation from true gods and profound gods. Luo Qing, you rascal, you haven't made any progress in your cultivation over the past 3,000 years. From now on, you won't participate in extermination missions. Focus on your training and strive to become a true god as soon as possible. That way, during the Great Calamity, you'll have a better chance of survival. On the way back, the true god Huasher pulled Luo Qing forward, reiterating his concerns. Despite the fact that over 1,000 tribe members in the Huasher team had not warranted such intense scrutiny from the true god, it was clear that Luo Qing's exceptional talent was not being utilized to its full potential. Especially over the past 3,000 years, Luo Qing's cultivation had stagnated, infuriating the true god Huasher to the point where he nearly threatened to discipline him. "Rest assured, Captain, I will definitely train diligently from now on." Under the watchful eye of the true god, Luo Qing felt somewhat distressed. While he undoubtedly possessed remarkable talent, he was also aware of his limitations. Without the eye of the great Tao, his talent would merely be average among the post-heavenly beings of the primordial wilderness. If he continued to cultivate steadily, Luo Qing believed he could confidently reach the Tai-E Golden Immortal stage. Even the great Luo Golden Immortal was not beyond reach. However, moving further up the ladder, even with the eye of the great Tao's assistance, the odds remained exceedingly slim. From the great calamity of the ferocious beasts to the legendary journey to the west, countless epochs had passed in the entire primordial wilderness. Many could be deemed superlative great Luo Golden Immortals or quasi-saints, but it was rare to find one who emerged from a humble background among the post-heavenly beings. Ordinary great Luo Golden Immortals seem to represent the upper limit for post-heavenly beings. As for the legendary human emperors and sovereigns, the heavenly emperor was the brother of the Saint Enhua. Can one claim that Fuxi was an ordinary post-heavenly being after reincarnating into humanity? As for the later Earth Emperor, Human Emperor, and the 5 emperors, how many were purely of post-heavenly human lineage? This remained difficult to ascertain. Thus, Luo Qing understood that he must start planning for the future now. He needed a profoundly robust foundation. Otherwise, the great Luo Golden Immortal might indeed become his limit. Beneath the saints, all are but ants, and even the great Luo Golden Immortal is precarious within the primordial wilderness. Luo Qing certainly would not resign himself to a future confined to the great Luo Golden Immortal. He aspired to gaze upon the realm beyond the saints, to witness the splendor that lay above them. Defying the innate order and achieving the form of an innate deity was the only opportunity Luo Qing could grasp at present. The innate deity was merely a stepping stone. The form of an innate saint was his ultimate pursuit. Luo Qing had already formulated a rough plan for his future path. On the journey back to the tribe, Luo Qing's resolve strengthened once more. Since the Five Elements tribe lacked what he sought, he would undoubtedly continue to venture outward in search of it, even if it meant perishing on the path to enlightenment. He would not hesitate. The tribal land of the Five Elements was tantalizingly close. Just as the thought of venturing out crossed Luo Qing's mind, he felt a sudden stir within. Over the past century, he had thoroughly explored the vast expanse of land surrounding him, seemingly overlooking the territory of the Five Elements tribe. The Five Elements tribe, particularly the Crimson Flame tribe, occupied the expansive Crimson Flame Mountain. Guarding the southern flank of their territory, to the west loomed a colossal metallic mountain, home to the Platinum tribe. Opposite Crimson Flame Mountain, to the north, flowed a great river, 100 miles wide, watched over by the Xian Shui tribe. The east was adorned with a lush forest, within which lay the Qinghua tribe. In the center, the 1,000-mile basin belonged to the Ho-Tu tribe. The entire region of the Five Elements tribe spanned an impressive 4,000 to 5,000 miles. It seemed imperative that he conduct a thorough investigation of the tribal territory. As Luo Qing gazed upon the vastness of the Five Elements tribe, his eyes sparkled with insight. According to what he knew, the original territory of the Five Elements tribe was located in a more fertile region closer to the heart of the wilderness. Yet, the wealthier the land, the fiercer the competition and the more arduous the battles against ferocious beasts. Being merely an acquired spirit race, the Five Elements tribe could not endure the pressure and thus relocated to this remote fringe of the wilderness, ultimately settling in the current area. They had remained here for countless years. It stood to reason that when the ancestors moved the tribe here, the location must have held significant value. Perhaps my fortunes await me within the tribe. The more he pondered, the more convinced Luo Qing became that the tribal territory of the Five Elements might conceal profound secrets. After exchanging greetings with Captain Huasher, he eagerly returned to his cave abode. Arriving in the core chamber, he settled into a meditative posture and immediately began to operate the Eye of the Tao, probing throughout the entire Five Elements tribe for any traces of primordial energy or hidden blessed lands, or celestial realms. Having lived in the Five Elements tribe for thousands of years, Luo Qing had never truly scrutinized the territory. He was not a voyeur, and absent any particular reason, he would not recklessly investigate the tribe. Additionally, due to his previous low cultivation level, with golden immortals and Tai existences within the tribe, he had refrained from acting indiscriminately. However, now that Luo Qing had attained the level of a celestial immortal and understood the Eye of the Tao transcended even the Tai and Deluo, he set aside any thoughts of voyeurism and commenced his search inch by inch. Crimson Flame Mountain, the territory of the Crimson Flame tribe, exuded an atmosphere rich with fiery essence, imbued with an explosive fervor. To the south was the element of fire, to the north water, to the east wood, to the west metal, and at the center earth. The details of the Five Elements tribe unfolded before Luo Qing's eyes. The Five Elements tribe, comprising 5 clans, was born of the Five Elements Tao. Luo Qing found it perplexing that, logically, during the initial creation of the wilderness, many paths had yet to fully materialize. As the foundational essence of all things, the Five Elements Tao emerged first, intact. This was one reason why deities of the Five Elements attribute constituted a significant portion of the divine beings in the current wilderness. Yet, the Five Elements tribe, which arose from the Five Elements Tao, seemed to be faring rather poorly, having birthed only a handful of Tai golden immortals. Moreover, this dismal fate extended beyond the Five Elements tribe. Even throughout the entire wilderness, despite the multitude of deities with 5 elements attributes, few truly formidable beings had been heard of in comparison to the vast number of divine entities. The scarcity of true powerhouses was distinctly abnormal. At this moment, Luo Qing could only bury his doubts deep within, saving them for future inquiry. After several years, Luo Qing completed a thorough investigation of the entire Five Elements tribe. However, to his disappointment, aside from the notably dense essence of the 5 elements, there were no anomalies to be found. Could it be that I was mistaken, and the ancestors' relocation here was merely coincidence? Luo Qing couldn't help but feel troubled. Did he truly have to venture outward? Having scoured the surface, he could not neglect the depths below. Relentless, Luo Qing gritted his teeth and directed the Eye of the Tao to delve into the subterranean depths. The aura of the wilderness was murky and heavy, suffused with malevolent energy. Any method of exploration would face interference underground. Even the power of the Eye of the Tao would be compromised. At several thousand feet below, the view became obscured and indistinct. Nonetheless, the depth of 10,000 feet was still sufficient. As Luo Qing's Eye of the Tao gazed into the depths of the earth. A glimmer of five-colored divine light, no larger than a grain of rice, instantly captivated all his attention. Upon witnessing the five-colored divine light, Luo Qing was immediately filled with exhilaration. This energy was unmistakable, strikingly similar to the primordial essence he had observed emanating from the likes of Bai Yin and other innate deities. It was as if fortune had been effortlessly bestowed upon him after years of arduous searching. The opportunity lay right beneath his feet. At that moment, Luo Qing's excitement was palpable. The source of the Tao had been discovered. Chapter 16. Spiritual Treasure. The five elements spirit ring. Once the initial thrill of discovering the source of the Tao subsided, Luo Qing regained his composure, though a flicker of concern crossed his mind. The location of the five-colored divine light was precisely 8,000 feet beneath the central basin of the Ho-Tu tribe. Deep within the Five Elements tribe's territory, approximately 25 kilometers below. As a celestial immortal, Luo Qing could certainly navigate down to this depth, but being a fire attribute celestial being, he was not well versed in earth-related techniques or soil evasion spells. It would prove challenging to slip past the numerous earth attribute deities of the Five Elements tribe to infiltrate the depths of the Ho-Tu tribe. Should he be exposed, whether the location was a place of spiritual treasure or a birthplace for innate deities, it would undoubtedly be beyond his reach. The five-colored divine light. After calming himself, Luo Qing utilized the Eye of the Tao to carefully sense the area. In addition to the fire source fluctuations he was most familiar with, the other four primordial sources of gold, wood, water, and earth were all present. This was indeed a convergence of the five elements' primordial sources. Luo Qing marveled. No wonder the ancestors of the Five Elements tribe chose to relocate here. Perhaps they had not discovered the hidden depths of this primordial source, but as a tribe born of the Five Elements, their innate affinity for the primordial sources must have led them to sense the potential for growth in this location, prompting their settlement. With the convergence of the five elements, it logically followed that there must be a connection to the source beneath the depths of the magma in Crimson Flame Mountain. Having come to this realization, Luo Qing hesitated no longer. He immediately exited the cave, using the pretext of cultivating spiritual fire to enter the branch magma veins of the dormant volcano at Crimson Flame Mountain. As a fire attribute deity, Luo Qing thrived in the magma of Crimson Flame Mountain. Utilizing the advantage of the Eye of the Tao, he donned a third-tier concealment celestial artifact and proceeded deeper into the magma veins. 5,000 feet below the volcanic magma, with the aid of the Eye of the Tao, Luo Qing searched for a month and finally located a branch magma vein leading to the primordial source of the five elements. Following the molten river of the branch vein, he smoothly arrived at a subterranean cavity 8,000 feet deep within the Ho-Tu tribe's territory. Here, a cavern the size of a football field lay before him, where the essences of the fire vein from Crimson Flame Mountain, the water vein of the northern Great River, the metal vein to the west, the wood vein to the east, and the central earth vein converged. Upon entering the cavern, the pure essence of the five elements began to resonate with his breath. Truly, the essence of the five elements here was remarkably pure. Luo Qing inhaled deeply, feeling a subtle ripple within his internal power. With a note of admiration, he quickly stifled his breath. He was here to seek the source of the five elements, not to cultivate. Disturbing the essence of the five elements could lead to unforeseen consequences, and Luo Qing had no desire to invite trouble. The cavern was not large, merely the size of a football field, and entirely visible. Luo Qing understood that the source of the five elements was concealed within an unknown space. Not daring to be careless, he set up a newly refined concealment celestial artifact and re-established the Five Elements Colosseum within the cavern. Activating his portable defensive celestial artifact for protection, he also took out nearly 20 flame thunder pearls he had crafted over the past century. The primordial source here could potentially nurture innate treasures or deities. Should an innate deity or a primordial being exist within, even if they had not yet manifested, if they had already attained sentience, they could retaliate if faced with intruders. Having made all the necessary preparations, his eyes gleamed with determination. He had found it. Luo Qing's heart brimmed with joy as he gazed at the top of the cavern. Where a spatial opening was concealed by a primordial protective formation, he refrained from advancing immediately. Such protective formations typically varied in strength based on the quality of the nurtured entity, and forcing an attack would not guarantee success for a celestial immortal like Luo Qing. Fortunately, with the Eye of the Tao, deciphering this primordial protective formation would be a simple task once he completed the analysis. At this moment, Luo Qing felt no rush. He patiently began to analyze the primordial formation, committing every detail to memory. Once fully understood, he might even replicate the formation himself. 30 years. Luo Qing spent a full 30 years comprehensively grasping the protective formation. This left him both elated and astonished. He was delighted that the formation was of such high caliber, indicating a substantial primordial essence within. Yet he was also alarmed, apprehensive that the nurturing entity could be a top-tier innate deity or primordial being. Such an existence, even in their dormant state, could easily eliminate a celestial immortal. At this juncture, there was no turning back. He could only take the plunge. Luo Qing inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he struck decisively at the weak point of the primordial formation. A resonating hum echoed through the cavern. With a mere flick of his wrist, Luo Qing effortlessly shook the entire formation. His eyes glimmered as he struck consecutively at the vulnerable points of the array with 9 swift slashes. A sound akin to shattering glass echoed, revealing a 3-foot-wide void on the surface of the protective formation. Elated, Luo Qing transformed into a blazing firelight, slipping through the breach into the unknown space beyond the array. In the blink of an eye, after Luo Qing vanished, the protective formation resumed its function, mending the shattered void. Upon entering the space behind the formation, it felt as though he had traversed dimensions. In an instant, Luo Qing found himself within a vibrant realm spanning 10 miles in every direction. The essence of the 5 elements, seemingly liquefied, radiated a luminescent array of colors, drifting freely throughout the space. Within the Eye of the Tao, the entire space resembled the center of 5 elemental origins: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each element swirled in a vortex around the central source, gradually rotating in harmony. Luo Qing was truly astonished. Inhaling a pure essence of fire that nearly ignited his tongue, it was no wonder he was so taken aback. 5 innate spiritual treasures, an entire set of elemental artifacts. His heart raced with exhilaration. In that moment, he felt as though an ordinary person from his past life had suddenly been showered with a fortune of 10 million in cash. Initially, Luo Qing had merely assumed that this place harbored a single spiritual treasure possessing elemental attributes. He could never have anticipated such a quintuple surprise. Not 1, but 5 singularly attributed treasures: the inferior grade Fire Spirit Ring, the inferior grade Earth Spirit Ring, the Gold Spirit Ring, the Water Spirit Ring, and the Wood Spirit Ring. With excitement coursing through him, Luo Qing's consciousness swept across the nascent treasures, receiving feedback from the forming innate artifacts, an entire set of inferior grade innate treasures, the 5-element spirit rings. Without the need for the Eye of the Tao to decipher further, Luo Qing automatically received the information regarding the treasures. However, as they were still in the process of formation, their ultimate functions remained unknown. While discovering these unfinished treasures should have brought him joy, a tinge of sorrow crept into Luo Qing's heart. The prospect of transcending to become an innate deity was so tantalizingly close. Yet he found himself drawn to the allure of the complete set of elemental treasures. He realized that should he siphon the essence from one of the 5-element spirit rings, it would likely result in the degradation of that treasure into a mere artifact, eliminating any chance of their unity. Sighing, Luo Qing acknowledged his own greed. Even before achieving the status of an innate deity, he was already fixated on future treasures. Oh well, if they are to be destroyed, so be it. I still possess the ability to forge innate treasures in the future. Suppressing his avarice, Luo Qing's Eye of the Tao meticulously scanned the 5 forming treasures. The essence of each treasure was comparably substantial, exceeding that of inferior innate deities by nearly 3-fold. Luo Qing surmised that the power of these 5 treasures could be roughly equivalent to that of intermediate innate deities. As a member of the Crimson Flame clan, a lineage of fire, he felt it was best to aim for the achievement of an innate fire deity. Without overthinking, Luo Qing resolved to merge with the essence of fire. Previously, he had considered merging with whatever essence he encountered if there were no options available. Now that he had a choice, he felt the strongest affinity towards the path of flames. The notion of merging 2 or even more essences, culminating in the unity of the 5 elements, had never crossed his mind. The path of the 5 elements, integrating all 5 elemental forces, was no simple feat while there were many formidable beings who walked a single path in the primordial wilderness. Those who traversed multiple paths were abundant as well. Yet, the notion of merging the 5 elemental paths had never been heard of in the countless years of the primordial wilderness, highlighting the depth of this undertaking. Luo Qing sought merely to transcend his innate origins. Whether through a singular path or multiple paths, he recognized that at the very least, he would need to reach the level of a golden immortal before entertaining such ambitions. Although the innate origins held influence, it was not insurmountable. Having chosen the essence of fire, Luo Qing quickly regained his composure and began to conceive the framework for the innate runes of a fire deity within the realm of the 5 elements. In order to merge with a fire essence equivalent to an intermediate innate deity, the design of his divine body must align with that rank. Though Luo Qing had never analyzed an intermediate innate deity, he was confident that he only needed to create a rough framework, rather than fill in every detail. The moment he transcended his innate origins, as long as the overarching structure was sound, the essence of fire would naturally communicate with the path of fire to elevate and complete the divine body. Time seemed to stand still within the 5-element space as Luo Qing sat in contemplation for decades. Finally, a smile graced his lips as he opened his eyes. A glimmer of azure light flashed within, revealing a fiery deity's body and an ethereal representation of its essence before him. The fiery form bore a dragon's head, human body, and dragon's tail, with a blazing red flame flickering between its horns. The essence representation mirrored this form, featuring a dragon's head and human body, adorned with 2 flames spiraling from its horns and red serpentine flames entwined around its arms. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Qing settled upon names for both the divine body and the essence representation: Innate Crimson King Divine Body and Innate Crimson King Essence Representation. Chapter 17. The Beasts and the Divine Clan Conflict with the Divine Body and Essence Representation Sculpted. Luo Qing set about seizing the fire essence from the inferior grade fire spirit ring. Over the next century, he meticulously analyzed realizing that the 5-element spirit rings were on the brink of emerging into existence, likely within a mere 10,000 years. Feeling relieved, Luo Qing murmured to himself, acknowledging that his actions to transcend his innate origins were unconventional. Instead, he had usurped the opportunity of the fire spirit ring, becoming the nurturing entity for its essence. Consequently, the timing of his emergence as an innate deity would closely align with that of the 5-element spirit rings. With all preparations complete, Luo Qing hesitated no longer. He immediately employed the secret technique of transcending innate origins, using the innate runes to transform into a divine egg, thereby replacing the fire spirit ring. The fire spirit ring, unwilling to concede its core position, attempted to reclaim its essence, yet it was merely a half-spiritual treasure, lacking the necessary strength to compete with Luo Qing. Ultimately, it could only reluctantly hover above Luo Qing's divine egg, swirling in a melancholic dance. Within the realm of the 5-element origins, after Luo Qing occupied the core of the fire essence, the elemental energies merely stirred slightly. Once the divine egg settled into place, tranquility returned to the entire space. In fact, due to Luo Qing's exceptional intellect, he understood how to manipulate the fire essence, causing it to circulate rapidly throughout the 5-element space. As the fire essence accelerated, it also spurred the other 4 elemental energies into motion. To Luo Qing's surprise, this unexpected benefit indicated that the time until their emergence would be hastened. As consciousness plunged deeper into the state of transcending innate origins, Luo Qing found himself enveloped in chaos. Within the 5-element space, the elemental energies spun faster. Under the nurturing influence of the fire essence, the divine egg absorbed the fire essence, subsequently expelling waste energies that were purified by the fire spirit ring, which then nourished the divine egg anew, year after year. A millennium slipped by in the blink of an eye. Within the five-element space, Luo Qing's divine egg had descended into a profound stillness, with mysterious runes flickering in and out of visibility upon its surface. The previously resistant fire spirit ring, now flowing with the essence of fire, had nearly synchronized with the divine egg's aura. If all went according to plan, upon the completion of the divine egg's formation, the fire spirit ring would seamlessly transform into Luo Qing's companion treasure. Moreover, the resonance between the other four spirit rings, influenced by their connection to the divine egg, suggested a burgeoning harmony in the northern expanse of the primordial wilderness, following the onslaught led by the Chaos Divine Palace and the three beast monarchs against the Shunzu clan at Mount Buzhou. A storm had been brewing for 3 millennia. Under the guidance of numerous Tai Golden Immortals and great Luo Golden Immortals from the Beast clan, countless fierce beasts converged into a formidable tide, crashing against the territories of the Shunzu clan near Mount Buzhou. Forewarned of the impending beastly assault, the Shunzu clan had long since prepared for battle, at the intersection of the central primordial wilderness and the northern continent. They had erected countless grand formations, with the gathered essence of myriad deities standing in stark contrast to the malevolent aura emanating from the north. The first great confrontation between the Beast clan and the Divine clan was on the brink of eruption. Today, our Beast clan shall extinguish the Shunzu clan once and for all. The myriad Beast Kings heed my command. In the name of the Divine Reversal Beast Emperor, I shall trample upon the Zhou Mountains and eradicate the entire celestial race. Kill. The Divine Reversal Beast Emperor soars above the 9 heavens, manifesting a colossal divine form, his oath resonating across vast expanses. With a resounding roar, the Divine Reversal issues the command, and countless ferocious beasts from the divine realm unleash a unified cry, coalescing in infinite malevolence that surges toward the celestial array. Activate the array. The deities call forth their utmost strength to fortify the formation, striving to withstand the onslaught of the beasts within the celestial ranks. Commands cascade downwards, and innumerable radiant arrays swiftly merge into one, in the blink of an eye. Waves of monstrous malevolence collide with the divine formations, producing thunderous explosions reminiscent of fireworks. The foremost arrays, besieged by the malevolent tide, detonate one after another, effortlessly sweeping through the contiguous formations, annihilating hundreds of thousands of deities until the ceaseless malevolence finally dissipates. In an instant, countless deities perish like mere cannon fodder. Igniting a furious blaze within the celestial race, several supreme deities of the highest order immediately spring into action, combining their might to obliterate the surrounding beasts in a single, thunderous strike. Kill, roar. Annihilate the beasts and exalt the might of our celestial kin. The deathly aura of 1,000,000 fallen beasts envelopes the heavens, igniting a shared bloodlust among all. The torrent of beasts crashes into the celestial stronghold with a cataclysmic roar, shaking the very foundations of the primordial world. Unleashing a deluge of sanguine rain from the heavens, in that singular moment of conflict, countless ferocious beasts and deities are reduced to ashes. The battlefield, akin to a meat grinder, witnesses the demise of tens of thousands of deities and beasts with every passing moment. Starved, starved, starved. The insatiable hunger ignited by the boundless bloodlust of the celestial race overwhelms the Beast Emperor of Chaos, who can no longer contain himself. With a thunderous bellow, he leaps forth, drawing in countless deities as if they were mere insects, devouring them whole. Not enough, not enough. I crave more, more. The Chaos Beast Emperor, unsatisfied, bellows for further displays of power. Chaos, your demise is imminent. A pinnacle deity of the celestial lineage, unable to restrain himself any longer, roars as he charges toward the Chaos Beast Emperor. I shall consume you. You are delectable. I will devour you. The Chaos Beast Emperor, undeterred, retaliates with equal ferocity, engaging in a fierce battle with the pinnacle deity. Their clash ignites like a powder keg, summoning a multitude of chaos deities to engage in a fierce confrontation against the celestial elite. Mother of ghosts, your adversary is I, Old Wuyo. I, the giant spirit, shall test your prowess. The apex deities from both sides are evenly matched, resulting in a brutal stalemate. The ground over 1,000,000 miles trembles beneath their ferocious combat. and several unfortunate realms harboring nascent deities are obliterated amidst the chaos, their unborn souls extinguished before they could emerge. The epic confrontation between the ferocious beasts and the celestial race erupts, plunging the central expanse of the primordial world into an endless downpour of blood. Countless beasts and deities continue to meet their demise, as an overwhelming aura of malevolence begins to coalesce and explode throughout the primordial realm. Under the intensified pressure of this malevolence, innumerable beasts are provoked into revealing their most savage natures. Waves of ferocious beasts commence their relentless assault across various regions of the primordial expanse. The Five Elements tribe and the region surrounding the Mountain of 100 Gods find themselves increasingly besieged by the ferocious beasts, with a growing tendency for the beasts to encircle the Five Elements tribe. It is evident that this time, the beasts intend to target the Five Elements tribe. To compound matters, traces of deities from the Mountain of 100 Gods have been discovered nearby, historically at odds with the Five Elements tribe. The inhabitants of the tribe are unlikely to believe that the Mountain of 100 Gods seeks to aid them against the beast tide. This revelation exacerbates the already perilous situation, and the atmosphere within the Five Elements tribe becomes palpably tense. Chapter 18. The transformation into intermediate innate deity in the realm of the Five Elements. Within the Five Elements space, Luo Qing, in defiance of the innate order, remains in a state of oblivion, unaware of the passage of years. One fateful day, the quintessence of the Five Elements surges dramatically, doubling in intensity. The sudden surge of energy jolts Luo Qing from his stupor, awakening his consciousness. The divine egg at the core of the fire's essence quivers in response. With a crisp crack, a fissure emerges upon the surface of the divine egg, triggering a chain reaction as cracks rapidly spread across its entirety. As the divine egg begins to shatter, the four spirit treasures, aside from the fire spirit ring, start to absorb the quintessence of the Five Elements with astonishing speed. Under the voracious pull of the five abyssal maws, the essence within the Five Elements space is swiftly depleted, causing the realm to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. With a thunderous explosion, the divine egg's shell obliterates, heralding the birth of an innate deity. I, Luo Qing, have returned. Luo Qing's eyes burst open, and he erupts into joyous laughter. He has succeeded. He has defied the innate order and achieved the status of an innate fire deity, and not just any deity, but an intermediate innate deity. Innate fire deity. Qi Wang rank. Intermediate innate deity aspect. Qi Wang aspect innate talents. 9 breaths of suppression. Innate red fire. However, as Luo Qing gazes upon his talents, he cannot help but sigh in discontent. After all, he has become an innate deity through defiance of the innate order. Even as an intermediate innate deity, he possesses no exceptional talents. The 9 breaths of suppression is one of the legendary 36 heavenly techniques. Yet it appears to be a standard feature among innate deities. Any innate deity would naturally possess this technique. Otherwise, how could they experience continuous ascension without the need for arduous training? The 9 breaths of suppression allows innate deities to cultivate to the limits of their inherent rank. Luo Qing's Qi Wang embodies the essence of fire, with its utmost potential likely capping at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. The innate spiritual fire is familiar to Luo Qing. He has encountered similar manifestations among several captives. It is likely a standard trait of innate fire deities. Aside from these 2 talents, Luo Qing finds himself devoid of any further gifts, so be it. At the very least, I have attained the status of an intermediate innate deity, and the path to advancement has been irrevocably opened. With no other recourse, Luo Qing can only console himself with this thought. After thoroughly examining his divine form, Luo Qing shifts his attention to his cultivation. The quintessence of fire within the Five Elements space, nearly dense enough to liquefy, has been entirely absorbed by him. This not only facilitated his defiance of the innate order, but also significantly bolstered his cultivation. At this moment, whether in the realms of divinity or immortality, Luo Qing's cultivation has reached the pinnacle of celestial divinity. He nods in satisfaction, recognizing that his foundation is now at least tenfold stronger than before. A solid foundation not only enhances strength, but also has far-reaching implications for the pursuit of higher realms. After all, his rebellion against the innate order was fundamentally aimed at solidifying his foundation. Regrettably, such a precious Five Elements space lies in ruins. Upon inspecting his state, Luo Qing surveys his surroundings and discovers that the entire five-element space teeters on the brink of collapse. His keen gaze quickly locates the 4 innate spirit rings within the space. The divine artifacts, possessing a self-purifying quality, instinctively conceal their presence upon emerging into existence. However, Luo Qing, being born alongside the 4 innate spirit rings, shares an intrinsic connection with them, rendering them unable to evade his perception. Summoning forth his innate fire energy, Luo Qing gestures, and the 4 spirit rings of gold, wood, water, and earth soar into his grasp. Simultaneously, the fire spirit ring, which had been orbiting around Luo Qing, emits a resonant hum as the 4 treasures manifest. Almost forgot about you. Luo Qing chuckles, summoning the fire spirit ring into his hand. Although this treasure has fallen from the ranks of spirit treasures due to his seizing of the fire's essence, it has undergone countless years of gestation within the 5-element space, metamorphosing into an innate supreme-grade artifact, becoming Luo Qing's companion treasure. There remains a possibility for it to regain its status as an innate spirit treasure in the future. Gold spirit ring quality, low-grade innate spirit treasure function, can subdue all techniques of the gold element. Possessing indomitable strength in a similar vein, the water, wood, and earth spirit rings are capable of subduing various elemental techniques. Additionally, while the gold spirit ring excels in offense, the water spirit ring specializes in transformation and speed. The earth spirit ring emphasizes defense, and the wood spirit ring encompasses multiple functions, including defense, healing, and concealment. Of course, in reality, the other 3 spirit rings also possess offensive capabilities, albeit less potent than that of the gold spirit ring. As for the fire spirit ring, now transformed into a weapon of slaughter, it also retains the ability to refine myriad flames, albeit lacking the power to counteract fire element techniques, as Luo Qing anticipated. The 5 spirit rings, having originated from the same source, constitute a complete set of treasures. Once combined into the 5 elements ring, their power could rival that of a high-grade innate spirit treasure, capable of suppressing all variations of the 5 elements and commanding their essence. However, for now, the fire spirit ring is compelled to exist as an innate artifact. Though Luo Qing, as its companion, can still wield its spirit treasure might, the overall potency of the 5 elements rings has diminished to that of a mid-grade innate spirit treasure. Well, it is a matter of gains and losses, Luo Qing sighed, yet there was not a trace of regret within him. When weighing the value of a superior spiritual treasure against his own path, he remained clear in his judgment. After collecting the 5-element spirit ring, Luo Qing opened the eye of the Great Tao and scanned the entirety of the 5-element space. Upon discovering no omissions, he finally slipped out of the 5 elements realm. However, the moment Luo Qing stepped through the spatial gate, the entire 5-element space collapsed with a thunderous roar, vanishing from existence. Upon returning to the underground cavern, Luo Qing noticed that the numerous celestial artifacts he had set up remained undisturbed, which put his mind at ease. He collected all the celestial artifacts and with a single palm strike, he caused the entire cavern to cave in, burying all traces. Only then did Luo Qing follow the flow of the fire vein towards the direction of Qian Mountain. During his descent, Luo Qing had spent an entire month merely searching for a path. Yet his ascent was far more effortless in the blink of an eye. He found himself atop Qian Mountain. Initially, Luo Qing pondered how to explain to the golden immortal elders of his clan his reversal into a primordial deity. Uncertain whether the 5 Elements tribe held any taboos regarding this matter. However, upon emerging from the magma and sensing with his divine consciousness, he was taken aback. The originally expansive Qian Mountain, which spanned 1,000 miles, now stood reduced to half its size, the other half transformed into a deep basin several hundred fathoms deep. Above the Chihua tribe, only a few ferocious beasts roamed aimlessly, and not a single figure from the tribe remained. Had the ferocious beasts breached the Chihua tribe? Luo Qing's expression shifted. His previously excited demeanor turned as pale as paper. At this moment, he could no longer afford to hesitate, immediately activating the eye of the Great Tao to gaze upon the 5 Elements tribe and the other 4 clans. He felt a wave of trepidation, hoping that the Qian tribe had merely fallen back and that its members had retreated to other locations. Yet, the images within the eye of the Great Tao dashed Luo Qing's fervent hopes to the depths of despair. Within the several thousand miles of the Five Elements tribe, not a single living member remained. The other four great clans were not faring much better than the Qian tribe, as remnants of shattered structures. Signs of battle and copious amounts of divine blood littered the landscape. From the lingering traces of blood, Luo Qing discerned the essence of the Chihua tribe, the thick earth tribe, and other members of the Five Elements tribe mingled with that of the ferocious beasts. His eyes dimmed with a blue light. Luo Qing stood silently for a moment, his calm facade masking an uncontrollable rage boiling beneath. The Five Elements tribe was safeguarded by the venerable Tai Golden Immortal Ancestor. And there were no fewer than 50 Golden Immortals. Luo Qing could not fathom that a mere beast tide could annihilate the Five Elements tribe. His figure vanished from the mountain peak, only to reappear in his own cavern. Perhaps fortune was on his side. Although half of Qian Mountain was destroyed, his cavern remained intact. A flicker of thought revealed a message jade stone inside the inner side of the cavern door. Upon grasping the jade stone, Luo Qing's eyes lit up, and the fury that had nearly consumed him began to subside. He finally understood what transpired within the Five Elements tribe. For Luo Qing, the best news was that the Five Elements tribe had not been extinguished. Rather, it had suffered a heavy blow and was compelled to relocate once more. With a sigh of relief, he felt grateful. After living in the Five Elements tribe for thousands of years, Luo Qing held deep emotions for his clan. Just as he reappeared atop the mountain, contemplating whether to cultivate alone or search for the relocated members of the Five Elements tribe, a voice filled with astonishment suddenly erupted beside him. The newly emerged primordial fire deity? How intriguing, how intriguing. Ha ha ha. A voice, akin to a bolt from the blue, startled Luo Qing into a state of shock. In this tumultuous era of ferocious beasts, fraught with peril, my young friend, it would be best for you to return with me to the mountain and cultivate. Before Luo Qing could respond, a divine wind swept in, whisking him away on a cloud to a location 1,000 miles distant. When Luo Qing regained his footing and opened his eyes, he was immediately taken aback. Welcome, young friend, to the 100 Deities Mountain. Before Luo Qing stood a robust figure clad in golden armor, the Tai Golden Immortal, Hu Xing, wearing a smile as he gazed at Luo Qing. Chapter 19. Deception and Pretense, Slightly Toxic. Skip if you dislike. The address of young friend from the golden-armored Tai Golden Immortal sent a shiver down Luo Qing's spine. Although he had only witnessed Hu Xing's prowess once, he recognized that the figure smiling at him was indeed the Mountain Lord of 100 Deities Mountain, Hu Xing. If he were to discover that Luo Qing hailed from the Five Elements tribe, and had even captured several primordial deities from 100 Deities Mountain, would he still have his life intact? Did this Hu Xing regard me as merely a newly emerged primordial deity? Luo Qing's mind raced, swiftly seizing upon the critical opportunity. Without a hint of hesitation after Hu Xing's words fell, Luo Qing immediately bowed, saying, "This humble deity, Chihua, pays respects to the Divine Lord. May I inquire if the Divine Lord summoned me for any particular purpose?" As he spoke, a look of apprehension adorned Luo Qing's face. Hu Xing chuckled and clarified, "Do not be anxious, young friend. We are both primordial deities birthed by the heavens and the earth. Belonging to the same kind, I harbor no ill will toward you. However, in this time of great peril from the ferocious beasts, the wilderness is fraught with danger. It is no longer suitable for solitary cultivation. Thus, I brought you to 100 Deities Mountain, a sanctuary where primordial deities gather to unite and seek survival." Luo Qing's expression shifted to one of realization as he bowed once more, stating, Now I understand. No wonder upon my emergence, I sensed the overwhelming malevolence of the heavens and earth. These ferocious beasts are indeed vile. I, this humble deity, am willing to join 100 Deities Mountain in search of protection. Ha ha ha, a teachable child indeed. From this moment forth, you shall be my fifth named disciple, Hu Xing. When you eventually break through to the Golden Immortal Realm, I shall accept you as my true disciple. Upon hearing Luo Qing's acquiescence, Hu Xing was visibly delighted, laughing heartily as he prepared to accept Luo Qing as his disciple. Hearing this, Luo Qing was filled with joy. Bowing to Hu Xing in the clouds, declaring, "Disciple Chihua pays respects to the master." "Excellent, excellent." Hu Xing, pleased, stroked the dragon horns atop his head, his smile growing wider as he regarded Luo Qing. "Chihua, what a splendid name. Since you have taken me as your master, it is only fitting that I bestow upon you a treasure. Here, take this superior primordial treasure, the flame pearl." As he spoke, Hu Xing tossed a burning pearl toward Luo Qing. Luo Qing promptly grasped the pearl, his heart brimming with delight, and immediately began to refine it, storing it away. Hu Xing nodded in satisfaction. "Come, follow your master into the mountain. From now on, 100 Deities Mountain shall be your place of cultivation." "Yes, master." Luo Qing's face radiated with excitement, fully obedient to Hu Xing, harboring no trace of resistance. As the sole Tai golden immortal of 100 Deities Mountain and a mid-level primordial deity, Hu Xing held an unparalleled status within the mountain. As Hu Xing's fifth disciple, even as merely a named disciple, Luo Qing's standing surpassed that of the average golden immortal elder. As Luo Qing followed Hu Xing into 100 Deities Mountain, news of his acceptance as a disciple swiftly spread throughout the entire mountain. In the core area of 100 Deities Mountain, where numerous primordial deity caverns were scattered, the announcement of Hu Xing taking a fifth disciple ignited a frenzy among the deities. "What? The Mountain Lord has accepted a newly emerged primordial fire deity as a disciple. How can this be? Are the nearly 100 deities on the mountain not worth more than a newly emerged fire deity? I cannot accept this, indeed. Who can accept this? It's so unfair. Why should this fellow named Qihua be able to take the Mountain Lord as his master right upon his emergence? Alas, what does it matter if one feels discontent? It is said that this Qihua, upon his emergence, already possesses peak divine celestial cultivation. He is indeed a mid-level primordial deity, far surpassing us." With the mention of Qihua being a mid-level primordial deity, the complaints and grievances of the lower-level primordial deities fell silent. Expressions of jealousy and envy flickered across their faces. Oh, what if he is a mid-level primordial deity? Ultimately, who will achieve a higher cultivation level remains uncertain. "I shall return to my cultivation. Sigh. I too shall return to cultivate." The lower-level primordial deities, regardless of whether they were true deities or mysterious deities, felt a sense of indignation despite not being able to match Luo Qing's lineage. Many deities secretly resolved to engage in a debate with Qihua should they encounter him later, determined to prove to the Mountain Lord that lower-level primordial deities could indeed rival mid-level primordial deities. Yet, these aspirations of the primordial deities were destined to be in vain. Upon entering 100 Deities Mountain, Luo Qing was escorted by Hu Xing to the most central area of the Divine Mountain, Hu Xing's cultivation cavern. Here, 5 side chambers were present. The first 4 served as the cultivation spaces for his 4 senior disciples, all of whom had attained golden immortal cultivation and typically remained in seclusion. Do not disturb them unless necessary. The remaining side chamber would henceforth be Luo Qing's cultivation abode. "Are you satisfied, my disciple?" Hu Xing inquired with a smile, gesturing towards the 5 side chambers. "Thank you, master. The aura here is quite rich." "I am very satisfied." The countenance of Luo Qing radiated with joy, as if he had unexpectedly acquired a hidden lair, akin to striking an extraordinary fortune. "That is splendid," he mused. In this tumultuous era, marked by the rise of ferocious beasts, it remained uncertain when the 100 Deities Mountain would find itself embroiled in a life-and-death struggle. "Disciple, your divine cultivation is rather insufficient. It would be prudent to attain the golden deity status at the earliest. For only then shall you possess a chance of survival amidst this calamity." With this solemn admonition, the venerable ancestor, Han Xing, left Luo Qing alone in the side chamber and departed. Once Han Xing vacated the premises, the smile on Luo Qing's face blossomed further with delight. After sealing the lair, he joyfully began to explore the entirety of his newfound abode. Although it was merely a side chamber, its interior was vast and well-equipped. Boasting a training room, treasure vault, and alchemical apparatus, among other facilities, upon entering the innermost training room, Luo Qing closed the door and activated the restrictive formations, whereupon his smile vanished without a trace, replaced by a cloud of foreboding. While he had appeared to be admiring the lair, he had, in truth, been utilizing the eye of the Tao to scrutinize whether any anomalies existed within the premises. As anticipated, apart from the training room, the entire lair lay under the surveillance of Han Xing. Any slight movement on Luo Qing's part could swiftly transform this sanctuary into a prison. He dismissed the tales of a certain Tai golden deity, recognizing his exceptional aptitude and wishing to take him as a disciple. Regarding them as mere fabrications, he understood all too well that he, as a postnatal being, had defied the innate order to become a primordial deity. Whether genuine divine beings could discern his origins remained unclear to him. Yet having recently defied the innate order, his aura was not yet fully contained, which would undoubtedly not escape the notice of a Tai golden deity. Thus, he remained exceedingly wary of Han Xing's words. Convinced that the elder's desire to accept him as a disciple was driven by ulterior motives. Unfortunately, when Luo Qing was discovered, he had already become a pawn in a game of power. Utterly at the mercy of another, to preserve his life for the time being, he had no choice but to feign compliance and accept a thief as his mentor. Han Xing, he silently vowed. A flicker of cold, lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 20. The Conspiracy of Han Xing. Thanks to the message left by Captain Huashi, Luo Qing gained a rough understanding of the occurrences surrounding his defiance of the innate order over the years. His seclusion had spanned merely 4,000 years. During the nearly 3,000 years of his retreat, a shocking revelation had spread throughout the primordial realm, causing great upheaval among the myriad clans. The ferocious beast tribe had engaged in a monumental battle against the divine clan in the area surrounding Mount Buzhou. This conflict raged for several centuries, ultimately culminating in the defeat of the divine clan. Nearly 60% of the divine warriors perished in the battle, and more than 20 Tai golden deities were slain by the beasts. The survivors either retreated into the depths of Mount Buzhou or scattered in disarray, with many primordial deities fleeing to other regions of the primordial realm. This rapid dissemination of information regarding the divine clan's defeat was, in part, due to the mass exodus of the remaining divine beings. Following this calamity, the malevolent aura in the primordial realm intensified, inciting further unrest among the ferocious beast tribes across the eastern, southern, and western continents. It was under such circumstances that the Five Elements tribe found itself besieged by a tidal wave of beasts led by the Tai golden deity Beast King. Initially, the Five Elements tribe, bolstered by its vast resources and numerous golden immortal elders, successfully repelled the beast onslaught. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired recently. Han Xing, the Lord of the 100 Deities Mountain, had stealthily ambushed the Tai golden deity Ancestor of the Five Elements tribe, resulting in severe injuries to the elder and a complete collapse of their defenses, inflicting devastating losses upon the tribe. Ultimately, a century ago, they were compelled to abandon their ancestral lands and migrate further south in the primordial realm. During the onset of the beast tide, the true god Huashi had sought out Luo Qing in his lair but found him absent, mistakenly believing that Luo Qing had stealthily fled the Five Elements tribe. However, when the tribe finally relocated, Luo Qing had yet to return. Huashi, unsure whether Luo Qing had encountered any misfortune, left a message out of concern that Luo Qing might return without understanding the truth of the situation. Why had Han Xing ambushed the tribe's ancestor? Luo Qing naturally placed his faith in Huashi's message, yet he could not comprehend Han Xing's motives for such actions. While the Five Elements tribe and the 100 Deities Mountain were indeed at odds, they were both part of the divine clan, and the ferocious beasts posed the singular existential threat. Moreover, considering the backdrop of the divine clan's devastating defeat, one would expect the 100 Deities Mountain and the Five Elements tribe to unite against their common foe. Furthermore, it was peculiar that Luo Qing had just emerged from seclusion only to be detected by Han Xing. The Five Elements tribe had been gone for over a century, and the entire territory had been thoroughly searched. Why had Han Xing appeared at such a time? Could it be related to the Five Elements spiritual ring birthed from the Five Elements space? This was the only plausible explanation Luo Qing could conceive for Han Xing's interest. After all, the Five Elements tribe, as a postnatal clan, possessed little of significant value to warrant the attention of a Tai golden deity. The pressing concern is to devise a means of escape from the 100 Deities Mountain. Luo Qing buried his suspicions regarding Han Xing's interest in the Five Elements tribe deep within his heart. He felt a twinge of despair over his current predicament. From the moment Han Xing had brought him into the 100 Deities Mountain, he had been placed under constant scrutiny. It was clear to Luo Qing that he had no hope of slipping away unnoticed. The likelihood of even leaving the mountain was slim, as Han Xing would not afford him such an opportunity. What does that old rogue Han Xing desire from me? In light of the current predicament, Luo Qing found himself at a loss. He needed to understand Han Xing's true intentions. However, recalling Hun Xing's repeated insistence on his early attainment of golden deity status. Luo Qing surmised that he should be relatively safe until then. Even if Hun Xing intended to exploit him, it seemed he required Luo Qing to reach the golden immortal level first. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Luo Qing retrieved the superior innate treasure, the flame pearl, that Hun Xing had bestowed upon him. If Hun Xing's intentions were nefarious, it was unlikely that he would willingly grant Luo Qing a high-quality treasure. Thus, there must be something amiss with this artifact, at the time. Luo Qing had had no choice but to refine it. Now, he could thoroughly investigate whether the flame pearl concealed any hidden dangers. However, after refining it, Luo Qing discovered nothing amiss. It appeared to be an ordinary superior innate treasure. Yet, given the scheming nature of a Tai golden deity, he dared not let his guard down. As Luo Qing activated the Eye of the Tao to analyze the flame pearl. Hun Xing had also entered his own lair. Hun Xing's cultivation chamber consisted of one main hall and 5 auxiliary chambers, each of which now housed a disciple. Hun Xing utilized the restrictions of the main chamber to survey the conditions within the 5 auxiliary chambers. He would have noticed, had Luo Qing been present, that the 5 disciples were all affiliated with the 5 Elements tribe. Furthermore, each disciple was a mid-level primordial deity, with the first 4 already having attained the golden immortal rank. After confirming that there were no anomalies within the 5 chambers, Hun Xing could not contain his exuberance and let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, I did not expect that fate would not forsake me. Hun Xing, the 5 Elements tribe has not found what I sought, and yet the heavens have delivered an opportunity right into my hands. The name Crimson Fire is truly splendid. Quickly, cultivate to become a golden deity. I, your ancestor, can hardly wait to transform my foundation. The Lord of Hunyuan Mountain originally cultivated in the central region of the primordial wilderness. However, a mid-level innate deity, the Tai Golden God, held little standing near Mount Buzhou. His innate status could only support him in achieving the early stages of the Tai Golden God. Since his ascension to the Tai Golden Immortal, an entire epoch had passed, and what left Hunyuan in despair was the realization that, devoid of status enhancement during this epoch, his cultivation speed was akin to that of a tortoise, progressing exceedingly slowly. At this rate, he would require at least 10 yuan meetings to harbor any hope of advancing to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden God. Beyond the mid-stage lay the late stage, and the ultimate Luo Golden God seemed an unreachable dream. Naturally, Hunyuan was unwilling to languish in slow, aimless cultivation. This prompted him to contemplate transforming his foundation. Evolving a mid-level innate deity into a higher, even supreme, innate deity. Moreover, Hunyuan was fortuitously born as an innate deity embodying the Tao of the 5 Elements, which presented him with an opportunity to metamorphose his foundation. To achieve this transformation, the most convenient method was to devour the quintessence of the 5 Elements to supplement his own source of power. However, consuming the essence of other innate deities would undoubtedly contravene the instincts of the divine race. If all innate deities were to act thus, it would inevitably lead to mutual slaughter within the entire divine race, i.e. the central wilderness. The abundance of Luo golden gods and the prevalence of Tai golden gods rendered it inconvenient for Hunyuan to act. Thus, in pursuit of the Tao, the Lord of Hunyuan Mountain ventured to the remote southern continent. Subsequently, he unexpectedly discovered the 5 Elements tribe, a group of postnatal beings. Initially, he assumed that the 5 Elements tribe had emerged from the influence of the innate spiritual treasures of the 5 Elements. The essence of spiritual treasures and the essence of deities were both advantageous to Hunyuan. However, the 5 treasures, each belonging to a different element, were previously beyond his reach. Now that he had the opportunity to locate the 5 Elements' spiritual treasures, Hunyuan was determined not to let it slip away. Thus, he prepared for dual endeavors. One was to establish the 100 Gods Mountain, secretly seeking to cultivate mid-level innate deity disciples belonging to the 5 Elements. The other was to devise means to locate the 5 Elements' spiritual treasures within the tribe. The outcome was evident. Over the countless years, Hunyuan had only managed to find 4 qualified deities of different attributes. He successfully ambushed the Tai Golden God Ancestor of the 5 Elements tribe during a beast tide, inflicting severe wounds upon him. Yet, he could not elicit the reveal of any spiritual treasures from the opponent, leading Hunyuan to conclude that the 5 Elements tribe likely did not possess the 5 Elements spiritual treasures. After the Five Elements tribe fled, Hun Yuan, undeterred, searched tirelessly in the vicinity of the tribe's territory for a century. Yielding nothing, just as despair began to set in, the mid-level innate fire deity, Luo Qing, appeared. Coincidentally, only a fire attribute disciple remained among the Five Elements disciples Hun Yuan had gathered. While he had not found the Five Elements spiritual treasures, the assembly of Five Elements deities was a significant achievement. Reflecting on the hardships of the past years, Hun Yuan held high hopes for Luo Qing. After countless years of yearning, the time for fruition was finally at hand. Qi Hua, you must not disappoint your master. Hun Yuan smiled with an enigmatic glint in his eyes. Chapter 21. Lurking while ferocious beasts rampaged across the wilderness, the 100 Gods Mountain enjoyed a rare tranquility. Nearby beast clans had undergone fierce battles against the 100 Gods Mountain and the Five Elements tribe, and although the beasts were formidable, they had suffered significant losses and were now lying low. With the Five Elements tribe having relocated, the 100 Gods Mountain now held a dominant position. A decade passed swiftly. The secret of the superior innate treasure, the Flame Pearl, was finally unraveled by Luo Qing. Hemph! Having discerned the hidden schemes within the Flame Pearl, it is evident that Hun Yuan harbors ill intentions. With the analysis from the Eye of the Tao, Luo Qing discovered that the deepest layer of the Flame Pearl had already been refined by Hun Yuan. If not for the Eye of the Tao, it would have been challenging for Luo Qing to perceive this. The function of the Flame Pearl was exceedingly simple. As Luo Qing refined the Flame Pearl over time, the resonance between the two would deepen until they became indistinguishable, merging into one. However, the Flame Pearl was a treasure specifically refined by a Tai golden god, and its formidable essence was self-evident. Once their essences began to intertwine and align, it would inevitably lead to Luo Qing's essence gravitating towards that of the Flame Pearl. Aligning with the Flame Pearl meant aligning with Huan Yuan's Tai, and if Luo Qing's essence became congruent with Huan Yuan's, not only would the Tao be severed, but a higher essence could easily manipulate the life and death of a lower one. Realizing the potential consequences, Luo Qing's complexion turned pale, and he could not help but contemplate completely destroying the Flame Pearl. However, recalling the positioning function of this treasure, he restrained himself. If he were to destroy this treasure, Hun Yuan would undoubtedly sense it, leading to a severance of relations and potentially thwarting Huan Yuan's schemes, yet it would also guarantee his own demise. Unaware is one thing, but now that I am fully aware, how could I truly fulfill my cheat master's wishes? Luo Qing coldly chuckled while gripping the Flame Pearl, already contemplating his subsequent course of action. To put Hun Yuan at ease, Luo Qing refrained from exiting his seclusion immediately and instead diligently resumed his cultivation. Regardless of how he planned to implement his escape plan, his cultivation was the foremost critical factor. The realm of celestial beings and heavenly immortals was far too low, severely inhibiting Luo Qing's actions. After Luo Qing had inverted his innate nature to achieve the status of a mid-level innate deity, his cultivation had reached the peak of celestial beings and heavenly immortals. Now, with the innate divine ability of 9 breaths calming fire, coupled with the enhancement from the innate status of the Crimson King, in just a brief century, a divine essence emanated from Luo Qing's secluded chamber. Concealing his true celestial immortal cultivation deep within, he only revealed his divine essence. This marked the first time Luo Qing emerged from his cultivation abode. Standing outside the main hall of Huan Yuan's cave, he glanced at the 4 side halls, his pupils concealing a subtle depth. Utilizing the Eye of the Tao, he had previously surveyed the 4 cheap senior brothers, the mid-level innate deities associated with the elements of metal, wood, water, and earth. However, it appeared that the circumstances of these 4 were rather dire. They exuded no vitality, evidently under Huan Yuan's control. Taking a deep breath, his eyes brightened, and a joyful smile graced his face. Luo Qing clasped his hands and addressed the main hall. Disciple Qi Hua has successfully attained the rank of true deity and is filled with joy. I have come to pay my respects to my master. As soon as his voice fell, with a creak, the cave's door swung open, and an elderly golden deity with a white beard emerged. Upon seeing the stranger, Luo Qing hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, esteemed deity." The white-bearded golden deity scrutinized Luo Qing from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. No need for excessive formalities. Qi Hua, I am merely a servant of Lord Hun Yuan. As a named disciple of the Mountain Master, you may call me by Lao. Chihua pays respects to Bai Lao. Luo Qing bowed once more. Bai Lao smiled and said, "Indeed, Chihua, you are quite remarkable. To have achieved true deity status in merely a century is commendable. However, the Mountain Master is currently in deep meditation and is not available to see you. Focus on your cultivation. Once you attain the Golden God status, you may visit again. Not available to see me? Humph. Is it not that my own essence is drawing closer to the truth?" Luo Qing thought to himself with a cold smirk, though his face displayed a look of regret. He then inquired, "It was my rashness, but I have another matter to ask. Recently, I have been restless in my thoughts, and I wish to take a stroll around the 100 Gods mountain to calm my inner fire. Might this pose any inconvenience?" Bai Lao, being merely a servant of Hunyuan, naturally could not make decisions on behalf of the Mountain Master. Just as he was about to refuse, a sudden transmission from Hunyuan caught him off guard. Bai Lao's expression normalized before he spoke. "Feel free, Chihua." However, the ferocious beasts outside the mountain are rampant, and the malevolent energy is rising. It is genuinely perilous. It is best to wander within the mountain. Also, do not neglect your cultivation. Otherwise, if the Mountain Master finds fault, you shall bear the consequences. Thank you, Bai Lao, for your leniency. Rest assured, I will not disappoint my master's expectations." Luo Qing exclaimed joyfully, before departing the core area with high spirits. Appearing within the confines of the 100 Gods mountain. Upon exiting the cave, Luo Qing did not harbor any illusions about having gained an opportunity to escape. For half a year, he meandered through the 100 Gods mountain, either engaging in discussions with other innate deities or nature spirits, appearing carefree and content. Within the core cave, as soon as Luo Qing stepped out, he remained under the vigilant watch of Hunyuan. Over the years, Hunyuan observed Luo Qing's unwavering dedication to cultivation, without any signs of mischief. Now, with no hint of an attempt to flee the 100 Gods mountain, Hunyuan finally felt a sense of relief. This Chihua, after all, was an innate deity formed from the inversion of a postnatal being, and as a fire deity, mere tranquil cultivation would likely not suffice to break through to the Golden God status. This was favorable. As long as he remained within the 100 Gods mountain, he would remain under Hunyuan's control. This also led Hunyuan to contemplate the disparity between the postnatal beings and the primordial deities. While primordial deities can cultivate without much regard for their temperament, postnatal beings encounter greater challenges. Sometimes, a restless spirit can lead to deviations in their cultivation, resulting in regression. Furthermore, fire deities are notoriously known for their volatility. Hunyuan was concerned that Luo Qing might be adversely affected by this inner fire, which could hinder his progress in attaining the golden deity status. Thus, he permitted Luo Qing to relax his spirit within the 100 Deities mountain. The Crimson Fire truly stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity, capable of reversing from a postnatal being to an intermediate primordial deity. Regrettably, the higher one's cultivation, the more arduous the process of transformation becomes. Otherwise, gazing at the ethereal figure of Luo Qing, Hunyuan felt a profound envy and lament. Unfortunately, he realized too late. By the time he contemplated his own transformation, he had already reached the realm of the Tai Golden Deity. The difficulty of his metamorphosis into a high-level primordial deity was exponentially greater than that of Luo Qing, as the means that enabled Luo Qing's reversal would be of no use to him. Otherwise, had Hunyuan recognized the potential of Luo Qing at first sight, he would have ruthlessly seized that opportunity for reversal. After spending a year in the 100 Deities mountain, Luo Qing calculated that the time was ripe and it was unwise to linger outside any longer. During this period, relying on his true deity cultivation and the status of a primordial deity, Luo Qing thrived in the 100 Deities mountain, forging alliances with numerous primordial deities and nature spirits. One day, Luo Qing invited all the deities he had befriended. Before the assembly of gods, Luo Qing presented a 4th-grade artifact crafted after his breakthrough to true deity status. Esteemed guests, though I am but a humble being, originating from the realm of the 5 elements with a slight proficiency in artifact forging, I cannot claim mastery over 5th-grade artifacts, yet 4th-grade artifacts are within my grasp. Recently, I intend to refine my skills through the forging process, and I wonder if any of my fellow friends would be willing to assist me. Aside from the remaining materials for forging, I promise not to take any compensation. As soon as Luo Qing uttered these words, the 20 or so invited deities, both true and celestial, lit up with excitement. Whether they were nature spirits or primordial deities, fourth-grade artifacts were exceedingly rare, with most relying on postnatal forged artifacts. While forging artifacts is not particularly difficult, many deities possess this skill. The results are often too crude and lack power. Even high-quality artifacts are scarce in the 100 Deities Mountain. The artifact presented by Luo Qing, rated at 4th grade, boasted superior quality and could undoubtedly be considered a top-tier artifact among its kind. Even suitable for celestial and true deities. The true deity of Crimson Spirit worries unnecessarily. You simply wish to refine your skills through forging, correct? This task shall be undertaken by me, exclaimed a nature true deity. Rising from his seat, if Crimson Spirit faces difficulty, we, as nature spirits, shall do our utmost to assist. Count me in, and me as well. I possess some excellent celestial copper ores. I will contribute them all to assist the true deity of Crimson Spirit. A primordial deity, who did not disdain the proficiency of nature spirits in forging, joined in, and soon both primordial deities and nature spirits eagerly opened their coffers. All talk of assistance was but empty words. High-quality artifacts were the most tangible aid. Observing the gathering of gods presenting him with various forging materials, a smile graced Luo Qing's face, for his plan was only just beginning. Chapter 22. The Peril of the West in a Concealed Chamber for Cultivation. Luo Qing smiled as he surveyed the impressive array of superior materials for forging celestial artifacts. In the present age of the wasteland, one could hardly argue that treasures and artifacts were abundant. Indeed, high-quality forging materials were exceedingly plentiful. Compared to the denizens of the 5 elements, the deities and true deities of the 100 Deities Mountain were considerably wealthier, beyond the nearly 30 sets of materials for forging 4th-grade celestial artifacts. Luo Qing estimated that he could easily craft 20 celestial artifacts from the remaining materials. He commenced a grand endeavor in the 100 Deities Mountain to forge celestial artifacts, not out of a genuine desire to refine his skills, but rather to seek a means to counter Hunyuan, the Mountain Lord. Given the current disparity in cultivation, even if Luo Qing ascended to the Golden Immortal Realm, he would still be no match for Hunyuan. Thus, his only bargaining chip remained the art of forging. His first objective was to find a way to dissociate the aura of the flame pearl from himself. A glimmer of determination flickered in Luo Qing's eyes. He had only refined the flame pearl for a century, and while the signs were not yet overt, he had already sensed the beginning of its assimilation with his aura. Luo Qing dared not delay any further. It was prudent to resolve this ticking time bomb as soon as possible. As for the method, an ancient celestial artifact was retrieved by Luo Qing. The White Flame Spirit Pearl, forged from the divine body of the primordial deity White Flame. It was a unique celestial artifact crafted from his primordial spirit. This spirit pearl could be considered the embodiment of a fire deity. Upon realizing that he and 4 other disciples of Hunyuan belonged to the 5 elements, Luo Qing understood that Hunyuan must have coveted his source of fire. By utilizing the source of fire within the White Flame Spirit Pearl, he could execute a cunning exchange, shifting the assimilation from the Flame Pearl to the White Flame Spirit Pearl. Then, by concealing his aura with the gradually assimilating White Flame Spirit Pearl, he could achieve the goal of deceiving the heavens. Additionally, as Luo Qing gazed at the rolling White Flame Spirit Pearl in his hand, a cruel thought briefly crossed his mind. This strategy, ultimately, was merely a stopgap measure and would not provide a lasting escape for Luo Qing. The ideal core, rest assured, my fellow Taoists, I have already reached out to the esteemed Taoist Xin Yang, Qian Kuan, and Song Qiong, and they have all consented to take action. Moreover, it is evident that the Fierce Beast clan is intent on annihilating the 4 opening tribes. In the face of such despair, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, reluctant to confront the onslaught of the ferocious beasts alone, are now compelled to join the fray. Ever since the devastating defeat of the Zhou Mountain Divine Clan, the venerable Hongjun has begun to traverse the realms. Uniting forces from all directions, the conflict between the Fierce Beasts and the Wind Spirit clan marks merely the beginning of an ultimate confrontation. We cannot allow the Fierce Beasts to ravage one region after another. Otherwise, the myriad deities of the primordial chaos will find themselves in peril. At present, the vast primordial sea remains undivided into 4 territories, collectively referred to as the Zhonghai. The Zhonghai Guisu is the ancestral source of the primordial waters and also the heartland of the Dragon Clan. The ancestral dragon, having reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, raised its towering head from the depths of Guizhou, its icy gaze fixed upon the west. The ferocious beast clan, emboldened by their victory over the Zhou mountain deities, harbors delusions of exterminating our four spirit tribes. Dispatch the orders. The great Luo and Tai Yi within our clan should prepare to accompany me in the extermination of the beasts. Adjacent to the western region lies the southern domain of the primordial, where the endless ancestral mountain range of volcanoes extends across millions of miles, with the core being Danfeng Mountain. From within the towering volcano, the two primordial divine birds, Ancestral Phoenix and Ancestral Huang, let out a resounding cry and burst forth. The Avian clan, along with the great Luo and Tai Yi, shall join us in the battle against the west to vanquish the fierce beasts. In the southeast of Zhou Mountain, amidst the boundless Qilin mountain range, a chorus of beasts resonates one after another. The great Luo Golden Immortals and Tai Yi divine beasts soar from the depths of the Qilin mountains toward the western continent of the primordial. Beneath the western Shumi mountain lies a dark and profound space, from which a figure clad in black emerges from the shadows. If the fierce beast clan dares to rampage, I, Luo Ho, shall confront the divine adversary and see what prowess they possess. The overwhelming majority of powerful cultivators from the primordial are converging towards the west, as a decisive battle that will determine the fate of the fierce beasts in the myriad clans of the primordial is about to commence. Meanwhile, within the 100 Deities Mountain, Luo Qing, who has been in seclusion for 5 centuries, has once again emerged. The moment Luo Qing appeared at the White Deity Mountain, orders for artifacts began to pour in. Chapter 23. The Battle of Wind Spirit Mountain. Indeed. Observing the exquisite refining materials before him, Luo Qing is greatly pleased that it seems that his reputation as a master refiner has spread throughout the 100 Deities Mountain. Merely taking a stroll has attracted over 100 divine beings seeking his refining expertise. However, the sheer number of those seeking his services is overwhelming, prompting Luo Qing to selectively choose orders for crafting 5 elements treasures and 4th-tier artifacts. He has long since lost interest in materials for 3rd-tier artifacts. Even so, Luo Qing has received nearly 100 requests for the refining of 4th-tier artifacts. It can only be said that the deities of 100 Deities Mountain have long been in dire need of treasures, with high-quality artifacts being even scarcer. The reforging of the White Flame Spirit Pearl has concluded, and it has now attained the status of a 4th-tier artifact. It can perfectly conceal Luo Qing's own aura and has already intertwined with the Flame Pearl. The reason Luo Qing is still painstakingly gathering refining materials is to prepare for the imitation of the innate spiritual treasure, the 5 elements spirit ring. Theo Ambush, a Tai Yi golden deity. Even Luo Qing, having attained golden immortal status, would find it challenging. The explosion of a top-tier innate treasure would likely be insufficient to harm a Tai Yi golden deity in the slightest. However, what if an innate spiritual treasure were to self-destruct? Luo Qing does not believe that a Tai Yi golden deity has reached the level of disregarding the self-detonation of innate spiritual treasures. Nevertheless, with Luo Qing's current true immortal cultivation, it is exceedingly difficult for him to replicate an innate spiritual treasure, let alone analyze it with the eye of the Tao. He is merely preparing for a rainy day. Imitating an innate spiritual treasure is undoubtedly arduous and requires a plethora of refining materials. For now, he can only practice with the superior grade artifact, the Flame Pearl, and the exquisite artifact, the Fire Spirit Ring. Notably, the Fire Spirit Ring can be considered a crucial component in the creation of an innate spiritual treasure, having only transformed into an artifact at the final stages of its inception. Furthermore, since it belongs to a set alongside 4 other innate spiritual treasures, the innate runes and restrictions inscribed upon it are well worth Luo Qing's study. As Luo Qing diligently engages in refining and gathering materials, the master of the Huanxing Mountain has ceased to pay much attention to his activities. As long as Luo Qing does not self-destruct, flee, or let his cultivation decline, Huanxing remains unconcerned. Currently, most of Huanxing's focus is directed towards the western region of the primordial. The 100 Deities Mountain is situated far from the central part of the primordial, positioned in the southwestern part of the southern domain. The news of the rampant fierce beasts in the western continent has reached the 100 Deities Mountain. Even as Huanxing reigns supreme in the 100 Deities Mountain, he cannot help but feel apprehensive. The defeat of the countless divine clans of the Zhou Mountain leaves Huanxing wondering whether the deities and Wind Spirit clan of the West can withstand the monstrous tide of beasts. Should the Wind Spirit clan fall, the southern domain would inevitably face catastrophe. Huanxing has already begun to contemplate his escape route in the western continent. The Wind Spirit mountain range now gathers over 80% of the strongest beings from the entire western continent. Leading the charge are the fierce beast experts, including the Chaos, Ghost Mother, and Giant Spirit, who have surrounded the entire Wind Spirit mountain range. Since the tide of fierce beasts invaded the western continent, a millennium has swiftly passed. The Beast Emperor, Divine Adversary, has finally led the boundless tide of beasts to the outskirts of Wind Spirit Mountain. The overwhelming malevolence, even the peak Great Luo Golden Immortals cannot fathom the depths of the beast tide, suffocating the western deities within the Wind Spirit Mountain range. Today marks the day of the Wind Spirit clan's return to the world. Kill. The resolve of Divine Adversary to exterminate the Wind Spirit clan is unwavering, requiring no further elaboration, as he directly commands the beast tide to commence their assault on Wind Spirit Mountain. Divine Adversary, do not be so arrogant. If you wish to annihilate my Wind Spirit clan, are you not afraid of your 4 innate beast emperors collapsing? The various Taoists of the West understand that this battle will be a fight to the death, with no room for chance. The Songhai, reinforcements from the southeast, are already on their way in this battle. Our divine clan shall emerge victorious. Kill. With a thunderous roar, the ancestral tiger of the Wind Spirit clan slaughters hundreds of thousands of fierce beasts. Charging straight towards Divine Adversary, who has already slain several great Luo Golden Immortals in the battle against the Zhou Mountain, possesses formidable strength. Among the Western deities, only the ancestral tiger of the Wind Spirit clan can contend with Divine Adversary. Kill, roar. Since the great battle between the Zhou Mountain Divine Clan and the Fierce Beast Clan thousands of years ago, another bloodbath has erupted among the myriad deities and fierce beasts within the Wind Spirit Mountain range. However, the strength of the Western deities, including the Wind Spirit Clan, pales in comparison to the countless deities of Zhou Mountain, making them far from capable of defeating the Fierce Beast Clan that has already vanquished the Zhou Mountain deities. Merely a decade of conflict has seen the outer perimeter of the entire Wind Spirit Mountain range completely overtaken by the fierce beasts, with the fallen Western deities, particularly from the Wind Spirit Tiger clan, numbering in the multitude. When will the reinforcements from the Tiger Ancestor, Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Qilin Clan arrive? A great Luo Wind Spirit Tiger inquired of the elder Ancestor. In just a decade, a mere blink of an eye for divine beings. The Western deities have already been struck with terror. They now witness their clan on the brink of annihilation. In response to the inquiries of their kin, the Tiger Ancestor fell silent for a moment, then spoke wearily, "Do not harbor any illusions. As long as my Wind Spirit clan endures, they shall not appear. Arrange for some of the younger clan members to enter the core hall while Wind Spirit Tiger clan may perish. But our bloodline must not be severed." Upon the conclusion of the Tiger Ancestor's words, the remaining strong members of the Wind Spirit clan fell into despondency. The 4 spirits, having transformed into 4 clans, do not share a bond of mutual affection. Observing how the 4 clans occupy their respective territories in the primordial, seldom interacting, one can discern the deep-seated animosity among them. At this moment, the other 3 clans likely wish for the Wind Spirit clan and the Fierce Beast clan to engage in a mutually destructive struggle, allowing them to step in and tidy up the aftermath. If the fierce beasts wish to annihilate my Wind Spirit clan, I will ensure they lose a few teeth in the process. Casting a cold gaze towards the seemingly endless army of fierce beasts outside, the Tiger Ancestor's eyes glimmer with determination. The Fierce Beast clan is resolutely intent on eradicating the bloodline of the Wind Spirit clan. Surrounding the core of the Wind Spirit Mountain range are peak Great Luo innate beast emperors, leaving no opportunity for the Wind Spirit clan to escape. The Wind Spirit Tiger clan, along with the Western deities, is equally filled with fervor. As hope for survival dwindles, they have abandoned any thoughts of retreat and resolve to take a bite out of the fierce beasts in the ensuing years of warfare. Whenever the Western deities reach a life or death moment, they do not hesitate in the least, immediately resorting to self-detonation. Golden deities, Tai-E, Great Luo. Within the boundless battlefield, suns rise one after another. though the Western deities suffer heavy losses. They are not without their own retaliation, as the Fierce Beast clan also endures significant casualties among their high-ranking beasts. Is it not fierce? Our Fierce Beast clan shall not fall behind. Explode! A gravely wounded and dying great Luo golden deity among the fierce beasts, seeing no hope of escape, roared in fury and self-detonated on the spot. A massive sun erupted from the battlefield, leveling a radius of 10,000 miles to the ground. The casualties on both sides are incalculable. The self-detonation of a great Luo golden deity attracted little attention, as it was not the first such occurrence on the battlefield. Both the fierce beasts and divine clans began to resort to self-detonation in their assault. The war entered its final, heated phase. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the great Luo golden deities of the West, severely wounded, self-detonated, while the fierce beasts also suffered injuries or even death from the explosions. Both sides had become bloodied in their eyes. At this moment, the Chaos Beast Emperor devoured 100,000 deities, inciting deep resentment among the Western deities. Chaos, even if I die, you shall not have it easy. A severely injured Deluo late-stage Wind Spirit Tiger Clan warrior let out a furious roar. Plunging headlong into the maw of chaos in an instant, a thunderous explosion resonated, followed by the heart-wrenching wail of the Chaos Beast Emperor. A Deluo late-stage cultivator self-destructed, obliterating half of the Chaos Beast Emperor's massive jaw and slaying the embodiment of chaos. Witnessing the Chaos Beast Emperor's grievous injury, the surrounding Western Deluo deities swiftly redirected their blades, heedless of the consequences, and charged toward the Chaos Beast Emperor. Chapter 24. The Annihilation of the Wind Spirit Clan. You seek death. The wounded Chaos Beast Emperor, consumed by rage, retaliated fiercely, snapping a Deluo gold god in two. Yet in that very moment, the severed Deluo gold god detonated, further compounding the injuries of the already beleaguered Chaos Beast Emperor. Kill! As the Chaos Beast Emperor reeled from its wounds, an insatiable desire for slaughter ignited among the myriad Western deities. With no hope of escape, they resolved to drag a primal Beast Emperor down with them into the abyss. The grand battle began prematurely due to the Chaos Beast Emperor's grievous state. Although a peak Deluo cultivator, even in its weakened condition, eliminating it proved a daunting task. Chaos, accompany me in death. Explode! Chaos, your end is nigh. Two more Deluo gold gods detonated in tandem with the Chaos, who withstood the onslaught of four self-destructing Deluo gold gods, yet still clung to life. Three additional Deluo gold gods recklessly charged toward the Chaos, and the Chaos Beast Emperor, undeterred, vowed, as long as the myriad beasts endure, chaos shall not perish. One day, I shall consume this primordial realm. With a thunderous roar, the chaos unleashed an overwhelming malevolence that erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The Chaos Beast Emperor is dead? Chaos, cursed divine race. Upon the demise of the Chaos Beast Emperor, the Ghost Mother and Giant Spirit fell into a frenzy. Had it not been for the formidable warriors of the Wind Spirit clan holding them at bay, they certainly could have rescued the chaos. Observing the self-detonation of the chaos, Shundi, though silent, cast a frigid gaze upon the Tiger Ancestor, as if regarding a lifeless corpse. Hee, with chaos dead, it's your turn next, Shundi, and your faction. The Tiger Ancestor chuckled darkly, disregarding life and death, feeling no fear. Seeking death, Shundi scoffed, wielding the god-slaying spear as he clashed once more with the Tiger Ancestor. With the god-slaying spear in hand, Shundi had the upper hand, yet the Tiger Ancestor, adept in the art of evasion, eluded capture. Meanwhile, on other battlefronts, the self-detonation of the chaos had already claimed two more divine clan Deluo. The tide of battle had shifted decidedly. With Deluo gold gods falling one after another to forced self-destruction, the ferocious Beast clan was utterly dismantling the Wind Spirit Mountain divine race. The Giant Spirit and Ghost Mother soon joined in the assault on the Tiger Ancestor, who found himself perilously close to demise. Wind Spirit Tiger Ancestor, do you believe that by stalling us, you can allow the Wind Spirit bloodline to escape? Such delusions, the Ghost Mother admonished, observing the Tiger Ancestor's futile struggle. A treasured flag materialized in her hand, the legendary Six-Soul Banner. As a supreme spiritual treasure born from the path of curses, This artifact was unparalleled in its capacity for malediction. With a wave, the Ghost Mother summoned the blood of the Wind Spirit Tiger clan, which coalesced into a foul mass in her grasp. Ha ha ha! With the blood of the Wind Spirit clan as my conduit, I shall utterly sever your bloodline. The Ghost Mother cackled, slamming the foul blood against the six-soul banner. As she brandished the banner, an endless wave of malevolence surged forth. Wind Spirit Clan, be annihilated. Amidst the onslaught from the giant spirit and Shindy, the tiger ancestor felt an unsettling tremor in his bloodline, his expression shifting dramatically. Ghost Mother, you seek death. At that moment, the tiger ancestor could no longer maintain his composure. Even his peak de luo cultivation was affected by the curse. Were the descendants of the Wind Spirit Clan, who had been sent away earlier, to have any hope of survival? No longer preoccupied with Shindy and the giant spirit, the tiger ancestor charged recklessly at the Ghost Mother. In an instant, the tiger ancestor was pierced by the god-slaying spear, and half of his divine form disintegrated. The myriad tendrils of the giant spirit beast emperor began to draw in the tiger ancestor's essence, manifesting signs of collapse. With a single strike from two beast emperors, the tiger ancestor was grievously wounded. Ha ha ha, it is too late. The Wind Spirit Clan shall no longer exist in the primordial realm. An unending wave of curse-infused power poured forth from the six-soul banner. Sweeping across the heavens, those members of the Wind Spirit Clan who had yet to perish swiftly transformed into pools of foul blood. Meanwhile, hundreds of Wind Spirit young tigers, having been relocated through a core spiritual treasure of the Wind Spirit Clan, were simultaneously engulfed by the boundless curse-infused power. The cries of despair echoed throughout the secret base of the Wind Spirit Clan, and soon after, all traces of life within the base vanished. All members of the Wind Spirit Clan who had not attained the Tai level fell simultaneously, while even those at the Tai Gold God level suffered grievous injuries to their bloodlines. Their essence and spirit waning dangerously as the bloodlines severed one by one. The tiger ancestor's eyes turned crimson with rage. With the Wind Spirit bloodline extinguished, your ferocious beast clan shall not fare any better. Filled with a death wish, the tiger ancestor disregarded the attacks from the god-slaying spear and the giant spirit, crashing violently into the Ghost Mother. Then, with a resounding explosion, one of the four spirits, the Wind Spirit Ancestor, self-detonated. The Wind Spirit Clan was utterly annihilated, leaving only 3 of the 4 spirit races behind. Ha ha ha! The Wind Spirit Clan's demise is no great loss, due to the backlash from the curse-infused power of the six-soul banner and the force of the tiger ancestor's self-detonation. The Ghost Mother, gravely injured, howled at the heavens. Beyond the Wind Spirit Mountains, alas, we have arrived too late. The Wind Spirit Clan has been eradicated. The dragon ancestor sighed. We must avenge the tiger ancestor and eradicate the ferocious beast clan. The Chilean ancestor, filled with murderous intent, gazed toward the Wind Spirit Mountains. Enough with the pretense, you too. The 4 ferocious beast emperors stand, 1 dead and 1 severely injured. The ferocious beast clan has already suffered immense losses. If we do not act now, when will we? Yuan Feng, unable to bear the sight of the dragon ancestor and Chilean ancestor feigning compassion, spoke candidly. Then let us kill. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option for the 3 clans. The 4 leaders of the dragon, Chilean, and Yuan Feng clans exchanged knowing glances. Seize the moment, take their lives. Now is the prime opportunity to eradicate the ferocious beast clan. Just as the battle at Wind Spirit Mountain had begun to subside, countless powerful beings from the Phoenix, Chilean, and Dragon clans surged forth, encircling the ferocious beasts within Wind Spirit Mountain. Meanwhile, on the other side of the 3 clans, the 5 sages, Hong Jun, the inverted Taoist, the celestial ancestor, the cosmic ancestor, and the yin-yang ancestor, whose cultivation levels were all peak de luo or late-stage de luo, and who were also adept in both the Tao of immortality and the divine path. Recognized that the 3 clans were mobilizing, Hong Jun spoke. The 3 clans have made their move. We must not lag behind. This battle must ensure the complete annihilation of the remaining 3 ferocious beast emperors. None shall escape, lest we face future calamities. Then let us kill. This primordial realm belongs to our divine race. How dare a pack of ferocious beasts stir the winds? They shall perish. the Yin-Yang Ancestor declared with chilling resolve. The 5 supreme Deluo Gold Immortals joined the fray alongside the 3 clans, advancing toward Wind Spirit Mountain. At that moment, beneath the heavy earth of Wind Spirit Mountain, Luo Ho emerged from the murky earth veins. The numerous Deluo deities of the primordial realm united in their resolve to obliterate the ferocious beast clan. Chapter 25. The curtain falls on the ferocious beast catastrophe within the mountain of the 100 deities. Luo Qing had been present for 3 millennia. Once again, it was time to scour for refining materials, and at a gathering of deities, he overheard, "Have you heard? 2,000 years ago, our divine race in the West waged war against the ferocious beast clan. The Wind Spirit clan, on par with the Phoenix clan, met a fate of bloodline extinction. That news is outdated. It is true the Wind Spirit clan was utterly annihilated. However, the many Deluo elders, alongside the Qilin clan, also vanquished the ferocious beasts. Indeed, not only were millions of the ferocious beasts' main forces obliterated at Wind Spirit Mountain, but our divine race's elders also pursued the remnants of the ferocious beasts into the northern regions of the primordial realm. After this battle, the ferocious beasts are no longer a threat. From now on, the entire primordial realm will be ruled by our innate deities." Correct. We innate deities are the true masters of the primordial realm. The innate deities of Mountain of the 100 deities boasted grandly, as if envisioning a future where they reigned supreme in the primordial realm. Heh. Observing this, Luo Qing could not help but scoff internally. These innate deities are truly daydreaming. Without the ferocious beasts, the primordial realm still hosts the 3 races of creation. In the years to come, the primordial realm will belong to the Phoenix, Qilin, and Dragon clans. Even if the 3 clans were to fall, it would merely be a clash between the Yao and Wu clans. Once the ferocious beast clan is eradicated, the divine race will swiftly fade from prominence. The outcome of the divine race's fragmentation, each faction ruling independently, was already sealed. Yet, at the banquet, the news of the innate Wind Spirit clan caught Luo Qing by surprise. He had never heard of this 4 spirits race in his past life. However, it was no wonder that such a race, extinguished so early in its bloodline, left only the legends of the 3 races of creation in subsequent generations. Thus, it seemed that the southern territories of the primordial realm would soon fall to the Phoenix clan. Luo Qing held his wine glass, lost in profound contemplation, uncertain if there lay within any advantageous opportunity. His solitary struggle against the ancestor of the Hunyuan seemed akin to an ant shaking a giant tree. Yet, when faced with the Phoenix clan, the ancestor of Hunyuan was undoubtedly just another ant. If he could forge a connection with the Phoenix clan, the threat posed by Hunyuan would be rendered negligible. Luo Qing believed this warranted careful strategizing. On that fateful day in the primordial Fengling mountain range, the 3 clans of the heavens and the venerable Hongjun unexpectedly descended, catching the fierce beasts tribe utterly off guard. The gravely wounded Ghost Mother was the first to fall victim to Luo Ho's stealthy assault from the depths below. Subsequently, confronted by the onslaught of powerful figures such as the ancestral dragon and Hongjun, half of the fierce beast's formidable warriors perished in swift succession. Even the giant spirit found himself gravely injured amidst the fray. In desperation, the divine reversal decisively led the remaining fierce beast's formidable warriors in a retreat towards the northern domain. However, this time, divine reversal underestimated the determination of the divine clan to annihilate them. With the fall of the Buzhou Mountain divine clan, compounded by the extinction of the Fengling tribe, both the solitary might of Hongjun and the 3 clans of the heavens had awakened to a sense of impending crisis. Realizing that the fierce beasts tribe had reached a point of no return and must be eradicated in the core of the northern domain, the fierce beast stronghold was relentlessly pursued from the western continent's Fengling Mountain to their lair in the northern domain. The battlefield traversed countless miles, consuming an astounding 2 millennia in the process. It was only then that Hongjun and his compatriots managed to completely eradicate divine reversal and the giant spirit within the fierce beast's stronghold. However, this battle not only cost the 3 clans of the heavens over half of their warriors, but also left the venerable Tsangqiong absent from Hongjun's side. Divine reversal, being one of the 4 beast emperors, wielded the innate weapon, the god-slaying spear. Even when besieged by the gods, he managed to slay several formidable figures of the Deluo. Unfortunately, Song Cheong met his demise when the god-slaying spear shattered his primordial spirit. Just as divine reversal self-destructed, the whereabouts of the god-slaying spear became uncertain. The ancestor of reversal, with a begrudging expression, lamented that while focusing on self-preservation during divine reversal's explosion, he had inadvertently lost track of the spear. Hongjun pondered for a moment, his gaze deepening. On that day, one person stealthily assassinated the Beast Emperor Ghost Mother. It is likely that the god-slaying spear fell into that individual's possession. Hongjun felt an instinctive connection, sensing that he would cross paths with the one who had taken the spear again. How infuriating! In our effort to encircle divine reversal, we inadvertently allowed that individual to profit. The ancestor of reversal expressed his displeasure. Esteemed colleagues, following this battle, the fierce beast's warriors have been completely exterminated, leaving nothing of concern. We should disperse. The ancestor of Yin and Yang stated indifferently. He paid no heed to the god-slaying spear. For his cultivation was merely at the late stage of deluo. The spear was not destined for him to possess. The assembly had convened solely to eradicate the fierce beasts, and with their annihilation, there was no longer a need for continued congregation. Alas! This battle has led to the demise of countless beings in the West, and the Fengling Mountain has collapsed. The northern domain has been tainted by overwhelming malevolence, rendering life unsustainable. It seems both regions will struggle to recover henceforth, Hongjun sighed, before vanishing from sight. After Hongjun and the others departed, the elders of the Qilin, Phoenix, and Dragon clans convened. Although the fierce beasts had been vanquished, they still numbered in the countless thousands within the primordial world. I propose this. The northern domain and the western continent have been ravaged by fierce beasts, with few survivors left, while the beasts have suffered significant casualties. Let us temporarily disregard them. The remnants of the fierce beasts in the southern domain will be eradicated by the Phoenix clan, while the central and eastern regions will be led by the Qilin clan in their extermination efforts. The fierce beasts on the islands of the Songhai will be the responsibility of my dragon clan. How does that sound? The ancestral dragon suggested to the ancestral Qilin and the ancestral Phoenix. Agreed, let it be so. The Phoenix clan consents. The ancestral Qilin and the two Phoenix ancestors exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The territories designated for extermination would, in theory, become their respective spheres of influence. The eastern domain was less expansive than the other three domains, while the central region was more expansive than the combined total of the other four. Despite the significant reduction of the Divine Clan's forces in the central region, their power remained formidable. It would be challenging for the Qilin clan alone to dominate the entirety of the central region. Thus, the Qilin clan would occupy parts of the eastern and central regions. The Phoenix clan would govern the southern domain, and the Dragon clan would assert control over the Songhai. The benefits apportioned among the three clans were relatively equitable and aligned with their developmental trajectories. As for the northern domain and the west, ravaged by malevolent energy and the catastrophic battle, they had been rendered nearly unrecognizable. The three clans were not particularly interested in those regions for the time being. Simply occupying and digesting the eastern domain, southern domain, and Songhai would require an unknown number of epochs. When the time arrived, they would rely on their own capabilities. Thus, the development strategy for the three clans moving forward was firmly established. Once the Phoenix clan returned after exterminating the fierce beasts, countless Phoenix avians emerged from the boundless volcanic ancestral veins, soaring towards the vast expanse of the southern domain. The moment the fierce beasts were defeated and the Beast Emperor Divine Reversal fell, the once surging malevolent energy throughout the primordial realm rapidly abated, beginning a swift decline. The heavens cleared, life flourished anew, and the essence in the air became lighter. The earth began to radiate vibrant vitality, giving rise to countless nature deities, birds, beasts, flowers, and trees. Endless life began to blossom upon the primordial land. In contrast, the number of naturally born fierce beasts in both the northern domain and elsewhere began to plummet dramatically. The fierce beasts' fortunes had waned, and the calamity that had persisted since the dawn of creation had finally drawn to a close. Chapter 26. Mysterious Immortal. The Phoenix descends upon the mountain of 100 gods with the defeat of the fierce beasts. The Divine Clan ascended as the sovereigns of the primordial realm. Following the exodus of the Five Elements tribe and the downfall of the fierce beasts, the fierce warriors near the Mountain of 100 Gods began to behave submissively. Shedding their former arrogance, the Mountain of 100 Gods now dominated an area of several 100,000 li, entering a phase of rapid development. In just 5,000 years, the once meager 2,000 to 3,000 deities at the Mountain of 100 Gods had now swelled to over 50,000. Since the divine clan triumphed over the fierce beasts, the number of natural deities had steadily risen. Although the count of innate deities had increased, the numbers remained modest. Previously, in the face of rampant fierce beasts, the newly emerged innate deities had no choice but to align themselves with the Mountain of 100 Gods for self-preservation. Now, however, the fierce beasts had become as reviled as a common pest, and the proud innate deities found no necessity to seek refuge with the Mountain of 100 Gods. Within the core inner sanctum of the Mountain of 100 Gods, Luo Qing concluded his cultivation. Exhaling a stream of hot, turbid air, since breaking through to true immortal, he had lingered for 6,000 or 7,000 years, and by Lao's urging, Luo Qing was compelled to step into the realm of mysterious immortal. At this moment, only one final barrier stood between him and the golden immortal stage. A sense of urgency began to fill Luo Qing's heart. He had not forgotten that the day he achieved the golden immortal rank coincided with his confrontation against the Lord of Hunyuan. Having already broken through to mysterious immortal, Luo Qing had no intention of hastily exiting his seclusion. Over the years, he had leveraged his identity as a master craftsman to conduct a grand forging event every 500 years, amassing a significant quantity of precious materials from the deities of the Mountain of 100 Gods. Should he forge them all into immortal artifacts, he would have no less than 1,000 pieces. Yet, ordinary immortal artifacts were of little use in Luo Qing's current predicament. Having previously mastered the crafting of 5th-tier immortal artifacts, he was now ready to turn his attention to the replication of the Fire Spirit Ring. Luo Qing muttered to himself as he retrieved the accompanying treasure, the Fire Spirit Ring. When he was still at the true immortal stage, he had managed to barely forge 5th-tier immortal artifacts. As long as he did not undertake the final synthesis step, replicating the Flame Fire Pearl would pose no challenge. However, the replication of the exquisite Fire Spirit Ring, which possessed 36 treasure prohibitions, had always lagged behind in progress. With his recent breakthrough, Luo Qing was determined to attempt the replication of the Fire Spirit Ring once more. 1 treasure prohibition, 2, and so on, until he inscribed 36 treasure prohibitions upon the artifact's core. Stopping only when he was 1 innate rune short of completion. Holding the Fire Thunder Pearl, which rivaled a top-tier treasure, Luo Qing smiled yet felt a tinge of regret. What a pity, the final step has never been successfully formed. It can only be utilized as a bomb. Luo Qing sighed in frustration. Although he had reached the realm of mysterious immortal, he still could not completely inscribe the innate treasure prohibitions. Otherwise, it would lead to a self-detonation, and the self-detonation of a top-tier innate treasure would pose little threat to the Lord of Hunyuan. Upon introspecting the 4 innate spirit treasures within him, the rings of metal, wood, water, and earth, Luo Qing's expression grew solemn. The 5th-tier top-tier immortal artifact had reached its limit, and he had fully grasped the replication of top-tier innate treasures. I should now possess the qualifications to forge postnatal treasures and replicate innate treasures. Shouldn't I? Luo Qing felt a flicker of uncertainty, as the title of innate treasures was indeed daunting. He was unsure whether, with his current cultivation, the eye of the great Tao could truly analyze innate treasures. Nevertheless, Luo Qing had no choice but to take this step. The innate treasures were his only means of posing a threat to the ancestor of Hunyuan. It must succeed. Luo Qing resolutely concealed his intentions as he swiftly revealed his profound divine cultivation to Bai Lao. Aiming to reassure the heart of the venerable ancestor Hunyuan Xing subsequently, Luo Qing once again commenced his seclusion, vowing not to emerge until he had thoroughly comprehended the 4 inferior innate spiritual treasures in his possession. Time flowed like a stream, and after the fierce beast tribe's defeat a millennium ago, the divine clan experienced a vigorous resurgence. Countless new deities and innate gods emerged, not to mention the immense efforts expended by the 3 clans of the primordial world over the millennia to eradicate the remnants of the ferocious beasts, which had indeed inflicted considerable damage. Seeing this, the Phoenix clan realized that relying solely on their own strength was futile, even if they eradicated all the ferocious beasts in the southern region. they would risk annihilating their own lower-tier clan members in the process. Therefore, the Phoenix clan devised a strategic shift, recognizing that the extermination of the ferocious beasts could not be accomplished alone. It was not that the great Luo powerhouses were unwilling to intervene, but rather that the vastness of the southern region rendered their efforts exceedingly protracted. Instead, they sought the collaboration of the entire southern divine clan to jointly eliminate the remnants of the ferocious beasts. Those willing to cooperate were welcomed, while those who resisted would face the Phoenix clan's formidable measures. As the sovereign of the vast expanse surrounding the 100 Gods Mountain, presided over by the Tai Golden God. It naturally became one of the forces the Phoenix clan sought to ally with, on a certain day. A Tai Golden God of the Phoenix clan, accompanied by over 100 avian deities, arrived atop the 100 Gods Mountain. The dominant force of the southern region. The Phoenix clan's status needed no elaboration. Although no trace of the Phoenix clan was visible nearby, Hunyuan Xing dared not offend the visitors and respectfully invited them into the council hall of the 100 Gods Mountain. To eradicate the remnants of the ferocious beasts, the nearby lairs of these beasts housed a Tai Golden Beast King. With dozens of golden beasts present, it seemed that the 100 Gods Mountain could hardly manage this alone. Upon hearing the purpose of the Phoenix clan's visit, Hunyuan Xing displayed a look of difficulty. Despite the substantial growth of the 100 Gods Mountain in recent years, it still fell short in numbers compared to the ferocious beasts. Rest assured, Mountain Master Hunyuan, the Phoenix clan does not expect the 100 Gods Mountain to single-handedly exterminate the nearby ferocious beasts. This deity and the 10 golden gods accompanying me shall assist the 100 Gods Mountain in this endeavor. This extermination plan was jointly established by our two ancestors, and it is a decree that no divine clan in the southern region may contravene. Do you comprehend, Taoist Hunyuan? Though the Tai of the Phoenix clan spoke with an air of calmness, the underlying dominance was unmistakable. Fear not, Taoist, for the ferocious beasts are our arch-nemesis, and it is our duty to eradicate them. However, your arrival seems rather urgent. Might I request 500 years for the 100 Gods Mountain to prepare? Hunyuan Xing inquired with a solemn gaze. 500 years is but a trifle. In that case, I shall indulge in further discussions regarding your esteemed territory. The Tai of the Phoenix clan did not press too hard. After all, 500 years would merely provide time for meditation and cultivation. The Phoenix clan's group of cultivators settled in the 100 Gods Mountain. The dozens of true gods accompanying the Tai began to circulate within the mountain. The strategy of the Phoenix clan to exterminate the ferocious beasts was not solely aimed at annihilating them. Gathering intelligence on the strength of various divine clans in the southern region was also a significant objective. The southern region was envisioned as the Phoenix clan's future sanctuary, and understanding its myriad powers, divine beings, and treasures would be of utmost importance. Hunyuan Xing was acutely aware of the Phoenix clan's every move, yet found himself powerless against their overwhelming might. Furthermore, he regarded the 100 Gods Mountain as merely a tool for his pursuit of enlightenment. Once his fifth disciple attained the Golden God realm, he would metamorphose into a higher or even supreme innate deity, rendering the 100 Gods Mountain expendable. The last time Chihua emerged from his seclusion, he became a profound deity, and now, 5,000 years later, it was likely that a golden god was not far off. Allowing the Phoenix clan a momentary advantage would incur no great loss. Hunyuan Xing murmured softly, closing his eyes once more to return to a state of tranquility. Meanwhile, within his secluded chamber, Luo Qing found the duration of his analysis of the innate spiritual treasures to be astonishingly protracted. The golden spirit ring consumed 2,000 years, the wood spirit ring 1,500 years, and the water spirit ring and earth spirit ring together accounted for another 1,500 years. Had it not been for the accumulation of innate runes and analytical experience gained from the eye of the Tao, the speed of his comprehension would have been far slower, and he would never have managed to analyze all four treasures at once. Now, having completed the analysis of the four spiritual treasures, Luo Qing had gained a profound understanding of their essence. The innate spiritual treasures inherently contained the source of the Tao as well as innate spiritual prohibitions, a fact he had grasped upon refining the treasures. Now, he had unraveled the composition of the four innate spiritual prohibitions, discovering that the innate runes, both in quantity and complexity of arrangement, surpassed those found in innate treasure prohibitions by several times. If one were to draw a comparison, It would require approximately 9 treasure prohibitions to rival a single spiritual prohibition. Coupled with the enhancement of the Tao's source, even a single spiritual prohibition's power far exceeded the combined strength of 36 treasure prohibitions. Ultimately, the strength of a spiritual treasure resided in its inherent connection to the Tao's source. Luo Qing mused, setting aside the influence of the Tao's source. The 36 treasure prohibitions and artifacts were not inherently weaker than the 4 spiritual prohibitions and spiritual treasures. The source of the Tao is the essence of the Tao. It seems that whether refining post-heaven treasures or imitating innate treasures, the critical element lies within the source of the Tao. Having grasped the key to refining spiritual treasures, Luo Qing faced a dilemma. How could one master the rules of the Tao without reaching the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal? If one lacked naturally endowed materials containing the source of the Tao, even a Tai Golden Immortal would struggle to refine post-heaven treasures. It remained uncertain whether the vicinity of the 100 Gods Mountain was barren or if these divine beings were unwilling to part with materials for Luo Qing's crafting. To date, he had yet to encounter any materials infused with the source of the Tao. Suddenly, an idea sparked within Luo Qing's mind. While he lacked materials containing the source of the Tao, he still possessed 5 innate deities. He wondered if the source of the Tao contained within the innate deities could serve as refining materials. It was worth a try. Luo Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 27. The Birth of Post-Heaven Spiritual Treasures Refining Artifacts from Innate Deities. Might this be somewhat sinister? Luo Qing, however, was unfazed. In the primordial chaos, where did such notions of righteousness come from? All were seekers of the Tao, devoid of distinctions between righteousness and malevolence. Just as before, when Luo Qing had captured innate deities to defy the primordial order, he felt no guilt whatsoever. Initially, Luo Qing had captured 6 innate deities. Apart from the Earth God Bai Yin, who had been refined into the white flame spirit pearl for the purpose of executing a grand scheme, he still had 2 Earth Gods, 2 Heaven Gods, and 1 true God available for use. Though Luo Qing's current strength was insufficient to utilize the Eye of the Tao to analyze the essence of the Tao's source, he possessed a discerning ability that was still commendable. In Luo Qing's view, the essence of the Tao contained within innate spiritual treasures was fundamentally no different from that found within the bodies of innate deities, if one were to draw distinctions. The Tao's source within the deities was somewhat more vibrant, while the essence within the spiritual treasures remained dormant unless actively harnessed, rendering it relatively lethargic. By merely finding a way to constrain the activity of the source within the deities. One could indeed treat the innate deities as refining materials. After careful consideration, Luo Qing felt confident in his approach. After all, the entire being of the Earth God Bai Yin had been transformed into an artifact, with only the source remaining untapped. Now, Luo Qing needed to build upon the foundation of the white flame spirit pearl, integrating its source into the artifact system to serve as the core of the treasure. Exercising caution, Luo Qing first extracted one of the Earth God deities from his captives. This particular Earth God belonged to the Earth element, and the source of Earth within him was the weakest among the remaining 5 captives. Making him expendable, let us commence. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qing began to extract various Earth attribute materials. The spiritual treasures not only boasted a powerful source of the Tao and formidable prohibitions, but also comprised the finest materials in the primordial world. Lacking such top-tier spiritual materials, Luo Qing resorted to quantity as a means to victory. A multitude of Earth attribute materials was processed by Luo Qing, who sifted through the essence and discarded the dross, ultimately refining a mass of Earth essence the size of a human head. He then infused this Earth essence into the body of the Earth God deity, treating him as an innate material, and began to temper the divine body using his innate red fire. During this process, it was crucial to ensure that the Earth God deity did not perish. Otherwise, his primordial spirit would dissipate, leading to the collapse of the source. In the case of the white flame spirit pearl, the primordial spirit of the Earth God Bai Yin had been refined into its spirit, albeit with his consciousness erased. The same principle applied to refining spiritual treasures. The entire process had to guarantee the survival of the deity's primordial spirit. Yet another challenge loomed ahead. The innate spiritual prohibitions could not be entirely inscribed. However, after studying the 4 innate spiritual treasures and the supreme treasure, the fire spirit ring, Luo Qing had not returned empty-handed. he identified a middle ground between innate spiritual prohibitions and innate treasure prohibitions, devising a new set of restrictions that mimicked both. The strength of this new set of restrictions was approximately equivalent to 3 treasure prohibitions matching a single innate spiritual prohibition. However, it can also look down upon the 3 innate treasure prohibitions, which were named by Luo Qing as the acquired spiritual prohibitions, upon the treasure fetus, formed from the fusion of the earth deity's essence with earth attribute materials. Luo Qing inscribed 9 acquired spiritual prohibitions in succession. When he attempted to carve the 10th, he vaguely perceived that the treasure fetus was on the verge of shattering, which caused him to furrow his brows. The material of the treasure fetus was somewhat inferior, unable to accommodate the 10th acquired spiritual prohibition. Alas, the primary material was merely an earth deity, indeed lacking a certain grandeur. With a sigh of lament, Luo Qing ceased his relentless pursuit, connected the acquired spiritual prohibitions one by one, and thoroughly activated them, infusing the essence of the deity into the 9 acquired spiritual prohibitions. The originally vibrant essence of the earth deity, upon merging into the spiritual prohibitions, immediately retaliated fiercely, attempting to break free from the constraints of the prohibitions. However, the might of the 9 acquired spiritual prohibitions far exceeded the explosive force of the earth essence. After a mere moment of struggle, the essence was completely suppressed and bound. Yet, before Luo Qing could rejoice, he beheld the 9 acquired spiritual prohibitions, now infused with the essence of the earth, beginning to collapse and dissipate layer by layer from the uppermost 4 levels, leaving only 5 layers of acquired spiritual treasure. Was the essence too weak? Luo Qing furrowed his brows. The essence of this innate earth deity could not support the 9 acquired spiritual prohibitions. Without allowing Luo Qing to ponder further, the earth essence and the remaining 5 acquired spiritual prohibitions entered the final stage of fusion, birthing a low-grade acquired spiritual treasure. A spiritual treasure is a spiritual treasure. Even if it is an acquired one, it still contains the essence of the Great Tao and can be regarded as a treasure of the Great Tao. Radiant light instantly enveloped the entire cultivation chamber, and at the moment this acquired spiritual treasure was fully born, its aura emanated, illuminating the skies above the core area of the 100 Gods Mountain. Xinhuang radiance shone across the 9 heavens. 3-color auspicious clouds blanketed half of the sky above the 100 Gods Mountain, with 5-color divine deer, colorful birds, and phoenixes creating ethereal manifestations in the high skies. This extraordinary phenomenon instantly captured the attention of all deities residing in the 100 Gods Mountain. This is the aura of a spiritual treasure emerging. Is there a spiritual treasure being born within the 100 Gods Mountain? No. Although the aura resembles that of a spiritual treasure, there is a subtle difference. Moreover, how could the emergence of a spiritual treasure not manifest any signs? In any case, it is undoubtedly a treasure. Many deities of the 100 Gods Mountain, let alone innate spiritual treasures, had never even witnessed an acquired spiritual treasure before. At this moment, when the acquired spiritual treasure emerged, very few recognized it. Only a group of Phoenix clan deities, well versed in such matters, immediately understood what was happening upon witnessing the phenomenon. Indeed, it is the manifestation of a spiritual treasure, but an acquired one. Moreover, judging by the aura and the manifestations, it is merely a low-grade acquired spiritual treasure. Nothing to make a fuss about. A disdainful comment was made by a Phoenix clan deity in front of the crowd. It is merely the remote and barren 100 Gods Mountain where the deities lack experience. In the Phoenix clan, the emergence of acquired spiritual treasures is frequent, and they are accustomed to it. A low-grade acquired spiritual treasure? Upon learning the truth, the deities of the 100 Gods Mountain wore peculiar expressions. While they had never seen an acquired spiritual treasure, they had indeed heard of it. The Lord of Hunyuan Mountain had already attained the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, and a low-grade acquired spiritual treasure would hold minimal significance for him. The Lord of Hunyuan Mountain would certainly not take the initiative to refine one. Who else could refine treasures in the core area? Many deities from the 100 Gods Mountain quickly thought of one person, the 5th disciple of the Lord of Hunyuan Mountain, Qi Hua, also known as Qi Lingzi. Over the past few millennia, he has been the most renowned master of artifact forging in the 100 Gods Mountain. If Qi Lingzi can forge acquired spiritual treasures, my heavens! This revelation set many deities of the 100 Gods Mountain to ruminate. While there are plenty of golden immortals in the 100 Gods Mountain, none were known to be capable of forging acquired spiritual treasures. As for the Lord of Hunyuan Mountain, even if he could forge them, no one would dare to seek his assistance for treasure refinement. But if Qi Lingzi can forge acquired spiritual treasures, does that not mean he could be asked to assist in refining them? At this moment, not only the many profound deities of the 100 Gods Mountain became excited, but even numerous elder golden immortals felt a stir of interest. The elders of the 100 Gods Mountain typically wield superior or exceptional innate treasures, innate spiritual treasures. In the entire 100 Gods Mountain, perhaps only the Lord of Hunyuan Mountain possesses such mastery. Once the phenomenon dissipated, discussions regarding Qi Lingzi surged to a peak. It was unexpected that such a small 100 Gods Mountain would produce a talent in artifact forging, one who, before attaining golden immortal status, could already forge acquired spiritual treasures. Such a talent is worthy of consideration for recruitment. A peak golden immortal from the Phoenix clan muttered, "Should we not send someone to attempt to approach this Qi Lingzi? A master of artifact forging who can create acquired spiritual treasures is indeed a rarity among our clan. Do not rush. We still need to remain in the 100 Gods Mountain for several hundred years, and later we must utilize it to eliminate the remnants of the ferocious beasts. It is unwise to provoke conflict too early. We can observe Qi Lingzi first, assessing his success rate in forging acquired spiritual treasures before discussing recruitment." The leading golden immortal of the Phoenix clan replied with a calm demeanor. Acquired spiritual treasures are not easily forged, particularly for those below the Tai golden immortal realm, who may lack adequate understanding of the essence of the Tao. Mistakes can easily occur during the forging process, leading to failure. When Luo Qing once again entered seclusion to commence the forging of acquired spiritual treasures, the Lord of Hunyuan Mountain also gazed in the direction of Luo Qing with a sense of regret, commenting, "What a pity, such a genius of fire. Had I encountered this child after my transformation, I would have certainly taken him as my personal disciple. However, now that this child has refined an acquired spiritual treasure, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of the Phoenix clan. It seems I must try to assist him in his cultivation." Even Huanxing did not anticipate that Luo Qing would successfully refine a postnatal spiritual treasure. Although he was aware of Luo Qing's innate talent in the art of weapon forging, the transition from celestial artifacts to postnatal spiritual treasures is akin to crossing a chasm. Even the golden immortal has yet to grasp the great Tao. So how could the Xian immortal utilize the fundamental essence of the Tao for crafting? Now that the die is cast, and to avoid prolonged uncertainties, Huanxing resolved to bestow upon Luo Qing some cultivation resources to expedite his ascent to the golden immortal realm. "Where is Bai Xian?" "Master, this old servant is here. Go to the treasury and retrieve 10 innate spiritual peaches to present to Qi Hua. Inform him that while the successful crafting of postnatal spiritual treasures is commendable, cultivation remains paramount. In 4 or 500 years, a decisive battle will occur between the 100 Gods Mountain and the remnants of the ferocious beasts. I hope he can break through to the golden immortal realm before then and serve the 100 Gods Mountain. Old servant, as you command." Before long, the 10 innate spiritual peaches were delivered into Luo Qing's hands. In the cultivation chamber, Luo Qing gazed at the innate spiritual peaches before him, his eyelids fluttering slightly. "It seems my achievement in refining a postnatal spiritual treasure has pressed that old fellow Huanxing into action." Luo Qing's eyes glimmered for a moment. The impending battle between the 100 Gods Mountain and the remnants of the ferocious beasts presented a splendid opportunity for escape. Surely, Huanxing would be present on the battlefield, and the most he could assign to guard him would be a handful of golden immortals. Should he attain the golden immortal realm by then? With the 5 elements spiritual ring to protect him, fleeing from the 100 Gods Mountain would be a trivial matter. Looking at the spiritual peaches before him, the eye of the Tao discerned their origin effortlessly. They were innate spiritual fruits born from a mid-level innate spiritual root peach tree. It is uncertain where Huanxing acquired these, but the peaches possess no significant use other than containing a vast amount of innate essence, capable of rapidly accumulating one's cultivation. For those below the golden immortal, such as the earth immortal or Xian immortal, their cultivation relies on the accumulation of essence, a transformation of quantity rather than involving the laws of the great Tao, thus allowing for expedited progress. This principle is akin to how one can achieve the golden immortal status instantly upon consuming a golden pill. Nevertheless, I must regulate the speed of my refinement and prepare contingencies. Luo Qing pondered with a somber gaze. Faced with a malevolent Tai Golden Immortal, he could not afford to be reckless. Even the slightest misstep could cost him his life. 200 years passed, and 12 manifestations heralding the emergence of postnatal spiritual treasures appeared above Luo Qing's cave dwelling. Of the 15 crafting orders, Luo Qing ultimately claimed success with 12. For the 3 that were destroyed, no one dared to confront a master craftsman capable of refining postnatal spiritual treasures. However, the truth was that the remaining 3 treasures had been discreetly concealed by Luo Qing. Concealing the manifestations of the postnatal spiritual treasures was a trivial feat for him. The success rate of his endeavors stood at 80%. When this news spread, the Yufeng Golden Immortal could no longer maintain his composure. With an 80% success rate at the Xian Immortal level, what would it signify at the Golden Immortal level? It would imply that refining postnatal spiritual treasures would be as effortless as drinking water. Perhaps, once he attained Tai cultivation, he could even produce top-tier postnatal spiritual treasures. By the time he reached the Deluo level, would it not be possible to mass-produce them? Although the power of top-tier postnatal spiritual treasures may only rival that of mid-tier innate spiritual treasures, the mere thought of each advanced member of the Feng clan possessing one or even several top-tier postnatal spiritual treasures is enough to evoke dread. At that point, not only could the Feng clan dominate the southern domain, but they could also conquer the central regions of the primordial world. Though aware that the possibility of mass production was exceedingly slim, the Yufeng Golden Immortal had already resolved to recruit Luo Qing into the Feng clan. Take this item to Qi Lingzi and have him refine a postnatal spiritual treasure on my behalf. Should he succeed, the remaining spiritual materials will serve as compensation for his crafting. As he spoke, the Yufeng Golden Immortal tossed a storage bag to a Xian Immortal, instructing him accordingly. I shall strictly obey the commands of the Yufeng Golden Immortal. The Xian Immortal promptly departed with the storage bag. Before long, the storage bag appeared before Luo Qing. Chapter 29. Golden Immortal. Golden Immortal Toxic Attribute Spiritual Materials. Upon opening the storage bag brought by the Feng clan's Xian Immortal, Luo Qing's spirit surged. Initially, he had hoped to attract the Feng clan to see if he could escape with their assistance. However, upon realizing that the Feng clan required the power of the 100 Gods Mountain to eliminate the remnants of the ferocious beasts, he understood that this plan was temporarily unfeasible. Any minor movement on his part would surely provoke Huanxing's wrath. Yet, unexpectedly, the Feng clan presented him with such a generous gift at this moment. The toxic attribute spiritual materials within the storage bag were more than sufficient for refining 3 postnatal spiritual treasures. What delighted Luo Qing even more was the exceptionally potent essence of poison contained within these materials. Adequate for crafting mid-tier postnatal spiritual treasures. In fact, this was precisely the Yufeng Golden Immortal's intention in sending these items. He was not particularly concerned with the refinement of postnatal spiritual treasures. Rather, he sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with Luo Qing, the master craftsman. For the Yufeng Golden Immortal, 3 sets of mid-tier postnatal spiritual materials were merely trifling. However, the Yufeng Golden Immortal was unaware that these toxic materials were like a timely boon for Luo Qing. What could be more convenient than employing poison to plot against a Tai Golden Immortal? A century later, a low-tier postnatal spiritual treasure imbued with toxic attributes found its way into the hands of the Yufeng Golden Immortal. 9 paths of postnatal spiritual seals. Excellent, excellent. With a bit of refinement, it could potentially be upgraded to a mid-tier spiritual treasure. It seems that Qi Lingzi truly possesses great talent. Upon witnessing the spiritual treasure refined by Qi Lingzi, the Yufeng Golden Immortal's resolve to recruit him into the Feng clan was further solidified. However, with the impending great battle, and the necessity for the 100 Gods Mountain to contribute, the Yufeng Golden Immortal had no choice but to postpone his plans. As the 500-year mark approached, Luo Qing had refined the 10 innate spiritual peaches, yet his cultivation remained stagnated at the late stage of the Xian Immortal realm. I have disappointed my master. After refining 10 spiritual peaches, my cultivation has only reached the late stage of the Xian Immortal realm. With the great battle looming, Luo Qing approached by Lao, dejectedly reporting his predicament. Do not be anxious. There is no rush. The Mountain Master merely wished for you to experiment. Since you have not attained the Golden Immortal realm, focus on your cultivation in the mountain during this battle. By Lao? The Golden Immortal, scanned Luo Qing with his divine sense, confirming his cultivation was indeed at the late stage of the Xian immortal realm, and offered words of comfort. I shall heed my master's instructions. Luo Qing bowed to the main cave dwelling before returning to the secondary hall. Within the core cave, Luo Qing's conversation with Bai Lao did not escape Huanqing's watchful eyes. A cunning old fox. Huanqing had observed the minor tricks within the 100 Gods Mountain for millennia. How could they elude his scrutiny? Yet, Huanqing was confident in his ability to control the situation and paid little heed to it. Ah, it seems my disciple has indeed picked up on some subtle cues. Let us see how you play your cards. As the 500-year deadline approached, the 100,000 deities of the 100 Gods Mountain surged forth, shrouding the heavens as they advanced towards the distant lair of the ferocious beasts. The mountain master of the 100 Gods Mountain, Huanqing naturally took the lead in commanding the formation. The Feng clan also marched alongside the battle array of the 100 Gods Mountain towards the lair of the ferocious beasts. The ferocious beast lair lay quite some distance from the 100 Gods Mountain. Even a Tai golden immortal traveling at full speed would require a full day to arrive. Leading an army would take even longer, at least half a month. Once the assembly of deities departed, the 100 Gods Mountain fell into an immediate silence, leaving only a handful of guards at the mountain gate. Luo Qing, with his eyes clouded, calculated the time until the army of the 100 Gods Mountain would set forth. It was not until 3 days later that Luo Qing activated his azure light eye of the Tao, probing throughout the 100 Gods Mountain. 1, 2. There were a total of 4 golden immortals guarding the core cave of Huanqing, their auras subtly locking onto Luo Qing's location within the side hall. Huanqing, this old rascal, truly does not trust me to remain in the mountain. He has arranged 4 golden immortals to watch over me. I must admit, he holds me in higher regard than I thought. This is a rare opportunity. Given the circumstances, I must take a bold risk. Luo Qing's gaze grew resolute. This was indeed an exceptional opportunity for escape. Once Huanqing returned from exterminating the beasts, there would be no further chance. Resolute in his decision, Luo Qing unleashed his aura, transforming from the late stage of the Xian immortal realm to the pinnacle of the Xian immortal realm. Mere steps away from the golden immortal realm. What constitutes a golden immortal? It is the indestructible nature of the great Tao. The divine path involves condensing an immortal law form, drawing in a thread of undying essence that resonates with the divine body. With the protection of the undying essence, one can withstand the ravages of time, achieving longevity equal to that of the heavens. This is a true escape from the shackles of mortality, leading to the creation of the immortal divine body and the attainment of the golden immortal realm. In contrast, the immortal path involves condensing a golden pill within one's body, the Tao's golden pill, the primordial essence of the Tao, birthing undying energy. This protects the primordial spirit from the erosion of time. The divine path leans towards essence, emphasizing the duality of spirit and energy, while the immortal path leans towards energy, prioritizing spirit over essence. Luo Qing, being a mid-level innate deity with the innate Red King law form, finds it somewhat easier to break through to the golden immortal realm through the divine path. With a thought, the innate Red King law form concealed within his primordial spirit illuminated brilliantly. An endless stream of essence and divine thought surged toward the Red King law form. By cultivating both the immortal and divine paths, Luo Qing's foundation was immeasurable. In a brief moment, the entire Red King law form was fully ignited. An avatar embodying the essence of the fire Tao manifested behind Luo Qing, its appearance strikingly similar to the Red King law form he had condensed. With the Red King law form complete, the fire Red King returned to its rightful place. A strand of immortal divine intent descended from the Tao, enveloping Luo Qing. The innate Scarlet King divine body began to undergo a rapid transformation. Fueled by the essence of immortality. 3 days later, when tranquility returned to the training chamber, Luo Qing had ascended to the status of an immortal golden deity. The process of this breakthrough proved to be even easier than I had anticipated. Indeed, innate deities possess exceptional advantages. Luo Qing marveled at this realization, and during this epoch, the concept of a heavenly tribulation had yet to manifest in the primal chaos, unlike in later times when attaining immortality or forming a golden elixir necessitated enduring a thunderous trial. With the status of a golden deity achieved, The subsequent condensation of the celestial golden elixir became remarkably effortless for Luo Qing. His entire being was suffused with the essence of the golden deity, transforming it into celestial magical power, while simultaneously, an abyssal vortex appeared within his dantian, voraciously absorbing the unclaimed essence and spiritual energy of the cosmos. At this juncture, Luo Qing harbored no intentions of concealment. Soon, a spiraling vortex of spiritual energy manifested above the sacred 100 Deities mountain, extending for 1,000 miles. The tumultuous fluctuations of earthly and celestial energies stirred the vigilance of the white-haired golden deity guarding Luo Qing. Others may not have recognized the significance of this transformation, but the white-haired elder, who had journeyed from the central primal chaos with the Hu Xing, possessed a greater understanding of the emergence of celestial pathways in the primal chaos. Has someone broken through to become a golden immortal? The elder's expression shifted, as if he had come to a realization. This disturbance arose swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Given Luo Qing's cultivation as a golden deity, the accumulation of such vast spiritual energy was remarkably swift. In but a few hours, a resplendent crimson golden elixir materialized within Luo Qing's dantian. For the legendary classification of the golden elixir's quality. Such distinctions were non-existent at this time, with the heavenly path still in its infancy. The golden elixir was simply a golden elixir, the essence of the great Tao. Its potential for growth lay in the future, rather than the past. With a single golden elixir consumed, from this moment on, my fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. This phrase, often echoed in online novels of my previous life, resonated deeply with Luo Qing at this moment. The golden immortal is established. It is time to seize my own destiny. Luo Qing's gaze swept over the 4 golden deities encircling him, his voice icy as he muttered to himself. Chapter 30. Subduing the 4 golden deities. The 4 golden deities, left to guard Luo Qing, were all staunch supporters of Hu Xing upon Luo Qing's emergence from the cave. Hu Xing's divine servants, led by the white-haired deity, immediately confronted him, demanding, "Qi Hua, the mountain lord has treated you well. Why do you deceive and conceal your progress and cultivation, especially during our battle against the fearsome beasts on 100 Deities Mountain? What are your intentions?" Luo Qing regarded the 4 golden deities surrounding him, 2 being lower-tier innate deities and 2 natural spirits, and smiled faintly. "White Elder, what do you think my intentions are? Surely, you are well aware. Is there any need for inquiry?" The white-haired deity's expression darkened slightly, and he barked angrily, "Bold Qi Hua, dare you betray 100 Deities Mountain and the Mountain Lord? Fellow Taoists, join me in subduing this child and await the Mountain Lord's return for judgment." "Huh?" Luo Qing grinned, refusing to elaborate further on the truth. It was evident that these 4, including the White Elder, were unwavering loyalists to Hu Xing. No matter what he said, they would never betray their allegiance. Ultimately, it would come down to the test of strength. The white-haired deity's voice fell. He and the other 3 golden deities promptly produced a supreme innate treasure, the Spirit Mirror. The mirror, positioned at 4 cardinal points, transformed the area around Luo Qing into a realm of its own, far more intricate than the 5-element arena he had crafted. Not only did it confine the immediate space around Luo Qing, but it also expanded the area exponentially, providing ample room for the 5 golden deities to unleash their combat prowess. This was also a precaution by the white-haired deity, who feared that a battle within the core cave would lead to its destruction and the demise of the other 4 5-element golden deities. "Qi Hua, surrender now, and you may still have a chance. Once we engage, do not blame us for being merciless," the white-haired deity warned, his face grim. "Enough with the trivialities," Luo Qing replied indifferently. In terms of strength, he was a newly ascended golden deity, possessing several postnatal spiritual treasures. Loyal subordinates of Hu Xing, the White Elder and his companions certainly had access to their own postnatal spiritual treasures. By all appearances, Luo Qing seemed to have no chance of victory. "Attack?" The White Elder, resolute in his decision, called out as he summoned a seal-like low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure to suppress Luo Qing. Simultaneously, the other 3 mid-level golden deities revealed their own low-grade postnatal spiritual treasures, launching an assault on Luo Qing. Luo Qing inwardly acknowledged, as expected, Hu Xing indeed lacked for postnatal spiritual treasures, yet fortunately, he had not placed his hopes solely on them. The earth's mystical attire enveloped him, halting the four treasures' advance just beyond his vicinity. Luo Qing was the key to Hu Xing's transformation. Thus, the four were hesitant to unleash their full strength against him. Consequently, Luo Qing's defensive garment successfully neutralized the attacks from the four treasures. While Luo Qing shielded himself from their onslaught, he remained vigilant. His azure eyes, imbued with divine insight, continuously scanned the surroundings and the expanse of Hundred Deities Mountain. So it is, having attained the rank of Golden Immortal, the power of the Eye of the Great Tao within Luo Qing surged to a new level. He quickly discerned the secrets of the Spirit Mirror realm. Although the realm was vast, it was continuously contracting. Should it reach its limit, Luo Qing would be unable to escape, becoming ensnared by the encroaching Spirit Mirror. The four supreme innate treasures were more than sufficient to subdue a Golden Immortal. With the intentions of the four clear to him, Luo Qing's eyes glinted with murderous intent, regarding them as mere corpses. Since there were no further tricks up their sleeves, they might as well face their demise. "What?" the White Elder exclaimed in shock, disbelief etched on his face. How dare a fish in a barrel utter such brazen words? Before he could mock Luo Qing further, a dazzling display of red, white, azure, black, and yellow light flickered above Luo Qing's head, exploding outward towards the four golden deities. Upon sensing the essence within the azure light, the White Elder's expression shifted to one of fear as he shouted, "An innate spiritual treasure?" Hastily, he activated a defensive postnatal spiritual treasure, turning to flee. Having witnessed the might of innate treasures in the central primal chaos, he knew that he, as a late-stage golden deity, stood no chance against them. The white golden spiritual ring aimed at him struck with ferocity, cracking the defensive postnatal spiritual treasure that shielded him. However, to his relief, he managed to block the attack. He hastened his escape, moments away from breaching the Spirit Mirror realm. Unfortunately, just as he began to rejoice, a voice, cold and commanding as a death knell, echoed in his ears. "Freeze!" The late-stage golden deity found himself instantly immobilized at the edge of the Spirit Mirror realm. A look of fleeting joy plastered on his face, only to be eclipsed by a flicker of terror in his eyes. And no matter how hard he struggled or summoned his treasures, he remained utterly still. Although the White Elder managed to withstand the strike from the golden spiritual ring using his profound cultivation and defensive spiritual treasure, the other three golden deities were not as fortunate. Lacking their own defensive postnatal treasures, they were obliterated in a single strike from the three innate spiritual rings. Following this, Luo Qing harnessed the power of the supreme treasure, the Fire Spirit Ring, to command the four innate rings, merging them into the five-element spirit ring. Comparable to a mid-grade innate treasure, the five-element spirit ring possessed formidable binding capabilities, swiftly subduing the White Elder. What a pity! Gazing at the subdued White Elder, a hint of regret flickered in Luo Qing's eyes. The White Elder was a devoted confidant of Hu Xing. No one knew how many of Hu Xing's schemes he was privy to. Luo Qing dared not risk capturing him alive. As the five-element spirit ring rotated slightly, the white golden deity, frozen in the void, soon lost all vitality, disintegrating into a cloud of ashes within the Spirit Mirror realm. Indeed, the power of innate treasures is unparalleled. Luo Qing marveled at this realization. With the demise of the four golden deities, the five postnatal treasures they left behind fell into Luo Qing's possession. With a mere gesture, the four unclaimed innate treasures, the spirit mirrors, also landed in his hands. Though these mirrors were merely supreme innate treasures, their myriad uses compelled Luo Qing to regard them with newfound respect. Not daring to linger any longer on Hundred Deities Mountain, and disregarding the urge to plunder its treasures, Luo Qing soared into the sky, eager to escape the mountain at the earliest opportunity. From this point onward, the sky is high, and the birds may soar freely. I shall revel in boundless freedom. Just as he prepared to step beyond Hundred Deities Mountain, Luo Qing could not suppress a joyous utterance. Yet, as he advanced a single step, the elation on his face vanished, replaced by a dark scowl. Alas! I knew this would not be so simple. With a sigh of resignation, Luo Qing turned back to Hundred Deities Mountain, swiftly returning to the entrance of the core cave. Just as he was about to step out of the Hundred Deities Mountain realm, an intangible sense of the great Tao descended upon him. Hu Xing's ancestor was approaching Hundred Deities Mountain. There was no escape. Fortunately, Luo Qing did not place all his hopes upon this escape plan. Standing before the entrance of the core cave, he directed his gaze towards the chambers where his 4 senior brothers resided. A faint smile gracing his lips. Whether success would be achieved now rested entirely on fate. With a sudden movement, Luo Qing deftly evaded any prohibitive measures and materialized before a petrified figure. A mid-level innate deity of the wood element, Jin Shan. Over the years, aside from enhancing his cultivation and refining artifacts, Luo Qing had devoted himself to studying the intricate prohibitive formations within the core region of Baishan Mountain. The master of Hunyuan, a Tai golden deity hailing from the central wilderness, had indeed established a formidable array throughout the entire core cave area, a feat absent in the 5 Elements tribe, where even the Tai ancestor likely lacked comprehension of such complexities. After millennia of meticulous study, Luo Qing had unraveled the entirety of the grand formation, enabling him to stealthily usurp control over it. Standing before this unfortunate senior brother, a flicker of pity crossed Luo Qing's eyes. My friend, I presume you harbor a profound hatred for the old scoundrel Hunyuan as well, now that all 5 of the 5 Elements golden deities have assembled. I trust you are aware of your imminent fate. I wonder how you will choose. Luo Qing's words were delivered with a calm demeanor, devoid of any temptation or coercion. As his voice faded, a barely perceptible wave emanated from the stone figure. Rest assured, my friend, as long as I live, I shall ensure your lingering spirit is ushered into reincarnation. With this promise, Luo Qing vanished from the cave in an instant, sequentially visiting the other 4 chambers. Indeed, these 4 unfortunate brothers all shared an intense loathing for Hunyuan, as mid-level innate deities. They were destined for greatness, yet now deceived by their master, they found themselves akin to livestock, awaiting slaughter. How could they not harbor resentment? Hunyuan, if you deny me a path to life, do not blame me for reducing you to ashes. A cold glint flashed in Luo Qing's eyes as he transformed into a flame, soaring from Baishan Mountain, fleeing into the vast wilderness. Unfortunately, as Luo Qing sensed, barely 1,000 miles from his departure, he was abruptly expelled from his fiery escape state. The oppressive force of the Tai golden deity immediately locked onto Luo Qing, rendering him immobile. Foolish child, my dear disciple, why do you seek to flee? Is it not better to merge with me and ascend the grand path together? Accompanied by an ethereal voice, the figure of Hunyuan appeared before Luo Qing. In the blink of an eye, Luo Qing was captured and returned to Baishan Mountain by Hunyuan. Upon noticing the absence of the 4 golden deities left behind, Hunyuan was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. I did not expect my fiery disciple to possess such formidable prowess. So easily dispatch 4 capable golden deities truly opens my eyes. In a short span, Luo Qing had eradicated 1 late-stage golden deity and 3 mid-stage golden deities. Even in his foolishness, Hunyuan now recognized that his disciple possessed hidden opportunities. However, he cared not. Whatever the opportunity, it would soon belong to him. In truth, a Tai golden deity alone could not suppress a golden immortal based solely on their aura. Luo Qing, fully aware of his inability to contend with Hunyuan, had merely pretended to be ensnared by Hunyuan's treachery involving the flame pearl. Once captured within Hunyuan's core cave, Luo Qing feigned terror. Yet his heart remained remarkably tranquil. He was acutely aware of Hunyuan's forthcoming actions. Within the core cave, a complex 5-element array gradually began to glow. Hunyuan seized Luo Qing and cast him into the fire element's eye of the array. At this moment, he ignored Luo Qing's fear and anger. As the array shifted, Luo Qing's 4 senior brothers were sequentially transferred into the 4 remaining elemental eyes of the array. 5 mid-level innate deities, each belonging to one of the 5 elements. With the innate 5 elemental deities in place, Hunyuan took his position at the core eye of the 5-element reversal array. After countless years of scheming, the day of fruition had finally arrived. Do not blame your master. The great path is devoid of emotion. If I do not strive with all my might, I shall inevitably become another's stepping stone. From this moment forth, you shall merge with me, sharing the grand path. Is it not a beautiful prospect? This was an opportunity that countless beings of the wilderness envied. Thus, my 5 obedient disciples, do grant your master this favor. Perhaps a new life awaits. At this moment, Han Yuan could not suppress his excitement, his words flowing more freely. Yet, Luo Qing and the others, having been subdued, offered no response to Huanyuan's declarations. Luo Qing merely rolled his eyes inwardly at Huanyuan's rhetoric. He did not find Huanyuan's actions particularly nefarious. Capturing innate deities for research and artifact refinement was no different from Huanyuan's own endeavors. It was merely unfortunate that Han Yuan had chosen him, Luo Qing, as a stepping stone for the grand path. Forgive me for being verbose, let us commence. Han Yuan revealed a warm smile, calming his excitement. As his words fell, a five-colored divine disk materialized above Huanyuan's head. Luo Qing's expression shifted instantaneously, for he had indeed encountered the worst possible situation. Han Yuan possessed an innate spiritual treasure. An innate spiritual treasure. For a Tai golden deity to transform into a high-level or even top-tier innate deity was no simple feat. He lacked the ability to fully absorb the essence of the 5 mid-level innate deities belonging to the 5 elements. Everything hinged upon the innate spiritual treasure in Huanyuan's possession. With a decisive gesture, Han Yuan invoked a spell, uttering the command, "Hurry!" Luo Qing immediately sensed the flame pearl upon him stirring with unusual activity. Not only the flame pearl on Luo Qing, but the other 4 golden deities also found a 5-element pearl emerging from them in unison. The 5 pearls whirled above the spiritual treasure disk as if returning to their maternal source. The essence of the 5 elements, why do you not return to your rightful place? What are you waiting for? Huanyuan's voice resounded. Under the suppression of the spiritual treasure disk and the enticement of the array, the 5 pearls experienced a powerful pulling force. The fire essence from the white flame spiritual pearl, now upgraded to a postnatal spiritual treasure, surged uncontrollably towards Han Yuan. Luo Qing's pupils flickered imperceptibly, and he immediately exerted all his effort to conceal his aura, transforming himself into a mere corpse. The white flame spiritual pearl took his place in the calamity. Unfortunately, the other 4 golden deities were not so fortunate. Their essence and primordial spirits, powerless to resist, were forcibly extracted and drawn towards Han Yuan. All of Huanyuan's focus was directed towards absorbing and merging the 5 elemental essences. Oblivious to Luo Qing, who lay as still as a corpse, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his vacant eyes. The essence of the 5 elements, to replenish me, how exquisite! Han Yuan began to merge the 5 elemental essences, delighting in the process. The resistance from the 5 elemental essences was nearly non-existent, a testament to Huanyuan's prior manipulation of the 5 disciples' auras, allowing him to dominate them effortlessly. However, when Han Yuan began to merge with the fire essence, his expression suddenly shifted. Poison? The essence of fire is tainted with poison, cursed Han Yuan, his face paling in rage. The poisonous essence had begun to infiltrate Huanyuan's own essence, akin to introducing poison directly into his core. Though the poison was weak and incapable of killing Han Yuan, it undoubtedly disrupted his transformation plan. Han Yuan faced 2 choices: continue merging with the 5 elemental essences, risking severe harm to his own essence but preserving his life, albeit with potential future repercussions, or immediately cease absorbing the 5 elemental essences and expel the small amount of poisonous essence within him, thus safeguarding himself but rendering the transformation plan an utter failure. Proceed. Despite his seething hatred for Luo Qing, Han Yuan clenched his teeth and pressed on. He refused to let his decades-long scheme go to waste. He could always recuperate over the next several millennia. Just as Han Yuan endured the agony of his tainted essence and managed to incorporate 1/3 of the 5 elemental essences, the fire essence suddenly began to wane. What is happening? In that moment, Han Yuan was genuinely alarmed, more so than when he discovered the poison. Heh. The essence of a low-level innate fire deity is certainly not sufficient to match that of a mid-level innate fire deity. Teacher, is it not obvious? The fire essence is on the brink of being completely absorbed by you. Just moments ago, he had appeared lifeless. Now, Luo Qing wore a smile as he beheld Han Yuan. Hearing Luo Qing's words and witnessing his seemingly unharmed state, Han Yuan finally realized that he had been deceived by this disciple. The imbalance of the 5 elements signified the absolute failure of his transformation plan. All of his efforts over the millennia had been rendered futile in an instant. Igniting Huanyuan's fury, "You seek death." Huanyuan's eyes turned crimson, flames of rage igniting within him as his hatred for Luo Qing reached its zenith. From the moment Hun Yuan brought him to Baishan Mountain, they had become sworn enemies. At this juncture, Luo Qing met Huan Yuan's furious gaze with icy indifference. "Brothers, if we do not act now, when shall we?" Luo Qing's voice echoed through the air, seemingly signaling a counterattack, instantly sending chills down the spine of the elder of the Hun Yuan clan, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. The expression of terror on his face replaced his previous fury. "No!" The elder of Hun Yuan cried out in fear, but it was already too late. Chapter 32. The annihilation of the Hun Yuan elder. As soon as Luo Qing's words fell, the four primordial deities that were being assimilated by Hun Yuan immediately experienced a disruption. Their consciousness had long been suppressed by Hun Yuan, yet unbeknownst to him, before his return, Luo Qing had stealthily utilized the Eye of the Great Tao to create a crack in Huan Yuan's seal. Although this crack did not allow the four deities to fully awaken, thus avoiding Huan Yuan's notice, it granted them a chance for autonomous revival. Luo Qing had previously reached an agreement with the four deities. Upon receiving the signal, they would immediately awaken and self-destruct their essence to severely injure Hun Yuan. The four deities harbored a deep-seated hatred for Hun Yuan, who had deceived them, and without hesitation, they consented to Luo Qing's plan. After all, if they were to perish, taking Hun Yuan down with them would serve as a form of vengeance. At this moment, Hun Yuan had already fused with about one-third of the four deities' primordial essences. As the four deities self-destructed their essence, the outcome was inevitable. Just as the elder of Hun Yuan exclaimed his denial, a tremendous explosion erupted, the four deities, primordial spirits and essences detonating within him. A deafening crack sounded as a thunderous bolt ruptured in the elder's mind. His core essence, the five elemental sources, bore four horrifying fissures as a result of the explosion of one-third of the four deities' essences. The Great Tao's essence was on the brink of shattering, and the backlash inflicted upon Hun Yuan was exceedingly severe. His aura visibly plummeted to an all-time low, and his cultivation as a Tai golden immortal teetered precariously, and that instant, the elder of Huan Yuan's complexion turned ashen. With the explosion of the Great Tao's essence, this injury to his Tao was nearly irreparable, effectively severing his path. Luo Qing gazed in astonishment as the elder of Hun Yuan used a spiritual treasure to suppress his injuries. Feeling a twinge of regret, "What remarkable skills my master possesses. Even in such a condition, he retains his status as a Tai golden immortal. Since my four elder brothers have bestowed such a grand gift upon my master, I, as the junior disciple, must not fall short." Luo Qing's voice, akin to that of a demon, resonated once more, rendering Huan Yuan's expression grotesque with fury. "Qi Hua, you are truly damned. I shall reduce you to ashes." Explode! In the face of Huan Yuan's threats, Luo Qing uttered this single word, instantly turning Huan Yuan's pallid face a mixture of green and red. This was Luo Qing's command to ignite the fire essence he had fused with Hun Yuan. Ultimately, this fire essence was merely the primal power of the innate spiritual treasure, the white flame spirit pearl. As its master, Luo Qing naturally wielded the ability to cause it to self-destruct. However, the fire essence was rather weak, and its explosive power paled in comparison to that of the four deities. It merely added a fifth small fissure to Huan Yuan's core essence. Yet, the poison essence mingled within the fire essence thoroughly infiltrated Huan Yuan's essence through the five fissures during the explosion, effectively poisoning him at a profound level. With a cough, Hun Yuan spat out another mouthful of blood. He could no longer maintain his cultivation as a Tai golden immortal. His condensed avatar, now riddled with cracks, was on the verge of shattering. His aura continued to plummet, eventually descending to the late stage of the golden immortal realm. Huan Yuan's visage waned, his vitality and spirit entirely diminished, realizing the inevitability of his demise and the severance of his Tao. Yet, his hatred for Luo Qing only intensified. The once favorable situation had been utterly ruined by Luo Qing. How could he not harbor resentment? "Do you think that by plotting against me, you can escape with your life? Naive! Even if I fall to the golden immortal realm, it would still be effortless for me to deal with you." The elder of Hun Yuan let out a grim laugh, his eyes filled with unbridled hatred. Above him, the spiritual treasure suppressed his being, and with a hum, the core cave of the 100 Gods mountain rose, manifesting a grand Tai 5 elements formation. Humph! Luo Qing also chuckled coldly at this moment. Hunyuan, reduced to the cultivation of a mere golden immortal, resembled a cornered dog, merely struggling in vain. The formation enveloped both Luo Qing and Hunyuan. You foolish child, you have no idea of the methods employed by a Tai golden immortal. Hunyuan declared, attempting to harness the power of the formation to suppress and eliminate Luo Qing. However, before he could finish speaking, Hunyuan suddenly realized that his connection to the formation had been severed entirely. Luo Qing, with the fire spirit ring suspended above his head, was surrounded by the 4 innate elemental rings swirling around him. The moment the cave's formation was activated, it was seamlessly taken over by Luo Qing. His Eye of the Great Tao was the ultimate nemesis of formations. Over the millennia, Luo Qing had become more familiar with the Tai 5 elements formation than Hunyuan himself, the innate 5 elements rings. Hunyuan's expression twisted in despair. Having lost control of the formation and witnessing Luo Qing's abundance of spiritual treasures, he seethed. This is mine. It was supposed to be mine. At that moment, Hunyuan was engulfed in a murderous aura as he commanded the spiritual treasure to unleash a torrent of spells and techniques against Luo Qing. Ha! Come at me, Luo Qing sneered. Facing Hunyuan's 5 elements techniques, he did not flinch or evade. Instead, the 5 elemental rings converged, spinning with vigor, shielding him from harm. Hunyuan's 5 elements techniques met the 5 elemental rings like snowflakes plunging into molten lava, melting away before they could even make contact. It is time to end this. Luo Qing's gaze turned cold as he regarded the frenzied elder of Hunyuan. The formation's power surged as Luo Qing directed it toward the elder, who, stripped of his Tai golden immortal cultivation, found himself utterly outmatched against the grand formation. He could only barely protect himself with the innate spiritual treasure above his head. Luo Qing, unwilling to prolong the confrontation, declared, "Freeze!" The 5 elemental rings unleashed their full power, striking the spiritual treasure above Hunyuan's head, immobilizing it in the void. Hunyuan's expression shifted as Luo Qing's will surged, and the 4 innate elemental rings sliced through the elder's neck in succession. Struck by the 4 innate treasures, Hunyuan had no hope of survival. His face remained etched with disbelief as his body crumbled into ash. With a flick of Luo Qing's sleeve, Hunyuan was completely reduced to dust, ground to nothingness by the formation's might. The Tai golden immortal Hunyuan had fallen, with the upper hand secured through cunning, and despite the perils faced along the way, Luo Qing ultimately succeeded in vanquishing this formidable foe. He collected the spiritual treasure, the God Plate, left behind by Hunyuan, but had no time to examine it further. Luo Qing turned his gaze toward the remaining bodies of the 4 deities. Their self-detonation had played an indispensable role in easily eliminating Hunyuan. Luo Qing had not forgotten the promise he made. Rest assured, my 4 comrades. I shall honor my word and facilitate your reincarnation. With that, Luo Qing summoned his will, and the fragments of the 4 deities' primordial spirits returned to their original bodies. These remnants had lost their sentience, making self-revival impossible, but reincarnation was still feasible. After temporarily collecting the bodies of the 4 deities, Luo Qing vanished in the blink of an eye, appearing within the treasury of the cave. Without a glance, he swiftly gathered all the treasures, for the 100 Gods Mountain was not a tightly guarded sect. Most of the valuables were hoarded by Hunyuan himself or carried by the golden immortal elders. Thus, aside from this treasury, there were no significant repositories of wealth remaining in the entire 100 Gods Mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, after securing the treasury, Luo Qing immediately fled beyond the 100 Gods Mountain. Once he had distanced himself, he whispered, "Explode!" At his command, the Tai 5 elements formation at the core of the 100 Gods Mountain erupted, leveling the entire central region to the ground. After erasing all traces, Luo Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief, vanishing from the spot. A few hours later, a cry of a phoenix resounded through the heavens, descending upon the 100 Gods Mountain. "Damn it, who has disrupted my Phoenix clan's plans and slain the mountain Lord Hunyuan? The Dragon clan or the Qilin clan?" The Tai of the Phoenix clan gazed darkly at the vanishing core area of the 100 Gods Mountain, where Hunyuan's aura had abruptly ceased, on the way to eliminate the remnants of the ferocious beasts. The Tai of the Phoenix clan had suddenly discovered Hunyuan's disappearance, prompting a hasty return to investigate. To his shock, He realized that the elder Hunyuan had already perished within the 100 Gods Mountain. Chapter 33. The Five-Source Spirit Plate. After leaving behind a lingering mystery for the Phoenix clan, Luo Qing hastily fled a distance of 100,000 miles before finding a secluded and inconspicuous small mountain. He excavated a cave to conceal himself. With various concealment techniques in place, even a Tai Golden Immortal passing by would not discover him unless they conducted a meticulous search. Finally, Luo Qing let out a sigh of relief. The urgency of his escape from the 100 Gods Mountain was also to evade the Phoenix clan. Previously, with the formidable enemy Hunyuan present, accepting the Phoenix clan's overtures had been a pragmatic choice. Now that Hunyuan was dead, Luo Qing naturally wished to distance himself from the Phoenix clan. If they were to coerce him into joining their ranks, would he not become a servant within their clan? For the time being, setting aside the issues concerning the Phoenix clan, Luo Qing eagerly began to gather his spoils. He had first vanquished 4 mid to late stage golden deities, followed by the annihilation of the venerable ancestor of the Huanqing, the master of Baishan Mountain. Consequently, he acquired the legacies of 4 golden deity senior brothers. In total, Luo Qing had plundered the wealth of 8 golden deities and 1 Tai, along with a plethora of innate treasures and 6 or 7 inferior postnatal spiritual artifacts, which he deemed inconsequential. As Luo Qing ascended to the realm of golden immortals, the allure of such artifacts diminished significantly in his eyes. Even the inferior postnatal spiritual treasures held little novelty for him. With the right materials at hand, he could effortlessly forge them. What truly delighted Luo Qing were the abundant spiritual materials imbued with the essence of the great Dao in comparison to the postnatal spiritual treasures he had collected. He found himself far more enamored with these materials. Although he possessed a variety of other cultivation resources, many were rendered useless in his pursuit. However, the most significant prize was undoubtedly the innate spiritual treasure in the possession of the Huanqing Ancestor, the Five-Source Spirit Plate. Quality: inferior innate spiritual treasure. Description: a prenatal womb birthed from the 5 elemental great Tao, capable of balancing the 5 elements, facilitating their circulation, and assimilating the essence of their respective origins. Upon reading the appraisal of this treasure, Luo Qing furrowed his brow. It was no wonder that the Huanqing Ancestor, a Tai golden deity, could conceive a method to assimilate the essence of the 5 elemental deities to transform his own foundation. He had depended entirely on this 5-source spirit plate. Yet, this spiritual treasure was primarily beneficial to deities like Huanqing, who hailed from the 5 elemental great Tao. For Luo Qing, who solely cultivated the fire Tao, its utility was considerably diminished. The key function of this treasure was to balance and circulate the 5 elements. But with his entire essence rooted in fire, such balance was unnecessary. Despite being an inferior innate spiritual treasure, it could still serve as a commendable defensive artifact. At this moment, standing with 5 innate spiritual treasures by his side, Luo Qing felt somewhat awkward. To his dismay, none of these treasures were of the fire attribute. Were it not for the 4 innate elemental rings originating from the same source as Luo Qing, and the fire spirit ring regulating them, it would indeed be a challenge to wield these 4 inherent rings effortlessly. Even now, though Luo Qing had thoroughly refined the 5-source spirit plate, its incompatible attributes rendered its operation less fluid compared to the 5 elemental rings. After organizing his gains, Luo Qing finally turned his attention to himself. Having just recently broken through to Golden Deity, he had engaged in 2 consecutive battles, leaving his cultivation feeling somewhat unstable. Aware of the need for caution, he commenced his first closed-door meditation as a golden immortal in this secluded locale. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years passed. The place where Luo Qing had meditated finally echoed with the sound of the stone door opening. Emerging from this temporary cave abode, Luo Qing appeared as pristine as a celestial being, his countenance strikingly divine. After a millennium of cultivation, he had merely stabilized his golden immortal realm, dispelling the turbulence that had clouded his spirit. The path of golden immortal cultivation was indeed arduous. Luo Qing sighed. Over the 1,000 years, his progress had been minimal. The accumulation of resources was secondary, while the vast amounts of vital essence required by golden immortals could always be replenished. The true essence of their cultivation lay in the comprehension of the great Tao and the mastery of its principles. As an innate deity, possessing the innate aspect of the Red King Fire, He was ceaselessly infused with the flame laws within the manifestation of the Red King, yet the status of the Red King aspect was merely at the nascent stage of Tai golden deity, and its absorption of the flame laws was agonizingly slow. If he were to proceed methodically, it would take several epochs before he could even approach the threshold of Tai golden deity. At this moment, Luo Qing was struck with the desire to embark on a journey. To expedite his golden immortal cultivation, he needed to engage with the Eye of the Great Tao. However, this region was exceedingly barren, offering scant innate treasures capable of enriching the Eye of the Great Tao. Since ascending to the golden immortal realm, innate treasures no longer surprised Luo Qing. The speed at which the Eye of the Great Tao analyzed innate treasures had increased exponentially, completing a single analysis task in approximately a year. Currently, treasures merely served as a means to accumulate innate runes and innate prohibitions. In contrast, a single spiritual treasure could contribute to the Eye of the Great Tao's enrichment far beyond that of numerous treasures. Luo Qing fervently hoped to encounter more innate spiritual treasures. The moment the thought of venturing forth arose, he could no longer suppress it. With the chaos of the ferocious beasts quelled, golden immortals had indeed acquired the qualification to traverse the vast wilderness. Thus, it was decided. Luo Qing resolved firmly that remaining in this region to reign supreme would likely mean that by the time he emerged as a Tai golden deity, the outside world would already be teeming with Deluo. Yet, even with a plan for exploration, Luo Qing was not inclined to depart immediately. Casting his gaze towards the direction of the original 5 elemental tribe, he found himself unable to shake off concerns regarding the tribe's fate since their hasty relocation. With a flicker, Luo Qing's figure vanished, causing the cave beneath him to crumble instantaneously. As he passed by Baishan Mountain, Luo Qing cast a distant glance at it, observing a fiery phoenix manifestation perched atop. As he had anticipated, following Huanqing's demise, the Phoenix clan had claimed Baishan Mountain for themselves. Regardless of the circumstances, Baishan Mountain governed a territory spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. The Phoenix clan would undoubtedly seize the unclaimed land left behind by the absence of leadership. Having eradicated the remnants of the ferocious beasts, the days ahead for the deities of the southern wilderness would likely grow even more trying. Luo Qing murmured to himself as he regarded the Phoenix apparition. Compared to the mindless slaughter of the ferocious beasts, the cunning and intelligent Phoenix avian lineage posed a far greater threat, making them more challenging adversaries. This was also one of the reasons Luo Qing yearned to leave the southern domain. As the innate fire deity, Luo Qing could not accept a subordinate position to others without resistance, which naturally placed him at odds with the fire spirit Phoenix clan. The path of divinity is a narrow one, becoming increasingly constricted as one ascends. The wider the path occupied by oneself, the narrower it becomes for others. While such competition was not overtly apparent among golden deities in Tai, it became fiercely contested at the level of Deluo. Beyond that, in the realm of Hunyuan, a single path might only allow a few or even just one to ascend. Unless one willingly accepted a subordinate position, the divine path would inevitably lead to a struggle to the death. This might also explain why the path of immortality later gained prominence. With the divine paths already dominated by predecessors, newly born deities had no choice but to abandon the divine path if they wished to avoid being subjugated, redirecting their focus to the path of immortality. Luo Qing, however, would never forsake his pursuit of the divine path, unwilling to submit as a subordinate deity to others, which ensured that he and the Phoenix clan could not coexist harmoniously. Casting a deep gaze at the Phoenix apparition, Luo Qing turned towards the original location of the 5 elemental tribe. Chapter 34. Journey to the Western Wilderness. The hasty departure of the 5 elemental tribe had indeed left behind a multitude of traces. Fortunately, the Huanqing ancestor showed no interest in pursuing the members of the 5 elemental tribe, thus sparing them from scrutiny. Yet, nearly 20,000 years had passed, and despite the numerous traces left behind, they had long since eroded away. Using the Eye of the Great Tao, Luo Qing meticulously traced the direction of the 5 elemental tribes' retreat, expending several years before finally locating their new settlement, a basin nestled against the mountains and rivers. Situated 200,000 miles to the south of their original location, this place was considerably more remote than the Baishan Mountain region. Venturing further south would likely lead to the southern seas. Nonetheless, the absence of significant forces nearby suggested that the Phoenix clan would likely overlook this barren land. Perhaps the five elemental tribe could indeed find a silver lining in their misfortune. Avoiding the calamity of the three-clan war, now, with a different identity, Luo Qing refrained from personally visiting the Qiyin tribe out of caution. He was unwilling to gamble the safety of his own being on the character of the Tai ancestor of the five elemental tribe. Human hearts and divine hearts alike cannot withstand testing. However, this posed no challenge for Luo Qing. He located a member of the Qiyin tribe near the settlement and instructed him to convey a message to the true god of Firestone. Naturally, the Qiyin clansman dared not refuse a golden deity. Upon hearing Luo Qing's message, the Naoxian deity Firestone was taken aback. After 10,000 years without news of Luo Qing, he had presumed Luo Qing had perished amidst the wilderness. Upon arriving at the designated meeting place, Firestone exclaimed in displeasure, "You brat! Now that you're home, why am I the one sent to find you? Is it that you've been away so long you dare not return?" "Forgive me, Captain. It was a rather unexpected circumstance," Luo Qing replied, his surprise mirrored in his eyes at the sight of Firestone, who served as both mentor and father figure. As Firestone prepared to reprimand Luo Qing, he was suddenly struck dumb. "You brat, you!" Firestone could hardly believe his own eyes. Even though he was aware of Luo Qing's talents, he never imagined Luo Qing would have attained the realm of golden deity. As Luo Qing exuded the aura of an innate deity, Firestone fell silent, scrutinizing Luo Qing with a bewildered gaze, taking in his even more refined and perfect visage compared to 10,000 years prior. "You haven't been possessed by some ancient deity, have you? Trying to fool me?" While Firestone could grasp Luo Qing's ascension to golden deity, the fact that he had defied the innate order to become an innate deity left him incredulous. Luo Qing chuckled, "Captain, I recall that when I was 10 years old, you pursued a goddess from the Qinghua tribe, only to be rejected. Shall I remind you of her name?" "All right, no need to say more." "You little rascal, it has been nearly 20,000 years. How can you still remember my embarrassing misdeeds?" Huasher's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly interrupted Luo Qing from speaking further in just a few words. Luo Qing and Huasher shattered the estrangement that had lingered for millennia, a wave of familiarity washing over them. Huasher, as a profound deity, began to comprehend Luo Qing's predicament. It was not that the Five Elements tribe could not accommodate a rebellious innate member, but rather that for a postnatal being to defy an innate deity, it required extraordinary opportunity. Would the tribe's golden deities be unmoved? Could the venerable Tai remain indifferent? Even Huasher himself harbored uncertainties. Given this, it might be wiser to part ways, preserving a favorable impression of one another. In that fateful battle years ago, Xiaoxi, Shitu, and Jingjing had all perished. Even the Qinghua goddess, whom you just mentioned, did not escape. As Huasher reflected on that battle, he sighed softly. The first three were friends from the same tribe who had enjoyed a good rapport with Luo Qing, yet they met their demise in that catastrophic conflict. After a moment of silence, Luo Qing solemnly declared, "The master of Baishan Mountain, Hunyuan Laozu, has already been slain by my own hand, thus avenging the tribe for that arrow of vengeance from years past." Huasher had lost count of how many times he had been astonished that day. He was already numb to the revelations. Luo Qing and Huasher engaged in heartfelt discussions for 3 days, during which Luo Qing pointed out the flaws in Huasher's cultivation. Though the ferocious beasts had been vanquished, the Feng clan remained tyrannical, and chaos in the southern wilderness would soon arise again. "Huasher, I implore you to safeguard yourself." After imparting his final words, Luo Qing bid farewell to Huasher and set forth on his journey. At the same time, he bequeathed to Huasher a dozen or so inferior postnatal spirit treasures and a plethora of innate artifacts, urging him to arrange their use as he saw fit. For Luo Qing, who had already mastered the crafting of medium-grade postnatal spirit treasures, the inferior ones were of little value. Rather than let them gather dust, he deemed it more fitting to bestow them upon the Five Elements tribe, as a means of repaying part of his debt of gratitude for their nurturing. An eagle spreads its wings and soars into the skies. It seems our Five Elements tribe cannot retain this young man. Huasher sighed as he watched Luo Qing's vanishing figure. The inadequacy of the Five Elements tribe's strength was apparent. Otherwise, why would such caution be necessary even for a rebellious innate opportunity? Seeing that the Five Elements tribe remained unscathed and had regained much vitality over the millennia, Huasher had also ascended to the rank of a profound deity. Luo Qing felt a heavy burden lift from his heart. Although his pursuit of the Tao was steadfast, he did not wish to become a being devoid of desire, emotionless and unfeeling. What difference would that make from being a slave to the Tao? In the world of mortals and gods, as one chases the Tao also assimilates one. Those who seek the Tao still require anchors to awaken their spirits time and again. Casting a lingering glance back at the basin where the Five Elements tribe resided, Luo Qing found himself momentarily lost in thought. He sensed that this farewell might stretch across countless epochs before their next meeting, as long as the Five Elements tribe remains in their corner. Refraining from entangling themselves in the ensuing conflict among the three clans, it should not be difficult for them to weather the impending calamity of dragons and phoenixes, regaining his composure and dispelling the sorrow of parting. Luo Qing smiled. Despite the legends claiming that Tai Golden Immortals were as numerous as dogs and that the Luo Golden Immortals walk the earth, should the chaos spread, it would be unlikely for a Tai Golden Immortal to emerge within an average radius of 1,000,000 miles. The wilderness of the primal world was abundant in desolation. Being a Tai Golden Immortal made one a member of the primal Earth's overlords. With a Tai Golden Immortal stationed, as long as the Five Elements tribe remains prudent, devoid of their formidable foes, surviving in the primal world should be relatively straightforward. Raising his gaze, Luo Qing directed his attention westward. This region lay in the extreme southwest of the primal southern domain, quite distant from the central Zhou mountain area. However, it was adjacent to the western continent. Given that the central region of the primal world was historically a gathering place for mighty cultivators, Luo Qing, a mere golden immortal, dared not act recklessly. Conversely, the western continent had suffered greatly from the slaughter of the ferocious beast clan, with its former inhabitants reduced by over half, particularly among the formidable Tai and De Luo, who suffered even heavier losses. At this moment, the upper echelon of the western continent was scarce in skilled practitioners, clearly aligning with Luo Qing's intentions as a golden immortal seeking adventure. Thus, he resolved to temporarily avoid the Feng clan's prominence in the southern domain and pursue his cultivation in the western continent. As for the legendary demon ancestor Luo Hu, he currently resided in the western continent, a realm far beyond Luo Qing's reach. Not worth his concern. At worst, when the calamity of dragons and phoenixes began, he could simply flee. Having made his decision, he set his course for the west. In a flash, Luo Qing transformed into a mass of flames, speeding westward. At this time, the calamity of ferocious beasts in the primal world had just passed, and the stars in the sky dimmed. Even the sun and moon did not shine with the brilliance they would later possess. The primal world now lacked the distinction of night and day, with the sun and moon casting faint shadows across the heavens. With all his might, Luo Qing traversed the journey, and within a few years, he caught sight of the western continent of the primal world. The primal fire source vein lay in the southern domain. The further one traveled from it, the cooler the temperature became. Standing at the border between the southern domain and the western continent, Luo Qing's Dao gazed towards the high skies of the west. Compared to the fiery ascent of the southern domain, the west appeared dimly luminous, with celestial light flickering in and out of view. This sight of the burgeoning celestial path was indeed unexpected. Luo Qing was astonished. Had the celestial path begun to flourish in the west? However, upon further reflection, he realized that the divine path's practitioners in the western continent had suffered severe losses during the calamity of ferocious beasts. The decline of the divine path naturally allowed the celestial path to rise, particularly for postnatal beings and naturally weak deities. The celestial path was evidently more accessible. Contemplating the celestial path illuminated Luo Qing's eyes. His own cultivation of the celestial path had relied on an ancient tome of qi refinement and the analysis and deduction of the Dao. He had yet to encounter more profound celestial techniques. If the West indeed thrived in celestial practices, it would undoubtedly be rich in advanced celestial arts, well worth his exploration. Westward, here I come, Luo Qing silently declared, eagerly plunging into the western continent. Nearly 20,000 years had passed since the calamity of ferocious beasts, and the western primal world had begun to regain some vitality. Furthermore, with the complete annihilation of the Wind Spirit Tiger clan, various divine mountains had erected their own domains. It was uncertain when, but a method of cultivation known as the celestial path had begun to gain traction in the western continent. Over the course of 2 millennia, majestic celestial cities sprang up across the western continent. With the rise of the celestial path, it inevitably encroached upon the interests of the divine path's deities. In recent years, conflicts and skirmishes between the divine and celestial paths had become increasingly frequent. In a vast expanse of towering mountain ranges near the southern domain, within a deep canyon, a group of innate divine deities confronted a faction of postnatal beings and natural deities from the celestial path. Among the innate deities, a prominent golden deity flashed with a hint of vexation. "Fellow of the wind path, your people from the moon-watching celestial city have crossed the boundary. This is the territory of our Tsangyun Mountain. Do you truly wish to sever ties with us?" Wenlingzi was a late-stage golden immortal and one of the powerful figures from the moon-watching celestial city. "Huayun golden deity, spare your breath. This wind spirit gorge is a stronghold of the wind spirit tiger clan, and we shall not yield," Wenlingzi replied with a smile. The wind spirit tiger clan was once a formidable force on the western continent, and even a mere stronghold was a coveted treasure for golden immortals. Over the millennia, many fortunate individuals had uncovered the hidden strongholds of the wind spirit clan, gaining access to precious resources such as innate roots, celestial materials, artifacts, and spirit treasures. As the deities from Tsangyun Mountain and the immortals from moon-watching celestial city faced off, Luo Qing was passing by from 1,000 miles away. Ever since entering the western continent, Luo Qing had ceased relying on the fire escape technique for travel. Instead, he soared through the clouds, his azure eyes occasionally shimmering with light. While journeying, he utilized the Dao Eye to scout for treasures. To his surprise, the confrontation between the two factions of divine and celestial paths drew Luo Qing's attention. Not one to meddle in others' affairs, he was currently cultivating both paths and did not feel inclined to favor either side. However, the violent aura of resentment nearby was particularly striking in his Dao Eye. What astonished Luo Qing even more was that amidst this fierce resentment, a vibrant essence of Gongjin energy intertwined. Compared to the overwhelming aura of resentment, this Gongjin energy was somewhat feeble, yet it pulsed with life, subtly counterbalancing the resentment. A truly remarkable phenomenon. At this moment, the cycle of the primal world had yet to emerge, and the nether realm remained incomplete. Yet, the frequency of deaths among beings was alarmingly high, resulting in resentment permeating the primal world, a common occurrence. While it was said that resentment could give rise to ghosts and spirits, it had never been heard that it could nurture Gongjin energy. Curious, Luo Qing decided to investigate. As Luo Qing's mind sparked with insight, he did not detect the presence of any formidable Tai experts nearby. Thus, he stealthily made his way toward the gathering place of the vengeful spirits. Traversing a distance of 1,000 miles, he arrived in but a moment. However, mindful of the 7 or 8 golden immortals from the Jin and Tsangyun factions ahead, Luo Qing naturally refrained from brazenly making his entrance. Upon his arrival in this area, adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid trouble than to seek it, Luo Qing resolved to act as a cunning thief. As one who aspired to become a master of artifacts, Luo Qing was not lacking in various treasures. He donned a low-grade acquired spiritual treasure that concealed his aura and circumvented the two rival factions, intending to quietly infiltrate the canyon. Yet, he was not the only one with such intentions. Just as Luo Qing stealthily slipped into the canyon, a shadow surged forth from the ground with lightning speed, darting into the canyon. "Who goes there? Audacious!" The expressions of all present from the Wangyue Immortal City and Tsangyun Mountain shifted dramatically, rising in indignation. Their two factions were at loggerheads, allowing others to seize the opportunity. Without having discerned the intruder's figure clearly, Feng Lingzi's countenance darkened as he addressed the gods. "Fire Cloud Golden God, let us both take a step back and explore together, shall we? If we delay any longer, we may attract even more individuals drawn by the scent, and neither of our factions will fare well then." Agreed. The Fire Cloud Golden God also bore a grim expression. The treasures that rightfully belonged to the gods of Tsangyun Mountain were now to be shared with outsiders. However, as both factions were nearly equal in strength, further procrastination would only invite more competitors, which would be disastrous. The gods and immortals reached a temporary consensus, preparing to enter the canyon in search of treasure. As for the stealthy intruder, they did not harbor much concern. The canyon was the stronghold of the Feng Ling clan. It was not a place where a mere golden immortal could just waltz in unchallenged. After all, both the Wangyue Immortal City and Songyun Mountain had made ample preparations before arriving. At this moment, Luo Qing, having taken the lead, encountered a minor predicament. Prior to entering, he had sensed that the canyon was filled with bizarre and supernatural winds. As a golden immortal, he initially dismissed these strange winds. However, as Luo Qing ventured deeper into the canyon, reaching a depth of 100 miles, what had begun as chaotic winds that merely battered the rocks transformed into the bone-slicing winds. One of the primordial divine winds, as the name implies, those below the golden immortal level caught in such winds would be reduced to mere bone and spirit in mere breaths, extinguishing their divine fire. Even a golden immortal would find their bones vulnerable and their spirit shattered if they lingered for just a moment, in the future tribulations faced by immortals. The disasters of thunder, fire, and wind included the bone-slicing wind. Despite Luo Qing's dual cultivation of immortality and divinity and his formidable physique, he dared not confront the bone-slicing divine wind head-on. Nevertheless, this did not pose a challenge for Luo Qing. He possessed an abundance of spiritual treasures. With the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Wuyuan spirit disc, shielding his head, he braved the bone-slicing storm. After a brief moment, a cunning figure, resembling a rat with beady eyes, cautiously approached the bone-slicing winds in his hand. He held a pristine treasure pearl, and the surrounding strange divine winds immediately retreated as if they were mice fleeing from a cat. Even the bone-slicing winds vanished the moment they encroached within 3 zhang of the pearl. Hee! The individual chuckled sinisterly, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the bone-slicing winds. Before long, the gods of Songyun Mountain and the immortals of Wangyue also arrived at the bone-slicing wind area. 2 great formations suddenly ignited, enduring the onslaught of the divine winds as they entered the fray. Chapter 36. Blessed Land and Cave Heaven. This canyon was unusually vast and deep. Luo Qing traversed over 500 miles within the bone-slicing divine winds before emerging from their grasp. Upon stepping into the heart of the canyon, he was momentarily taken aback. Enveloped by the bone-slicing divine winds, the center, spanning approximately 100 miles in diameter, resembled a celestial paradise. As he gazed around, he beheld an abundance of spiritual herbs and celestial flowers, with various rare metals and stones carelessly strewn among the flora. Although they were not of high quality, a thorough search would yield enough materials to forge a dozen or so acquired spiritual treasures. Yet, despite the allure of the spiritual herbs and treasures, Luo Qing's attention was irresistibly drawn to a swirling wind mass of 100 meters in diameter at the center. The ominous aura wafting through the canyon and the faint scent of pure metal emanated from this very wind mass. A blessed land and cave heaven. The legendary name surfaced in Luo Qing's mind. Blessed lands are easily found, yet cave heavens are hard to seek. However, this is only relative. Currently, the world of the primordial era is experiencing a period of growth. Even small blessed lands are exceedingly rare. At least, previously, near the 100 Gods Mountain and the 5 Elements tribe, there was no such phenomenon. In comparison, cave heavens are even more precious, as they can evolve into small worlds. Should one possess a small world, even if its resources were barren, the benefits it would bestow upon its owner would be unimaginable. In later legends, the 24 Dinghai pearls, manipulated by the Buddha of Light, transformed into the 24 celestial Buddhist realms, forming the supreme foundation of Buddhism. The celestial realms, of course, were not celestial heavens. Rather, these 24 realms referred to 24 small thousand worlds. The rapid rise of Buddhism in a short time, rivaling and even surpassing Taoism, can also be linked to these 24 small worlds. Luo Qing certainly did not expect to discover a blessed land and cave heaven within this eye of the storm. To ascertain whether it was indeed a blessed land or a cave heaven, he would need to enter and investigate. However, as Luo Qing scanned the area with his divine gaze, he furrowed his brow. The entrance to this blessed land and cave heaven was shrouded by a swirling wind mass, which was encompassed by a formidable formation. This formation was intricate, filled with an abundance of innate runes. Far more complex than the one set up by the ancestor of the mixed lineages at 100 Gods Mountain. It was not difficult to surmise that the one who arranged this formation must at least be a great Luo Golden Immortal. Although there was no one presiding over it, the formation's power was still formidable, and attempting to decipher it using the Eye of Tao would be no small feat. Furthermore, Luo Qing's gaze swept back. Noting that a golden immortal was rapidly approaching from 300 miles away. 400 miles out, two distinct auras of celestial beings were leisurely making their way toward this location. Clearly, Luo Qing was not the only one with means to confront the bone-slicing divine winds. Luo Qing furrowed his brow. Time was of the essence. If the pursuers caught up, a battle would be unavoidable. While Luo Qing did not fear combat, he was reluctant to engage in a confrontation without having laid eyes upon the treasure first. Those capable of withstanding the bone-slicing divine winds were not to be trifled with, and Luo Qing did not wish to take unnecessary risks. Very well, with the Wuyuan Spirit Disc and the 5 Elements Spirit Ring for protection. As long as I remain cautious, this formation will not pose a threat to me. Luo Qing steadied himself, refraining from looting the spiritual herbs, celestial flowers, and rare stones, and instead turned to enter the formation surrounding the entrance to the blessed land and cave heaven. With the Wuyuan Spirit Disc hovering above his head, Luo Qing wielded the Fire Spirit Ring, while the other 4 spirit rings surrounded him, providing protection. Upon entering the formation, a tremendous force bore down upon him. The weight was akin to a mountain, rendering him nearly immovable. Despite Luo Qing's golden immortal cultivation, he was immediately forced to the ground in a most undignified manner. Anti-gravity, Luo Qing muttered. The formation possessed the ability to nullify gravity. Just as he landed, blade-like gusts of wind began to slice through the air from all directions, targeting Luo Qing. What made Luo Qing's face pale was that each gust of wind bore the full strength of a golden immortal strike. This was without the presence of a master of the formation. Had there been one, each gust could very well have reached the power of a Tai golden immortal, as the wind blades assailed him. It felt as though he was being bombarded by a multitude of golden immortals, causing the protective barrier of his 5 spiritual treasures to flicker with urgency. Luo Qing's heart raced, fearing that the barrier might shatter. Without the protection of his spiritual treasures, he feared he would be reduced to a pile of flesh in mere moments. I must expedite my pace, Luo Qing thought to himself. Channeling divine power throughout his body, he transformed into a towering figure resembling a red king deity. With the weight of 1,000 June pressing down upon him, it became easier to navigate through the formation in this divine form. Bearing the weight and the relentless assault of the golden immortal wind blades, Luo Qing took expansive strides toward the entrance of the blessed land and cave heaven. An hour later, thanks to the 5 spiritual treasures adorning his person, the relentless gusts of wind ultimately failed to breach the protective barrier, allowing Luo Qing to take a final step into the center of the formation, enveloped by the swirling winds. The moment Luo Qing's vision shifted, he vanished within the formation. Just as he disappeared, a golden immortal holding a peculiar treasure, the stabilizing wind pearl, stumbled forth, disheveled, from the bone-slicing divine winds. Damn it, this bone-slicing divine wind is indeed formidable. It even overwhelms the stabilizing wind pearl. The Shuzhou Taoist cursed under his breath. In the preceding areas, the stabilizing wind pearl could stabilize the winds within 3 zhong. But as he drew closer to the core region, the power of the bone-slicing winds intensified, diminishing the pearl's effective range until it barely managed to cover half a meter in diameter. The Shuzhou Taoist narrowly escaped with his life. Cave heaven? Before the Shudao person could continue their tirade, their eyes suddenly widened in fury, presenting a scene of impending calamity. With a startled cry, they had no time to ponder further. An unusual disturbance emanated from behind them amidst the bone-chilling winds. The expression on the Shudao person's face altered dramatically as they swiftly burrowed underground, making their way toward the entrance of the Blessed Land's cave. Just as they entered the Grand Formation, individuals from Cangyun Mountain and Wangyue, Xianqing rushed hurriedly into the eye of the storm. However, upon casting their gaze around, it became evident that the forces of the 2 factions had been halved. Each with only 30 or so remaining. At that moment, the Shudao person emerged from underground into the Grand Formation, immediately triggering the formation's defenses, causing a shift in dynamics. This is bad. The thief has outpaced us. The expressions of the numerous celestial beings from both factions darkened. They had never anticipated that, despite the obstruction of the bone-chilling winds, this individual would still outstrip them. In an instant, Luo Qing's vision flickered. and his form appeared upon an expansive stretch of land. Behind him swirled a vortex of wind, the entrance to the Blessed Land's cave. As he surveyed the surroundings with his divine perception, he noted that within 1,000 miles, the earth was shrouded in a dark crimson hue, an aura of ominousness saturating the atmosphere. Threads of malevolence and resentment wafted through the air, devoid of any semblance of a celestial realm, resembling instead a realm of ghosts and phantoms. Cautiously, Luo Qing remained on guard, his 5 spiritual treasures still at the ready. From earlier observations of the dense malevolent energy above the wind-chilling gorge, he sensed that significant trouble had befallen this blessed land's cave. However, he was taken aback to discover that even the very earth within this cave had been tainted by various sinister energies. As a golden immortal, Luo Qing's divine perception could extend for 1,000 miles, yet he could still not discern the boundaries of the land. With the eye of the Tao opening wide, he sought to explore the dimensions of this space and its core. Upon a mere glance, an avalanche of information flooded his mind. The area spanned a circumference of 100,000 miles. This revelation brought Luo Qing a moment of joy. It was a standard-sized miniature cave. Typically, the diameter of a blessed land would not exceed 10,000 miles, whereas caves could range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of miles. Crossing into the realm of 100,000 miles would signify a lesser thousand realms. Yet, before this joy could linger, the subsequent findings sent his mindset spiraling into despair. This miniature cave stood on the brink of collapse, and it was irreversible. Within a millennium, it would vanish into the chaotic currents of space. Luo Qing's mind exploded with frustration. Damn it. After all the effort to discover a cave, and now you tell me it's about to crumble? Luo Qing's expression darkened. Anyone who uncovered a cave only to learn of its impending doom would find it disheartening. Yet, he had no time for sorrow. He was not alone in this endeavor. Through the eye of the Tao's exploration, Luo Qing had pinpointed the core of the cave, the very heart where the malevolent energies coalesced most densely. Not daring to waste a moment, he sped towards the center of the cave. In a world with a diameter of 100,000 miles, neither vast nor trivial, it took but a brief moment for Luo Qing to arrive at a shadowy, foreboding valley, hovering above the clouds. He furrowed his brow as he gazed down into the valley, where the malevolent energy was so dense it seemed on the verge of liquefaction, and the resentment within was palpably intense, instilling a sense of discomfort. Regardless of whether one was divine or celestial, the instinctual aversion to the malevolent energy born from the deaths of living beings was universal. However, the malevolent energy within the valley was indeed exceptionally potent. Luo Qing could not fathom the tragic events that had transpired here to give rise to such an overwhelming surge of resentment. In a flash, he descended into the valley, for this was the core of the cave. Perhaps due to the presence of the bone-chilling winds and the protective formation outside, no defensive array had been established within this valley, allowing Luo Qing to easily enter. Oh, so many tiger bones. Upon landing, Luo Qing sensed something amiss. The valley spanned merely around 100 miles, yet scattered across the ground lay over 100 white tiger bones, varying from several dozen to over 1,000 feet in size. The moment he beheld the tiger bones, a myriad of thoughts flooded Luo Qing's mind. In the west, amidst the bone-chilling winds outside the cave, there was a pile of tiger bones. He suddenly realized that this cave might very well be a secret base of the Wind Spirit Tiger clan, which had been wiped out years ago. Observing the resentment entwined with the curses upon the tiger bones, Luo Qing comprehended the grim truth. The Wind Spirit Tiger clan had been cursed and annihilated by a formidable beast clan. No wonder the Wind Spirit clan faced extinction. Luo Qing had always been puzzled by the notion that completely eradicating a race was exceedingly difficult. As long as a few bloodline descendants of the Wind Spirit clan survived, the lineage could easily be perpetuated. However, if they were cursed, and the bloodline bore a curse, it was entirely possible for the lineage to be severed. This place should have been a refuge for the Wind Spirit clan, and Luo Qing surmised that treasures would not be in short supply here. With that thought, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Scanning the valley's perimeter with his divine perception, he made his way toward the core of the valley. The core of the valley was enveloped in a misty, polluted aura of the underworld, making it difficult for even Luo Qing's divine perception to penetrate. However, as an innate fire deity, while these murky energies could obstruct his perception, they could not impede his physical form. Cloaked in innate crimson fire, Luo Qing plunged into the depths of the underworld's resentful aura. Upon contact with his innate crimson fire, the polluted energies were instantly scorched and purified, failing to leave a mark on Luo Qing. Navigating through the dense malevolent underworld energy, a lake of approximately 3 miles in diameter emerged before Luo Qing, his gaze fixated upon a towering willow tree. 100 feet high, situated on a small island at the center of the lake. Its lush branches completely obscured the lake below, with wisps of underworld energy swirling around its leaves. The malevolent aura surrounding the lake was evidently the tree's doing. A top-grade innate spiritual root, the underworld ghost willow. The moment he laid eyes on this tree, its essence was firmly etched in Luo Qing's mind. Luo Qing's thoughts momentarily clouded. But isn't this place a refuge for the Wind Spirit clan? How could they have planted a top-grade innate underworld ghost willow here? Yet, as Luo Qing's azure gaze illuminated, he quickly discerned the anomaly. This innate underworld ghost willow bore traces of the rules of wind, indicating something was amiss. As an innate spiritual root, it had its own consciousness. Sensing Luo Qing's investigation, it immediately transmitted a faint stream of information to him. Luo Qing's divine perception swept over the light, and the images within flashed before his eyes like a film reeled. In just a few breaths, he grasped the truth, murmuring to himself, "So that's how it is." He had indeed not misjudged. The underworld ghost willow bore traces of the wind's essence. 2,000 years ago, it had originally been a wind-attributed innate spiritual root, specifically a top-tier innate spiritual root known as the innate emerald wind willow, a symbiotic spiritual root of the wind spirit tiger's ancestor. The very birth of the wind spirit clan was closely tied to this spiritual root. It was precisely due to this connection that the spiritual root had encountered calamity. Its fate was intertwined with that of the Wind Spirit clan, rendering them mutually dependent. 2,000 years prior, when the Wind Spirit clan was utterly cursed, this location served as the final resting place for the clan's last remnants, accumulating the collective resentment of the entire clan. The intensity of the resentment from the annihilation of a race transformed from the 4 spirits of creation was unfathomably profound. Countless threads of malevolent energy intertwined with the innate emerald wind willow, forcibly warping it into an underworld ghost willow. This had led to a significant decline in the tree's spiritual essence and a detrimental alteration of its origin, reducing it to a top-grade innate spiritual root. Luo Qing could only grasp the surface of the intricate details surrounding this transformation. However, the fact that a top-tier innate wind spiritual root had its fundamental attribute altered to that of the underworld implied complexities far beyond the mere resentment of the Wind Spirit clan's destruction. Yet, this was not something Luo Qing could delve into at that moment. At last, a look of ecstatic joy illuminated Luo Qing's face. Regardless of its attribute, this is an authentic top-grade innate spiritual root. Its value is undoubtedly extraordinary. Moreover, from the visions conveyed by the tree's spiritual light, Luo Qing discovered additional remarkable treasures. In a moment of exhilaration, Luo Qing appeared on the island at the heart of the lake. The island, measuring 1 kilometer in diameter, not only featured the top-grade innate spiritual root, but also housed a multitude of densely packed, nearly 100 elliptical giant eggs, each about half a meter in diameter. Aren't the tiger clans viviparous? Why are the Wind Spirit clan laying eggs? A bizarre thought flickered through Luo Qing's mind. His gaze immediately locked onto the 2 among the 100 tiger eggs that still bore signs of life. These 100 tiger eggs had been transported by the Wind Spirit clan in their moment of crisis. Even the innate emerald wind willow was hurriedly transplanted by the ancestor of the Wind Spirit tigers, who knew they could not hold the Wind Spirit mountain range any longer. Originally, they had hoped to allow the descendants of the Wind Spirit clan to rise again, but who could have foreseen their eventual annihilation? Cursed bloodlines had doomed 100 unborn Wind Spirit tigers to perish before birth. The only 2 remaining eggs, one radiating a vibrant metallic energy and the other enveloped in underworld energy, exuding an immense aura of murky malevolence, were the last vestiges of their lineage. The metal white tiger and the underworld mystic tiger, life and death, yin and yang. Within this desolate realm of the Wind Spirit tiger clan, 2 supreme innate beast gods have miraculously emerged. Even Luo Qing could not help but marvel at this extraordinary occurrence. Could these perhaps be the offspring of the wind spirit tiger ancestors? Luo Qing speculated inwardly, for it would be exceedingly difficult for ordinary descendants of the wind spirit tiger to survive under such a curse. Although these two tiger eggs have survived, they are no longer of the wind spirit lineage. Regardless of whose eggs they may be, from this moment forth, they belong to me. A smile of delight graced Luo Qing's face as he contemplated this fortuitous encounter, having acquired a top-grade innate spiritual root and two unborn supreme innate beast gods without any effort. Chapter 38. The collapse of the cave heaven. As for the dark nether mystic tiger, that was acceptable, for this place harbors the innate spiritual root dark nether ghost willow and an abundance of vengeful aura. Nurturing its divine embryo quite well, however, the white tiger god egg of metal seems to possess a somewhat feeble aura, its development far inferior to that of the dark nether mystic tiger. It appears that hatching it will require considerable effort. Luo Qing muttered to himself, carefully sealing away the two divine eggs for the time being. After securing the two divine eggs, he ignited a flicker of spiritual fire at his fingertip and, with a touch to the ground, reduced the remaining 100 dead eggs to ashes, erasing all traces of the divine egg's existence in this location. Having scoured the entire core area, Luo Qing had hoped to discover some innate spiritual treasures, only to be greatly disappointed. Aside from finding a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the wind spirit pearl, beneath the roots of the dark nether ghost willow, there were no additional gains. Wind spirit pearl quality. Mid-grade innate spiritual treasure description. Born from the path of wind. It can subdue all winds, quell storms, and gather the essence of the wind's rhythm. Understanding it allows one to glimpse the rules of the wind. It is to be expected, as spiritual treasures are the trump cards of cultivators. Even in the face of dire straits, one would never willingly diminish their own strength. After some contemplation, Luo Qing understood. When the Wind Spirit clan faced a life-and-death crisis, it was precisely the time they needed to bolster their strength. They would never secretly send away their powerful spiritual treasures. Thus, the Wind Spirit Pearl is likely more of a comprehension treasure, beneficial for nurturing and hatching offspring, while possessing ordinary combat capabilities, which is why it was sent out alongside the innate green wind willow. The other miscellaneous remnants of the fallen Wind Spirit Tiger clan, as well as the resources accumulated within this cave heaven, have mostly been ravaged by the dark nether vengeful aura over the past 20,000 years. However, there still remain a considerable quantity of spiritual mines and materials. After thoroughly scavenging the resources, Luo Qing turned his attention to the innate dark nether ghost willow. This cave heaven, tainted by the dark nether ghostly aura, has suffered from an imbalance of the 5 elements and is on the verge of collapse. The innate dark nether ghost willow must undoubtedly be transplanted. Yet, Luo Qing possesses no spatial spiritual treasures capable of cultivating innate spiritual roots. Ordinary spatial artifacts cannot accommodate such celestial spiritual roots. There is no other option. I can only seal you for now. After all, your essence has already been severely damaged, and who knows how long it will take to recover. Losing a bit more won't matter, Luo Qing remarked as he patted the trunk of the dark nether ghost willow. The tree, brimming with spirit, seemed to respond to Luo Qing's words, its branches and leaves rustling as if stirred by an unseen wind. Rest assured, I will ensure your essence is restored, and your supreme innate spiritual root powers will be revived. Luo Qing chuckled, disregarding whether the dark nether ghost willow was willing or not. A series of innate runes were infused into the ground. And soon, the entire island in the heart of the lake, along with the dark nether ghost willow, shrank to the size of a basketball, sealed away by Luo Qing. Due to his limited cultivation, this seal could not entirely halt the vitality of the dark nether ghost willow. After leaving this place, Luo Qing would still need to find a way to transplant the dark nether ghost willow. The moment the dark nether ghost willow was sealed, the entire cave heaven trembled violently. The boundaries of the cave heaven resembled a shattered mirror, with cracks appearing, and spatial turbulence began to rapidly consume the cave's space. The speed of the cave's collapse accelerated. Luo Qing's expression grew grave, yet he did not leave the cave heaven immediately. This cave heaven spans an enormous area of 100,000 miles. He had only scavenged the core valley. Surely, other treasures still lay outside. Having discovered a cave heaven with great difficulty, Luo Qing was determined not to let it slip away easily. Just then, at the entrance of the cave heaven, the Shu Daoist stumbled in, looking disheveled and ragged. With a crack, the sound of a mirror shattering echoed above the Shu Daoist's head, causing his pale face to shift once more. How could I be so unfortunate? I finally entered a cave heaven, and it is about to collapse. Regardless, I cannot leave empty-handed. I must search for treasures before I perish. After determining his bearings, the Shu Daoist gritted his teeth and burrowed in the opposite direction of Luo Qing. Someone has followed me. The moment the Shu Daoist entered the cave, Luo Qing immediately sensed it. However, Luo Qing merely frowned, noting that the Shu Daoist did not approach, and thus he paid him no mind. As long as he did not disturb him, all would be well. While Luo Qing swiftly scavenged various spiritual materials within the cave heaven, he attentively observed the cave as it gradually disintegrated. Spatial celestial artifacts, spatial spiritual treasures, blessed lands, cave heavens, small worlds. Luo Qing had long contemplated forging a personal cave dwelling, and opportunities to study the collapse of a cave heaven were rare. As Luo Qing and the Shu Daoist searched for spiritual materials and treasures within the cave. Outside the cave, in the heart of the canyon, several golden gods from Tsangyun Mountain and Wangyue Immortal City emerged from the entrance array in a disheveled state. Damn it, this array's power is too strong. Even united, we cannot break through. One of the innate golden gods lamented. I noticed that the individual who infiltrated ahead has already entered this cave heaven. I believe we need not rush. We can set up a great array at this exit and wait for them to fall into our trap. Wouldn't that be splendid? Another golden immortal chuckled. The 10 golden immortals and golden gods exchanged silent glances, all in agreement with this suggestion. Whether or not to enter this cave heaven is unimportant. What matters is that the treasures within must be secured first. Before long, the remaining dozens of surviving profound gods and immortals, along with 10 golden immortals and golden gods, set up a web to ensnare those emerging from the cave heaven. Within the cave heaven, 10 days passed. Another piece of dark nether stone. Luo Qing retrieved a massive stone weighing 10,000 pounds from Tinzhong underground, murmuring to himself, "This cave heaven does indeed contain abundant spiritual materials. But likely due to the dense dark nether vengeful aura, half of these materials possess dark nether attributes. As for innate spiritual treasures, none have been discovered since. The Wind Spirit clan must have had some subsequent escape plans that they could not execute before their clan's demise. Otherwise, this cave heaven would certainly hold more resources." Luo Qing pondered, realizing that while the cave heaven is rich in spiritual materials, it pales in comparison to the Wind Spirit clan status. This cave heaven is on the verge of destruction. I must take my leave. Luo Qing's eyes glimmered with azure light as he noticed the outermost layer of the cave heaven beginning to crumble. It was as if a chain reaction had commenced, and the entire cave heaven was rapidly disassembling. If I do not leave soon, I may be caught in the spatial turbulence, a realm where even golden immortals cannot survive. Luo Qing cast a glance at the distant earth, and with a flash of his figure, he dove into the cave's exit. Phew, that fellow has finally departed. All the treasures of this cave heaven must be in his possession. However, since he entered before me, his strength must be formidable. It is best not to provoke him. After Luo Qing left, 100 miles away, the Shu Daoist patted his chest, leaping from the ground and feeling a lingering sense of dread. The Shu Daoist felt certain that Luo Qing had discovered him. Aware that individuals from Tsangyun Mountain and Wangyue Immortal City were outside, he did not rush to leave. Instead, he planned to take advantage of the moment when the previous individual clashed with the two major forces to stealthily make his escape. Thus, after estimating that a quarter of an hour had passed since Luo Qing's departure, the Shu Daoist dove into the exit once more. However, when the Shu Daoist stumbled out of the entrance array yet again, his eyes widened in shock. He beheld a golden immortal being reduced to ashes by Luo Qing. Looking around, he realized that only he and Luo Qing remained in the entire core area of the Wind Eye. Chapter 39. The Mouse Daoist. As Luo Qing stepped out of the cave heaven and reappeared within the entrance array, he immediately noticed the dozens of celestial beings lying in ambush outside the array. Having been forewarned of the impending trap, Luo Qing was certainly not foolish enough to leap directly into it. A cold smile graced his lips as he activated the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Wind Spirit Pearl, which possesses the power to subdue all winds. While it cannot entirely nullify the golden immortal level wind blades of the array, it significantly diminishes their potency. As Luo Qing emerged, he felt remarkably at ease. Since those outside had laid an ambush for him, he would naturally not show any mercy to them. Just as he stepped out of the array, the 5 elemental spiritual rings around him erupted with 4 streams of spiritual light, sweeping toward Sangyan Mountain and Wangyue Immortal City, where numerous profound gods and immortals, as well as 10 golden immortals and golden gods, were prepared to set a trap for those emerging from the cave heaven. Who would have imagined that before they could even make a move, they had already been struck first by the onslaught of the innate spiritual treasures? The might of the innate spiritual treasures is formidable, a force not easily resisted by just anyone. Before the few golden immortals could react, the 4 innate spiritual rings had already circled through the crowd, returning once more to the side of Luo Qing. Innate spiritual treasures. This was the immediate thought of all present. Subsequently, apart from the 10 golden immortal deities, the remaining group of mystic deities and mystic immortals had only just conceived this idea when their bodies were instantly reduced to ashes. Dozens of mystic immortal beings were annihilated in an instant by Luo Qing. Yet, such a display of power did not intimidate the remaining 10. Kill him, seize the treasure, kill. The spiritual treasures lay before them. Who could escape the clutches of greed? The 10 advanced towards Luo Qing in unison, intent on slaughter. Facing these 10, Luo Qing merely shook his head. It was evident that these golden immortal deities lacked combat experience against those who wielded innate spiritual treasures. Did they truly believe that in the presence of innate spiritual treasures, they would be significantly stronger than the mystic immortals? Such ignorance. With a calm demeanor, Luo Qing declared, as the 4 innate spiritual rings shimmered with spiritual light and once again unleashed their power. Charging towards the Tien. In response to the assault of the innate spiritual treasures, these golden immortal deities summoned their finest defensive artifacts or lesser defensive acquired treasures. Alas, against the onslaught of the 4 innate spiritual rings, these defensive measures were akin to mere straw dogs. In a single exchange, 6 of the weaker golden immortal deities were exterminated. Not good, flee. In the blink of an eye, 6 out of 10 were lost. And the 2 mid-stage golden immortals, the fire cloud deity and the wind spirit golden immortal, turned pale. They could no longer afford to covet the spiritual treasures and hastily attempted to escape. However, Luo Qing would not grant them such an opportunity. The 5 element spiritual rings trembled and hummed, and an area spanning 10 miles seemed to freeze in place. Stop, for golden immortal deities were ensnared in midair. Luo Qing launched the innate scarlet fire from his palm, reducing the 4 golden immortal deities to ashes one by one. At that moment, the Shu Daoist happened to escape from the great formation and beheld the last of his companions turned to ash by Luo Qing. Could it be that the passage of time within this cave realm differed from that of the outside world, with one day here equating to a year outside? Otherwise, how could it be that in just a few breaths, 10 golden immortals and dozens of mystic immortals had been slaughtered to extinction? This thought flashed through the Shu Daoist's mind. After completely annihilating the last golden immortal, Luo Qing turned to regard the newly appeared Shu Daoist. The icy chill in Luo Qing's gaze made the Shu Daoist shudder, his countenance paling instantly. He hastily cried out, "Friend, spare me. I harbor no ill will towards you." As he spoke, the Shu Daoist waved his sleeve, revealing a large pile of shimmering high-grade spiritual materials on the ground. "These are the spiritual materials I found within this cave realm, which must belong to you. My friend, I return them to you." Luo Qing regarded the Shu Daoist before him with a bemused expression. He had noticed this individual earlier within the cave realm, but as the Shu Daoist had not interfered with him, Luo Qing had chosen not to trouble him. Luo Qing was not a ruthless killer devoid of humanity. As long as one did not obstruct his path, he would not indiscriminately seek to harm others. Glancing at the spiritual materials on the ground, Luo Qing was indifferent. They were of no significant value. "There is no need for such formality, my friend. We are but fleeting acquaintances, with no enmity between us. Why would I seek to harm you?" Luo Qing smiled. Seeing that Luo Qing truly bore no murderous intent, the Shu Daoist finally breathed a sigh of relief. If such a killer were truly intent on his demise, he would be in grave danger. "I am a loose cultivator, known as the Shu Daoist. May I ask how you are called, my friend?" Lu's cultivator, Luo Qing. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Qing decided to reveal his true name. Several hours later, outside the Yifeng Gorge, Luo Qing observed the departing figure of the Shu Daoist, lost in thought. Shu Daoist? How intriguing, the first mouse born after the creation of the heavens. When he encountered the Shu Daoist, Luo Qing instantly discerned his background. In truth, Luo Qing did not wish to make things difficult for the Shu Daoist, not only because he sought to avoid needless slaughter, but also because Luo Qing felt he might not be able to eliminate the Shu Daoist. A cave realm formation that even the 10 golden immortals could not breach. Luo Qing had entered relying on the protection of 5 spiritual treasures. What then had allowed the Shu Daoist, a mere golden immortal, to achieve entry? Upon further reflection, it became evident that the Shu Daoist was also unfathomably deep. Casting aside thoughts of the Shu Daoist, Luo Qing recalled the intelligence he had exchanged regarding the Western continent. The flourishing of the immortal path and the proliferation of immortal cities was indeed surprising to Luo Qing. However, if the immortal path were so prosperous in the Western continent, how could it have devolved into the emergence of demons from the West? This left Luo Qing perplexed. Could Luo Hu alone have turned the Western immortal path into a demonic one? This notion made Luo Qing exceedingly vigilant. If Luo Hu could single-handedly reverse the tide of the West, then his methods must be extraordinarily formidable. In the Western continent, Luo Qing had to tread carefully. Luo Ling Mountain. Luo Qing resolved in his heart that this would be his first destination upon arriving in the Western continent. The Western continent was vast and boundless. Traversing it solely on the basis of Luo Qing's golden immortal cultivation might take 1,000 years. According to the information provided by the Shu Daoist, Luo Ling Mountain was the core mountain range within a radius of millions of miles. The largest immortal city in the vicinity was also situated atop this mountain, making it a hub for Lu's cultivators to exchange ideas regarding the immortal path. The purpose of Luo Qing's journey was twofold: to gain insight into various spiritual objects and treasures, enriching his experience in the Great Way, and to borrow from the cultivation methods of other immortal practitioners to enhance his own skills, thereby elevating his cultivation level. 3,000 years later, beside the main peak of Luo Ling Mountain, atop a mountain peak dedicated to discourse, a fire-attributed golden immortal sat upon a platform, elucidating his understanding of the way of fire and the nuances of cultivation. Luo Qing, along with several other golden immortals and mystic immortals, sat attentively below, listening to the teachings of the individual on the platform. As a fellow golden immortal and fire-attributed cultivator, Luo Qing did not feel obligated to follow the path of the speaker. But many principles were indeed worthy of emulation. Since arriving at Luo Ling Mountain, Luo Qing had frequently engaged in discussions and exchanges with other immortal practitioners within the mountain. Once the teachings concluded, several golden immortals eagerly approached Luo Qing. "Fellow Taoist, it is a pleasure to meet you. I possess a trunk of an innate spiritual tree. Might you assist me in forging a spiritual treasure? Fellow Taoist, I have a piece of multicolored immortal crystal. What do you think?" Luo Qing looked around at the eager golden immortals with a wry smile. Ever since he had revealed his extraordinary forging skills, he had been inundated with requests from golden immortals seeking his assistance in crafting spiritual treasures. Luo Qing welcomed all who approached, and over the course of 3,000 years, he had indeed amassed a substantial collection of forging materials, establishing a formidable reputation within Luo Ling Mountain. However, at present, Luo Qing had pressing matters to attend to and could not acquiesce to the requests of these individuals. "Dear friends, I have experienced some insights during the discourse and intend to return to seclusion for a period of cultivation. I am unable to assist you in forging treasures at this time," Luo Qing replied politely. "What a pity. We wish you great progress in your cultivation. Do not forget to return and share your insights with us after you emerge from seclusion." The golden immortals expressed their regret upon hearing Luo Qing's response. After bidding farewell to the group, Luo Qing journeyed toward a secluded valley within Luo Ling Mountain. The vastness of Luo Ling Mountain was immense, with only the vicinity of the main peak housing Luo Ling Immortal City for the exchange of ideas among the immortals. Cultivation was inherently a secretive affair, and being disturbed was most unwelcome, leading most immortal beings to establish their own hidden abodes within Luo Ling Mountain. Luo Qing was no exception. His abode lay 100,000 miles from the main peak, remaining relatively concealed. What Luo Qing had told the golden immortals was not mere pretense. He genuinely intended to enter seclusion. Over the course of 3,000 years, frequent exchanges and discussions with other golden immortal practitioners had not only refined his own cultivation methods, but also significantly advanced his understanding of the path of forging. The Yomi Ghost Willow, which he had obtained from the Wind Spirit Clan's refuge, was still sealed away. This time, Luo Qing was thoroughly prepared and planned to forge an acquired treasure of spatial nature to house the Yomi Ghost Willow. The way of 5 elements is the foundation of all things. Similarly, the 5 elements can also transform and manifest all things, opening up realms of blessings. Luo Qing muttered to himself, being most familiar with the 5 elements. He decided to begin with materials corresponding to this principle. A large array of 5 elements materials was categorized into 5 types, which Luo Qing began to refine. This was the longest duration Luo Qing had spent crafting a treasure, consuming a full 10 years before a perfectly round 5-light divine pearl ultimately materialized in his hand. Gazing at the 5-colored divine pearl before him, satisfaction gleamed in Luo Qing's eyes. This treasure could be deemed his pinnacle creation thus far. 5-light divine pearl quality, medium-grade acquired spiritual treasure description, contains 18 paths of acquired spiritual prohibitions, a medium-grade peak acquired spiritual treasure. Based on the 5 elements, it can manifest space and nurture a small realm of blessings within. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, Luo Qing comprehended the internal landscape of the 5-light divine pearl, encompassing an area of 1,000 miles. What was even more precious was that within the space of the pearl, the essence of spirits was self-generating, and beneath the land lay the roots of the earth's essence. This was the distinction between a realm of blessings and an ordinary fissured space. Within the realm of blessings, the roots of the earth could naturally give rise to myriad creatures. With such a realm at his disposal, all the effort expended on the 5 elements materials was well worth it. Luo Qing marveled, realizing that the spiritual materials utilized in this treasure forging were sufficient to craft over 10 ordinary acquired spirit treasures. However, this was precisely why Luo Qing held such high hopes for this divine pearl. Currently, his cultivation was insufficient, allowing him only to refine a small blessed land. Yet, Luo Qing yearned for the day when this divine pearl could give birth to a cave heaven, or even a small world. Thus, he exerted tremendous effort to lay a solid foundation for this treasure. After transplanting the superior innate spiritual root, the netherworld ghost willow, into the 5 radiance divine pearl, Luo Qing placed the divine embryo of the netherworld mystic tiger beneath the ghost willow, allowing it to continue nurturing this divine fetus. The spiritual energy and ley lines of the small blessed land were still somewhat lacking, merely sustaining the netherworld ghost willow without nurturing its essence. Luo Qing felt a tinge of regret, but recognized that this was the only option available for now. He could not afford to linger in one place for too long, nor could he frequently transplant the netherworld ghost willow. Thus, he had to temporarily endure for the sake of this spiritual root. Having resolved the pressing matters on his mind, Luo Qing finally commenced his formal retreat for cultivation. In an instant, the boundless laws of fire began to surge forth in the vicinity of Luo Qing's seclusion. Having encountered numerous golden immortals and exchanged insights on the Tao, Luo Qing's understanding of the path of fire deepened, significantly accelerating his cultivation pace. Shortly after Luo Qing entered his retreat, 5 golden immortal cultivators gathered atop a secluded peak in the center of the falling spirit mountain. One red-faced golden immortal, wearing a grim expression, remarked, "We have arrived a step too late. That fellow Taoist Luo has closed his retreat early. Could it be that he has sensed our scheme and chosen to hide?" Inquired a golden immortal with a single horn atop his head, puzzled. "That is unlikely. It is likely just a regular retreat. We might as well wait here. Once he emerges, he is sure to visit the immortal city." Another suggested, "It seems we have no choice. Alas, if only golden immortals were easier to cultivate, we wouldn't need to resort to robbing a master craftsman. Indeed, that Taoist Luo has spent a millennium crafting treasures in the immortal city, amassing quite a fortune. Even if we 5 share it, it should be sufficient for us to advance further. Then let us wait." The falling spirit mountain harbored numerous hidden golden immortal deities, and not all of them revered peaceful cultivation. Luo Qing's frequent crafting of acquired spirit treasures had inevitably drawn the attention of others. Chapter 40. A surge of demonic qi in the blink of an eye. 5 millennia had passed. The moment Luo Qing emerged from his cave dwelling, his aura unmistakably marked him as a mid-stage golden immortal, At this point, nearly 10,000 years had elapsed since Luo Qing's breakthrough to Golden Immortal. Achieving mid-stage Golden Immortal status within 10,000 years was a pace that Luo Qing found quite satisfactory. From his understanding, most Golden Immortals within Falling Spirit Mountain cultivated at a slow rate. The abundance of Golden Immortals in the Western Immortal Path was largely attributed to their prior attainments as Golden Deities, making their transition significantly swifter than starting from scratch. The path of the Immortal had now entered a steady progression. It merely required continuous refinement of the profound techniques. However, regarding the divine path, Luo Qing introspected on the Red King's status within his primordial spirit. The Red King was merely a rank within the path of fire. With its pinnacle reaching the peak of Golden Deity, as Luo Qing's cultivation progressed into mid-stage Golden Immortal, the enhancement provided by the Red King status diminished once more. It seemed he needed to prepare for the next transformative plan. Luo Qing pondered. According to his original three-step plan for deification, achieving a mid-level innate deity through counteracting the innate was merely the beginning. The next step involved a transformation into a high-level or top-level innate deity, followed by a leap into the realm of the innate divine-bodied. At that point, his innate deficiencies would finally catch up with the other supreme deities of the primordial wilderness. However, Luo Qing had borrowed the embryo of an innate spirit treasure for his initial counteraction. He currently lacked direction for the second step of transformation. After gathering recent information about the primordial wilderness from the immortal city of Falling Spirit Mountain, Luo Qing did not linger but prepared to return to his cave dwelling. Although only 5,000 years had passed, it was merely a brief retreat for the primordial deities. However, the changes during this period were sufficient to capture Luo Qing's attention. Since Luo Qing departed from the southern region, approximately 8,000 years had elapsed. The Avian clan, led by the Phoenix, had nearly concluded their siege against the remnants of the fierce beasts, and it was only a matter of time before the Phoenix Avian clan dominated the southern region. Consequently, in these past few millennia, numerous southern region deities unwilling to submit to the Phoenix clan had fled to the western continent. As a core area adjacent to the southern region, Falling Spirit Mountain had grown increasingly lively. Suddenly, as Luo Qing contemplated in the clouds, a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. Under the scrutiny of his divine sense, he detected 5 golden immortals rapidly encircling him. They are truly courting death. Not that Luo Qing looked down upon these golden immortals, even disregarding his mid-stage golden immortal cultivation. The numerous innate spirit treasures he possessed were far beyond the reach of ordinary golden immortals. Taoist Luo, we mean no harm. We merely wish to borrow a few treasures from you. As long as you are willing to lend us your treasures, we will not trouble you, one of them implored. Indeed, we have heard of your wealth, Taoist Luo. Surely you would not begrudge lending us a few items. After encircling Luo Qing, the 5 golden immortals began to pressure him for treasures, each taking turns to speak. They were wary of Luo Qing as a master craftsman. If they could deceive him into lending them a few spirit treasures, it would benefit their upcoming confrontation. Lending treasures? Heh. It just so happens that I do have a few surplus treasures that I can lend you. Luo Qing cast a disdainful glance at the 5 golden immortals, recognizing them as mere early-stage golden immortals, unfamiliar faces. With such cultivation, they dared to attempt robbery? Ha. Taoist Luo, you are truly a kind-hearted person. Quickly send forth the treasures so we may allow you to leave. I knew that Taoist Luo would be benevolent enough to lend us treasures. Upon hearing that Luo Qing was willing to lend them treasures, the 5 were instantly overjoyed. They could not afford to let Luo Qing leave. They had already made enemies. Besides, a few treasures were insufficient. What they desired was Luo Qing's entire fortune. Very well, then, continue. A flicker of contempt crossed Luo Qing's eyes as he summoned the golden spirit ring into his hand. Before the 5 golden immortals could celebrate, the golden spirit ring swiftly flashed, gliding past 2 of them. As Luo Qing's cultivation reached mid-stage golden immortal, the power of his innate spirit treasures was further unleashed. The 5 golden immortals were caught off guard, with 3 of them swiftly obliterated by Luo Qing. For Luo Qing, wielding an innate spirit treasure, slaying early-stage golden immortal cultivators was as effortless as slaughtering chickens. Now, Luo Qing understood why later innate divine beings could exert such pressure over the entire primordial wilderness. The foundation was but one aspect. There were also many comparable deities of equal cultivation level. However, most of the top innate spirit treasures in the primordial wilderness were in the hands of innate divine beings, while the other powerful cultivators lacked matching treasures to contend with them, resulting in their swift defeat. In this moment, Luo Qing's battle against 5 ordinary golden immortals followed the same logic. Their treasures could not withstand the assaults of the golden spirit ring. Taoist Luo, spare my life. The 4th golden immortal had barely begun to plead for mercy before the golden spirit ring severed his head. An innate spirit treasure. This is undoubtedly an innate spirit treasure. Damn it, how could a mere golden immortal possess such a treasure? The final golden immortal was filled with dread as he witnessed his 4 companions being swiftly annihilated. He turned to flee, but no matter how fast he could not outpace an innate spirit treasure. The golden spirit ring glided past him effortlessly, easily shattering a protective acquired spirit treasure. Seeing the golden spirit ring poised to attack once more, this golden immortal panicked and shouted, "Taoist Luo, do not push me too far. Spare my life, and we shall part ways from here on. If not, do not blame me for being ruthless. Humph. Should you possess any means, feel free to unleash them." Luo Qing scoffed coldly. At this point, there was no way he would back down. As he spoke, Luo Qing did not slow the assault of the golden spirit ring. The 2 defensive acquired spirit treasures on the golden immortal shattered in quick succession, leaving his face pale and twisted in anguish. As the golden spirit ring prepared to strike again, this golden immortal found himself devoid of any defensive measures. "You have forced my hand." Fear etched across his face. The golden immortal shouted, "Saint Ancestor, I beseech you to descend." Initially indifferent to the golden immortal's exclamation, Luo Qing was taken aback as primordial laws began to manifest. The immortal path had only recently emerged, and an array of chaotic techniques were surfacing. Unexpectedly, the golden immortal, who should have perished beneath the golden spirit ring, experienced a surge in momentum as he invoked some unknown means. His cultivation soared from early-stage golden immortal to late-stage golden immortal, and he showed no signs of stopping, his aura continuing to ascend. Moreover, wisps of sinister demonic chi emanated from his body, causing pain to the eyes of those who beheld him. His aura was completely at odds with the immortal path, embodying the very antithesis of it. Demonic chi. Luo Qing's complexion paled instantly. Although he was uncertain whether the aura from this golden immortal could be classified as demonic. The invocation of Saint Ancestor filled Luo Qing with an ominous sense of foreboding. He could not allow this individual to continue escalating his power. An idea surged within Luo Qing's mind, and the murderous intent in his eyes was on the verge of overflowing. At this moment, even the golden immortal, who had experienced a significant surge in cultivation, felt no joy. Instead, an overwhelming sense of desolation enveloped him, and his heart was suffused with a killing intent. If given the choice, he would never resort to such methods. All he desired now was to slay Luo Qing in a fit of rage. "Luo Qing, you truly deserve death." Before the words could fully escape his lips, he beheld 4 spirit rings manifesting around Luo Qing. Before he could ponder further, his corrupted and chaotic consciousness was plunged into darkness. With a swift and decisive stroke, Luo Qing combined the 5 elemental spirit rings and severed the man's head in one fell swoop. After retrieving the storage artifact from his corpse, Luo Qing incinerated the body into ashes, vanishing from the scene in the blink of an eye. By the time the surrounding immortals sensed the commotion and arrived to investigate, the place was already devoid of any trace. Upon returning to his abode, Luo Qing immediately entered the secret chamber with a grave expression. Shortly thereafter, he discovered an information jade slip within the storage artifact of the last golden immortal. A secret technique of cultivation unfolded clearly before his eyes. The descendancy of the mandala of the ancestors. Chapter 41. Demon or Buddha? Mandala. Upon seeing the name of this secret technique, Luo Qing was taken aback. This term was not unfamiliar to him. It referred to the Buddhist altars of his previous life. The Taoist temples and the Buddhist mandalas, among other sacrificial sites, shared a unified name. The Tao altar. At this time, the 2 saints of the West should not yet have emerged. The advent of Buddhism was still far off. Without needing to ponder too deeply, Luo Qing immediately realized that the mandala currently appearing was undoubtedly linked to the demon ancestor, Luo Ho. The demon and the Buddha were 2 sides of the same coin. Buddhism arose from the very remains of the demonic path, making it difficult to delineate their interconnections. It seemed evident that the ancestor was none other than Luo Ho, the demon ancestor. Having clarified the origins of this secret technique, Luo Qing felt no trepidation at its association with the demon ancestor. Rather, his interest intensified. After all, this was a technique passed down by a top-tier power. It was inconceivable for Luo Qing not to be intrigued. Moments later, the entirety of the technique's content settled within his mind. So this was the true meaning of the ancestor's descent. Luo Qing muttered to himself. The jade slip bore a comment left by a predecessor, which he wondered if it belonged to the individual he had slain. The commentary read, "The ancestor's divine might is vast, and this technique is exquisite. It allows one to borrow the ancestor's divine power. However, wielding this technique also leads to endless repercussions." Luo Qing nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly acknowledging the sentiment. How could one simply borrow the divine power of a mighty cultivator? In Luo Qing's view, this technique bore a striking resemblance to the method employed by 100 Gods Mountain, which utilized artifacts to assimilate divine energies. Yet, compared to the crude methods of assimilation, this technique required the use of the five-source spirit disk of the Ling Bao. The demon ancestor Luo Ho's approach was far more sophisticated, merely disseminating a secret technique. Some may resist the temptation to employ such a method, yet it was likely that many others, when faced with dire circumstances, would grit their teeth and resort to it. It was unexpected that at this moment, the demon ancestor Luo Ho had aligned himself with the celestial path. Upon seeing the final words celestial technique in the name of the secret method, Luo Qing chuckled softly. If one were to speak of it, the paths of immortals and demons indeed bore remarkable similarities, both fundamentally rooted in the duality of divinity and energy. The celestial path cultivated pure and ethereal energy, while the demonic path refined turbid and malevolent energy. After diligently studying the celestial technique of the ancestor's descent, Luo Qing found himself contemplating figures such as the primordial dragon, the primordial Qilin, Hongjun, and Luo Ho, all of whom should currently be at the pinnacle of the great Luo realm. Their most pressing concern was undoubtedly to break through to the Hunyuan level of cultivation. The purpose behind the demon ancestor Luo Ho passing down such a technique was self-evident: to siphon the essence of living beings for his own gain. Luo Qing, with a face shifting between expressions, murmured to himself. Although uncertain, he had already begun to surmise the path that Luo Ho intended to pursue. This aligned perfectly with the demonic philosophy of appropriating all things for one's own use. Previously, Luo Qing had been pondering how to initiate his next transformation. Would it involve seeking another fire element spirit treasure or a divine being's place of gestation? That seemed rather challenging. Tio reversed the innate transformation based on a mid-level innate deity. He would need to find a site housing at least a top-tier innate deity or a high-quality, yet unborn, fire element spirit treasure. However, attaining a top-tier innate deity or high-quality innate spirit treasure was akin to finding a rarity. Each would occupy its own niche. When confined to the fire element, the entire primordial realm likely had no more than a dozen such treasures. Regardless of either option, it appeared bleak for Luo Qing, who was currently at the level of a golden immortal. Yet, the endeavors of the demon ancestor Luo Ho provided Luo Qing with a new avenue of thought. However, he was also apprehensive. The appropriation of living beings for personal gain was not merely a trivial matter of slaying a few deities. The struggle for opportunities, the onset of calamities, and the conflict among the myriad immortals could simply result in death. Yet, large-scale slaughter or deliberate harm towards all beings was a different matter altogether. From what Luo Qing understood, those who engaged in such acts in the primordial realm seldom met a favorable end. After all, the primordial realm was rife with violence. Those who were particularly brutal often faced dire consequences. This was an aspect Luo Qing was keen to avoid. Even with the rival 100 Gods Mountain, when he departed, he did not trouble those of lower cultivation. After much hesitation, Luo Qing ultimately refrained from making a definitive decision. Perhaps I should gather more secret techniques passed down by the demon ancestor for further study, Luo Qing contemplated. Unlike other golden immortals in the primordial realm, he possessed the eye of the great Tao. This endowed him with the ability to easily analyze the advantages, disadvantages, and intricacies of various cultivation methods. It was not out of the question to modify the demon ancestor's techniques to suit his own needs. Furthermore, with the increasing unrest in the southern region and the influx of refugees, it would not be long before the falling spirit mountain descended into chaos. As a master of artifact refinement, Luo Qing served as a beacon, continuously attracting those with ulterior motives. If a Tai golden immortal were to arrive, it would spell trouble. Coupled with the need to search for the teachings of the demon ancestor Luo Ho, Luo Qing felt a growing inclination to depart. 10 years later, a small mountain abruptly collapsed, and a beam of spiritual light swiftly soared from falling Spirit Mountain, heading deep into the western continent. In the southern region of the primordial realm, in the eastern part, the Songhai, the three major clans of avian beasts, terrestrial creatures, and dragons nearly simultaneously completed the eradication of the remnants of the ferocious beasts. With external threats eliminated, the three clans began to develop internally. Those willing to cooperate could continue to reside in their original territories, while the obstinate and contentious were driven to remote and desolate areas. The three clans were overbearing and tyrannical, yet the deities and mighty beings of various regions were not to be trifled with and would not submit to the whims of the three clans. Many deities rose in rebellion. After 2,000 to 3,000 years, whether in the southern region, the east, or the Songhai, unrest prevailed. Seizing the opportunity while the three clans were preoccupied, the celestial path had begun to flourish in the vast central region of the primordial realm and the afflicted western continent. Deities unwilling to be encroached upon by the three clans gathered in these two areas. The western continent and the southern region were adjacent, and the significant influx of deities from the southern region breathed vibrant life into the weakened western continent. Over 3,000 years, the western continent became dotted with celestial abodes, divine mountains, and celestial cities, flourishing remarkably, reminiscent of the prosperity during the time of the Wind Spirit Clan. The core ancestral vein of the Wind Spirit Clan was located in the Wind Spirit Mountain. Although this mountain range had been affected by the cataclysmic battles of ferocious deities, resulting in severe damage to the Earth's veins, it stretched for tens of millions of miles and was situated near the center of the western continent. In recent years, this area had once again flourished, attracting countless celestial beings. One day, after a 30,000-year absence from falling Spirit Mountain, Luo Qing, aboard a spiritual vessel, arrived at Wind Spirit Mountain. This spiritual vein was vast and boundless, rich in spiritual energy, and indeed an excellent place for cultivation. Luo Qing gazed down at the Wind Spirit Mountain range and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. After 3,000 years of wandering, traversing much of the western continent, he had yet to encounter a mountain range that could rival Wind Spirit Mountain. What a pity that this mountain had been severely damaged. Otherwise, it would likely not pale in comparison to the legendary Celestial Mountains. The places capable of nurturing the four great clans of creation are nothing short of extraordinary. Whether it be the Songhai Guisu or the Immortal Volcano, both are among the most coveted terrains in the primordial expanse. In contrast, Fengling Mountain has suffered devastation from two fierce battles, with the core territory of the Fengling clan being reduced to mere rubble, leading to a significant diminishment of the mountain's stature. Luo Qing did not delve deeply into the Fengling mountain range. Although the formidable cultivators of the western continent are significantly depleted, there still exists a considerable number of Tai golden immortals. Within the core regions of the Fengling mountain range, it is likely that many Tai golden immortals reside. Luo Qing had no intention of courting misfortune. After wandering around the periphery of the Fengling mountain range for nearly half a year, Luo Qing ultimately selected a peak abundant in underground fire veins as his next place of cultivation. Over the course of 30,000 years, Luo Qing's primary task has been to secretly gather the teachings imparted by the demon ancestor. Luo Ho, however, he did not neglect his own cultivation. At this moment, Luo Qing has reached the late stage of the golden immortal realm. Due to limitations in his cultivation and comprehension of the Great Tao, he is still unable to forge high-quality postnatal spiritual treasures. Nevertheless, throughout these years, Luo Qing's ability in artifact crafting has not stagnated. In the branch of artifact refinement, the art of puppetry has already been birthed in his hands. Having established his cave abode, Luo Qing waved his sleeve, and two puppets resembling real humans immediately appeared before him. Luo Air, I shall be entering seclusion for a period. You two shall open the mountain gate and construct the cave dwelling, preparing for the future establishment of our sect. Yes, master. With a command from Luo Qing, Luo Yi and Luo Air promptly acknowledged and departed. Luo Yi and Luo Air are puppets meticulously crafted by Luo Qing. Unlike conventional puppets, they possess their own consciousness and the ability to think. Their bodies were indeed forged from precious materials, but their essence was derived from Luo Qing's profound magical power, manifesting as natural spirits. The combination of the two resulted in these puppets that resemble living beings. They bear a similarity to the Taoist soldiers of the Taoist sect, and Luo Qing refers to them as puppet Tao soldiers. The creation of Luo Yi and Luo Air consumed a substantial amount of Luo Qing's spiritual materials, endowing them with the strength of the golden immortal level. They possessed their own thoughts and loyalty to Luo Qing, making them akin to Taoist disciples. With the technique of puppet Tao soldiers, Luo Qing found himself relieved from mundane tasks that no longer required his direct involvement, sealing his cave abode and temporarily entrusting external matters to Luo Yi and Luo Air. A flash of light appeared before Luo Qing, conjuring hundreds of jade slips out of thin air. He could now focus on the meticulous analysis of the transformation techniques. The path of the demonic realm can also be utilized by me. Chapter 42. The Path of Mandala. After traversing the Western continent for 30,000 years, Luo Qing has discerned the emergence of the demonic path. Within the orthodox celestial realm, the Mandala path passed down by the holy ancestor has gained momentum, becoming increasingly pronounced. The Mandala path is a method of collective cultivation characterized by distinct hierarchies among the myriad immortals. The holy ancestor, who is also the demon ancestor Luo Ho, occupies the uppermost tier of the Mandala altar. The great Luo golden immortals reside on the second tier, with Tai on the third tier, and so forth. From the earth immortal to the great Luo, and ultimately to the demon ancestor Luo Ho. The Mandala path comprises 8 distinct levels. The core competitive edge of the Mandala path lies in the spirit summoning technique created by Luo Ho. Lower-tier cultivators can borrow the magical power of higher-tier cultivators for their own use, a crucial means of survival amidst the frequent conflicts of the primordial world. This path serves as a trump card for lower-tier cultivators in life-and-death struggles. Conversely, it also presents a compelling allure for higher-tier cultivators. The more magical power lower-tier cultivators borrow, the more they congregate, accelerating the progress of the higher-tier cultivators. This seemingly beneficial cultivation method has proliferated throughout the Western continent over the millennia, akin to a pyramid scheme, with a single golden immortal able to amass hundreds of lower-tier cultivators beneath them. Witnessing the advancement of others through this method, numerous golden immortals have begun constructing their own mandalas. The mandala flower of the holy ancestor has indeed bloomed across this continent. Yet, beneath the surface of this prosperity, as Luo Qing traveled from place to place, he felt a chill enveloping him, as if he could already hear the wails that would soon echo across the Western continent. This mandala path can be described as a splendid bait cast by the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Under the scrutiny of the eye of the great Tao, all traces are laid bare. While Luo Qing cannot claim to fully comprehend the entire mandala path, he has grasped around 70 to 80% of it. Regardless of whether they worship the holy ancestor's mandala or construct their own via the mandala path, their fundamental source is none other than the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Once they have invested themselves in the mandala and adopted its methods of cultivation, their fates become inextricably linked to Luo Ho's will. In his previous life, Luo Qing understood that the mandala and Taoist altars were primarily mechanisms for gathering faith and incense, distributing offerings based on respective ranks within the altar. They were far less terrifying than the mandala conceived by the demon ancestor. Upon deeper investigation, Luo Qing found that the mandala, with its clear hierarchies, whether of the demon ancestor or similar altars in later Buddhist and Taoist traditions, essentially mimics the great Tao. The ultimate Tao resides above chaos, with the chaotic Tao beneath it, and further down lies the myriad paths of the primordial world. Thus, it is evident that the great Tao also possesses distinct tiers, requiring gradual ascension. Similarly, the innate hierarchies of the primordial deities reflect this. The higher one ascends, the fewer the ranks. This disparity in numbers among the innate deities, top tier, high tier, mid tier, and low tier, is one reason for the vast differences. Rank represents one's position within the great Tao, akin to the mandala, where numbers diminish as one ascends. To undergo transformation through the mandala path, one must cast aside the influence of Luo Ho. Fortunately, I do not require the use of cultivation. Merely the essence will suffice, thus saving much effort. after dedicating considerable time. Luo Qing has thoroughly integrated all the secret techniques and celestial laws passed down by Luo Ho. With the aid of the Eye of the Great Tao, Luo Qing is confident in his ability to create an entirely separate mandala system. Distinct from that of the demon ancestor, however, it is highly likely that Luo Ho established his mandala through his unfathomable cultivation. As a late-stage golden immortal, Luo Qing lacks such capabilities. Turning his attention to the fire spirit ring, Luo Qing first shook his head, deeming it too lowly in rank. A congenital treasure would not suffice to suppress the mandala. The other 4 congenital spirit rings possess attributes that do not align correctly. What Luo Qing requires is the essence of fire. His miniature mandala will solely be of the fire attribute. The 5-source spirit plate. Ultimately, Luo Qing produced this spiritual treasure. However, being a manifestation of the 5 elemental origins, it would require further assistance to fulfill its intended function as envisioned by Luo Qing. A century later, a grand formation centered around the 5-source spirit plate, with the 5-element spirit rings as support, quietly took shape within Luo Qing's cave abode. The formation is complete, and the techniques have been perfected. It is time to officially open the mountain gate. Luo Qing gazed at the formation before him, rubbing a jade slip in his hand, and smiled. The fire element artifact refinement technique is what Luo Qing has devised as a specialized cultivation secret for this mandala system, modeled after Luo Ho. Once cultivated, individuals will automatically integrate into the mandala system. This mandala system established by Luo Qing is intended solely for his own transformation, with no intention of widespread dissemination. Thus, he delineated it into 2 tiers. Luo Qing resides in the upper tier, while those practicing the treasure technique occupy the lower tier. Moreover, this mandala system is not as cruel as that devised by the demon ancestor. Luo Qing adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. Practitioners of the fire element artifact refinement technique can glean insights into Luo Qing's cultivation of the fire path and his understanding of artifact refinement. They may regard the fire element artifact refinement technique as a convenient means of imparting knowledge. Correspondingly, as others utilize this technique for their cultivation, Luo Qing can surreptitiously siphon a portion of their fire essence for his own USI in the end. They will only lose a fraction of their fire essence, without any threat to their lives. While this still transgresses natural order, the impact is minimal. Surely, the primordial realm will not target me for this. Luo Qing chuckled softly to himself, with the prospect of becoming a Tai golden immortal within reach. The second transformation is imperative. Luo Qing cannot afford to delay any longer. Otherwise, once he attains the Tai golden immortal status, further transformation will become exceedingly difficult. Luo Air, from this day forward, open the mountain gate wide. Recruit disciples and establish the name of Fire Artifact Mountain. Understood, Master. Everything was meticulously prepared, and Luo Qing promptly proclaimed the name of the Fire Weapon Mountain, establishing it as a fundamental institution for imparting the teachings of fire elemental cultivation and artifact forging. He began to recruit disciples from the surrounding area. However, Luo Qing was discerning in his selections, primarily focusing on the innate fire deities. Although the western continent lacked the ancestral veins of fire like the southern domain, the 5 elements Tao is undeniably the foundation of the primordial world, i.e. the current primordial realm. The fact that half of all deities originate from the 5 elements is no mere jest. Just looking at the 3 dominant clans, the Phoenix, Qilin, and Dragon, who reign over the 3 domains of the primordial world, one can discern the formidable presence of the deities of the 5 elements. With Luo Qing, a mid-stage golden immortal and artifact forging master capable of crafting mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasures, at the helm, alongside 2 other golden immortal elders, Luo Yi and Luo Air, Fire Weapon Mountain may not rival some of the more established factions within the Wind Spirit Mountain range, but it certainly captured attention in the surrounding areas. In just a millennium, over 30 low-level innate fire deities had sought refuge in Fire Weapon Mountain. Though their cultivation levels were modest, most being at the true immortal or profound immortal realms, Luo Qing welcomed them with open arms and began to share his teachings. All the deities were innate fire gods, and even those without prior experience in artifact forging rapidly advanced their skills under the influence of fire-infused forging techniques. Simultaneously, Fire Weapon Mountain began to offer forging services to the outside world. By providing double the materials, one could have a fine magical artifact forged by the mountain, As time passed, the forging skills of the deities at Fire Weapon Mountain became increasingly sophisticated, and the number of crafted artifacts grew, earning them a reputation in the southern outskirts of the Wind Spirit Mountain range. 3,000 years elapsed. The number of innate fire deities within Fire Weapon Mountain had soared to over 100, with the most outstanding among them capable of forging 5th-grade immortal artifacts. This development inevitably attracted greedy gazes. Cultivation in the primordial realm is far from harmonious. Conflict and violence are the norms. Previously, the nearby factions had refrained from attacking Fire Weapon Mountain out of deference to Luoqing, a mid-stage golden immortal. However, as Fire Weapon Mountain's fame grew and the number of immortal artifacts produced increased, it became evident to all that Fire Weapon Mountain had transformed into a veritable treasure trove. While Luoqing was contemplating the essence of fire laws, Luo Yi approached him with a report. "My lord, a golden immortal elder from White Spirit Mountain has come to visit, seeking to discuss important matters with you." Luoqing replied, "Understood. You may go ahead. I will join shortly." After dismissing Luo Yi, Luoqing surveyed Fire Weapon Mountain and its surroundings with the eye of the Tao and noticed a gathering of ominous energy rapidly coalescing. I had anticipated these individuals would arrive a millennium ago. I did not expect their delay until now. Luoqing mused with a playful smile. In any world, sects or factions focused on skills such as artifact forging or alchemy are considered prime targets. From the inception of Fire Weapon Mountain, Luoqing had foreseen this very scenario. To establish dominance, one must wield a sharp blade. Chapter 43. Spiritual treasures for fire deities on a mountaintop, 500 miles from Fire Weapon Mountain. 13 golden immortals were divided into 2 groups, gazing toward Fire Weapon Mountain. "White Spirit friend, I propose that our 2 great factions join forces to exert pressure on Fire Weapon Mountain's gates. Do you think the Lord of Fire Weapon Mountain would dare to resist?" suggested the Master of Gonlin Mountain. The Elder of White Spirit, also a mid-stage golden immortal, smiled and replied, "Gonlin friend, do not be hasty. The Lord of Fire Weapon Mountain is also a mid-stage golden immortal. If we engage in battle, there may be injuries. Wouldn't it be splendid if we could seize Fire Weapon Mountain without bloodshed? But I fear Fire Weapon Mountain may not appreciate such a gesture. We should first offer a courtesy. If they truly lack awareness, then we shall teach them a lesson." As the Elder of White Spirit and the Master of Gonlin discussed the matters concerning Fire Weapon Mountain, a voice suddenly resonated from above. "Oh, I was unaware that you 2 esteemed friends were preparing to inflict hardships upon me." Startled, the 2 looked up to find Luoqing standing in the heavens, smiling down at them. The proximity of Luoqing caught them completely off guard, leaving them astonished and elated that the Lord of Fire Weapon Mountain had come out to meet them, seemingly foolish for abandoning the protective formations of his mountain. The Master of Gonlin, being impulsive, immediately presented his demands upon seeing Luoqing. "Lord of Fire Weapon Mountain, since you have sought us out, I presume you are aware of our intentions. Speak plainly. Are you willing to surrender Fire Weapon Mountain to the governance of Gonlin Mountain and White Spirit Mountain?" The Elder of White Spirit concurred. "Indeed, as long as Fire Weapon Mountain is willing to submit, you may continue to be its lord, provided you offer 80% of its future resources. 80%? You 2 are merely daydreaming," Luoqing scoffed inwardly. In the vast expanse of several 100,000 miles, only 3 factions existed: Fire Weapon Mountain, White Spirit Mountain, and Gonlin Mountain. The only reason Fire Weapon Mountain had established its presence later was that it initially only recruited innate fire deities, thus having minimal impact on the other 2 mountains. However, with Fire Weapon Mountain's exceptional reputation in artifact forging, the speed at which it accumulated resources surpassed that of both White Spirit and Gonlin combined, triggering the interest of the 2 mountain lords, who began scheming to divide Fire Weapon Mountain. "Esteemed friends, there is no need for further discussion. Let us settle this through skill. If you can defeat me, what harm would it be for Fire Weapon Mountain to submit to you?" Luoqing declared, wishing to avoid needless banter. In his eyes, the 2 mountain lords were as good as dead. "Then we shall seek your guidance." "Fire Weapon friend?" The Elder of White Spirit and the Master of Gonlin exchanged glances. 2 against 1, they believed victory was assured. They did not summon any other golden immortals for assistance, and together they ascended into the clouds to confront Luoqing. The remaining 10 or so early-stage golden immortals watched with indifference, fully aware of the prowess of the two mountain lords. An adept mid-stage golden immortal specializing in artifact forging might lack in combat. So there was no cause for concern in what seemed to be a guaranteed victory. If we subdue Fire Weapon Mountain, they must forge a set of postnatal spiritual treasures for us. One of them thought, a splendid idea. Perhaps we shall each have a set of mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasures in the future. With Fire Weapon Mountain as our backup, our two factions will surely thrive. As these golden immortals exchanged thoughts on how to exploit Fire Weapon Mountain post-victory, in a mere few breaths, Luo Qing had returned from the heavens. The golden immortals stared at each other in confusion, wondering why only the Lord of Fire Weapon Mountain appeared, and not the two mountain lords from White Spirit and Ganlin. The two esteemed friends from White Spirit and Ganlin have perished. They have turned to ashes, Luo Qing stated calmly, his expression serene as he regarded the remaining 11 golden immortals. Fire Weapon Elder, do not be arrogant. The two mountain lords possess profound cultivation. You are no match for them. One of the mid-stage golden immortals stepped forward angrily to challenge him. Indeed, it must be this Fire Weapon scoundrel who set a trap to temporarily ensnare the two mountain lords. Esteemed friends, let us join forces to eliminate this rogue. Another mid-stage golden immortal incited the group. The 9 golden immortals, upon hearing that Luo Qing had vanquished the two mountain lords, felt a chill run down their spines. If 2 mid-stage golden immortals could not withstand him for over 10 breaths, how could they, as a group, hope to confront the Lord of Fire Weapon Mountain? However, spurred on by the encouragement of the 2 mid-stage golden immortals, they began to waver. Alas, I had intended to grant you a path to survival. Why must you rush to seek your demise? Luo Qing sighed, unwilling to escalate the violence further, yet unable to ignore those who sought their own end. As his words fell, an overwhelming force of supreme magic immobilized the 11 golden immortals, rendering them unable to move. Amidst the panic of the crowd, 2 indistinct beams of spiritual light flickered and vanished. The 2 mid-stage golden immortals who had instigated the others were instantly reduced to ashes before the gaze of the remaining 9. This swift turn of events extinguished the morale of the remaining 9 golden immortals. Surrender or perish, choose one. Luo Qing's expression remained impassive as he addressed them. I choose to surrender. I too wish to submit. I shall bow in fealty, faced with the choice between their pride and death. The 9 golden immortals swiftly lowered their heads before Luo Qing. Luo Qing regarded them with mild surprise, having anticipated at least a few more would resist. However, Luo Qing quickly found solace in the situation. The fact that they had previously submitted to Bai Ling and Gan Lin indicated their lack of ambition. Moreover, their ties to Bai Ling and Gan Lin were tenuous at best. They merely sought warmth and companionship. Submitting to Bai Ling and Gan Lin was akin to submitting to Huachi Mountain. There was little distinction between the two. Bai Ling and Gan Lin's mountains were not particularly populated with golden immortals. Luo Qing subdued 9 individuals on the spot, establishing a grand oath, unperturbed by the possibility of betrayal. Furthermore, with Bai Ling and Gan Lin now deceased and the formidable presence of 10 golden immortals, both Bai Ling and Gan Lin's mountains fully acknowledged their subservience to Huachi Mountain. Henceforth, Bai Ling and Gan Lin's domains became subordinate sects of Huachi Mountain. All fire-related deities were transferred to Huachi Mountain. And with the addition of these 2 mountains, the number of innate fire deities at Huachi Mountain officially surpassed 200. The number of affiliated golden immortals reached 15. Regrettably, 2 of the 4 golden immortals, one in the late stage and one in the mid-stage, were completely annihilated by Luo Qing. Within the secret cave of Huachi Mountain's rear, Luo Qing gazed with mild delight at the mandala's reverse innate formation. Based on the fire elemental source collected by the 5-source spirit plate, it appeared that achieving a flawless transformation into the next step would require over 500 innate fire deities. Luo Qing felt a tinge of regret. Had it not been for the Feng clan's occupation of the southern region, it would have been considerably easier to gather such a number of innate fire deities there. He reflected, relying solely on Huachi Mountain's reputation to attract innate fire deities was proving to be rather slow, as the surrounding fire deities had already been depleted. It seemed he must seek alternative methods. Not long after, news spread from the triad of Huachi, Bai Ling, and Gan Lin. Anyone who could locate an innate fire deity disciple for Huachi Mountain would be rewarded with a low-grade postnatal spirit treasure. Should one present a mid-level innate fire deity disciple, a mid-grade postnatal spirit treasure would be bestowed. Once this news circulated, cultivators within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were astounded. Subsequently descending into a frenzy, Chapter 44. The god of fire Yuan and the god of primordial yang postnatal spirit treasures were sought not only by golden immortals, but also by profound immortals and true immortals, all yearning to acquire a spirit treasure. Upon the announcement from Huachi Mountain, who among the cultivators within the vicinity could resist temptation, they were not being asked to embark on perilous adventures. It was merely a matter of locating innate fire deity disciples. Whether through theft, deceit, or persuasion, even earth immortals and heavenly immortals might find a way to present a disciple to Huachi Mountain. Luo Qing's bait of spirit treasures proved to be remarkably effective. In just a century, Huachi Mountain welcomed 50 new innate fire deity disciples, marking substantial progress. As for the postnatal spirit treasures dispensed as rewards, they were of little concern to Luo Qing, for they were not meticulously crafted by him. One could even say they were hastily made. Yet, this was sufficient to ignite fervor among the celestial beings. 50 postnatal spirit treasures incited envy among numerous deities. A neighboring earth immortal, truly fortunate, deceived a fire deity of the earth and was rewarded with a spirit treasure. We too must venture out more. If luck is on our side, we might discover an innate fire deity and reap immense rewards. Indeed, let us head southward. I've heard that there are more loose cultivators in that direction. A group of profound immortals, animated by their conversation, exited the mountain gate and journeyed southward. The tangible allure of spirit treasures yielded remarkable results, and Luo Qing was highly satisfied. He now awaited the continuous influx of innate fire deities. Truth be told, amassing half the required number of innate fire deities within a mere 10,000 years surprised Luo Qing. Nonetheless, this was one of the reasons he chose to settle in Fengling Mountain, the current epicenter of the Western continent, where the number of innate deities was the densest in other locales. It would be impossible to gather over 200 innate fire deities so swiftly. The subsequent collection of innate fire deities could be gradually amassed through the exchange of postnatal spirit treasures. Meanwhile, preparations for the evolution of the Qi Huang avatar and Qi Huang deity body needed to commence. With this thought, Luo Qing entrusted external affairs to Luo Yi and Luo Er. He then began secluding himself, ready to design the next phase of his transformation. According to legend, the primordial ancestor Pangu emerged from the 36th grade chaotic azure lotus, instinctively grasping the profound truths of the chaotic force. Another tale of the primordial ancestor Pangu tells of his possession of 81 innate avatar forms, each at least of the mixed origin rank, with 5 core avatars achieving the status of mixed origin without limit, synonymous with the saintly rank. Among these were the Fire Yuan God avatar of mixed origin rank and the Primordial Yang God avatar of saintly rank. Luo Qing's aspirations were directed towards these 2 exalted innate ranks. Following his 3-step plan, he intended to leap into the ranks of top-tier innate deities during this second transformation. The next step for the Qi Huang avatar was to evolve into the Qi Huang avatar. Transitioning from the initial stage of Tai to the pinnacle of Tai, or the early stage of De Luo. 5,000 years swiftly passed. The triad of Huachi, Bailing, and Ganlin mountains united to suppress a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, gathering nearly 20 golden immortals, and no one dared provoke Huachi Mountain. As for the Tai golden immortals capable of challenging Huachi Mountain, they remained preoccupied with vying for opportunities in the core region of Fengling Mountain. Who had the time to trouble a mere refining mountain? Under favorable circumstances, the exchange of postnatal spirit treasures for innate fire deity disciples continued to proceed smoothly. To date, Huachi Mountain had amassed over 1,000 innate fire deities. The low-level innate fire deities within a radius of tens of millions of miles had all been thoroughly scoured by Huachi Mountain, and it was no exaggeration. Among them were 9 mid-level innate fire deities. This accumulation was a result of Luo Qing's extensive collection of refining materials over tens of thousands of years. Moreover, crafting postnatal spirit treasures was as simple as drinking water. Otherwise, even if a Tai golden immortal were to exhaust themselves, they could scarcely hope to forge over 1,000 postnatal spirit treasures within 10,000 years. One day, within the secret cave of Huachi Mountain's rear, Luo Qing observed the fire elemental source within the 5-source spirit plate, nearly overflowing, and a smile graced his face. Initially, he had invested hundreds of years in designing the Qi Huang avatar and deity body. Upon further contemplation, he realized that, based on the foundation of a top-tier innate deity, 508 fire deities were utterly insufficient. At least 800 were required. Luo Qing gritted his teeth and set the target at 1,000. It was better to be abundant than lacking. Now, he had finally achieved his goal and could commence the next step of his transformation plan, having resided in Fengling Mountain for nearly 10,000 years. Yet, the calamity aura in the world had risen by nearly 10% compared to 10,000 years ago. Gazing down at the bustling Huachi Mountain, Luo Qing furrowed his brow and sighed. Ever since the great calamity of ferocious beasts, the calamity aura in the world had been on a downward trend. Yet, merely half a cycle had passed, and signs of resurgence in calamity aura were already apparent in Luo Qing's view. This indicated impending turmoil in the wilderness. The eastern, southern, and Songhai tribes were set to take center stage in their quest for dominance. Even in the western continent, the realms of divine, immortal, and mandala paths would inevitably clash. Given the already fragile state of the western continent, a large-scale upheaval would not surprise Luo Qing, explaining why the West was later dubbed the Barren Land. The severe damage inflicted by Luo Ho on the ancestral veins of the Western Land was one reason. The subsequent two great battles likely contributed as well, with Taiyi and Deluo on the brink of extinction. It was no wonder that the Western continent faced such desolation. However, these matters were, for the time being, irrelevant to him. Luo Qing sensed that the time required for this transformation would likely far exceed his expectations. It was hardly surprising, as aside from the likes of Hong Jun, Luo Ho, Qin Kuan, and the ancestral dragon, these four primordial beings suspected of having extraordinary advantages, the majority of top-tier innate deities and innate beings in the wilderness were still in a state of gestation. Even those who had attained consciousness were temporarily unable to emerge. One could easily imagine the time required for the gestation of top-tier innate deities and beings. The older the gods birthed at the dawn of creation, the longer their emergence would take. With everything in place, Luo Qing resolved not to linger at Huachi Mountain any longer. This mountain had served as his repository for the essence of fire. With the essence now sufficient, its continued presence was unnecessary. Gathering all the golden immortals of the three mountains, Luo Qing, before them all, transferred the position of Mountain Lord to a newly advanced mid-level golden immortal. I require an extended period of seclusion for cultivation. The time of my return is uncertain. Matters within the sect shall be left to your discretion. Having spoken these words, Luo Qing paid no heed to the reactions of the golden immortals. After retrieving Luo Yi and Luo Air, he meticulously cleared all traces of himself from the rear cave of Huachi Mountain before vanishing completely from Fengling Mountain. With Luo Qing's suppression no longer in place, the mandala of Huachi Mountain ceased to exist. The fire elemental refining techniques faded into an ordinary method of cultivation. As for the future of Huachi Mountain, it was no longer a concern for Luo Qing. Whether it thrived or declined, all was irrelevant to him. After departing Huachi Mountain, Luo Qing flew nearly 10,000 miles before finally alighting on an unremarkable small mountain range. This place was barren and desolate, devoid of any divine presence, making it the perfect location for his transformation. Luo Qing smiled with evident satisfaction, and in an instant transformed into a beam of ethereal light, delving deep beneath the earth. Leaving behind an ordinary, unremarkable stone orb, Luo Qing vanished without a trace. Within the small blessed land of the Five Radiants Divine Pearl, he cast a glance at the withering Yume Ghost Willow and the Yume Xian Tiger Divine Embryo resting beneath the tree. Without external aid, it seemed unlikely that they would emerge from their slumber for several dozen epochs. Thus, let the second transformation commence here. Chapter 45. The Primal Scarlet Sovereign within the small blessed land. Centered around the five-source spirit disk, 5 elemental spirit rings served as the foundation. Luo Qing sat cross-legged at the core of the formation. The immense fire essence contained within the 5-source spirit disk was harnessed. Following the cycle of fire generating earth, earth producing metal, metal yielding water, water nurturing wood, and wood igniting fire once more. This perpetual cycle, a manifestation of life itself, would siphon fire essence from other primal fire deities. After circulating through this cycle, the original markings were completely erased, transforming into a pure essence of the path of fire. Ultimately, this immaculate fire essence transitioned through the fire spirit ring and entered Luo Qing's body. At the moment this vast fire essence was entirely purified, all primal fire deities, thousands of miles away atop the fire weapon mountain, sensed a slight void in their own essence. Fortunately, the deficiency was minimal and did not significantly impact their cultivation. Thus it went largely unnoticed. In the early stages of transformation, Luo Qing's consciousness remained lucid as he meticulously integrated the primal symbols of the Scarlet Sovereign and Divine Body into his own essence. He delved deeply into the fluctuations of the fire essence and the increasingly rich spiritual insights emanating from the fire spirit ring. This companion treasure of Luo Qing, having been infused with fire essence, was consequently demoted to a mere artifact. This time, the fire essence he collected had already been filtered through the fire spirit ring, which had also undergone a form of baptism in fire essence, thus acquiring the opportunity for a renewed transformation. What struck Luo Qing as particularly peculiar was that the transformative moment of the fire spirit ring coincided with the connection to the other 4 elemental spirit rings. The movement and transformation of the 5 elements' essence revealed an intricate interplay of birth and destruction, a profound unity that left one in a WE.as he discerned the subtleties of the elemental changes. Luo Qing gained a deeper understanding of the attributes of the 5 elements. Indeed, it was fitting to describe fire and wood as yang, while water and metal represented yin, with earth serving as the nexus of yin and yang. Luo Qing's thoughts began to drift, linking his own fire essence to the path of water. Perhaps he could explore the path of water in the future, he pondered quietly, although he had no intention of pursuing a path encompassing all 5 elements. The inherent connection between water and fire throughout history warranted further investigation. As the process of transformation progressed, Luo Qing's consciousness gradually became muddled until he lost all external awareness. A 3-zhang tall divine egg of fire essence began to resonate with the primal fire essence of the wilderness. A powerful imprint of the Scarlet Sovereign was forcefully branded upon the path of fire, subjugating many primal fire deities beneath it. The path of fire birthed yet another formidable top-tier primal deity, drawing the attention of numerous primal fire deities as it reverberated through the realm. The emergence of another top-tier primal fire deity, the primal Scarlet Sovereign, intensified the rivalry along the path of fire. A senior primal fire deity in the central wilderness sighed, contemplating, what does it matter to be a top-tier primal deity? To be born now is merely a step behind. The real competitors are still those 2 primal fire phoenixes. Some fire deities dismissed the birth of the primal Scarlet Sovereign, deeming it too late. Many had already reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Deity in the southern wilderness, within the endless fire veins of the Danfeng Mountain. The birth of the primal Scarlet Sovereign naturally captured the attention of the Yuan Feng Ancestor Phoenix. Another top-tier primal fire deity has emerged. We must act swiftly to stabilize the southern wilderness within 3 epochs. The 2 sacred fire phoenixes communicated, indeed, within the vast expanse of the wilderness. Every path among the 3,000 avenues is a celestial route, while the path of the 5 elements is esteemed as the foundation of all things. It does not rank among the top 10, at best occupying one of the 50 seats. Yet, when it comes to fierce competition, no other path rivals the 5 elemental paths. The intensity of competition along the path of fire may not be the highest, but it certainly ranks among the top 3. Even the Yuan Feng Ancestor Phoenix, having reached the pinnacle of the wilderness, remained vigilant, for one misstep could lead to being surpassed by other primal fire deities. In the wilderness, the Dragon Clan, the Qilin Clan, and the Phoenix Clan grew increasingly powerful with the passage of time, hastening the consolidation of their territories, in the southern wilderness, the eastern regions, and the Songhai. Fierce confrontations between immortals and deities unfolded daily. Meanwhile, the relatively weaker western continent was not far behind in strength. The burgeoning celestial forces and the blossoming mandalas saw minor frictions escalate into armed conflicts. Countless deities perished daily, while innumerable beings were born, joining the fierce battles. In the central wilderness, tranquility was equally elusive. The rise of the celestial path led to an increase in postnatal beings, sharpening the conflict between the celestial and primal beings. The ominous atmosphere thickened, as the stars shifted and the earth trembled. The rise of malevolent beasts concluded the 3 primordial epochs. The entire wilderness thrived amidst a fervent prosperity on the western continent. Far beyond the Wind Spirit Mountains, in a hidden small blessed land, a 3 zhang tall fire essence divine egg suddenly emerged in silence, cracking with a crisp sound. This resonant noise seemed to awaken an unknown deity. The divine egg began to shake violently, radiating dazzling crimson flames. In mere moments, a majestic and indescribable top-tier primal fire deity emerged from the flames. With each step taken, the deity's extraordinary aura diminished. After 5 breaths, the divine fire deity transformed into Luo Qing's true form. That was a truly refreshing slumber. Luo Qing stretched lazily, muttering to himself. Upon his reemergence, he immediately sensed the shifts in the temporal fabric of the wilderness. This second transformation had spanned 3 primordial epochs, totaling over 300,000 years. From this day forth, I am the primal scarlet sovereign fire deity. Luo Qing's aura of the Tai golden deity was fully unleashed. In this transformation, not only did Luo Qing ascend from a mid-tier primal deity to a top-tier primal deity, but his divine cultivation also leaped from the late stage of the golden deity to the early stage of the Tai golden deity. The principles of fire had become entirely clear to him over these 3 epochs. Meanwhile, the celestial path remained stagnant at the late stage of the golden immortal, necessitating Luo Qing's own efforts for cultivation. Upon his rebirth, Luo Qing did not hasten to exit. With a wave of his left hand, a flaming spirit ring materialized before him. At this moment, the fire spirit ring had indeed undergone transformation alongside Luo Qing. It had finally returned to its original form, becoming a low-grade primal spiritual treasure, indistinguishable from the other 4 spirit rings. The 5 rings united, rivaling a high-grade primal spiritual treasure. With this treasure in his possession, even among top-tier primal deities, Luo Qing felt confident in his standing. Moreover, following this transformation, Luo Qing's innate talents as the primal fire god were significantly enhanced. Primal Scarlet Sovereign Fire God Root, top-tier primal deity. Status and law form, Primal Scarlet Sovereign Law Form. Talent, unity with the divine and the Tao, Scarlet Sovereign Divine Flame. The 9 breath breathing technique was upgraded to the talent of unity with the divine and the Tao. This meant that Luo Qing, in harmony with the path of fire, would experience rapid advancement in both essence cultivation and understanding of the Dao. As long as Luo Qing's comprehension of the Tao reached a certain level, his divine essence would automatically replenish his cultivation. This indicated that, in the future, Luo Qing would no longer need to meditate for cultivation or accumulate divine essence. He would only need to comprehend the Tao for his cultivation to grow autonomously. Of course, this applied solely to divine essence. The essence of the celestial path still required active cultivation on Luo Qing's part. The Scarlet Sovereign Divine Flame was also an upgraded version of the Primal Scarlet Flame. Needless to elaborate further. Chapter 46. The changes in the wilderness as Luo Qing emerged as the Primal Scarlet Sovereign. The entire wilderness was far from tranquil. The primordial seas of the 3,000 avenues began to radiate divine light. Numerous top-tier primal deities and primal sanctities awakened from their gestation. Unlike Luo Qing, who defied the norm as a top-tier deity, the other primal deities awakened to a torrent of information from the wilderness. In the depths of the starry sky, concealed within the domain of the sun star, 2 primal sanctities awakened in succession. At this moment, the ominous energy of calamity in the wilderness thickened rapidly. The Dragon, Qilin, and Phoenix clans were formidable. Conflict among them was inevitable. Now was not the time to emerge. Patience was required. Younger brother, heed my words, we have awakened. Even if we do not emerge, it will not hinder our own cultivation. Not only within the realm of the sun star, but also among the 2 innate deities of the moon star, a hesitance prevails as they resolve to refrain from emerging into the world. As the primordial chaos looms, an inevitable cataclysmic battle approaches. The newly manifested innate deities or supreme gods are hardly superior to their counterparts, leading most top-tier deities and innate beings to avoid the impending 3-clan war. Even upon awakening, they possess no immediate intention to reveal themselves. The supreme deities and sacred beings, being children of the great Tao, enjoy the protection of heaven and earth, as long as they do not actively emerge. Even a Hunyuan golden immortal may find it challenging to locate their hiding places. Naturally, the majority of these elite deities choose to remain in their sanctuaries, diligently cultivating their powers, yet there are also those with remarkable courage and adventurous spirits who opt to step forth at this time. The great Tao only knows contention. To retreat endlessly is not the way. In times of turmoil, great opportunities arise. If not now, then when? If they emerge alongside the innate deities, competing with them may prove arduous. It is wiser to manifest earlier, seizing the primordial opportunities and advantages. For other top-tier progenies of varied Taos, the timing of their emergence is less critical. However, for the supreme deities of the five elements, especially those of water, fire, and earth, time is of the essence. Should they delay further, others would monopolize the entirety of the great Tao, and eventually, they might lose the very qualification to contend. Thus, a multitude of top-tier innate deities emerge, commencing their journey through the primordial chaos. These deities, akin to Luo Qing, possess the cultivation of Tai golden immortals upon their manifestation, each accompanied by their accompanying spirit treasures, exuding considerable fortune and strength. Within a small blessed land, Luo Qing remains oblivious to the imminent competition among the top deities that is about to unfold in the primordial realm. Having just completed his transformation, Luo Qing has no immediate intention to venture out. Instead, he secludes himself for another millennium. Under the enhancement of his Tai golden immortal cultivation, the laws of fire have reached perfection, and his celestial path cultivation has seamlessly progressed into the Tai realm. Upon reaching the Tai level, the laws of the golden immortals techniques begin to touch the powers of the great Tao's rules. Once the rules of the great Tao are perfected, attempts can be made to condense the Tao fruit. However, compared to the laws, the rules of the great Tao are evidently more ethereal and elusive. Even as Luo Qing, a supreme innate fire deity, naturally gravitates towards the Tao of fire, comprehending the great Tao's rules remains obscure and slow. Indeed, there are no shortcuts in cultivation. Even with exceptional roots, one must still engage in painstaking efforts to advance in the Tai realm. The slow pace of comprehending the great Tao's rules is truly disheartening, leading Luo Qing to lack the patience to continue pondering. If only he could find a Bodhi tree or a Tao Ti tree, such supreme innate spirit roots would be invaluable. Casting a glance at the half-dead ghost willow, Luo Qing muses. However, the Bodhi tree is likely still in Mount Shumi, the lair of Luo Ho, a place Luo Qing dares not approach. His knowledge of the Tao Ti tree is scant. Besides these spirit roots that assist celestial beings in comprehending the Tao, the remaining aid comes from innate spirit treasures. Unfortunately, the fire spirit ring in Luo Qing's possession is merely a low-grade innate spirit treasure. The fire rules contained within it are limited, offering minimal assistance in his understanding of the Tao. If only he could find renowned fire-related innate spirit treasures like the innate fire spirit pearl or the earth flame light flag. High-grade, top-tier innate spirit treasures not only wield immense power but also significantly aid celestial beings in grasping the great Tao. Regrettably, the finest treasure in Luo Qing's possession is merely a mid-grade innate spirit treasure, the wind spirit pearl, which cannot assist him in comprehending the rules of the fire Dao. As significant progress in the rules of the great Tao appears unattainable for now. Luo Qing shifts his focus towards artifact refinement. Previously, constrained by his cultivation and comprehension of the Tao, his artifact refinement skills had plateaued at mid-grade postnatal spirit treasures. However, now that he has attained the status of a Tai golden immortal, he naturally begins to attempt the refinement of high-grade postnatal spirit treasures. A century later, in a remote part of the primordial chaos, Luo Qing gazes with satisfaction at the 5 Radiance Divine Pearl in his hand. This pearl has been upgraded to a high-grade postnatal spirit treasure. Its inner blessed land has expanded to a circumference of 3,000 miles, transforming into a mid-grade blessed land, in terms of power. High-grade postnatal spirit treasures can indeed rival low-grade postnatal spirit treasures, albeit lacking the ability to assist celestial beings in comprehending the great Tao. With the blessed land upgraded, the ghost willow within can thrive more abundantly. Stowing the pearl away, Luo Qing furrows his brow as he surveys the surrounding primordial land. After 3 yuan meetings, the malevolent aura pervading the primordial realm has intensified at least twofold compared to when he entered seclusion. This clearly bodes ill. It signifies yet another great calamity in the primordial chaos. After discerning the direction, Luo Qing sets forth towards the Wind Spirit Mountain Range. He intends to gather intelligence regarding the Western continent and the 3 clans of creation to determine his next steps. The speed of a Tai golden immortal surpasses that of a golden immortal by several folds. Before long, Luo Qing traverses vast distances, arriving at the outskirts of the Wind Spirit Mountain, previously known as the Fire Weapon Mountain. Before him lies what was once a bustling domain of the fire god, now overgrown with weeds, transformed into a desolate mountain. It appears that the Fire Weapon Mountain has ultimately vanished into the annals of history. Luo Qing reflects, his surprise minimal. A mountain solely inhabited by innate fire deities inherently bore significant flaws, making its expansion exceedingly difficult. In the primordial chaos, stagnation leads to regression, and obliteration is a constant threat. Casting a glance, Luo Qing does not linger but continues deeper into the Wind Spirit Mountain range. On a battlefield spanning thousands of miles, both sides are fiercely engaged in combat. The ancestors have descended. Bolster the might of our sacred path. Evil forces, esteemed Dao friends, annihilate them. As Luo Qing approaches, he witnesses a faction of divine beings clashing with the Mandala faction. The most powerful among them barely reaches the early stages of the golden immortal realm. Luo Qing has no intention of intervening. He merely inquires of several individuals about the situation. From their accounts, he learns that the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans have formally established dominance over the south, east, and Songhai regions. Countless deities have fled to the western continent, further exacerbating its turmoil. The realms of the divine and the celestial have reached an impasse, with neither able to coexist peacefully. The divine beings occupy their territories while the celestial beings retreat, and where the celestial beings flourish, the divine beings are driven away. Currently, both factions are vying for control over the Wind Spirit Mountain range, each seeking to claim it as their own domain. The outer regions of the Wind Spirit Mountain are marked by minor skirmishes, predominantly involving battles among golden immortals, while the core of the mountain range witnesses Tai golden immortals engaging in full-scale conflict. The treasures of the Wind Spirit clan. Luo Qing learns that the core of the Wind Spirit Mountain range is the object of contention. Although the Wind Spirit clan has been annihilated, their fierce beasts were unable to plunder their treasures before being ambushed. By the time the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans returned, the core cave of the Wind Spirit clan had vanished without a trace. Thus, the treasures of the Wind Spirit clan have been passed down within the Wind Spirit Mountain range. The ongoing conflicts surrounding the Wind Spirit Mountain range are fundamentally centered around these treasures. Luo Qing glances at the ghost willow within his blessed land and the 2 tiger eggs he possesses, suddenly realizing that he may indeed have a significant connection to the treasures of the Wind Spirit clan. Chapter 47. The 4 Divine Winds. Not knowing any better, Luo Qing, having achieved the status of a Tai golden immortal, feels considerably less apprehensive than before. With his Tai cultivation, as long as he does not provoke a great Luo powerhouse, even when encountering a peak Tai, escaping is still feasible. With a plan in mind, Luo Qing promptly sets off towards the core of the Wind Spirit Mountain range. The ancestral land of the Wind Spirit clan lies within a vast canyon. Yet since the clan's destruction, the entire canyon has been beset by 4 powerful and peculiar divine winds. The losing spirit wind ravages the souls of celestial beings. If one is unprepared, their very essence may be scattered. The spring and autumn wind, upon its gust, can diminish one's lifespan by 800 years. Even a Tai golden immortal finds it challenging to withstand the direct threat of such a lifespan reduction. The yin-yang wind, when encountered, can throw one's balance into disarray, causing chaotic powers to surge, resulting in drastic changes in one's state of being. The first 3 divine winds, while each possessing unique qualities and considerable might, can still be countered with prior preparation. What truly troubles individuals is the 4th divine wind, the chaotic space wind, which, when caught in its grasp, can instantly transport one as if swept into a spatial turbulence, propelling them millions of miles away. Even a Tai golden immortal would find it hard to resist, promptly vanishing from the canyon. Many celestial beings have met their demise within the chaotic spatial currents. While Luo Qing, upon arriving at the Wind Spirit Canyon, observes a Tai golden immortal, recently expelled by the chaotic space wind, returning from a distance of millions of miles. Friend Xiang, is this not your 8th time being blown out by the chaotic space wind recently? I suggest you conserve your energy. The Wind Spirit treasure is not meant for you. The acquisition of the Wind Spirit treasure relies on fortune, and it seems evident that Friend Xiang is indeed devoid of such blessings. Facing the jests of the celestial beings, the amiable Tai golden immortal, named Xiang, merely chuckles, if I lack such fortune, do any of you possess it? Even I, like you, cannot traverse even the periphery of the Wind Spirit Gorge." Upon hearing the words of the auspicious Taoist, the surrounding Tai immortals sighed and shook their heads. Indeed, the four divine winds of the Wind Spirit Gorge are quite troublesome. Over the past several epochs, countless comrades have bravely ventured forth, yet none have been able to penetrate the depths of the gorge. It appears that only a great Luo Venerable can traverse the barriers of the four divine winds. Over the years, there have been no fewer than hundreds, if not thousands, of Tai golden immortals who have sought to explore the Wind Spirit Gorge, yet none have been reported to have crossed the barriers of the four divine winds. Perhaps some have managed to evade them, but no news has surfaced. The Wind Spirit Gorge is merely a profound chasm stretching over 100,000 miles, with widths varying from hundreds to thousands of miles. Its depths are unknown, reaching who knows where beneath the earth, and within the gorge, peculiar divine winds blow outward incessantly. This place is the core region of the Wind Spirit Mountain Range, where the majority of the spiritually rich peaks within 1,000,000 miles have been claimed by others. In contrast to the fierce competition outside the Wind Spirit Mountain Range, the inner region sees considerably less strife, with everyone's gaze fixed upon the Wind Spirit Gorge. With a mere glance, Luo Qing noticed at least 10 Tai golden immortals in this vicinity studying the Wind Spirit Gorge. This was just in the area where Luo Qing was located. The Wind Spirit Gorge extends for 100,000 miles, and the number of Tai golden immortals nearby likely exceeds 100. Thus, it is not surprising that the periphery of the Wind Spirit Mountain Range is rife with golden immortals competing against each other. It is likely that the Tai golden immortals from the vast surrounding area have concentrated near the Wind Spirit Gorge. The four divine winds, which can deter hundreds or thousands of Tai golden immortals from entering, are not to be taken lightly by Luo Qing, who refrains from recklessly exploring and instead inquires nearby for information. When there is no conflict of interest, many cultivators and immortals are quite amenable to conversation, especially since Luo Qing exudes the aura of a top-tier innate deity, commanding respect. After gathering information and circling above the Wind Spirit Gorge, Luo Qing decided to attempt an exploration. Tai golden immortals like Luo Qing, who are new arrivals, are relatively common near the Wind Spirit Gorge and do not attract undue attention. Choosing a remote and sparsely populated segment of the gorge, approximately 500 miles wide, Luo Qing activated the 5-source spirit plate and began his descent into the gorge. Upon entering, Luo Qing's expression turned serious. A wave of soul-destroying wind surged towards him. Despite the protection of the 5-source spirit plate, Luo Qing still felt his primordial spirit destabilize, as if sensing a formidable adversary. The depths of the Wind Spirit Gorge were unfathomable, and Luo Qing dared not act recklessly. He grasped the Wind Spirit Pearl tightly in his hand. This mid-grade innate spiritual treasure possesses the ability to subdue and suppress myriad winds. As soon as the Wind Spirit Pearl appeared, Luo Qing immediately sensed a significant reduction in the power of the soul-destroying wind surrounding him. A surge of joy filled Luo Qing, and without hesitation, he quickly delved deeper into the gorge. With the protection of the Wind Spirit Pearl, neither the soul-destroying wind nor the spring and autumn wind, nor the yin-yang wind posed any hindrance to him. He advanced unobstructed until he reached 500 miles deep within the gorge. When suddenly, an imperceptible gentle breeze brushed against his face, Luo Qing's expression changed. This was not good. He had encountered the chaos wind. The Wind Spirit Pearl was unable to suppress this wind in an instant. Darkness enveloped Luo Qing, and he found himself ensnared within a spatial turbulence. When he finally emerged from a spatial rift back into the primordial chaos, it was already 10 days later. With the protection of the spiritual treasure, the spatial turbulence could not harm Luo Qing. Yet, the chaos wind was indeed insidious and difficult to guard against. Looking around, Luo Qing realized he was now 300,000 miles away from the Wind Spirit Gorge. No wonder so many Tai golden immortals are at a loss regarding the gorge. If even the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Wind Spirit Pearl, cannot defend against the chaos wind, one can only imagine how formidable this wind truly is. At the same time, this piqued Luo Qing's curiosity. What secrets lie within the Wind Spirit Gorge that could give rise to such a vast expanse of 4 peculiar divine winds? The Shattered Bone Wind, which previously served as the refuge for the Wind Spirit clan, pales in comparison to these four divine winds. As Luo Qing pondered how to study the chaos wind, he had previously been swept into the spatial turbulence before the eye of the great Tao had a chance to analyze the situation. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed from thousands of miles away. The instant that dragon's roar reached his ears, Luo Qing's primordial spirit quivered. The overwhelming pressure of the primordial spirit caused his face to turn pale. A great Luo! He raised his gaze toward the direction of the dragon's roar, only to see a vast expanse of watery essence rushing toward him from afar, resembling a boundless ocean surging through the sky. Numerous majestic and formidable true dragons of the Tai lineage roamed freely within this ocean of essence. Dragons? How could they appear here? A hint of confusion flickered across Luo Qing's pale face. But he dared not linger. He immediately fled toward the heart of the Wind Spirit Mountain range with utmost speed. The Dragon Clan's intentions were clearly not benign, and Luo Qing could not afford to be careless. On Mount Shumi, Luo Ho slowly opened his demonic eyes and gazed toward the Wind Spirit Mountain range. With the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans converging upon the Wind Spirit Mountain range, could it be that the extinct Wind Spirit clan harbors secrets yet to be revealed? Luo Ho pondered aloud, intrigued by the high status and unique identities of the four spirits of creation, as the arrival of the three clans piqued his immense interest. Chapter 48. The schemes of the three clans as Luo Qing fled toward the core of the Wind Spirit Mountain range. From two other directions outside the mountain, a vast stretch of fiery clouds in the south resembled a blazing phoenix, also heading toward the Wind Spirit Mountain, in the northeast. A massive surge of Xinhuang energy flowed toward the Wind Spirit Mountain range. The three clans of creation seemed to have coordinated their efforts, dispatching one great Luo Golden Immortal and 15 Tai Golden Immortals each. The three clans formed their formations, encircling the Wind Spirit Gorge from the periphery of the Wind Spirit Mountain range. Any Golden Immortals encountered along the way were spared, but the Tai Golden Immortals were driven toward the Wind Spirit Gorge. Damn it, what does the Phoenix clan mean by this? They won't allow us to leave, forcing us into this place. Not only the Phoenix clan, but also the Qilin and Dragon clans exhibited their domineering nature. Numerous comrades were driven into this area. What do these three clans intend to do? If they wish to seize the treasures of the Wind Spirit, they could simply expel us. Why encircle us and prevent our departure? Over 150 Tai Golden Immortals found themselves surrounded near the Wind Spirit Gorge. At this moment, concerns about the Tao of Immortals and the Tao of Gods were set aside, as the divine beings wore anxious expressions. Each of the three clans had a great Luo Golden Immortal present. And if they wished to eliminate them, it would merely take a gesture. Who wouldn't worry about becoming a casualty of the three clans? Luo Qing never anticipated such misfortune. He had merely been curious about the treasures of the Wind Spirit and found himself blocked by the powerful beings of the three clans. The combined interest of over 100 Tai Golden Immortals hardly piqued the attention of the three clans. Luo Qing turned his gaze toward the Wind Spirit Gorge. What treasures had the Wind Spirit clan left behind to attract the attention of the three clans? Supreme innate spiritual treasures, or perhaps innate supreme treasures? As the myriad immortals fretted, the previously ridiculed auspicious Taoist appeared as if awakening from a slumber. The fluctuations of his aura stabilized in an instant. But upon reopening his eyes, they had transformed from white to a dark gray. His eyes, serene as still water, betrayed no hint of emotion. The auspicious Taoist approached the edge of the Wind Spirit Gorge. His wise gaze fixed upon the depths of the chasm. The Wind Spirit Tiger Ancestor had perished in a self-detonation, taking with him the companion spirit treasures. What treasures could possibly remain? The auspicious Taoist contemplated silently. At the periphery of the core region of the Wind Spirit Mountain, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans each held their ground, with the three great Luo displaying overwhelming presence, intimidating the gathered immortals. Subtly, the three great Luo maintained a balance of power. Standing in a standoff, the great Luo of the Dragon clan gazed toward the direction of the Wind Spirit Gorge before speaking. Friends, the time has come. We should take action. The voice of the great Luo of the Qilin clan rumbled like thunder. Then let us proceed. First, seal off the space surrounding the Wind Spirit Gorge, and drive these Tai to scout for our three clans. The great Luo of the Phoenix clan, unwilling to lag behind. Agreed. All right. If we find that object, we can each rely on our own abilities. The three clans had yet to completely sever ties. and their relationship was one of cooperation as well as opposition. This expedition to explore the Wind Spirit Gorge was a collaborative effort born from their standoff. None wished to rashly ignite conflict, and in a balance of interests, they each dispatched 1 great luo and 15 tai. The 3 clans agreed that whichever clan discovers the sought-after object would have the first opportunity to comprehend a primordial meeting, thereafter passing knowledge to the other 2 clans in turn. Then let us commence. The Dragon Clan's Great Luo, with a pair of golden dragon eyes flashing with a cold glint, declared that the 3 Great Luo had reached a consensus. Instantly, their formidable Great Luo powers surged forth. As each Great Luo produced 3 treasured flags, totaling 9, which encircled the area of 100,000 miles surrounding the Wind Spirit Gorge. Each of the 9 flags was a supreme postnatal spiritual treasure. 3 were Flame Phoenix flags, 3 were Water Dragon flags, and 3 were Earthly Qilin flags. Together, these 9 exquisite flags formed a formidable triad of 3 elements, creating a grand array capable of severing space. Under the protection of this array, no spatial shifting technique could breach its boundaries. Even amidst the chaotic currents of space, they remained effectively isolated. Should anyone encounter the chaotic winds from the Wind Spirit Gorge, they would find themselves transported no further than the periphery of the array. As the array whirled into completion, the Dragon Clan's Great Luo exhaled a sigh of relief and smiled, proclaiming, "With this array established, that entity is already within our grasp. Indeed. Let us take action together." As the 3 spoke in unison, they unleashed boundless Great Luo powers. The energies of water, fire, and earth began to surge violently. A tempest of blazing flames swept across the surrounding miles, advancing towards the Wind Spirit Gorge. In a similar vein, a colossal wave erupted from the hands of the Dragon Clan's Great Luo, while the Qilin Great Luo conjured an illusory giant mountain to press down towards the gorge. The 3 Great Luo commenced a grand assault upon the celestial beings near the Wind Spirit Gorge. Such a commotion was impossible to conceal from the over 100 Tai golden immortals present. Or perhaps the 3 clans intended it to be known. The 3 Great Luo's divine powers descended with overwhelming force, striking terror into the hearts of the encircled Tai golden immortals. This is bad. The 3 clans intend to make us their prey. We are surrounded by 3 Great Luo, with no escape in sight. The external array isolates us. We can no longer employ spatial shifting techniques. Are they truly planning to slaughter us? Do they not fear the wrath of the myriad gods rising against them? As the celestial beings panicked, even Luo Qing's expression grew grave. Witnessing the slow but inevitable descent of the 3 Great Luo's divine powers, it was clear they were forcing the others into the Wind Spirit Gorge. Remaining above to resist the Great Luo powers, Luo Qing shook his head. That would be courting death. It appeared that their only avenue for survival lay within the Wind Spirit Gorge. The fierce beasts had once clashed with the Wind Spirit clan without being able to utterly destroy the gorge. It was likely that even the 3 Great Luo golden immortals would find it challenging to do so. Without hesitation, Luo Qing resolved to plunge into the Wind Spirit Gorge. Many were astute enough to realize that the 3 clans, wielding such tremendous powers, were not merely seeking to annihilate them. As the 3 Great Luo's divine powers drew nearer, streams of spiritual light began to rise from various locations, cascading into the Wind Spirit Gorge. Even the encircled golden immortals had no choice but to dive into the gorge. Remaining above offered no possibility of survival. With a thunderous roar, the 3 Great Luo's powers, having accumulated immeasurably, swept across the land for 100,000 miles, crashing into the Wind Spirit Gorge. When the divine powers dissipated, the seemingly fragile Wind Spirit Gorge had only suffered minor damage to its periphery. Remaining otherwise unscathed, of course, over 100 Tai, along with nearly 1,000 golden immortals, were compelled to flee into the gorge. The Dragon Clan's Great Luo cast a glance at the 15 Tai true dragons behind him, stating, "It is time for you to proceed. I need not elaborate on the course of action. We understand. Not only from the Dragon Clan, but also the Tai golden immortals from the Phoenix and Qilin clans transformed into streaks of light." Entering the Wind Spirit Gorge in unison, as Luo Qing ventured once more into the depths of the Wind Spirit Gorge, he dared not pause for a moment, for this time was unlike the last. He was accompanied by over 100 Tai. In such an environment, the risk of a surprise attack was exceedingly high. This time, he had to be cautious of the chaotic winds. Luo Qing treaded carefully within the gorge. Wary of being forcibly transported out by the encircling array, he had no desire to fall into the clutches of the three great Luo, to be at their mercy. Chapter 49. The shadow of creation. Nearly 200 Tai golden immortals and over 1,000 golden immortals were scattered throughout the less than 100,000 miles of the abyssal gorge. Encounters with others were inevitable. Surrounded by the four divine winds, even the Tai golden immortals dared not act carelessly. Surprise attacks, counterattacks, clashes of spiritual treasures, and battles for dominance ensued unavoidably. Even if Luo Qing sought to avoid trouble, he soon found himself targeted by a mid-stage Tai golden immortal who attempted to take advantage of the chaos. However, this individual overestimated himself and underestimated Luo Qing, as long as he avoided the chaotic divine winds. The power of the wind spirit pearl remained highly reliable amidst the ravages of the despairing wind, the yin-yang wind, and the spring and autumn wind. Other Tai golden immortals had to divert most of their attention to countering the divine winds. While Luo Qing could unleash his full strength without reservation in mere moments, he severed the head of the mid-stage Tai golden immortal, and with the emergence of the despairing wind, the opponent's primordial spirit was instantly obliterated. How impoverished! Not even a single innate spiritual treasure, Luo Qing remarked, unable to suppress his disdain upon inspecting his spoils. Yet, this was not entirely unexpected. Although this individual was a Tai golden immortal, his roots were merely that of an ordinary mid-level innate deity, who had never encountered any fortuitous opportunities. As he continued to delve deeper, his caution heightened with each passing moment. 30,000 miles away from Luo Qing, the auspicious Taoist effortlessly crushed a would-be attacker. A Tai golden immortal, into oblivion with a single palm strike. Killing a Tai golden immortal with such ease, the auspicious Taoist did not even flinch. Have the Dragon Clan arrived? A flicker of surprise crossed the Taoist's otherwise lifeless face. Soon replaced by a smile, with a swift motion, he transformed into a shadow of darkness, merging seamlessly with the despairing wind, and sped away into the distance in the direction the auspicious Taoist vanished. 15 Dragon Clan Tai golden immortals formed a grand array, rapidly descending into the depths of the gorge. Among them, a peaked Tai golden immortal with crystal-like pupils stood at the core of the formation. Furrowing his brow, the Crystal Dragon Clan's Tai reached out with a colossal dragon claw, extending from the array towards a blank area several dozen miles away. I mean no harm. Spare my life. The panicked Tai golden immortal tumbled from the void, shouting as he attempted to flee. Yet, for reasons unknown, the space within a 10-mile radius seemed to solidify. The unfortunate Tai golden immortal could not evade. Falling victim to the grasp of the dragon claw, with a crushing grip, he was instantly reduced to a mass of flesh, his essence obliterated. Had it not been for the necessity of employing these Tai golden immortals to disperse the winds of the gorge, they would never have been permitted to enter. To seek refuge was one thing, but to boldly approach was tantamount to courting death. The Crystal Dragon Clan scoffed derisively, his regal gaze sweeping the surrounding 1,000 miles. After confirming the absence of others, he led the array deeper into the gorge. Once the Dragon Clan had departed, the auspicious Taoist emerged from within a gust of wind. The Dragon Clan had indeed come prepared. The Taoist's dim eyes glimmered as he immediately pursued the retreating Dragon Clan. The Tai golden immortals of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans had evidently made thorough preparations. Each of their 15 Tai golden immortals arranged themselves into a grand formation, rampaging through the gorge. None dared to contest with them, though many astute individuals recognized the three clans' determination to seize the Wind Spirit Gorge. Some self-proclaimed powerful beings subtly trailed behind the three clans. Even Luo Qing, 500 miles deep into the gorge, where he had previously encountered the chaotic winds, spotted a group of powerful Phoenix Tai in the distance. As he ventured further, the chaotic winds surged. Did these Phoenix possess any means to counter them? Luo Qing pondered. These divine winds were unlike ordinary forces. Once they struck, their sheer numbers made evasion exceedingly difficult. Luo Qing mused that since the Triad of Creation dared to come, they likely possessed sufficient means to navigate the chaotic winds. Keeping his distance, he trailed 3,000 miles behind the Phoenix clan, relying on his eyes of the great Tao to observe their tactics from afar. When the despairing wind and the other two divine winds raged, Luo Qing noted that the divine winds were repelled by the array's barriers. However, upon reaching the chaotic winds domain, a powerful force erupted from the Phoenix clan's array, firmly suppressing the spatial energies. The reason the chaotic winds were so troublesome was that they were entwined with spatial turbulence. A gust could easily draw one into the chaos. The Phoenix clan's countermeasure was to harness their immense power to directly stabilize and suppress the surrounding space. With the spatial turbulence subdued, the chaotic winds were effectively neutralized, so they directly stabilized the space. Having witnessed the Phoenix clan's technique, Luo Qing could not help but acknowledge that while their approach was straightforward and forceful, it was undeniably practical, especially for a deeply rooted superclan like the Phoenix. As for treasures capable of stabilizing space, it was likely they were not in short supply. It seemed that I2 had no shortage of treasures for stabilizing space. Luo Qing's eyes flickered with hesitation. The reason he had refrained from extracting the 5 elements spirit rings last time was due to the overwhelming presence of Tai golden immortals in this locale. As a premier innate deity, possessing 2 innate spiritual treasures was hardly remarkable. It would merely draw a modicum of attention. However, should he unveil 7 innate spiritual treasures simultaneously, it would undoubtedly incite envy. And he could very well find himself besieged by a throng of adversaries eager to slay him and seize his treasures. Yet, with current circumstances at hand, Luo Qing could no longer afford to be overly cautious. With the 5-source spirit disk above his head, connected to the 5-element spirit rings, the 6 spiritual treasures unleashed a torrent of 5 elements power, circulating and intertwining. The space surrounding Luo Qing immediately solidified, as if congealing, for the power of the 5 elements possessed the ability to stabilize and enhance the spatial environment. The synergy between the 5-source spirit disk and the 5-element spirit rings was nothing short of harmonious. Externally, the wind spirit pearl suppressed the divine winds, while internally, the 5 elements power fortified the space. Luo Qing's descent accelerated dramatically. As the chaotic winds surged once more, the brilliance of the 6 5-element spiritual treasures flared brightly, effectively isolating the spatial turbulence outside. The 5-element spirit rings, when combined, exhibited the prowess of a superior innate spiritual treasure. Coupled with the transformative capabilities of the 5-source spirit disk, Luo Qing's defensive capabilities reached new heights. Perhaps I could venture deeper into the canyon's depths ahead of the 3 clans. With this thought, Luo Qing's evasion technique quickened further. The Tai cultivators from the 3 clans, though somewhat superior in cultivation, were inevitably hindered by their formation, resulting in a diminished speed. Moreover, the deeper one descended into the Wind Spirit Canyon, the denser and more potent the 4 divine winds became. Even with the protection of their formation, they dared not let their guard down in the slightest. The canyon extended for thousands of miles. Upon reaching a depth of 8,000 miles, Luo Qing's countenance turned pale. Beyond the shimmering barrier of his 5-color protective shield lay an expanse of chaos, where the 4 divine winds intertwined densely, as though he were ensnared within a liquefied sea of wind. Without the protection of the 5 elements spirit rings and the 5-source spirit disk, Luo Qing doubted he could endure even a mere breath of time outside. This wind sea was likely a realm only the great Luo golden immortals could navigate. Adding to Luo Qing's distress was the fact that his essence and magical power had diminished by 70% due to the simultaneous operation of the 6 spiritual treasures. Could this depth possibly exceed 10,000 miles? Luo Qing wrestled with his thoughts. Having descended to such a depth, he was loath to retreat. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to continue descending until his magical power was reduced to a mere 10%. Leaving that reserve for an escape should the need arise, as Luo Qing braved the onslaught of the wind sea's titanic waves, he plunged to 9,000 miles. Suddenly, the immense pressure vanished without a trace, and Luo Qing's consciousness felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, his soul seemingly expelled from his body, transforming into a wisp of ethereal spirit light. Before he could contemplate the situation, just as his awareness began to recover, he was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. A colossal axe flashed with golden light, and a primordial brilliance erupted, cleaving through time and shattering space, giving birth to a bubble world suffused with 9-colored radiance, an image of the creation of the heavens. Chapter 50. the imprint of wind spirits. The vision flickered and vanished, appearing in Luo Qing's mind for less than a thousandth of a second. However, that sharp axe light and the fractured time and space were indelibly etched into Luo Qing's consciousness. The image of the creation of the heavens. In an instant, Luo Qing grasped the significance of the vision. Undoubtedly, it was the shadow of the creation of the heavens. It felt as though an eternity had passed, yet it seemed like merely a fleeting breath. Luo Qing's consciousness faded into darkness, and his soul swiftly returned to his corporeal form. Upon opening his eyes, he found his awareness still deeply immersed in that axe light of creation. Alas, the profound principles contained within were far too intricate for Luo Qing to fully comprehend at this moment. Perhaps he could attempt to decipher them using the eye of the Tao, yet the time required would undoubtedly be immeasurable. Uncertain of his whereabouts, Luo Qing dared not relax. He could only temporarily conceal the vision of the axe light deep within his mind. It was only then that Luo Qing regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay an expansive ocean of wind. However, unlike the tumultuous four divine winds ravaging within the Wind Spirit Canyon, this ocean of wind before him was imbued with a gentle essence. Even without the protection of spiritual treasures, the wind's ocean washed over Luo Qing with a refreshing sensation. Extending his hand into the ocean, he grasped a wind cluster akin to clear water. Upon exiting the ocean, this water-like wind dispersed, transforming into wisps of gentle breeze that vanished from sight. Could it be that this is the primordial sea of the Tao of Wind? Luo Qing had never before encountered a wind ocean so akin to a true sea. Even the densest areas of the Wind Spirit Canyon, while described as thick as water, had not yet materialized into liquid. Now, as Luo Qing gazed around, he beheld an unending expanse of wind ocean for thousands of miles. Above him, a wind barrier stretched for hundreds of miles, segregating the Wind Spirit Canyon from this ocean of wind. Creating two distinct realms. Within lay the liquefied, gentle wind sea, while outside raged the violent and tumultuous divine winds. Not daring to be complacent, Luo Qing immediately employed the eye of the Tao to probe this realm. The area spanned a staggering 999,000 miles. Upon receiving this data, Luo Qing's heart jolted with astonishment. This was the size of a top-tier cave heaven, mere steps away from manifesting as a small world. Such a vast cave heaven was entirely consumed by the ocean of wind, with only the core region of 100,000 miles appearing chaotic in Luo Qing's eyes. If the treasures sought by the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans resided within this cave heaven, they should be located here. Extracting a postnatal spiritual treasure, a jade bottle, Luo Qing captured a substantial volume of the ocean's water for future study. Before making his way toward the core of the cave heaven. Outside the cave heaven, the Tai powerhouses of the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans faced the relentless storm, showcasing their unique abilities. The formation was activated, and innate spiritual treasures were continuously employed. The Tai cultivators from the three clans opened a passageway, gradually delving into the depths of 9,000 miles. The wind source sea lay beneath. First, we must eliminate the trailing threats before proceeding. A crystal dragon tribe member, with a fierce glint in his eyes, cast a glance backward and issued the command. Naturally, the other dragon tribe members had no objections, promptly springing into action to attack several locations behind them. Trouble! The dragon clan has discovered us. Fellow cultivators, we are surely nearing the location of the wind spirit treasure. Let us strike together and press forward. I have long found the dragon clan displeasing. Let us vanquish them. The Tai golden immortals capable of following the dragon clan into this depth of 9,000 miles, while having benefited from the dragon clan's path, were no weaklings. Each was at least at the late stage of Tai. As the dragon clan initiated their attack, the hidden figures around them immediately revealed themselves. 6 Tai powerhouses, each adorned with at least one innate spiritual treasure, surged forth toward the depths, eager to enter the wind spirit treasure before anyone else. The leader of the crystal dragon tribe bore a fierce expression, preparing to make an example of the 6. Suddenly, a figure flashed by, and a mid-stage true dragon of Tai instantly transformed into a mist of blood. The dragon clan members' expressions changed drastically. Someone had managed to infiltrate their ranks, seeking death. The leader of the crystal dragon tribe, enraged, sought to avenge his kin. Yet the figure moved with such swiftness that it vanished in the blink of an eye. swallowed by the swirling winds below. This left the dragon clan members both astonished and furious, as they realized they had been preempted in entering the wind source sea. Forget the others. Let us enter the source sea first. The leader of the Crystal Dragon tribe decisively declared. If that treasure were to be seized by someone else, their attempts to intercept others would be meaningless. The dragon clan members plunged downward, believing a fierce battle awaited them. The 6 Tai cultivators exchanged glances, hesitating not for a moment, and followed the dragon clan's lead into the depths. It was not only the dragon clan that faced this predicament. The Phoenix and Qilin clans found themselves in similar straits. Though both clans were formidable, there were indeed powerful figures among the Tai of the western continent. In truth, 10 individuals had breached the defenses of the 2 clans. Once inside, we shall join forces to eliminate them. The Phoenix and Qilin clans harbored no concerns regarding these individuals. By the time the 3 clans converged with over 40 Tai golden immortals. How could these outsiders withstand such a force? As the myriad deities ventured into the wind source sea, they encountered experiences akin to Luo Qing's, albeit with varying visuals. As the Xiang Daoist entered the wind source sea, his consciousness momentarily faltered before swiftly regaining clarity. A glimmer of insight shone in his eyes. He realized what the 3 clans sought, so this was the treasure. Simultaneously, Luo Qing's figure stepped into the core of the cave heaven. At the heart of the boundless chaotic winds, an ephemeral Tao imprint radiated with brilliance. As the eye of the Tao made contact with this object, Luo Qing's primordial spirit was seemingly jolted by the Tao. As numerous awe-inspiring images of the creation of the heavens merged into his consciousness, the imprint of the wind spirit's creation. At the dawn of creation, Pangu, the primordial deity, birthed the 4 spirits of earth, fire, wind, and water, and this wind spirit imprint encapsulated the essence of the entire process of creation. The imagery of Pangu's creation? This artifact was undoubtedly a treasure of immense value. For those aspiring to the Tao, it surpassed even several top-tier innate spiritual treasures in importance. I must obtain it. I must secure it. Although the specific utility of this object remains unclear, the mere ability to perceive the scene of creation is sufficient to compel Luo Qing to covet it. However, trouble soon follows. This imprint of the wind spirit of creation is merely a mark, not a tangible treasure like a spiritual artifact, which means it cannot be refined. Thus, how to retrieve this object becomes a pressing issue. To comprehend it on the spot? Clearly, there is no time for that, as Luo Qing has already sensed the distant fluctuations of a great battle approaching. He can only take a gamble, gritting his teeth. Luo Qing retrieves the wind spirit pearl and tosses it into the flickering, ethereal imprint of the wind spirit of creation. Upon activating the wind spirit pearl, it immediately begins to harness the power to absorb myriad winds. Through the eye of the Tao, Luo Qing observes the wind spirit imprint tremble slightly as a wisp of spiritual light drifts towards the wind spirit pearl. Useful, Luo Qing rejoices, but his brow furrows again. The speed of absorption is excruciatingly slow, and it seems unlikely that it will succeed in a short time. It appears he must buy some time. Sensing the increasingly imminent battle waves, Luo Qing's gaze flickers, and his figure vanishes from the core area in the Sea of Wind source. A fierce battle erupts as the 3 clans of Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin encounter the 17 Taiji experts who entered alongside them. Chapter 51. The Great Chaos. The number of Taiji golden immortals from the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans entering the Wind Spirit Cave reaches as high as 44, with the weakest among them being at the mid-Taiji level. Of course, the 16 who barged in are no weaklings. They are either at the late Taiji or peak Taiji stages. Outnumbered and coupled with the excellent coordination of the 3 clans, who are adept in grand formations, the dozen or so Taiji golden immortals are swiftly overwhelmed. In no time, 3 Taiji golden immortals fall victim to the siege. The Xian Daoist, who previously killed a Dragon Clan Taiji golden immortal, is naturally viewed as a thorn in the side of the Dragon Clan. 4 Taiji golden immortals from the Dragon Clan join forces to encircle the Xian Daoist. Fellow Daoists, the intent to annihilate our 3 clans is all too clear. If we do not rise in resistance now, we shall be picked off one by one. It is time to unveil our most potent tactics and let the 3 clans realize that we are not to be trifled with. Despite the disparity in numbers being nearly 4 to 1, and even though the Xian Daoist and his companions possess profound cultivation, they find themselves in a perilous situation. However, this does not imply that they lack the capacity to resist. As they face imminent annihilation, a sense of urgency compels them to unleash their hidden cards. In an instant, over 10 innate spiritual treasures manifest their might. A few Taiji experts from the three clans, caught off guard, are swept into the treasures, dissolving into a mist of blood. With casualties on both sides, the participants become increasingly bloodthirsty. Though the three clans are affluent, they are not wealthy enough for every Taiji golden immortal to be equipped with an innate spiritual treasure. In the contest of spiritual treasures, the Xian Daoist and his companions find themselves evenly matched against the three clans. The battle now escalates into a frenzied clash. All the gods are Taiji golden immortals or golden immortals. A single strike of divine power or a spiritual treasure can effortlessly sweep across 100 miles. The once tranquil sea of wind source is now battered by waves of Taiji divine powers and the might of spiritual treasures, creating tumultuous surges. The rolling waves of the wind sea spill over into the wind spirit cave, causing the divine wind storms within the wind spirit gorge to erupt violently. The celestial beings taking refuge in the wind spirit gorge are caught off guard, suffering heavy casualties in a short span, with over half of them perishing. As the storm grows ever more terrifying, the remaining celestial beings clearly cannot hold out for long. The battlefield of the celestial beings is situated at the periphery of the wind spirit cave, over 1,000,000 miles away from the core area. These Taiji experts do not possess the extraordinary eye of the Tao like Luo Qing. Everyone knows that there are extraordinary treasures within the cave, yet they cannot probe the core area from such a distance. When Luo Qing arrives at the battlefield from the core area, only 6 of the Xian Daoist group remain, each at the pinnacle of Taiji. The three clans are also faring poorly, having entered with 44 members, now reduced to half. However, the advantage of the three clans is already quite evident, as the 6 from the Xian Daoist are completely surrounded. Unless a miracle occurs, the complete annihilation of these 6 is merely a matter of time. Luo Qing's expression is graver than ever. Once these 6 are exterminated, he too will be unable to escape the search of the three clans. He must find a way to rescue them and weaken the three clans, ideally maintaining a balance. He needs to buy time for the Wind Spirit Pearl to absorb the imprint of the Wind Spirit of creation. The Dragon Clan has 5 members left, the Phoenix Clan 8, and the Qilin Clan 9. Luo Qing's gaze shifts, and a plan forms in his mind. He activates his top-grade postnatal spiritual treasure for concealment and swiftly approaches a Dragon Clan Taiji late-stage cultivator. Luo Qing's strategy is simple. The three clans are unlikely to remain united. By continuing to weaken the Dragon Clan, he hopes the alliance among the three clans will not hold as firmly. The Dragon Clan's Long Qi, along with 2 Phoenix Clan members and 1 from the Qilin Clan, surrounds a single opponent. Suddenly, Long Qi senses a murder-intent flash from 10 miles behind him. Not good. Long Qi's expression changes. Someone has stealthily approached for an ambush point. 10 miles is dangerously close for a Taiji Golden Immortal. Luo Qing, at the early Taiji stage, dares not hold back against the Dragon Clan expert. With a shake of his 5-element spiritual rings, 5 innate spiritual treasures soar towards Long Qi. Realizing 5 innate spiritual treasures are hurtling towards him, Long Qi turns pale. I can't fend this off. Fellow Taoists, save me. Long Qi urgently calls for help from the Phoenix and Qilin Clan experts. The 2 Taiji from the Phoenix Clan notice Long Qi's plea, exchanging glances as if they had not heard his cry for assistance, and intensify their assault. The Qilin Clan expert responds similarly. This operation by the three clans was initially one of cooperation mixed with competition. They eagerly sought to weaken the Dragon Clan, hoping to eliminate them from the final treasure contention. A desire they could not fulfill. Damn it. Seeing the indifferent reactions of the three, Long Qi's face pales as he curses inwardly. The distance is too close to evade, leaving him no choice but to confront the 5 incoming spiritual treasures. Boom! The golden spiritual ring strikes, shattering the defenses around Long Qi. The wood and water rings follow, hitting Long Qi's chest and lower limbs respectively. Instantly, Long Qi lets out a terrible scream. His chest collapses, and his legs are shattered, leaving him gravely injured. In but a moment, his cries cease abruptly. The fire and earth rings follow suit, severing Long Qi's head. The esteemed Dragon Clan Taiji late-stage Golden Immortal is completely obliterated by Luo Qing's surprise attack with spiritual treasures. This turn of events occurs far too swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Clan loses one member, leaving only 4. Long Qi. With Long Qi's death, the remaining 4 Dragon Clan members roar in fury. A chill settling in their hearts. If this continues, the Dragon Clan's opportunity in this endeavor will be utterly lost. Seeing another ally arrive, the 6 from the Xian Daoist also feel invigorated. One among them, his eyes flashing with fierce light, unleashes an innate spiritual treasure flying sword that instantly pierces the skull of a Qilin clan Taiji, annihilating its primordial spirit. With the numbers now at 7 to 20, the gap between the two sides narrows further. Taking advantage of the surprise attack, Luo Qing manages to slay one, but opportunities of such caliber do not come frequently. 2 Qilin clan experts immediately surround him, one wielding an innate spiritual treasure. Luo Qing, with his weaker cultivation, relies on his 5 spiritual treasures for protection and deterrence as he entangles with the 2 Qilin clan Taiji. The Dragon Clan is down to 4 members, losing their former valor as the battle begins to shift to a more conservative approach. They no longer dare to take risks. The Phoenix and Qilin clans also harbor trepidation, refraining from unleashing their full might. Both sides seem to have entered a stalemate. However, as time progresses, Luo Qing and the Xian Daoists group grow increasingly grim. After all, they are outnumbered and facing a siege. Their celestial powers and divine essence are depleting at a rate at least twice that of the 3 clans. If this continues to drag on, it equates to a slow death. A war of attrition endures for nearly 3 months. Those who survive to this point may not be the strongest in attack, but their ability to preserve their lives is certainly formidable. Even with Luo Qing's 5 spiritual treasures, he finds it difficult to eliminate any opponent. After 3 months of stalemate, had Luo Qing not been adept in both celestial and divine paths, he would have been the first to succumb. Yet now, Luo Qing and the Xian Daoist group, though not entirely depleted, are nearing the brink of exhausting their powers. Chapter 52. The cards are all out, fellow Daoists. It is time for our final struggle. One Taiji Golden Immortal named Wu Laodao communicates telepathically with Luo Qing and the others. Let us fight to the death. The outcome remains uncertain. The Dragon Clan is weakened, leaving only the Phoenix and Qilin clans. If the opportunity arises, let us focus on eliminating the Phoenix clan, Luo Qing suggests at an opportune moment. Excellent, that is a fine idea. Though Luo Qing is merely at the early Taiji stage, the 5 innate spiritual treasures surrounding him command enough respect. The remaining few, with the most treasures, belong to Wu Laodao, yet he possesses only 2. A stark contrast to Luo Qing, in this moment of life and death. The 7 quickly reach a consensus. However, no one notices the ever-silent Xian Daoist, whose dim pupils flash with a hint of disdain. Attack! With a furious shout from the venerable Wu Laodao, Luo Qing and his 7 companions immediately threw themselves into a desperate assault against the nearby Phoenix clan warriors. However, as they were still strangers to one another, Luo Qing harbored reservations about fully trusting his allies. His ultimate objective was singular: to prolong the battle or at least minimize the number of survivors. Thus, throughout the skirmish, Luo Qing refrained from merging the 5 spirit rings into one. In this assault, he maintained the same strategy, with the golden and fiery spirit rings spinning in unison, launching a combined attack against a Phoenix Tai. While the remaining 3 rings served as a protective barrier, they were merely at the end of their strength. If they could withstand this onslaught, victory would be theirs. The Phoenix clan leader, in a state of exasperation, sought to unite with the Dragon and Qilin clans to fend off this wave of attacks against the Phoenix. Alas, by this juncture, the situation had become clear. The Dragon and Qilin clans had their own agendas. To save the Phoenix, both clans, in unison, chose to take advantage of Luo Qing and his crew's assault on the Phoenix warriors, planning to encircle and eliminate Luo Qing's group instead. This exchange of the Phoenix clan for Luo Qing's party appeared to be the most favorable option for both clans. In the face of the inaction from the other 2 clans, Luo Qing and his companions achieved remarkable success, swiftly eliminating 5 Phoenix warriors. Of course, the cost was grave. Apart from Luo Qing and Wu Laodao, the remaining 4 were besieged by the Dragon and Qilin clans. Luo Qing was struck successively by 2 innate spirit treasures, sent crashing into the wind sea, presenting an image of severe injury and near death. In truth, Luo Qing was safeguarded by the 5-element spirit rings surrounding him. He merely experienced a tumultuous surge of blood and a resonance of his magical force, suffering no significant harm. let alone 2 inferior innate spirit treasures. Even 2 medium-grade innate spirit treasures would struggle to breach his defenses with a single strike. Luo Qing feigned being gravely wounded and, seizing the residual momentum from the spirit treasure's impact, swiftly fled into the distance. Seeing Luo Qing's injured state, a late-stage Qilin Tai glimmered with a glint of greed in his eyes. This individual is already severely wounded. I shall pursue him, with a brief command. This Earth Qilin surged after Luo Qing. 4 from the Dragon Clan, 3 from the Phoenix Clan, and 8 from the Qilin Clan remained. Though animosity had brewed among the 3 clans, they had yet to reach an irrevocable breaking point. 1 pursued the injured Luo Qing, while the remaining 14 aimed to eradicate Wu Lao Dao and Xiang Daoren. Yet, before the Tai from the 3 clans could initiate their attack, the 2 men preemptively struck at the 3 clan Tai. Wu Lao Dao's aura shifted. The previously diffused essence of rain instantly transformed into the dual essences of wind and rain. His advanced innate divine roots morphed into top-tier innate divine roots. In addition to the 2 rain flags he had previously revealed, the wind flag, an inferior innate spirit treasure, manifested above Wu Lao Dao's head. The wind flag and rain flag, one on the left and one on the right, shone brilliantly together. As the 2 treasures converged, their might surged dramatically, attaining the power of a medium-grade innate spirit treasure. With the wind sweeping left and the rain cascading right, they unleashed a sweeping strike against the 3 Tai from the 3 clans. The trio had no time to react before they were instantly reduced to a mist of blood by the might of the spirit treasures. The dual paths of wind and rain, combined with the 2 spirit treasures, delivered a blow of terrifying ferocity. Not to be outdone, Xiang Daoren unleashed a torrent of ominous and terrifying demonic energy that surged forth like a flood. Previously on the brink of magical exhaustion, he instantly regained his peak vitality, his momentum nearing a breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal threshold, with 1 foot already in the realm of Daluo. An overwhelming wave of demonic energy swept across, ensnaring the 4 remaining warriors of the 3 clans, leaving them unable to escape. They were swiftly engulfed by the tumultuous demonic energy, disintegrating into a pool of blood. As the outcome of the battle loomed imminent, the Tai from the 3 clans had no time to rejoice, as in the blink of an eye, half of their number had been obliterated. The Dragon and Phoenix clans found themselves in dire straits, with only 2 members remaining, aside from the one pursuing Luo Qing, while the Qilin clan had just 3 left. The dual essences of wind and rain, combined with the top-tier innate divine roots and a half-step into Daluo. The remaining 7 were all peak Tai, their bodies fortified by spirit treasures, yet their expressions were grim. The peak Tai, with the dual essences of top-tier innate divine roots, wielded treasures of a power comparable to medium-grade innate spirit treasures. The cumulative might was beyond imagination. Nearby stood an even more formidable half-step Daluo, emanating a sinister and malevolent aura, likely even more challenging to confront. Xiang Daoren, you've hidden your true self well. Wu Lao Dao cast a wary gaze towards Xiang Daoren. Indeed. I had no idea you were a wind god, possessing top-tier divine roots. It is truly enviable. Xiang Daoren replied with a faint smile. Humph. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Shall we first unite to eliminate the 3 clans? Wu Lao Dao grunted, visibly displeased. That is only fitting. The 2 reached a consensus, intent on annihilating the 3 clans first. The situation took a sharp turn, and the remaining members of the 3 clans became acutely aware of the impending crisis. Ao Jing, Fengling, do you still have trump cards left? The Qilin clan leader, Qiyu, spoke in a somber tone. At this point, we must cast aside our grievances. Ao Jing nodded, her expression darkening. Originally, the 3 clans numbered 45, but now only 7 remained. Engaging in further infighting would likely lead to their swift demise. Thus, the 3 clans united, promptly invoking 3 medium-grade innate spirit treasures to begin their joint defense against the onslaught of Wu Lao Dao and Xiang Daoren. Meanwhile, Luo Qing, feigning severe injuries, had fled over 3,000 miles, distancing himself from the scrutiny of the gods. Only then did he halt, turning to face the pursuing late-stage Earth Qilin. This Qilin, belonging to the earth element, lacked a suitable innate spirit treasure in hand. Only due to its mastery of the earth path and exceptional defensive skills had it survived the chaos. Now fixating on Luo Qing, drawn by the allure of his 5 spirit treasures. Those 5 spirit treasures are mine. The Earth Qilin dismissed the notion of a severely wounded early-stage Tai as a threat at that moment. Its mind was consumed solely by the prospect of the 5 innate spirit treasures. Seeking death, Luo Qing silently thought, and as the Earth Qilin drew closer, the 5-element spirit rings instantaneously merged into one. A wave of energy akin to a superior innate spirit treasure emanated, causing the Earth Qilin to shudder in trepidation. Not good! The Earth Qilin's heart raced with alarm, and layers of earth shields instantly enveloped its form. Luo Qing held nothing back, aiming for a swift resolution, suppressing the surrounding void to prevent escape. The unified 5-element spirit ring surged toward the Earth Qilin. With its expertise in the Earth path, the Qilin's defensive capabilities were exceptional, and its earth shields were more than sufficient against inferior innate spirit treasures. Yet, when faced with the might of a superior spirit treasure, it fell woefully short on a single strike. All the shields were shattered, and the Earth Qilin was left with half of its body obliterated. The force of the 5-element spirit rings swept through, extinguishing the Qilin's consciousness entirely. With the Earth Qilin vanquished, Luo Qing let out a sigh of relief, yet remained cautious, for his gaze was drawn to the distant battlefield through the eye of the Tao. Upon noticing a familiar yet alien surge of demonic energy, he frowned. Is that the demon ancestor Luo Ho? This revelation nearly caused Luo Qing to cry out in shock. The demonic energy was unmistakably familiar. During his travels in the Western continent, he had encountered many celestial beings invoking the sacred art of the ancestors' descent, all emanating this very essence. Yet, what he sensed from Xiang Dao Ren now was purer than any he had encountered before. This was no longer the true Xiang Dao Ren, but clearly Luo Ho utilizing the mandala secret art to descend upon Xiang Dao Ren's form. As for Xiang Dao Ren's original spirit, it had likely been annihilated. This sudden realization left Luo Qing reeling. Even if he were arrogant, he would never presume that, with his early-stage Tai cultivation, he could contend with a fragment of the demon ancestor. There was no other option but to hope for others to stall for time. Gritting his teeth, Luo Qing turned and fled toward the core area of the cave heaven. It had been quite some time since he had used the wind spirit pearl to gather the imprint of the heavenly wind. Upon catching sight of the imprint again, he noticed that its phantom had become exceedingly translucent and faint. Within the wind spirit pearl, the shadow of the imprint was vaguely visible. This brought a sigh of relief to Luo Qing. It appeared that the imprint was nearing complete absorption by the wind spirit pearl. Nevertheless, he dared not let his guard down entirely. Should the demon ancestor Luo Ho arrive before the wind spirit pearl's task was complete, Luo Qing would have no choice but to interrupt the process and flee. Through the eye of the Tao, he closely observed the fluctuations of energy on the distant battlefield. With the combined might of Wu Lao Dao and Xiang Dao Ren, even though the Tai from the 3 clans had each summoned a medium-grade innate spirit treasure, it merely delayed their inevitable defeat. Apart from the 3 Tai leaders of the clans, all the remaining members had been annihilated. Even with the half-step into Daluo, Xiang Dao Ren, bolstered by a medium-grade innate spirit treasure, found it difficult to withstand the onslaught. Meanwhile, Wu Lao Dao, wielding the dual essences of wind and rain along with a suite of innate spirit treasures, thrived in this realm of wind and rain, far more adept than the others. The total annihilation of the remaining 3 clan members was a foregone conclusion. Realizing they were outmatched, the Dragon Clan's Ao Jing proposed a retreat. Fellow Taoists, the situation has become untenable. How about we withdraw for now? The treasures outside will not escape our grasp with the Daluo elders from our 3 clans on guard. The Feng clan and the Qilin clan exchanged a silent glance, both aware that at this juncture, their continued presence would merely render them as specters doomed to die in vain. They did not oppose Ao Jing's suggestion. Their decision was made, and the trio resolved not to confront Daoist Xiang and Daoist Wu any longer. The 3 mid-grade spiritual treasures firmly shielded them as they hastily fled upward towards the Wind Spirit Valley. Pursue them. The 3 clans Daluo are stationed outside. We cannot allow them to disseminate news. As the 3 from the clans attempted to escape, Daoist Wu urgently called out, hastening to follow. Daoist Xiang and Daoist Wu relentlessly pursued the trio, yet, despite their best efforts, they were unable to subdue them in a short span of time. Ultimately, They could only watch helplessly as the three leapt beyond the confines of the Wind Spirit Cave, vanishing amidst the raging storm. At the precise moment the trio breached the barrier of the Wind Spirit Cave. Without a trace of hesitation, Taoist Wu and Taoist Xiang launched a surprise attack against each other. With the three clans out of the equation, they were naturally competitors, and neither would show mercy. Taoist Xiang, known within the Wind Spirit Mountain range, was familiar to Taoist Wu. However, witnessing the sinister aura enveloping this individual, Taoist Wu discerned that this was no longer the Taoist Xiang he once knew. Previously, they had united against a common foe, and Taoist Wu feigned ignorance, but now, curiosity about his true nature piqued his interest. "You are no longer Taoist Xiang. Who are you truly?" In response to the inquiry, Taoist Xiang cast a disdainful glance at Taoist Wu and retorted, "The dead do not require such knowledge." Upon hearing Taoist Xiang's words, Taoist Wu chuckled lightly, unfazed, and replied, "Ha! Do not presume that just because you are a half-step Deluo, you can act so arrogantly. If we were outside, I would certainly flee upon encountering you. But here, this is my domain." Before his words had fully settled, Taoist Wu unfurled the wind flag, summoning an overwhelming force from the boundless rules of wind. Inciting a tempest within this ocean of gales, a suffocating sensation that threatened to collapse all things surged towards Taoist Xiang, utilizing the wind flag to communicate with the endless ocean of wind within the Wind Spirit Cave. The power of this treasure began to escalate exponentially. Compared to its synergy with the rain-dispelling flag, its might was even greater. This was Taoist Wu's final trump card against Taoist Xiang. Within the ocean of wind, Taoist Wu's strength was significantly amplified. Unfortunately, he remained unaware of the true identity of his opponent. Otherwise, he would not have been so confident in the face of the approaching tempestuous might. Taoist Xiang remained unflinching. Akin to a Rahu, not even blinking, he felt his own aura surge, barely crossing the threshold of Deluo, and with a simple punch directed at Taoist Wu, he unleashed his power. Boom! The storm whipped up by the wind flag was effortlessly dissipated by this single strike. The force of the punch continued unabated, barreling directly towards Taoist Wu. Impossible! Witnessing his strongest card being easily shattered, Taoist Wu was filled with shock and dread, turning to flee. Yet, it was as if the surrounding space-time had crystallized. Faced with this seemingly weightless punch, Taoist Wu found no escape. No. The shadow of the fist struck Taoist Wu, and a scream echoed as the esteemed pinnacle of Tai, a top-tier innate deity, was reduced to a mist of blood. Vanishing completely, after effortlessly dispatching Taoist Wu, Rahu extended his hand, summoning all his accompanying spiritual treasures into his possession. Thus, Rahu emerged as the ultimate victor of this chaotic battle. Far away, millions of miles distant, Luo Qing, utilizing the eye of the great Tao, swiftly discerned the presence of the three clans Tai escaping the cave, followed by the sudden disappearance of Taoist Wu's aura. The fleeting Deluo presence sent a shiver down Luo Qing's spine. At this moment, only he and Rahu remained within the Wind Spirit Cave. Despite Luo Qing's formidable abilities, he was no match for Rahu, capable of delivering a blow of Deluo caliber. Yet, the outcome of this confrontation remained uncertain. Sensing Rahu's increasingly close aura, a glint of fierce light flashed in Luo Qing's eyes. Just then, the final wisp of spiritual resonance from the open sky Wind Spirit imprint fully merged into the Wind Spirit Pearl, which began to rotate smoothly in Luo Qing's hand. Upon grasping the Wind Spirit Pearl, Luo Qing felt a jolt of awareness. The Wind Spirit Pearl remained unchanged in quality, still a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Yet its essence of wind had intensified tenfold. Judging solely by its aura, one could easily mistake it for a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Moreover, the greatest assistance it provided Luo Qing was that it had supplanted the open sky Wind Spirit imprint, becoming the treasure that suppressed the Wind Spirit Cave. By wielding the Wind Spirit Pearl, Luo Qing effectively commanded the boundless ocean of wind within, granting him unparalleled control. Within this Wind Spirit Cave, it may not be impossible to confront Rahu, he mused, for he was merely facing a puppet of Rahu, not the true entity. Chapter 54. The arrival of demon ancestor Rahu as Rahu's avatar traversed millions of miles to arrive at the core region of the cave. He immediately spotted Luo Qing in the distance, a top-tier innate fire deity. With a sweep of his demonic eyes, he quickly discerned that the treasure capable of suppressing the myriad winds of the cave had been taken by this very individual before him. You, little deity, are quite intriguing. While I was engaged in a fierce battle, you managed to reap the rewards, Rahu remarked, observing Luo Qing with keen interest. While others may have failed to perceive Luo Qing's true foundation, Rahu recognized him at a glance as a top-tier fire deity, born against the natural order. The rarity of such beings was already astonishing, and those who defied the innate order to achieve such a status were even more scarce. Those who attained such heights invariably possessed extraordinary fortunes, which was why Rahu was intrigued by Luo Qing and refrained from launching an immediate lethal attack. Confronted with the legendary demon Ancestor, even if it were merely a puppet avatar, it would be disingenuous to claim that Luo Qing was unperturbed. Yet, he met Rahu's gaze with unwavering resolve, declaring, "The treasures of heaven and earth are destined for those who are fated. Having acquired this treasure, I am assuredly its destined possessor. Fellow Taoist, you have arrived a moment too late. Ha. You speak truthfully. Treasures are indeed for the fated. Once I capture you, I shall become the fated one." Rahu boisterously laughed, no longer indulging in idle chatter, as he stepped forward, unleashing his palm, the heavenly demon claw, towards Luo Qing. Previously, he had witnessed Luo Qing wielding 5 innate spiritual treasures. However, Rahu remained unfazed. While spiritual treasures were formidable, it ultimately depended on the wielder, a mere early-stage Tai fire deity, even with a top-tier innate spiritual treasure in hand, posed no threat to Rayu. As Rahu initiated his assault, a cold light flickered in Luo Qing's eyes. He did not dare to underestimate the situation. Centered around the 5-source spirit plate, he summoned the 5 elemental spirit rings to firmly protect himself. Additionally, with his left hand, he grasped the wind spirit pearl, beginning to harness the open sky wind spirit imprint within, commanding the ocean of wind. At Luo Qing's behest, a pale blue wind dragon materialized from the ocean of wind, charging directly at the oncoming colossal demon claw. With a thunderous crash, the wind dragon and the demon claw annihilated one another, both dissipating into nothingness. Upon witnessing the early-stage Tai fire deity harnessing the power of the ocean of wind, Rahu quickly comprehended the situation. It appeared that the treasure of this cave had indeed fallen into Luo Qing's possession. At that moment, a glimmer of caution flickered in Rahu's gaze. An early-stage Tai fire deity, regardless of the number of spiritual treasures he possessed, would not warrant Rahu's concern. However, an early-stage Tai who commanded the entire ocean of wind was far more challenging to confront. Previously, Taoist Wu had merely utilized the wind flag to tap into a small portion of the ocean's power. Yet it had been potent enough to rival a half-step to Luo. How formidable would Luo Qing, wielding the entirety of the ocean of wind, prove to be? With the battle now engaged, Luo Qing was not the type to merely endure blows without retaliating. Although the open sky wind spirit imprint resided in his possession, Luo Qing's cultivation was limited, allowing him to manipulate the ocean of wind only within a radius of 10,000 miles. Yet, for him, this was more than sufficient, as Rahu was not truly at the peak of Luo's prowess at this moment. The power of a 10,000-mile ocean of wind was more than adequate to contend with him. With a thought, the ocean of wind within a 10,000-mile radius began to churn violently. Massive wind blades, each comparable to a strike from a Tai golden immortal, surged forth like a swarm of bees, slicing towards Rahu from all directions. Trivial skills, hardly worth mentioning. Faced with the dense barrage of wind blades, Rahu merely raised his left hand with a nonchalant push. An endless surge of demonic energy erupted from within him. As numerous demonic blades surged forth to meet the wind blades head-on, Rahu's puppet avatar could draw upon the boundless power of the true Rahu, allowing him to expend demonic energy without restraint, effortlessly neutralizing the myriad wind blades. The prowess of the demon Ancestor truly was formidable. Luo Qing's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he intently observed Rahu. Suddenly, Rahu's aura surged dramatically, crossing the threshold of Luo once more. Luo Qing's heart raced, realizing, here it comes. Previously, Rahu had employed this very tactic to obliterate Taoist Wu in a single strike, and Luo Qing remained on high alert. A solidified fist of demonic energy surged forth. Resembling an unstoppable locomotive, breaking through layers of wind blades as it bore down upon Luo Qing. "Block it for me," Luo Qing roared internally, channeling all his essence and power into the wind spirit pearl. The 10,000-mile ocean of wind transformed into a colossal tornado, crashing against this Luo-level punch. Boom! The clash of dual forces erupted with a thunderous roar, causing the vast sea of wind to shatter explosively. The tornado dissipated, and the infinite waters of the wind transformed into gentle breezes that dispersed into the atmosphere. A third of the boundless ocean was obliterated by a single punch from Luo Ho, which ultimately drained the energy of that strike. Blocked, Luo Qing's heart surged with joy. As long as he could withstand the attack, that was sufficient. Regarding the expended waters of the wind, there was no shortage of such resources within this wind spirit cavern. As the ocean waters of the vast expanse were consumed, the surrounding waters swiftly replenished, rendering the notion of infinity not an exaggeration. Trouble. Observing that Luo Qing had thwarted his peak strike, Luo Ho's puppet form furrowed his brow. As a being at the pinnacle of Deluo, on the verge of entering the realm of Hunyuan, Luo Ho possessed means beyond mere brute force. However, much like Luo Qing, he was constrained by his cultivation and unable to fully harness the power of the Sea of Wind. The body of Xiang Dao Ren was merely an intermediate innate deity of the mid-Tai stage. While its magical power could draw endlessly from its true form, the mid-Tai body could not withstand the relentless onslaught of Luo Ho. After two formidable strikes and the encroachment of demonic energy, Xiang Dao Ren's corporeal form began to show signs of collapse. The changes in Luo Ho's body were not lost on Luo Qing's discerning eye. The puppet's form was nearing its breaking point, and he could drag it down to its demise here. Sensing the flaw in Luo Ho's physique, an idea sparked in Luo Qing's mind. Eliminate this puppet form of Luo Ho. Suppressing his excitement, he summoned forth boundless wind blades from the vast ocean to encircle and assail Luo Ho once more. Although it was merely a puppet, the identity of the demon ancestor Luo Ho ignited a thrill within Luo Qing that he could hardly contain. What manner of being is Luo Ho? My humble intentions are unlikely to remain concealed from him. "Do you wish to drag me down with you?" he mused. How intriguing, as he gazed upon the swarm of wind blades hurtling towards him. A smirk curled at the corners of Luo Ho's lips. With a flick of his wrist, an endless barrage of demonic blades surged forth. Despite Luo Qing's advantage on home turf, Luo Ho was already proving to be a formidable opponent. Even with just this puppet form. However, completely annihilating Luo Ho would indeed be a daunting challenge. Without the advantage of a spiritual treasure, Luo Qing felt a lack of confidence in contending with Luo Ho. For now, he relied solely on the Sea of Wind, hoping to exhaust Luo Ho's puppet form. The winds of the vast expanse were firmly under Luo Qing's control, encircling Luo Ho for half a year. Luo Qing harried Luo Ho's puppet form until at last it could no longer withstand the relentless assault. The demonic energy had completely corroded its divine body. The puppet form began to crumble and disintegrate. "Fellow Taoist, this battle is mine," Luo Qing proclaimed, gazing at the puppet form of Luo Ho, which was barely clinging to life. "It seems this treasure of the cavern is destined to elude you." Simultaneously, he did not hesitate in his actions, unleashing a final strike in the form of a windwater dragon towards it. Just as Luo Qing believed victory was assured, the nearly defeated puppet of Luo Ho revealed a smile. In that moment, a chilling voice of demonic energy echoed through the cavern. "Are you referring to me, young friend?" Upon hearing this voice, Luo Qing felt as if struck by lightning, a chill running through him. Above, a pair of colossal demonic hands tore open a gaping chasm in the sky surrounding the wind spirit cavern. A set of enormous, emotionless eyes, each over 100 feet in diameter, loomed beyond the cavern, fixated intently on Luo Qing. Chapter 55. Self-detonation of the cavern. Time rewinds to the moment Ao Jing and the others escaped from the wind spirit cavern. After being forced to flee, they burst forth from the wind spirit gorge, reporting the unfolding calamity within the cavern to the three clans Deluo. Even the Deluo of the three clans could scarcely fathom that over 40 Tai powerhouses would ultimately meet such a dismal fate. What if they managed to seize that object? The entire area spanning 1,000,000 miles has been completely sealed off. They cannot escape. The Dragon Clan's Deluo fumed as only one of the 15 Tai survived. How dare a handful of Tai disrupt our plans? Once we capture them, I shall reduce them to ashes. The Deluo of the Phoenix clan simmered with resentment. Over the years, the three clans had grown increasingly powerful, their territories seeing diminishing resistance. Such a significant loss was unprecedented, igniting the ire of all three Deluo. Yes, they contemplated how to deal with those who had thwarted their plans. The true form of Luo Ho had already reached the outskirts of the Wind Spirit Mountain range. The dark, ominous clouds of demonic energy blanketed the sky for miles around, which immediately drew the attention of the three clans Deluo. Not good. A formidable foe approaches. Fellow Taoists, stabilize the formation at once. The Deluo of the Qilin clan exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically upon seeing Luo Ho's arrival. The three clans had prepared countermeasures for the treasures within the Wind Spirit Gorge, ensuring they could retreat even in the face of the most powerful adversaries. An unbeatable formation rapidly enveloped the San Yuan Duan Kong formation, standing in opposition to the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Indeed, the three clans were well prepared. Through the cooperation of the three Deluo, they managed to thwart Luo Ho for an extended period. Ultimately, however, Luo Ho pierced through the formation's flaw with his god-slaying spear, breaking into the Wind Spirit Gorge. For Luo Ho, the protective barrier of the Wind Spirit Cavern was as flimsy as paper. Effortlessly torn apart. At that moment, Luo Ho's puppet form of Xiang Dao Ran was on the verge of collapse. Within the Wind Spirit Cavern, Luo Qing felt the weight of Luo Ho's demonic gaze upon him, as if his very scalp were about to explode. The demon ancestor had personally arrived. Moreover, it appeared that Luo Ho was aware of everything that had transpired with the puppet form. After tearing open the heavens of the Wind Spirit Cavern, Luo Ho's gaze fixed upon Luo Qing, momentarily freezing the void surrounding him. All the powers of the Sea of Wind were instantly subdued, leaving only the breath of Xiang Dao Ren's puppet form, which disintegrated into a wisp of demonic energy under Luo Ho's watchful eyes, returning to his essence. After reclaiming the fragment of his soul that had descended upon Xiang Dao Ren, the demon ancestor shifted his focus entirely onto Luo Qing. It's over. Am I to perish before my endeavors have even begun? At that moment, despair washed over Luo Qing. The disparity in power was insurmountable. A single glance from the demon ancestor Luo Ho sent tremors through Luo Qing's primordial spirit, rendering him rigid and powerless. Just as despair enveloped him, the colossal shadow of Luo Ho extended a hand toward Luo Qing. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the air, striking down upon the demonic figure of Luo Ho with tremendous force. With a thunderous explosion, the ethereal form of the demon ancestor dimmed and faded, even the hand reaching for Luo Qing disintegrating under the impact of the lightning, leaving only a pair of gigantic, menacing eyes that flickered with malice. Luo Ho, do not be too arrogant. Have you considered the consequences of offending the three clans? The Deluo of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, enraged, had rushed to confront Luo Ho after he breached their formation. The Four Spirits' imprint of creation was the most secretive treasure of the four clans. The Wind Spirit clan's imprint of creation could never be allowed to fall into the hands of other Deluo. At this moment, the true form of Luo Ho remained outside the Wind Spirit Gorge, while the apparition confronting Luo Qing was merely a shadow of his essence. Surrounded once more by the Deluo of the three clans, the murderous intent in Luo Ho's eyes intensified. You seek death. Luo Ho seethed with fury as the three clans interrupted his shadow's actions. Luo Qing, unaware of the events transpiring outside the cavern, only noted that the demonic figure of Luo Ho had been grievously injured by the sudden lightning strike. As the pressure weighing down on him lifted significantly, Luo Qing felt a surge of relief. The oppressive force exerted by Luo Ho had diminished considerably. It was evident that a favorable turn of events had occurred outside the Wind Spirit Gorge. Yet, with Luo Ho and other Deluo standing guard, even if Luo Qing could escape with his life, there would be no path left for him to flee. Desperation clawed at him. Gritting his teeth, Luo Qing cast his gaze towards the demonic eyes that bore down upon him. In this dire moment, with no other options available, he resolved to risk everything for survival. The Wind Spirit Pearl, radiating the essence of the wind's source, was manipulated by Luo Qing's will, as he gathered all its stabilizing powers. Under his fierce gaze, an aura of chaos, a tempest of destruction, began to sweep across the vast expanse. Explode for me! Luo Qing's eyes burned with fury as he let out a primal roar from deep within his heart. The vast expanse of the Wind Sea, stretching for countless miles, erupted violently, akin to boiling magma. The once gentle waters of the Wind Sea, now liberated from the restraint of the celestial wind spirit's imprint, instantly shifted into a frenzied state, transforming into raging tempests of extraordinary winds. It resembled the chaotic storms beyond the confines of the wind spirit cave, yet this time, its might surpassed that of the external storms by several magnitudes. Centered around Luoqing, the wind sea within a radius of 10,000 miles first surged violently, and then, like a chain reaction, it rapidly spread throughout the entire wind spirit cave, the entire pinnacle cave, encompassing nearly 999 million miles, began to self-destruct, unleashing an unimaginable force. Even Luoqing himself was uncertain whether he could endure this cataclysmic tempest. Trapped by the demon ancestor Luohu, he found himself with no alternative but to confront this fate in mere moments. The once tranquil wind sea transformed into swirling storms, its formidable power threatening to tear apart the very fabric of the wind spirit cave. The outer spatial barriers of this supreme cave crumbled into fragments, while the essence of the cave itself dissipated entirely. At that moment, the wind spirit cave was utterly annihilated. Luoqing, situated at the heart of the cave's collapse, found himself in dire straits. The five-source spirit plate and the five elements spirit ring coalesced into a vibrant shield, fiercely protecting him. Yet, the relentless storm was overwhelmingly potent, akin to being thrust into a tumultuous washing machine. Luoqing was swept away by the tempest, tumbling uncontrollably through the chaos, as the wind spirit cave shattered. A vast expanse of 10,000 miles was ensnared within the chaotic currents of space. Such a large-scale spatial upheaval shattered the triad disruption array set by the three clans in an instant. The dramatic transformation at the bottom of the Wind Spirit Canyon could not evade the watchful eyes of powerful figures like Luohu. The Wind Spirit Cave had collapsed, the triad array had been breached, the expressions of the great powers from the three clans darkened instantaneously. Once the imprint of the celestial wind spirit was drawn into the chaotic currents, what chance remained for its retrieval? The opportunity was virtually non-existent. In the very moment when the cave exploded, a pair of malevolent eyes suspended in the void fixated coldly on Luoqing's silhouette, instantly transforming into a blood-red demonic aura and vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, a blood-red demonic seal flickered on Luoqing's shoulder as he was engulfed by the chaotic currents. Chapter 56, The Eerie Demonic Seal After the Explosion of the Wind Sea. Luoqing was swept into the chaotic currents of space, along with the relentless storm. The realm of chaotic currents, in relation to the primordial chaos, was a void filled with shattered space and rampant chaotic energies. Within it, darkness and brilliance coexisted, displaying phenomena beyond the realm of normalcy. Amidst the chaotic currents, atop a colossal magnetic mountain that had drifted for countless years, a figure shimmering with multicolored light slowly opened his eyes. Despite the protection of the five-element spirit ring, the explosion of the cave was overwhelmingly powerful. At the moment of detonation, the tremendous shockwave and the intense resonance of Tao surged forth, and Luoqing was instantly gravely injured, losing consciousness. Fortunately, after the cave's destruction, the surrounding area plummeted into the chaotic currents, providing an outlet for the raging storms and dispersing the explosive force. It was under the guardianship of several spiritual treasures that Luoqing was not reduced to ashes, but instead swept into a chaotic current, transported to an unknown realm. At this moment, Luoqing finally awakened from his state of severe injury. Within the realm of chaotic currents, upon opening his eyes, he immediately discerned his whereabouts. It seemed his life was preserved. As consciousness returned, Luoqing realized that 3,000 years had elapsed since the explosion of the Wind Spirit Cave. As a top-tier innate fire deity, even in a state of severe injury and unconsciousness, his body would gradually heal itself. After 3 millennia, his injuries had mended by 50%. The demon ancestor Luohu, along with the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans. This enmity I shall remember. Luoqing seethed with hatred towards these instigators, gritting his teeth in resentment. Were it not for his fortuitous survival, he would not have emerged from this ordeal with only grave injuries and a 3,000-year slumber. Yet, he knew that currently, none of those mentioned were his match. He could only bury this grudge deep within his heart for now. Upon regaining consciousness, Luo Qing immediately assessed his condition. His previous injuries had healed by half, but he required further recuperation. However, there were no primordial energies in the realm of chaotic currents to facilitate his cultivation. He needed to devise a means to escape this chaotic realm. Muttering to himself, Luo Qing activated the Eye of the Tao, seeking spatial rifts that could lead him away from this place. In the northern region of the primordial world, ever since the lair of the ferocious beast clan was utterly annihilated by the divine race, the entire northern region began to witness the emergence of myriad primordial spirits. Yet, the number of ferocious beasts that remained was still substantial. Compared to other regions, the northern region was notably more savage, with the law of the jungle prevailing even more fiercely among the living. One fateful day, beneath a desolate, uninhabited mountain peak in the northern region, a faint, elusive figure was suddenly torn asunder in the blink of an eye. A colossal black hole with a diameter of 100 miles appeared in the void. A massive magnetic mountain, also 100 miles in diameter, surged forth from the black hole. The enormous mountain crashed to the earth, shaking the ground for miles around. At last, I am free. On the vast magnetic mountain, Luo Qing gazed at the rapidly fading spatial rift in the sky, reflecting on the ordeal within the chaotic currents. He had spent 3 long years searching for a means of escape, and now he had finally discovered a rift to break free from the chaos, the northern region of the primordial world. Upon escaping the chaotic currents, Luo Qing immediately sensed his location through the resonance of the Dao. To his surprise, he had leaped from the western continent's wind spirit mountains into the northern region of the primordial world. This turned out well, having thoroughly offended the demon ancestor Luo, who regarding the wind spirit cave, I cannot return to the western continent for now. It is best to remain in the northern region for recuperation. With a plan forming in his mind, Luo Qing glanced at the magnetic mountain beneath him. Casting a spell, the 100-mile-wide mountain shrank to the size of a walnut, landing in the palm of his hand. The magnetic mountain, the power of magnetic forces. The magnetic Tao is intricately linked with the 5 elements Dao, by a stroke of serendipity. Within the chaotic currents, this magnetic mountain had firmly attached itself to Luo Qing, who radiated the light of the 5 elements. Thus, he found himself intrigued by the mountain. However, for the time being, he needed to prioritize his recovery, so he decided to store the magnetic mountain for later. 300 years later, within the medium-quality blessed land of the 5-light divine pearl, the crimson glow surrounding Luo Qing flickered 3 times before completely receding. After 3 centuries of recuperation, Luo Qing's injuries had fully healed. Yet, as he opened his eyes, there was no trace of joy on his face. Instead, it was as dark as ink. Previously, due to his injuries, Luo Qing had not meticulously inspected his condition. However, during the healing process, he finally discovered an abnormality on his person. On his left shoulder, a faint demonic seal had been imprinted. This mark was imperceptible to both his sight and divine sense. It was only through the Eye of the Tao that Luo Qing became aware of its existence. Without a doubt, he knew precisely who was responsible for this mark. There was no one else but the demon ancestor Luo who, having been branded with an unknown seal of power, anyone aware of it would find it impossible to remain calm. A mark, a means of tracking, sensing, assimilating, or perhaps a conduit for descent. Regarding the demon ancestor Luo Qing harbors an acute vigilance. Concerning this demonic seal, Luo Qing feels as though there is a thorn lodged in his throat. Eager to eradicate it post-haste, he momentarily sets aside the imprint of the heavenly wind spirit within the wind spirit pearl and immediately begins to utilize the Eye of the Tao to analyze this demonic seal. This seal is not only imprinted upon Luo Qing's divine body but has also ensnared his primordial spirit. Through the Eye of the Tao, an eerie blood-red demonic mark is vividly discernible upon Luo Qing's Tai Yuanling. In the western continent, after suffering the ravages of the ferocious beast clan, the Wind Spirit Mountains, following several Yuan meetings, have once again endured a catastrophic blow. In the core area of the Wind Spirit Mountains, the Wind Spirit Grand Canyon has utterly collapsed in the aftermath of a clash between 3 Great Luo and a mysterious Great Luo. This battle not only resulted in the demise of a great Luo Jingxian from both the Qilin and Phoenix clans, but also unleashed a tremendous explosive divine might that engulfed a region of 1,000,000 miles, transforming it into a vast basin, which subsequently evolved into a lake spanning millions of miles. Originally, the Wind Spirit Mountains served as the ancestral route of the western continent's meridians, yet they have been repeatedly devastated. The Wind Spirit Mountains can no longer suppress the ancestral veins, leading to a shift in the ancestral route's meridian, gradually circulating to another mountain within the western continent, beneath Mount Shumi. The new core of the western continent, Mount Shumi, has begun to gain renown at some unknown point. Within a cave beneath Mount Shumi, the demon ancestor Luo Ho is seated in meditation, contemplating the path of chaos. Suddenly, he recalls a figure from several millennia ago within the Wind Spirit Cave, an intriguing subject of study, a postnatal being rebelling against the top-tier innate fire deities, perhaps the first instance in the wilderness. If he could capture and study it, it would be ideal. However, what a pity. With a fleeting thought, Luo Ho swiftly dismisses Luo Qing from his mind. Marked with the fetal heart demonic seal, they are destined to cross paths again one day. At which point he could capture Luo Qing for research. Within the blessed land of the Five Radiance divine clan, 500 years swiftly pass. The mysterious demonic seal upon Luo Qing is finally unveiled by the eye of the Tao. The fetal heart demonic art, the fetal heart demonic seal, Luo Qing murmurs, his expression darkening. Through the dissection of the demonic seal, Luo Qing has gained a comprehensive understanding of the fetal heart demonic art. This technique involves the demon ancestor Luo Ho embedding a special demonic seed, a seal, within other beings. This seal takes root and flourishes within the host, ultimately draining the host of all vitality to complete its demonic transformation, giving rise to an entity akin to a shard of Luo Ho himself. Should Luo Ho's true body face a life-threatening crisis, this demonic avatar could facilitate his reincarnation. The fetal heart demonic art reminds Luo Qing of the transformation techniques within the 36 celestial powers. Specifically, the fetal transformation method, by condensing a golden infant, one can parasitize other beings, reviving as a new life form. Clearly, Luo Ho's fetal heart demonic art and the fetal transformation technique share a similar efficacy. Upon grasping the intricacies of the fetal heart demonic art, Luo Qing finds himself in a predicament. The seed of this demonic seal has already taken root within his divine body and primordial spirit, intertwining with his vital essence. Even if Luo Qing were to sever a portion of his divine body and primordial spirit to excise the demonic seed, it would still seek out and regenerate within him, following the trail of his essence. This matter pertains to Luo Ho's Tao, making it impossible for Luo Qing to simply abandon to completely eradicate this demonic seed. Given Luo Qing's current comprehension of the Tao, remains a daunting challenge. While he can manage simple suppression or sealing, such measures are merely temporary solutions. With this demonic seed present, unforeseen complications may arise at any moment. The only viable course of action that Luo Qing can conceive is to create a substitute or avatar to assume the role of the demonic seed's host. Within the blessed land, Luo Qing directs his gaze toward the innate spiritual root, the netherworld ghost willow, beneath which lies the netherworld Xian tiger divine egg. Perhaps this could be a potential solution. Approaching the netherworld ghost willow, Luo Qing gazes intently at the netherworld Xian tiger divine egg. Under the scrutiny of the eye of the Tao, the egg remains shrouded in chaos, with only a cluster of netherworld Tao essence and a hint of primordial vitality present. This divine egg, having come into existence after the calamity of ferocious beasts, is still in its nascent stage and lacks a distinct life consciousness. After acquiring the top-tier innate deific roots of the Gung Metal White Tiger and the Netherworld Xian Tiger, Luo Qing initially planned to see if he could personally hatch two supreme steeds, or perhaps have them serve as disciples in the future. However, circumstances have changed, and he can only express his apologies to the yet-to-be-born Netherworld Xian Tiger. Nevertheless, transferring the demonic seed to the Netherworld Xian Tiger divine egg requires careful planning. Although Luo Qing is eager to eliminate the demonic seed, he does not wish to inadvertently serve Luo Ho's interests. There may yet be aspects to exploit. Having grasped the general principles of the fetal heart demonic art, Luo Qing realizes he can create a secret technique based on the demonic seed. He does not seek to replicate the marvels of the fetal heart demonic art or the fetal transformation technique. A simpler method will suffice. After a hurried century, a secret technique of spirit division is born in Luo Qing's hands. Through this technique, he can partition a portion of his primordial spirit and divine body into a mass of life essence, which can then be infused into the embryonic life form yet to awaken consciousness. By refining this embryonic life using the spirit division technique, he can achieve an effect akin to that of a second avatar. While this technique pales in comparison to the finesse of the fetal heart demonic art, it suffices to assimilate an unconscious divine egg. Should he manage to eliminate the threat posed by the demonic seed in the future, the netherworld Xian tiger may well serve as his second avatar. Luo Qing's gaze remains fixed upon the netherworld tiger egg, and with a deep breath, he commences the operation of the spirit division technique. Utilizing the eye of the Tao to inspect his entire being, he wields the fire rules as a blade, beginning to sever the divine body and primordial spirit tainted by the demonic seed. As the fiery blade glides through, a wave of intense agony courses through Luo Qing's divine body and primordial spirit. While partitioning the divine body is bearable, cleaving the primordial spirit in twain proves excruciating. A full third of his divine body and primordial spirit is excised. Employing the sealing technique he has developed in recent years, he temporarily seals the demonic seed, and then utilizes the spirit division technique to transform this third of his essence into a massive life source, which he embeds into the netherworld Xian tiger divine egg. The netherworld Xian tiger divine egg, still devoid of life consciousness, possesses an inherent instinctual awareness as a top-tier deity. A formidable surge of netherworld Tao instinctively retaliates, attempting to expel the encroaching life essence. Ignoring the futile struggles of the divine egg, a conflagration of Scarlet Emperor's divine flame erupts from Luo Qing's hands, initiating the refining process of the netherworld Xian tiger divine egg through the spirit division technique. With the aim of completely usurping the egg, decades pass, and under Luo Qing's relentless refining, the resistance of the netherworld Xian tiger divine egg gradually wanes. After all, it has yet to develop its own consciousness. Relying solely on the netherworld essence for self-defense is insufficient to fend off Luo Qing's encroachment. With a resounding roar, a mournful tiger's cry emanates from within the divine egg. The resistance of the netherworld Xian tiger divine egg is utterly shattered by Luo Qing. The third of his life essence that he severed immediately devours the fragment of life vitality within the egg, completely claiming dominion over it. With a mere thought, Luo Qing establishes a life bond with the divine egg. The egg becomes him, and he becomes the egg. From this moment forth, the netherworld Xian tiger divine egg shall exist as an extension of Luo Qing's being. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao of the wilderness has not yet emerged. Otherwise, usurping a top-tier deity might have incurred unforeseen consequences. With a sigh, Luo Qing observed the ethereal eye of the Tao, scrutinizing the Yinming divine egg, which contained a third of his life source. Its consciousness surely surpassed that of the divine egg's inherent vitality. However, having just completed the act of possession, the energy of the entire divine egg had surged to more than twice its previous strength. Within, a phantom Yiming Xuanhu was slowly manifesting amidst the chaos, while a seed of demonic imprint flickered within the divine egg, albeit sealed away by Luo Qing. Seeing that the demonic imprint could no longer absorb the host's essence to augment itself, Luo Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, his complexion appeared rather ghastly, lacking vitality. Regardless of the circumstances, Luo Qing had severed a third of his life source, resulting in an inevitable depletion of his vitality. Having resolved this pressing concern, he intended to rest and recuperate, focusing on restoring his essence. Thus, he immediately entered a state of seclusion, i.e. the western continent of the primordial world, after the demon ancestor Luo who disrupted the plans of the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans to inscribe the wind spirit's creation mark. Powerful figures from the three clans began to frequently appear in the west, searching for Luo's whereabouts. Ultimately, they discovered traces of him in the new ancestral vein of the west. At Mount Shumi, shortly thereafter, at the periphery of Mount Shumi, 7 mighty Luo golden immortals from the three clans were seen soaring through the skies. A great battle erupted above the 9 heavens of Mount Shumi, shrouded in thunderclouds for many years before the storm finally subsided. The outcome of this battle remained unknown to outsiders. All that was clear was that from then on, the three clans vanished without a trace from the western continent. The holy ancestor mandala continued to flourish, having transmitted the method to break through the fate of luck to the Dragon and Phoenix clans. What choice would the three clans make? Within Mount Shumi, Luo who gazed southeast, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke to himself. Chapter 58. The Four Spirits and the Five Elements in the Ancestral Land of the Dragon Clan. Where the vast sea returned to the ruins, the three clans had failed to seize the Wind Spirit's creation mark. Their subsequent attempts to avenge Luo who resulted in a protracted struggle. Yet they did not succeed. However, their plundering in the western continent yielded some gains. The path of Mandala was immensely feared even by the Ancestor dragon, who dared not lightly touch or attempt it. For it was incompatible with the Dragon Clan, leading the Ancestor dragon to cast it aside. Conversely, the method of utilizing the world's fate was greatly admired by the Ancestor dragon, who regarded it as a means to cultivate and strengthen one's abilities or to break through cultivation bottlenecks. In fact, the Dragon Clan had previously engaged in such practices. The Beast Clan and the Divine Clan contended for the title of the primary force within the world, and whoever emerged victorious would become the center of the world's fate. The outcome was a catastrophic defeat for the Beast Clan, whose core forces were obliterated, leading to the rise of the Divine Clan in the primordial world. Subsequently, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans spared no effort in exterminating the remnants of the Beast Clan, seeking to dominate a region for the purpose of seizing the internal fate of the Divine Clan. This was one of the reasons for the increasing power of the three clans following the calamity of the Beast Clan. The three clans garnered more of the world's fate, their development outpacing that of other innate divine clans. The principle of the strong remaining strong is an unchanging truth throughout the ages. Now, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans occupied the three major regions of the primordial world. While not completely dominating the realm, they were nonetheless very close to doing so. The method of fate resonated well with the path my clan pursued. Yet it required some modifications. The Ancestor dragon's vision was unparalleled. In terms of both cultivation and insight, he was not inferior to Luo who merely tested the method of fate through the mandala and the contention for celestial and divine authority in the western continent, resulting in a rather rudimentary secret technique that only provided a preliminary concept. The Dragon Clan had already embarked on the path of supremacy in the Age of Contention, and their understanding of the fate of their race far surpassed what Luo who could comprehend. As Luo who, Hong Jun, and others explored the path to transcend the Deluo realm, the Ancestor Dragon, Yuan Feng, and others were not idle either. As one of the four spirits of creation, they each possessed a creation mark. While a single creation mark could assist them in comprehending the Great Tao, it was still insufficient for transcending the Deluo realm. Previously, the three clans sought to seize the creation mark of the Wind Spirit clan, taking turns to comprehend it and relying on their own abilities to see if they could enter the primordial realm. Now that the creation mark of the Wind Spirit clan was lost, the three clans had no choice but to seek alternative methods. The path to transcendence through creation marks could not be abandoned. Aside from the lost Wind Spirit mark, they could only pursue the other two. The method of fate was agreeable to the Ancestor dragon, yet the strategy regarding the creation marks could not be easily forsaken. The creation mark of the Wind Spirit clan was one matter. The other two clans would certainly not lend theirs. Moreover, in order to compete for the title of the primary race in the primordial world, the Dragon Clan would inevitably have to sever ties with the Phoenix and Qilin clans entirely. This path to supremacy mirrored the strategy of seizing the creation marks. Thus, the only option left was to eliminate the Phoenix and Qilin clans completely. A glint of malice flickered in the Ancestor dragon's eyes. Just as he had turned a blind eye to the Wind Spirit clan's demise, now, for the sake of the Tao, he could similarly deal fatal blows to the Phoenix and Qilin clans. At this moment, not only did the Ancestor dragon harbor intentions of annihilation towards the other two creation clans, but Yuan Feng and the Qilin clan, having been stimulated by the failure to seize the Wind Spirit mark, also felt the urge to contend for supremacy in the primordial world. Having just one creation clan sufficed. 4 would be excessive, and 3 were already too many. Intentions lead to divine actions, and divine actions lead to the motion of the Tao. With the combined intentions of the three clans, the heavens and earth naturally responded. In an instant, boundless calamity energy began to spread throughout the primordial world, in the southern region, the eastern region, and the vast sea. The three creation clans commenced their preparations for war. In the northern region of the primordial world, after a millennium of seclusion, Luo Qing finally restored the lost third of his essence. However, he showed no intention of emerging from his retreat. Having successfully resolved the hidden dangers within himself, and with his body restored to its former state, Luo Qing finally set his sights on the creation mark within the wind spirit pearl. This mark was neither a spiritual treasure nor imbued with life force. It was simply an exceptionally pure essence of wind. Its purity was akin to the moment chaos first emerged, the instant the primordial world began to take shape, birthing a strand of wind essence. Even more enticing was the creation scenery imprinted upon this essence, utilizing the eye of the great Tao as a probe and his consciousness as a foundation. Luo Qing fully immersed his mind into the creation mark within the wind spirit pearl. The scene of creation he witnessed this time was far clearer and more detailed than when he first entered the wind spirit's heavenly domain. Yet, he remained unable to behold the full visage of the Pangu ancestor god. Within the imprint, he beheld a pair of colossal hands wielding an ancient divine axe, forcefully cleaving through the chaos. Time and space unraveled, the void collapsing like a black hole. A glimmer of light emerged from the darkness, and the primordial world was born. It was only when the four spirits of earth, fire, wind, and water began to collide and intertwine within the primordial world that the imprint's imagery finally vanished. The vision was fleeting, lasting merely 3 to 5 breaths, yet in Luo Qing's perception, it felt as though eons had passed. The imagery emanated from the wind spirit mark, with the primary perspective consistently being that of the wind spirit. From this imprint, Luo Qing sensed an extraordinarily clear understanding of the rules governing the great Tao of wind. Although the rules of the fire Tao, which Luo Qing cherished, were not as luminous and clear as those of the wind Tao, they were nonetheless distinct, having continuously collided and intertwined since the emergence of the four spirits. At the very least, they were 100 times clearer than if he were to directly perceive the fire Tao within the primordial world. This represented the most primitive fire spirit Tao, where one glimpse revealed the entirety. Thus, the realization dawned on him that although the fire Tao belonged to the 5 elements, its origins were ultimately one of the 4 spirits of creation. With his consciousness returning from the wind spirit pearl, strands of the fire Tao's rules materialized within Luo Qing's mind in mere seconds. His comprehension of the fire Tao surpassed that of an entire year spent in quiet meditation. Simultaneously, Luo Qing developed a deeper understanding of the fire Tao. Among the 5 elements, water, fire, and earth were particularly unique. They belonged to the 5 elements yet existed independently as one of the 4 spirits. Water is the source of life, fire is the creator of life, and earth is the cradle of existence. This perspective indicated that water, fire, and earth were far more powerful and profound than metal and wood. However, such an imbalance would lead to a disruption in the equilibrium of the 5 elements. As the primordial world evolved, the burgeoning strength of water, fire, and earth would far surpass that of metal and wood. An imbalance among the 5 elements would lead to increasing chaos, akin to the disruption of yin and yang, potentially shaking the very foundation of all existence within the primordial world. Considering this, Luo Qing felt a subtle shift within his heart. He recalled the earlier calamity of the Beast clan when the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans stood idly by as the Wind Spirit clan was annihilated. Who was the original instigator? Originally, with the 4 spirits suppressing the primordial heavens and earth, even if the 5 elements fell out of balance, the world would not lose its foundation. Yet, with the extermination of the Wind Spirit clan, the ascent of the Wind Spirit Tao within the primordial world appeared abruptly severed. The number of wind deities in the world had sharply dwindled, and it seemed that there were hardly any reports of wind attribute deities in the later generations of the primordial world. The disorder among the 4 spirits led to chaos within the 5 elements. It appeared that the calamity faced by the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans was both a human and a heavenly tribulation. The appointment of Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu as the leaders of the celestial beings by Hong Jun the Ancestor became all the more comprehensible, since the 4 spirits have fallen out of balance and the 5 elements are unstable. Apart from weakening the paths of water, fire, and earth, it would not be a bad strategy to particularly strengthen the paths of metal and wood. Luo Qing seems to have already discerned the profound reasons behind the impending calamity of the Dragon and Phoenix, as well as the helplessness of Hongjun Laozu in introducing the Wood Lord and the Metal Mother. Whether it be the heavens or Hongjun Laozu, Both are striving to maintain the equilibrium of the five elements and stabilize the five paths. Chapter 59. The sensation of opportunity, the four spirits of creation, the yin and yang of the five elements. These matters are not yet for Luo Qing to ponder. When the sky falls, there are those of stature to uphold it present. Luo Qing is merely a somewhat robust ant in the primordial chaos, hardly in a position to concern himself with the future of the primordial world. With the mark of creation in hand, it is indeed time for him to retreat and cultivate diligently. Casting aside other thoughts for the moment, Luo Qing began his first seclusion after reaching the Tai Golden Immortal stage. He immersed himself in comprehending the laws of the Golden Immortal and the rules of Tai, seeking to grasp the great Tao. With the mark of creation, he continuously contemplated the fire essence within the scenes of creation. His understanding of the great Tao of fire deepened considerably. Time slipped away unnoticed during his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. Unbeknownst to him, over 30,000 years had elapsed in a flash. As he observed the scenes of creation, the rich aura of fire surrounding him had intensified at least twofold compared to before. At this moment, Luo Qing had reached the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, and his comprehension of the great Tao of fire had barely reached 50%. With the mark of creation, a treasure for comprehending the great Tao, Luo Qing's cultivation speed was remarkably swift. He initially intended to push forward vigorously, aiming to reach the pinnacle of Tai before emerging from seclusion. However, on this particular day, while he was engaged in contemplating the great Tao of fire, he suddenly felt a throbbing sensation at his brow. Intuitively, he sensed that an opportunity was descending upon him. An opportunity? This took Luo Qing by surprise. Such occurrences had previously seemed like mere legends to him. As he had never experienced them firsthand, he never anticipated that he would suddenly feel a sense of foreboding today. Logically speaking, with the heavenly Tao yet to emerge, everything in the primordial realm should remain ignorant and chaotic, devoid of any predetermined treasures. Aside from personal companion spirit treasures, other innate treasures without a master should not belong to anyone. Now, sensing an opportunity arriving, Luo Qing recognized that this was an unusual circumstance. Was the heavenly Tao about to manifest? After much contemplation, this was the only possibility that came to his mind. Luo Qing was aware that news of the heavenly Tao would only surface after the calamity of the dragon and phoenix. However, the specific timing of the emergence of the primordial heavenly Tao had always been shrouded in ambiguity. The active guidance of this opportunity indicated that the chaotic rules of the primordial realm were gradually beginning to take shape. This was clearly a sign that the heavenly Tao was on the verge of emergence. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to venture forth and investigate this opportunity. It could be said that in stillness, movement arises. Luo Qing was not a particularly patient individual. After 3,000 years of seclusion, he too yearned to breathe the fresh air outside. The northern region of the primordial realm is known for its harshest environment. It is the stronghold of the fierce beast clan, heavily tainted by the aura of malevolence. The malevolence here is at least 5 times denser than in other parts of the primordial realm, while the pure spiritual essence is among the scarcest. Moreover, with the annihilation of the fierce beast clan's lair several epochs ago, the resentment and malice of their dying race converged here in the northern region, exacerbating the already dire conditions. As Luo Qing withdrew the 5 radiance divine pearl, he followed the guidance of the opportunity northward. Everywhere he passed, fierce beasts roamed freely, and the wails of vengeful spirits echoed. This chaotic mingling of deities and spirits made Luo Qing frown. Currently, with the cycle of the primordial realm yet to emerge and hell unestablished, the underworld remains chaotic. Upon death, if no celestial beings are assigned to facilitate reincarnation, the souls of most beings would gradually perish under the scorching sun and raging flames. However, under certain fortuitous circumstances, some may transform into spirits, and the accumulation of vengeful malice naturally births deities. The numbers of these vengeful spirits and deities are steadily increasing. Yet, previously, whether in the southern region or the western continent, even with the existence of ghostly beings, their numbers remained exceedingly rare. Unlike the northern region, where the signs of mass proliferation of vengeful spirits and deities have begun to emerge. Due to the connection with the Yuming Ghost Willow and the Yuming Xuanhu Divine Egg, Luo Qing had developed a slight interest in the realm of the underworld and the spirits. Setting aside thoughts of the ghostly deities for the time being, Luo Qing was soon captivated by another sight. Not far away, a vast and boundless azure lake appeared before him, so immense that even Luo Qing, with his mid-stage Tai cultivation, could not fathom its vastness. Could there be such a vast inland lake in the northern region? This astonished Luo Qing. Clearly, he had not yet reached the North Sea. He estimated the diameter of this inland lake to be at least several million kilometers. Moreover, the place where he sensed the opportunity lay at the bottom of this lake. Treasures at the lake's depths. This revelation left Luo Qing even more astonished. He merely sensed a fragment of opportunity here, yet he remained uncertain about its exact nature. As a primordial fire deity, sensing an opportunity beneath the water felt rather peculiar. After flying for several million miles, he discerned that the opportunity lay just beneath the water's surface. He would know once he descended. Luo Qing retrieved the water spirit ring, using this water-type spirit treasure to shield himself, and in the blink of an eye, he plunged into the lake. The water was icy and piercing. This lake's water was unlike any ordinary lake. It was tainted with a mix of murky malevolence, filth, and the aura of spirits. However, with the protection of the water spirit ring, Luo Qing was enveloped in the fiery aura of the Red Emperor, and he descended to a depth of 1,000 miles. Where he finally glimpsed the scene beyond the lake's water, a barely perceptible barrier of true water was breached as Luo Qing surged through it. The sight that unfolded before him left him utterly astonished. He found himself suspended 1,000 miles in the air, gazing down upon an endless expanse of crimson forest, dotted with low hills and small mountains, suffused with a searing heat that filled the entire space. Was this a cave heaven? A small world? As this thought flickered in Luo Qing's mind, he shook his head, dismissing it. Upon breaking through the lake's barrier, he had not sensed the slightest indication of traversing into a cave heaven or small world. Moreover, the area was saturated with the powerful energy of the northern region, clearly still part of the northern realm. No. Could this be a yin-yang lake? Luo Qing's eyes sparkled with brilliance as a seemingly plausible hypothesis sprang to mind. Although the primordial world is a realm of myth, most phenomena still adhere to certain principles. In the case of a water-based cave, the simplest means of isolating the water is through the establishment of a water-repelling formation. Alternatively, one could create a blessed land or cave heaven. In any case, to construct a waterless space within water requires some form of supporting power. It is impossible for such an expansive underground space to exist beneath the water without external assistance. However, Luo Qing currently had no time to ponder the origins of this yin-yang lake. He had arrived at the site of his opportunity. In the distance loomed a towering mountain nearly 1,000 miles high, its peak seemingly reaching toward the lake's barrier. This underwater space resembled a pillar supporting the heavens. At the summit, a crimson jewel pulsated as if it were a living being, exhaling and inhaling boundless fire essence that scorched the vast void. The innate fire spirit pearl. Luo Qing's eyes were firmly fixed on the jewel. At this moment, he finally understood what had drawn him here. Only the innate fire spirit pearl, an innate fire-type spirit treasure, could actively send forth a sensation of opportunity to Luo Qing. The aura of the innate spirit pearl was tightly sealed within this underwater space, which was why he had failed to notice it while in the lake. As the treasure emerged, it attracted the beings of this underwater space. A quick glance revealed that the highest cultivation among them was merely at the Xian immortal stage. Meanwhile, these celestial beings were still battling outside the mountain peak, vying for the fire spirit pearl atop the summit. Luo Qing had little interest in these individuals. With a swift motion, he traversed over a dozen battlegrounds to arrive at the mountain peak. The fire spirit pearl seemed to sense Luo Qing's arrival. The once quiet jewel instantly trembled, its fiery aura retracting, and after 3 excited leaps, it eagerly flew toward Luo Qing. It was brimming with spirit. This was the first time Luo Qing had witnessed a spirit treasure exhibiting such sentience, aside from his companion spirit treasure, the fire spirit ring. Sensing the aura of the innate fire deity, it autonomously came to him. Just as Luo Qing was filled with joy, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A dark golden eagle claw, spanning 100 feet in diameter, suddenly broke through the barrier from the lake, reaching for the fire spirit pearl below. "How dare you?" Luo Qing was instantly enraged. Someone was attempting to snatch his treasure. The summit of the towering mountain, known as Chengtian, looms less than 100 meters from the barrier of the lake. The eagle's claw descends with alarming swiftness, leaving Luo Qing no time to react. The fire spirit pearl is swiftly seized within its grasp, as the precious orb hangs perilously close to being snatched away. A radiant flash of five-colored spiritual light envelopes Luo Qing, momentarily freezing the surrounding space. The unknown deity's retreating eagle claw is halted in the void for an instant. Though brief, it is sufficient. A bolt of white lightning flickers in Luo Qing's hand, and with a sharp crack, the colossal eagle claw extending from the lake is severed by the golden spiritual ring. A muffled grunt echoes from the depths of the lake above Luo Qing as the claw is cleaved. Freeing the fire spirit pearl, it, seemingly frightened, darts into Luo Qing's body as soon as it escapes the clawed. It has acknowledged its master, without the need for Luo Qing to personally refine it. The fire spirit pearl autonomously recognizes him as its master, becoming his spiritual treasure, a phenomenon unheard of previously. Unlike other treasures, which required refinement before being wielded by Luo Qing, the fire spirit pearl instantly submits. However, this is not the time to ponder the peculiarity of the fire spirit pearl. The individual who attempted to seize it, now consumed by rage, charges at Luo Qing, a formidable halberd-like weapon, a killing spiritual treasure. Cleaves through the lake's barrier, aimed directly at Luo Qing. Having faced an attempted theft of a precious treasure and an ensuing attack, Luo Qing's temper flares. It is only proper to retaliate. The five-source spirit disc hovers above his head, the five elemental rings spinning with vigor. The water spirit ring rushes towards the oncoming halberd. Assessing the power of the halberd, it appears to be merely an inferior spiritual treasure. Incapable of breaching Luo Qing's defenses, he deflects the attack, yet the water spirit ring returns empty-handed. Having failed to injure its opponent, I shall see who this person is. A glint of fierce determination flashes in Luo Qing's eyes. From their earlier encounter, he discerns that his opponent's cultivation is not vastly superior to his own. With a swift motion, Luo Qing plunges back into the depths of the lake. The clash of two tiny golden immortals unleashes a terrifying force, causing several celestial beings, originally seeking treasures, to be obliterated by the residual shockwaves. With the spiritual treasure now gone, the surrounding celestial beings hastily flee, disregarding the skirmish below. Upon entering the lake, Luo Qing immediately senses the presence of a tiny golden immortal not far away. A glance through the eye of the Tao reveals its origins, Kuanping. Luo Qing is taken aback. Has Kuanping emerged at this very moment? This legendary figure is known for his misfortunes and cunning nature. Though he lost the opportunity to attain sanctity by dropping the mat of Zhixiao Palace, he has survived until later generations, outliving countless innate divine beings. However, should he manifest his ultimate form, Luo Qing would need to exercise caution. Yet, a mere late-stage innate divine being does not frighten him. Luo Qing's consciousness locks onto Kuanping's figure. The fire spirit ring, infused with the flame of the Red Emperor, hurtles toward Kuanping. Having recently emerged from the depths of the northern sea, Kuanping finds himself in a barren land lacking abundant spiritual energy. Sensing this, he ventures into the primordial northern region, seeking adventures and opportunities. Relying on his innate divine roots, he has navigated with relative ease and gained some rewards. Little did he expect that today, while attempting to rob a mere top-tier innate deity, he would encounter formidable resistance. As Luo Qing approaches with intent to attack, a fierce glint ignites in Kuanping's eyes. His aura surges with malevolence as he instantaneously shifts 100 miles away, evading the assault of the fire spirit ring. With a swift motion, he gathers the surrounding waters, directing them toward Luo Qing. The fire spirit ring's attack falls short, and Luo Qing's eyes narrow. Kuanping, renowned for his unparalleled speed among innate divine beings, proves more agile than the speed of the spiritual treasure's assault. Seeing the waters surge violently toward him, Luo Qing smirks inwardly. Does he think that as an innate fire deity, he can be subdued by water? Unfortunately for him, with the water spirit ring's protection, Luo Qing is not easily intimidated by standard water-based divine techniques. However, to defeat Kuanping, he must first find a way to limit his speed. A plan forms in Luo Qing's mind as he stands firm. the 5 elemental rings merge in an instant, unleashing the formidable power of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Kuenpeng, sensing the presence of the 5 elemental rings from 100 miles away, is taken aback at a top-grade spiritual treasure. As he contemplates fleeing once more, the 5 elemental rings tremble slightly, momentarily solidifying the surrounding space. Kuenpeng's speed is abruptly curtailed by over 50%. His expression shifts dramatically as he senses impending danger. This time, there's nowhere for you to run. Luo Qing sneers, pushing forward with both hands, directing the 5 elemental rings toward Kuenpeng. Damn it. A mere top-tier deity possesses a top-grade spiritual treasure for protection. Kuenpeng inwardly curses. When he was born, he was accompanied only by a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. This comparison reveals the stark disparity in their circumstances. Nonetheless, an innate divine being remains an innate divine being. Despite Kuenpeng's brief existence, his foundations are far from shallow. Unfurling a banner-like mid-grade spiritual treasure, he envelopes himself in its protection. Although the 5 elemental rings possess power comparable to a top-grade spiritual treasure, they are not true top-grade treasures and lack specialized offensive capabilities. After 3 successive strikes against Kuenpeng, none succeed in breaching his defenses. Seeing no opportunity to evade, Kuenpeng's murderous intent surges. A massive halberd cleaves through the waters, aimed directly at Luo Qing. Luo Qing feels a sense of helplessness. Though he possesses many spiritual treasures, none are specifically designed for battle. The halberd's might is substantial, and the 5-source spirit disc alone cannot shield him entirely. Reluctantly, he recalls the 5 elemental rings to defend himself as he deflects the halberd. The two engage in a relentless exchange of spiritual treasures deep within the lake. For the time being, Luo Qing cannot overcome Kuenpeng, but Kuenpeng also fails to inflict harm upon him, with the 5 elemental rings suppressing the void. Every time Kuenpeng grows impatient and attempts to flee, Luo Qing swiftly closes the gap. After a prolonged struggle, Kuenpeng finally speaks out of exasperation. "Fellow Taoist, it seems we are at an impasse. Shall we not cease hostilities?" "Umph." A cold laugh escapes Luo Qing's lips in response. His relentless pursuit of Kuenpeng is not without purpose. The source of his fervent desire lies within him, the fire spirit pearl, eager to break free. Observing the fire spirit pearl's insistent urge to emerge, Luo Qing realizes that Kuenpeng likely possesses a treasure closely linked to it. Consequently, he is even less inclined to allow Kuenpeng to depart easily. To severely wound Kuenpeng and seize his treasure, Luo Qing requires a fortuitous moment. Though Kuenpeng has expressed a desire to halt the conflict, he has inadvertently acknowledged that he cannot contend with Luo Qing. Yet, Kuenpeng is astounded that despite his offer, Luo Qing remains resolute in his pursuit. Luo Qing's obstinacy ignites Kuenpeng's fury. It is not uncommon for top-tier deities to vie for opportunities, but it should not escalate to a life-or-death struggle. Kuenpeng, incensed by Luo Qing's tenacity, vows to demonstrate the chasm between deities and divine beings. As these words leave his mouth, Kuenpeng's demeanor transforms in place of his original form. A colossal fish spanning 100 miles emerges, resembling an indomitable celestial beast before Luo Qing. Roar! Kuenpeng lets out a resounding cry, signaling his divine transformation. His aura has intensified exponentially compared to his previous form. Is this the divine body of Kuenpeng? Truly astonishing, Luo Qing gazes intently at the immense fish. As a top-tier innate deity, he too can assume an innate divine form, yet his power does not amplify to the same extraordinary degree as a divine body. It may enhance his strength by around 50% at best. You shall now witness the consequences of provoking me. The colossal fish bellows, and a void resembling a black hole opens above Luo Qing's head, emanating an overwhelming, unparalleled suction force. Simultaneously, the halberd strikes at Luo Qing once more. Spatial techniques. I cannot be drawn in. Luo Qing's eyes flicker as he senses the opportune moment. If he does not act now, the 5 elemental rings may not be able to restrain Kuenpeng's divine form from escaping. Go. The 5 elemental rings, ensnared by Kuenpeng's halberd, cannot be deployed at this moment. The fire spirit pearl, accompanied by the flame of the Red Emperor and the wind spirit pearl, is suddenly propelled from Luo Qing's hands. The fire spirit pearl, desperate to emerge, exudes its might as soon as it appears. The wind fuels the flames. The endless ethereal winds within the wind spirit pearl surged forth like oil igniting a fire, amplifying the already formidable power of the fire spirit pearl. With a resounding boom, accompanied by a scream of anguish, the devouring maw above Luo Qing was instantaneously shattered by the combined might of the wind and fire spirit pearls. The two spirit pearls, following the trajectory of divine energy, struck directly upon the gaping mouth of the colossal Kunyu, shattering half of its jaw into oblivion. Had it not been for the timely protection of the defensive spiritual treasure, the very flesh of the Kuanping would have been pierced through 0.6 pieces of inferior spiritual treasures, 5 of which could contend with a superior spiritual treasure when united, along with 2 pieces of medium-grade spiritual treasures. Who, indeed, could be deemed the innate divine being? Wounded by the 2 spirit pearls, the Kuanping immediately felt a surge of retreating intent, overwhelmed by the sheer number of spiritual treasures wielded by Luo Qing. Who could fathom what other hidden cards Luo Qing possessed? With the thought of retreat, the Kuanping lost all desire to continue the battle. Young one, this deity Kuanping shall remember you. With a mighty roar, the colossal Kunyu flicked its tail and instantly swam 100 miles away, its grand divine form vanishing in the blink of an eye from the confines of the 5 elements spiritual ring. The escape technique of the Kuanping's divine body was 5 times swifter than that of its physical form. Luo Qing could not chase after it in time, left only to watch helplessly as the Kunyu drifted away. The legendary speed of the primal wilderness, indeed, lived up to its reputation. Gazing in the direction of the vanishing Kuanping, Luo Qing couldn't help but sigh. Even with the suppression of the 5 elements spiritual ring, he could not match the Kuanping's speed. Without such constraints, one could only imagine how swift the Kuanping truly was. Having witnessed the extraordinary speed of the Kuanping, Luo Qing understood why it had survived the war of witches and undead. It was likely not just its cunning schemes, but also its unparalleled speed that played a crucial role. If the Kuanping were to flee with all its might, not a single one of the 12 ancestor witches could hope to catch it. However, this incident served as a wake-up call for Luo Qing. Beyond the treasures, the techniques of divine powers, especially escape techniques, also required significant attention. Otherwise, facing these naturally gifted innate divine beings would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Although the Kuanping had escaped, Luo Qing did not suffer loss in this battle. Rather, he had gained immensely. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the spinning wind and fire spirit pearls from afar, which instantly materialized in his palm. Upon blinking, he noticed a red and a semi-transparent spirit pearl, alongside a tranquil azure spirit pearl resting obediently in his hand. Ah, the water spirit pearl, Luo Qing chuckled to himself, realizing he should have anticipated this. This place was indeed a yin-yang lake. Since the yang side had birthed the fire spirit pearl, it was only natural that the yin side would give rise to the water spirit pearl. The only treasure that could make the fire spirit pearl reluctant to part would be its accompanying water spirit pearl. Fire spirit pearl, water spirit pearl. Luo Qing pondered as he gazed at the 2 spirit pearls in his hand, redirecting his focus to the expansive yin-yang lake beneath him. Both spirit pearls, like the wind spirit pearl, were medium-grade innate spiritual treasures, 1 water and 1 fire, representing yin and yang, dominating all the transformations of the yin-yang lake. Yet, Luo Qing did not forget the peculiarities of this yin-yang lake. It was neither a blessed land nor a cave of wonders, devoid of any traces of formations, with the spatial realm appearing entirely normal. It seemed there was nothing strange about it, but what force had caused this lake to be divided into yin and yang, nurturing the 2 innate spirit pearls of water and fire? Luo Qing's eyes, imbued with the light of divine insight, scrutinized the lake below with keen interest. Perhaps due to the brevity of time, he found nothing amiss. Reluctant to give up, Luo Qing dove into the water once more, preparing to investigate the area thoroughly. The fleeing Kuanping had traveled several tens of millions of miles, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon realizing Luo Qing was not in pursuit. Where did that innate fire deity come from? Not only is its strength formidable, but it possesses so many treasures as well. Fortunately, this deity did not leave empty-handed. Though the fire spirit pearl eluded me, I have secured the water spirit pearl. The newly transformed Kuanping consoled itself, reaching into its bosom only to find it empty. A pang of disbelief struck the Kuanping as it searched again. yet still found nothing. Its expression grew increasingly grim. Having just acquired the Water Spirit Pearl, the Kuanping had caught sight of the Fire Spirit Pearl and, driven by greed, had hastily pocketed the Water Spirit Pearl without refining it first, rushing off to seize the Fire Spirit Pearl instead. Now, with the Water Spirit Pearl vanished, the Kuanping realized all too well. It had likely been stolen by that innate fire deity, that accursed fire deity. "I vow to make you my mortal enemy," the furious roar of the Kuanping echoed across the vast expanse. Chapter 62. The Yin-Yang transforming heaven mirror. Unbeknownst to Luo Qing, he had already made it onto the Kuanping's blacklist. Yet even if he were aware, it would matter little. Having ascended to the apex of fire deity status, Luo Qing no longer felt the need to fear innate divine beings. Even if there were disparities, they were no longer as vast as the chasm between innate and postnatal. Several tens of millions of miles away, the enraged Kuanping dared not return to seek trouble with Luo Qing. Within the Yin-Yang Lake, Luo Qing meticulously examined both the yin and yang sides, yet still found nothing. It was as if this Yin-Yang Lake had been birthed by the natural order of the universe itself. "I refuse to believe that a place capable of nurturing both water and fire spirit pearls harbors no exceptional phenomena." Luo Qing, undeterred, resolved to seize the opportunity that had presented itself. He was not afraid of wasting a few months or even years in pursuit of understanding. Leaping from the Yin-Yang Lake, Luo Qing soared high into the sky. As he could find no clues below, he decided to survey the entirety of the Yin-Yang Lake from above. Spanning millions of miles, the lake resembled a miniature ocean, sprawling across the northern region. Luo Qing ascended into the void, the clouds above failing to obstruct his divine sight. After soaring to an unknown height, the grand visage of the Yin-Yang Lake finally came into view. The lake, measuring millions of miles in diameter, was remarkably regular, forming a perfect circle without any angles. The water surface was devoid of ripples, revealing a deep, concealed crimson glow, akin to a mirror. Observing the majestic scenery of the Yin-Yang Lake below, Luo Qing's mind flooded with poetic praises. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within him. A mirror? A mirror! As Luo Qing perceived the Yin-Yang Lake as a mirror and gazed down once more, the entire perspective shifted. Indeed, this Yin-Yang Lake resembled a precious mirror. Luo Qing mused, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Within the primal wilderness, there existed several categories of renowned spiritual treasures: lotus flowers, lanterns, banners, cauldrons, spirit pearls, and mirrors, among others. Among the mirror-like treasures were the Kunlun mirror, Haoyan mirror, Qian Kuan mirror, Yin-Yang mirror, and the demon-exposing mirror, to name a few. Furthermore, it was customary for those in positions of high authority to carry a precious mirror, allowing them to oversee the myriad realms of existence. Luo Qing remained unaware of whether the Yin-Yang Lake below was indeed a precious mirror. However, his interest in the lake had undoubtedly intensified. If this lake, with a diameter of millions of miles, turned out to be a precious mirror, its quality would surely be extraordinary. Previously, while immersed in the Yin-Yang Lake, he could not discern its true form, as his eye of the Tao failed to provide clarity on its essence. Now, with the entire Yin-Yang Lake in view, Luo Qing began to activate his eye of the Tao, attempting to analyze it. Perhaps due to the unique abilities of the spiritual treasure, it had evaded detection until now. Anyone who arrived would be oblivious to its existence. Yet, Luo Qing had come to firmly believe that this Yin-Yang Lake was, in fact, a precious mirrored eye in the depths of the cosmos. The Grand Tao had its own sensitivities, recognizing its presence and thus revealing its form and name. The precious mirror beneath could no longer obscure Luo Qing's perception. It felt as if a veil of divine mist had lifted before Luo Qing's eyes. In mere moments, the vast Yin-Yang Lake began to manifest its true appearance within Luo Qing's sight. The once colossal lake, with a diameter of millions of miles, rapidly shrank in his view, condensing into a lake of approximately 10,000 miles in diameter, and it continued to diminish further. Success? Luo Qing's heart surged with elation. Soon, a precious mirror emerged before Luo Qing's eyes, its surface a brilliant azure, while the back glowed a deep crimson, measuring around 20 centimeters in diameter. A brief description of the precious mirror flashed through Luo Qing's mind. Yin-Yang transforming heaven mirror quality. Top-tier innate spiritual treasure description. born from the essence of the Yin-Yang Tao. It can assimilate and merge into a realm, gathering the essence of heaven and earth. It can also evolve into a genuine realm, generating its own transformations, with profound mysteries beyond comprehension. In an instant, Luo Qing's breathing quickened. This was a genuine stroke of fortune. Although innate spiritual treasures were precious in the primal wilderness, they were still relatively abundant. However, the top-tier innate spiritual treasures were exceedingly rare. It was unlikely that even one would suffice for each innate divine being in the primal wilderness. Possessing a single top-tier innate spiritual treasure was a mark of distinction. It is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. A formidable individual possessing immense power. However, although Luo Qing has glimpsed the true form of the Yin-Yang transformation mirror, this mirror has already fused with the primordial world, evolving into a vast Yin-Yang lake spanning millions of miles. To refine the Yin-Yang transformation mirror, Luo Qing must first refine this expansive lake, a task that is manifestly beyond the capabilities of someone at the mid-stage of the Tai realm. The magical power of a mid-Tai cultivator is woefully insufficient to refine a lake of such magnitude. Were it anyone else, they would likely gaze upon the lake with longing. Yet, Luo Qing possesses an alternative method for treasure acquisition. Upon encountering the true body of the transformation mirror, he felt no urgency. Instead, choosing to sit calmly above the clouds, fixating on the mirror's essence for analysis. Several hundred years swiftly passed. Since the departure of Kuanping, no other Tai celestial beings had ventured close. On this day, Luo Qing's analysis of the Yin-Yang transformation mirror reached its climax. The third layer of analysis was complete. A fleeting flash illuminated the eye of the Tao. Aside from the secrets of its origin, there were no further mysteries regarding the Yin-Yang transformation mirror for Luo Qing. The 36 innate spiritual prohibitions reveal that the Yin-Yang transformation mirror is indeed a premier innate spiritual treasure. Luo Qing chuckled heartily, akin to a meteor streaking down from the heavens, plummeting rapidly towards the Yin-Yang lake. In mere moments, Luo Qing alighted upon the surface of the lake. He extended his hand to press against the rippling waters, unleashing an invisible wave of magical energy that began to diffuse outward. Based on his understanding of the Yin-Yang transformation mirror, its magic operated under a unique wave pattern, attempting to establish a connection with the mirror's essence. The mirror, possessing its own sentience, quivered as Luo Qing's aura drew near. With the mirror's movement, the surrounding lake responded in kind, the earth cracking, colossal waves surging, and waters rushing forth, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. If the Yin-Yang transformation mirror does not return, then when shall it? Luo Qing continuously channeled magical energy into the Yin-Yang lake, issuing a series of inquiries imbued with the power of order. As soon as his words fell, the vast lake fell into silence. Boundless spiritual light emanated from the depths of the lake, gradually coalescing before Luo Qing into a mirror of brilliant azure above and deep crimson below. When the mirror was fully formed, a resonant hum echoed, reverberating through the skies, transforming into a beam of spiritual light that entered Luo Qing's brow. This treasure had been completely refined by him. With the mirror now within him, Luo Qing, filled with joy, reopened his Tao eye to gaze into the depths of the Yin-Yang lake. To his astonishment, the internal space beneath the lake had vanished entirely, transforming the entire body of water into an ordinary lake. Moreover, the fiery veins deep within the earth and the water veins of the lake began to unravel. Before long, this vast lake might very well revert to its terrestrial form. Just as Luo Qing had fully refined the Yin-Yang transformation mirror and the treasure acknowledged its master, in the central region of the primordial world, within an unnamed mountain's cultivation cave, the ancestor of Yin-Yang suddenly sensed a ripple in the Yin-Yang Tao and, feeling unsettled, opened his eyes, gazing inexplicably towards the northern reaches of the primordial expanse. Strange, strange. Why did I suddenly feel a sense of agitation? He pondered. Could it be that another innate Yin-Yang deity has emerged in the primordial world? Chapter 63. The transformation of the underworld as a top-tier innate spiritual treasure of the spatial category within the Yin-Yang Tao. The Yin-Yang transformation mirror undoubtedly possesses formidable capabilities, in addition to its ability to merge with the primordial realm, altering the environment and gathering the primordial essence. It can also serve as the foundation for a world, directly opening a small world within the void. However, once a small world is established, it cannot be easily relocated. Beyond these functions, the transformation mirror can stabilize the surrounding spatial dimensions, condensing vast stretches of space into a mere foot. Now that Luo Qing possesses the yin-yang transformation mirror, should he encounter Kunping again, he need not fear its flight. Amused, Luo Qing toyed with the transformation mirror, filled with delight. Not only was the quality of this treasure exceptional, but it also had the potential to nurture a small world. Previously, when Luo Qing crafted the 5 Radiance Divine Pearl, he had intended to steer it towards the creation of a small world, although he had never seen what such a world looked like and felt uncertain. Now, with the yin-yang transformation mirror in hand, he could draw inspiration from it. Once his initial excitement waned, Luo Qing reluctantly returned the mirror to his body, instead retrieving the water and fire dual spirit pearls. Under the nurturing influence of the yin-yang transformation mirror, these dual spirit pearls emerged into existence. One embodying yin and the other yang. They were akin to twin siblings. Their abilities were remarkably similar, functioning like the wind spirit pearl. All were auxiliary treasures for comprehending the Tao, with their offensive capabilities being secondary. As he observed the water and fire spirit pearls swirling around in his palm like symbols of yin and yang. A peculiar expression crossed Luo Qing's face. With a thought, the wind spirit pearl leapt from within him to rest in his hand. The playful dance of the water and fire spirit pearls transformed into a game involving all 3, water, fire, and wind. It seemed to Luo Qing that he had only heard legends of the 5-element spirit pearls. According to the tales, when the 5-element pearls unite, they can rival the most superior innate spiritual treasures. Furthermore, when the 5 elements merge, they can give rise to a world. Similar to how the yin-yang transformation mirror can open a small world through the dual paths of yin and yang, the 5-element Tao can also establish a realm. Yet, he had never heard of the water, fire, and wind spirit pearls forming a complete set. Could it be that gathering the earth, wind, water, and fire, the 4 elemental paths, could yield a similar effect to the merging of the 5 elements? Luo Qing mused, realizing that this possibility seemed quite plausible. However, gathering the 5-element spirit pearls, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, would be no small feat with the gold, wood, and earth spirit pearls yet to appear, should they have already manifested. They would surely be in the possession of the most exalted deities or even innate sanctified beings. It was likely that Luo Qing might never encounter them in his lifetime. Yet, the earth attribute spirit pearl was worth contemplating. If it had not yet emerged, it was highly probable that it resided within the boundaries of the primordial region, the unmoving mountain. In the future, I must seek the opportunity to witness it. Luo Qing had long yearned to behold the pillar that supports the heavens in the primordial world, the unmoving mountain. Just as Luo Qing sat upon the clouds, pondering the matter of the 4 spirit pearls, a sudden gust of malevolent wind swept beneath him, a wave of ghostly energy rushing towards him. More of these malevolent spirits. Luo Qing frowned, his eyes filled with disdain. He had been drifting in the clouds for over a month, and this marked his 3rd encounter with a ghostly assault. Presently, the spirits and ferocious beasts on the primordial earth were akin to beings of limited intellect. The ferocious beasts possessed the instinct to seek fortune and avoid danger, refraining from provoking those of greater power. However, the ghostly entities, ensnared by the malevolent energies of the underworld, were different. Their minds consumed by resentment, they sought to engage in battle regardless of one's strength. Luo Qing's consciousness swept forth, and a ghostly being of divine caliber tumbled from a swirling mass of spectral energy. Kill. After being subdued by Luo Qing, the ghost still exhibited no fear, its claws poised to lunge at him. Its mind had been utterly consumed by the vengeful energy, devoid of any intelligence. Luo Qing shook his head, recognizing the current state of the primordial world, which lacked a realm of reincarnation. Whether they were postnatal spirits or innate ghostly beings, they were all too easily corrupted by the malevolent energies of the underworld. Just as Luo Qing was about to eradicate the ghostly being, a sudden inspiration struck him, prompting a change of heart. With a flick of his finger, he sent the divine ghost into the sanctuary of the 5 Radiance Divine Pearl. Simultaneously, Luo Qing's consciousness delved into the sanctuary. Upon entering, he observed that the ghostly being, upon landing in the sanctuary, triggered the ghostly willow at the center to sway of its own accord. Its leaves rustling in response point, one of the willow's branches swiftly elongated, spanning 100 miles, and coiled around the newly arrived ghostly being in mere moments. Roar! The divine ghost, ensnared by the ghostly willow, appeared as if it had encountered its nemesis, filled with dread as it began to struggle violently. In that instant, a faint yet resonant roar emanated from the ghostly tiger egg, nurtured beneath the ghostly willow. With a bellow, the ghostly tiger's roar reverberated, instantly quelling the ghostly being's resistance. The spirit of the ghost fell into a stupor, and the ghostly willow's branches constricted, effortlessly dragging the ghost beneath its boughs. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly being transformed into pure, ethereal underworld energy, refined by the ghostly willow. After devouring the ghostly being, the ghostly willow's leaves shimmered with a faint glow, scattering into the ghostly tiger egg. Roar! A joyous tiger's cry echoed beneath the ghostly willow. Initially, it was merely an experiment for Luo Qing, yet he had never anticipated such a significant gain. The essence of the ghostly willow had recovered slightly, and the essence of the ghostly tiger had also strengthened. Luo Qing held his breath, his gaze brimming with excitement. It was clear to him that the ghostly willow could use the ghostly beings to mend its own damaged essence. A fact he could comprehend. Yet, could the ghostly tiger's essence continue to enhance as well? Could it be that the innate status of the dark mysterious tiger can still be further enhanced? As a supreme innate deity of the underworld, the dark mysterious tiger holds the innate rank of the underworld mysterious emperor, the sovereign of ghostly deities. If it were to advance further, it would attain the status of the underworld great emperor. Luo Qing pondered. In the primordial wilderness, he had never heard of any innate underworld great emperor. The rise of ghostly deities onto the stage of the primordial wilderness occurred only after the Earth Mother transformed into reincarnation and the emergence of the underworld. The prospect of becoming the underworld great emperor indeed merits exploration. Luo Qing's eyes sparkled with determination as he gazed at the shadowy ghostly realm below. Currently, he had no clear direction for the third metamorphosis of his true form. The challenge of leaping from a top-tier innate fire god to an innate fire Tao saint was even greater than that of ascending from a postnatal being to a supreme innate deity. Now that he discovered the potential for further evolution of the dark mysterious tiger's divine egg, he could use its transformation as a preliminary example. At that moment, Luo Qing abandoned any thoughts of retreating into seclusion for cultivation. With the imprint of the opening of heaven's wind upon him, his progress now relied on the passage of time, and several hundred years would not pose a significant issue. However, the evolution of the dark mysterious tiger left Luo Qing feeling somewhat impatient. Descending from the clouds, he swept his divine consciousness across the expansive ghostly realm that spanned 1,000 miles, completely subduing it. All ghostly deities and the essence of the underworld within were swept into the realm of the five radiant divine pearl. Inside the realm, the underworld ghost willow welcomed all, subduing every ghostly deity, regardless of size. Chapter 64. The underworld cave. Initially, Luo Qing thought that the dozens of ghostly deities sent into the realm would be entirely annihilated. However, to his surprise, 5 ghostly deities with the cultivation of earth gods managed to survive. Upon further inspection, he quickly discerned the reason. These 5 earth god ghostly deities had likely only recently emerged, and the malevolent energy within their consciousness was not yet overwhelming. The selective actions of the underworld ghost willow sparked a flurry of thoughts in Luo Qing. Could it be that the underworld ghost willow could also open up the netherworld? Luo Qing's musings wandered in the primordial wilderness. There were no tales of a supreme spiritual root of the underworld. Even the dark mysterious tiger had not a whisper of news. The most directly relevant legends spoke only of willow branches being able to strike ghosts, and that the leaves of willow trees could reveal ghostly spirits, hence the name ghost willow. Meanwhile, tigers were known as mountain lords, capable of commanding spectral entities. Luo Qing speculated that it was highly probable that in the annals of primordial history, both the underworld ghost willow and the dark mysterious tiger faced calamities that prevented their successful emergence. If the underworld ghost willow were to restore its essence and the dark mysterious tiger were to transform into the underworld great emperor, what would transpire then? Fascinating. Although Luo Qing had initially valued the underworld ghost willow and the divine egg of the mysterious tiger, he had not given them much thought. Transforming the divine egg into a clone was merely a means to rid himself of the entanglement of the Luohua demonic seal. An act done out of necessity. But now, Luo Qing began to pay serious attention to the ghost willow and the mysterious tiger. If one were to follow the predetermined course of history in the primordial wilderness, the saints were fated by heaven, beyond human intervention. With Hongjun Laozu attaining the Tao, unless favored by him, Luo Qing would have no opportunity to glimpse the primordial purple qi. Without the primordial purple qi, the pinnacle of Luo Qing's path would be limited to the realm of quasi-saints. This was a fate he could not accept. Rather than pinning his hopes on the favor of Hongjun Laozu, Luo Qing preferred to seize control of his own future. Contemplating the Earth Mother's transformation into reincarnation, Luo Qing was also inspired. What if he could establish a complete cycle of reincarnation in the primordial wilderness and create an underworld? Was there a chance to attain sainthood? Even if there were only a 1% chance, he would be willing to attempt it. He resolved to continue sweeping through the ghostly realm. Luo Qing's determination solidified as he prepared for a large-scale purge of the ghostly deities in the northern wilderness. The ghostly deities had only recently begun to thrive in the northern wilderness. Let alone the earth gods, even the gold immortals were scarce, with most being at the level of earth gods or heaven gods. Furthermore, the erosion of malevolent energy on the consciousness of the ghostly deities made their cultivation exceedingly arduous, further restricting their development in the northern region. Going alone to sweep through the ghostly realm was indeed slow. The northern wilderness was riddled with eerie ghostly realms. Fierce beasts, malevolent gods, and ghostly deities coexisted. To expedite the collection of ghostly deities, Luo Qing unleashed the puppets he had previously crafted. With the gold immortal level puppets Luo E and Luo Air. And with Luo Qing's current mastery of crafting, he was able to forge 8 more gold immortal puppets in a matter of months, naming them Luo San through Luo 10. With the assistance of 10 gold immortal puppets, Luo Qing swept through an area of 1,000,000 miles of ghostly realms in one fell swoop. Batch after batch of ghostly deities, whether possessing consciousness or not, were captured and brought into his personal realm. 1,000 years passed swiftly. Although there were some minor setbacks in Luo Qing's campaign to sweep through the northern ghostly realms, he navigated through them with little danger. After all, the number of powerful beings in the northern wilderness was limited. Encountering even one gold immortal was no easy task. The remaining fierce beasts and ghostly deities posed no resistance against Luo Qing. Who could have imagined that in the vast northern wilderness, a mere gold immortal could roam unchallenged? However, after a millennium of recklessly purging the taint, Luo Qing encountered difficulties. After 1,000 years of nurturing by the essence of ghostly deities, although the underworld ghost willow remained a high-quality innate spiritual root, its aura had transformed, brimming with vitality, and its essence was gradually recovering and strengthening. The divine egg of the dark mysterious tiger, linked to its essence, also became increasingly vibrant. Yet, the 5 radiant divine pearl was merely a high-quality postnatal treasure. With a realm size of only 3,000 miles, even though only 5 or 6 out of those captured ghostly deities survived, the realm was nearing its capacity. Those that survived were all endowed with intelligence, including one high-level innate deity with the cultivation of a gold god, the Underworld Ghost King, who held a subordinate status under the innate rank of the Underworld Mysterious Emperor. When Luo Qing initially captured this Ghost King, he was quite astonished and promptly commanded the Ghost King to submit, making it a subordinate deity of the Dark Mysterious Tiger. Now, this Underworld Ghost King was responsible for managing the ghostly deities within the realm for Luo Qing. The Underworld Ghost King inherently possessed the ability to subdue and control ghostly deities, ensuring that the entire realm was organized and orderly, without chaos arising from the gathering of too many ghostly deities. However, the limited capacity of the realm had become a pressing issue that Luo Qing needed to address. Should he slaughter a batch of intelligent ghostly deities? This thought barely surfaced before Luo Qing immediately dismissed it. He was not motivated by a saintly heart in gathering these ghostly deities, but rather it was related to his future plans for constructing the underworld. Moreover, as sentient beings, they were also part of the primordial wilderness. Unlike the completely mindless ghostly deities, unless absolutely necessary, Luo Qing would not actively initiate large-scale slaughter against sentient beings, for it would be a violation of the natural order. Unable to resort to slaughter, and unwilling to abandon the countless ghostly deities he had painstakingly captured, only one path remained: upgrading the realm. Theoretically, the top-tier innate treasure, the yin-yang transformation mirror, could nurture a small world. Thus, it should also be feasible for a high-quality postnatal treasure, akin to a low-quality innate treasure, to develop a rudimentary cave realm. In the past, Luo Qing might not have been able to establish a top-quality realm or a rudimentary cave realm within a high-quality postnatal treasure. However, now, with the yin-yang transformation mirror as a reference and the insights gained from the imprint of the opening of heaven, Luo Qing felt a degree of confidence in elevating the realm of the five radiant divine pearl. After a century of effort, building upon the five elements foundation of the five radiant divine pearl, Luo Qing incorporated the concepts of the four spirits and the yin-yang attributes, further solidifying the internal space. The size of the realm was expanded to a diameter of 30,000 miles, transforming it into a true small cave realm. Henceforth, it would be renamed the Underworld Pearl. The cave realm would be known as the Underworld Cave. With the heavenly principles in mind, Luo Qing altered the course of his endeavor and bestowed a new name upon the five radiant divine pearl. This was not a whimsical act, it was a response to an inner calling. Upon the emergence of the name Underworld Cave, Luo Qing felt as if an ethereal energy descended upon the Underworld Pearl. Did the name resonate with the primordial wilderness, aligning with the principles of heaven and earth? Luo Qing gazed contemplatively at the ghostly pearl in his hand, as the moments drew nearer to the emergence of the heavenly path. The resonance of the heavenly path became increasingly sensitive. Chapter 65. The Primal Ghostly Emperor. The resonance of the ghostly path hinted at the possibility of the ghostly cave heaven transforming into the vast and primal ghostly world. However, these matters were not yet within the purview of Luo Qing's immediate concerns. With the establishment of the ghostly cave heaven, the previously paused ghost-catching endeavors could commence anew. Leading 10 puppet Dao soldiers, Luo Qing traversed the northern expanse of the wilderness for nearly 20,000 years. During this time, he tirelessly swept through numerous realms of the ghostly spirit. After having thoroughly explored the entirety of the northern wilderness, he had covered approximately 80% of the area. Through Luo Qing's relentless efforts, the ghostly qi that enveloped the skies of the northern wilderness diminished by nearly 10%. Though seemingly small, this was a remarkable achievement, considering that the ghostly qi in the northern skies constituted about 60% of the entire wilderness. A decrease of 10% from 60% equated to 6% of the entire wilderness, a significant reduction in the malevolent and tainted ghostly qi produced throughout. For a Tai golden immortal like Luo Qing to weaken it by 6% over 2 millennia was indeed astounding. At this moment, in the ghostly cave heaven, within a vast expanse of 30,000 miles, hundreds of thousands of ghostly deities, led by 10 golden immortal ghost kings, knelt in reverence at the center of the cave. The ghostly willow, now towering at 3,000 zhong, intertwined with the ghostly mysterious tiger's divine egg beneath its branches, in their mutual inhalation and exhalation. The divine egg and the ghostly willow's essence merged and separated once more. The ghostly willow, originally a top-tier wind spiritual root, had transformed due to its unique nature, while the mysterious tiger's egg was born from the ultimate grievances of the wind spirit clan. Though not of the same root, they were companions of creation. After absorbing the essence of countless ghostly deities and immense ghostly qi, the ghostly willow's original essence, previously damaged by its transformation, was finally restored. Its roots ascended from a superior spiritual root to a top-tier innate spiritual root, making it one of the most elite spiritual roots in the wilderness. Benefiting from the transformation of the ghostly willow and nourished by the pure ghostly essence, the ghostly mysterious tiger's roots evolved into an innate sacred form. Transforming from the primal ghostly mysterious sovereign into the primal ghostly emperor. The multitude of ghosts within the ghostly cave heaven worshipped the primal ghostly emperor, whose status now resided at the pinnacle of the ghostly path in the wilderness. The rank of the ghostly emperor was an inherent dominion over all ghostly deities. Luo Qing's eyes of the great path recorded the entire process of the ghostly willow and the ghostly mysterious tiger's transformation. The elevation of the ghostly willow was straightforward, as it merely restored its damaged essence. However, the transformation of the ghostly mysterious tiger imparted new insights to Luo Qing. In essence, the higher one ascends on any great path, the fewer positions there are to occupy. The pursuit of the Tao resembles the climb of a mountain. The more territory one claims within the Great Path, the more advantageous one's quest becomes. Each innate sacred being establishes its domain upon the Great Path, and once the upper territories are fully occupied, the paths for newcomers become entirely obstructed. This illustrates both the advantages and limitations of the divine path. With the assistance of the ghostly willow, the ghostly mysterious tiger effortlessly completed its transformation. This was partly due to the mysterious tiger's formidable foundation, bolstered by the essence of 1,000,000 ghostly deities, and partly because the ghostly path had yet to give birth to an innate sacred being. The ghostly mysterious tiger became the first innate sacred being of the ghostly path, seizing the principal rank of the ghostly domain. Luo Qing, attuned to the red sovereign's rank, carefully sensed the fire path of the wilderness. He discerned 3 sacred ranks pressing down upon the fire path, alongside a dozen other auras in parallel with the red sovereign. He speculated that these 3 deities were likely Yuan Feng, Zhu Huang, and Zhu Rong. The presence of these 3 sacred beings and numerous top-tier deities illustrated the formidable nature of the fire path. Now, to achieve the transformation of the red sovereign rank, Luo Qing would have to contend with the pressure from these higher ranks, a challenge far more complex than the transformation of the ghostly mysterious tiger. With limited positions available, establishing a 4th sacred rank on the fire path seemed almost insurmountable, unless he were to eliminate half of the top-tier innate fire deities or remove one innate sacred being. Luo Qing's gaze flickered toward the southern wilderness. If all proceeded as expected, one of Yuan Feng or Zhu Huang would likely perish during the Dragon and Phoenix catastrophe. This presented an opportunity for Luo Qing. He hoped no unforeseen events would arise. Luo Qing murmured to himself. In the years he had traversed the northern wilderness, he had enjoyed a measure of tranquility. However, the flow of information from the wilderness had nearly ceased. Initially, he had not perceived it as a significant issue, relishing in the stability of his cultivation. Yet, now he felt differently. The absence of information channels left him in the dark regarding the situation in the wilderness, a considerable disadvantage for someone like Luo Qing, who could foresee the future trajectory of the wilderness. With the completion of the ghostly willow and the ghostly mysterious tiger's transformations, and the accumulation of countless ghostly deities within the ghostly cave heaven, the northern region held little value for Luo Qing. At this moment, he found himself on the edge of the northern wilderness, extending toward the heart of the wilderness. Although the thought of departing the northern region had crossed his mind, he was not in a hurry. With mid-tier Tai Golden Immortal cultivation, he could dominate the northern expanse and stand as a top-tier force in the western continent. However, he surmised that upon reaching the central wilderness, his standing would be far less significant. Over the past 2 millennia, while he had relentlessly pursued the capture of ghostly deities, he had also not neglected the observation of the heavenly opening seal. Luo Qing felt that he was not far from the late stage of Tai and decided to break through before venturing into the heart of the wilderness. After 4,000 years of seclusion, having experienced nearly 60,000 years of enlightenment and cultivation, Luo Qing finally elevated his mastery of the fire rules from 50% to 80%. His cultivation also ascended to the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. With a solid foundation, having comprehended the first 50% of the rules took Luo Qing 3,000 years, while the transition from the 5th to the 8th% required an astonishing 60,000 years. The deeper the understanding of the rules, the more challenging it became. Luo Qing had a premonition that achieving a complete mastery of the rules would require at least another Yuan meeting's worth of time. And that was under the assistance of the heavenly opening seal and the fire spirit pearl. Were he to pursue the Tao through normal means, the time required for a complete Tai cultivation would likely multiply several times over. He wondered how swiftly innate sacred beings grasped the Tao. Upon exiting his seclusion, Luo Qing sighed, expressing his admiration for the extraordinary comprehension of the innate sacred beings, for ordinary deities and beings. Attaining the Great Luo required a lifetime of pursuit, yet the Great Luo merely served as the starting point for the innate sacred beings. This realization further solidified Luo Qing's resolve to undergo a 3rd transformation and evolution. Casting one last glance at the northern wilderness, devoid of any lingering attachment, Luo Qing ascended upon his cloud and journeyed southward. Chapter 66. Settling in the Kunlun Mountains. The central region of the wilderness is a confluence of the essence of the entire wilderness, comprising more than half of its quintessence. Not only does it boast a vast land area, comparable to the combined expanse of the other 4 regions, but the richness of its spiritual energy also surpasses that of the others. Despite having suffered significant losses during the beast calamity, the central wilderness had rejuvenated within a few yuan meetings, regaining its former splendor. As Luo Qing traversed from the northern region into the central expanse, he encountered countless celestial abodes nestled within the mountains. Compared to the current western continent and northern wilderness, the atmosphere of cultivation in the central wilderness was notably more harmonious. This was a testament to the abundant cultivation resources available in the central region. Most conflicts among celestial beings stemmed from the competition over cultivation resources, but in the central wilderness, the abundance of resources rendered competition unnecessary. With sufficient resources to ensure their cultivation, who would seek to engage in life and death struggles? As Luo Qing journeyed, he indeed observed a reduction in strife and an increase in tranquility in the central wilderness. Passing by an open Taoist arena, he saw a group of profound beings engaging in leisurely discourse on the Tao. Luo Qing shook his head. He neither despised nor wholly endorsed the lack of a sense of crisis among the cultivators in the central wilderness. Perhaps it was the dazzling array of heavenly essence and boundless resources that led the celestial beings of the central wilderness to adopt a somewhat haughty demeanor. Looking down upon the more remote regions, this attitude was not inherently wrong but felt somewhat out of place. Perhaps it was this intrinsic sense of superiority among the celestial beings of the central wilderness that obscured their awareness of impending dangers. Luo Qing contemplated that with the forthcoming calamity of the three clans at the dawn of creation, the central wilderness would likely suffer once more, with its inhabitants facing great tribulation. Despite occupying the most refined territory of the wilderness, they had been repeatedly defeated and occupied by forces from other regions, highlighting the inadequacy of the celestial beings in the central wilderness, a scattered assembly, unable to form a cohesive force. Luo Qing has already foreseen the imminent future where the three clans penetrate the central regions of the primordial wilderness. Although the expanse of the central wilderness is vast and the number of celestial beings is abundant, they remain merely scattered and disorganized troops. It is only after the emergence of the heavenly court in the future that there may be a semblance of cohesion among them. However, this matter is of little concern to Luo Qing at present. During the several hundred years Luo Qing has spent in the central wilderness, he has not ceased his endeavors, aside from gathering information from the outside world. The central wilderness is indeed an ideal place for cultivation and residence. In the coming years, Luo Qing is uncertain how long he will continue his cultivation in this region. Moreover, he harbors certain future cultivation plans that require a specific venue. The pressing matter at hand is to seek out a suitable cave dwelling to establish as his abode. Naturally, Luo Qing's primary target is the foremost divine mountain of the primordial wilderness. Mount Buzhou, however, Mount Buzhou is fraught with ominous foreboding and the potential for collapse in the future. Should the cave dwelling be well managed but the mountain itself were to fall, it would surely be a source of great vexation. Mount Buzhou is more suited for treasure hunting than for constructing a cave dwelling. With Mount Buzhou dismissed, Luo Qing turned his gaze to Kunlun Mountain. Beyond Mount Buzhou, Kunlun Mountain is likely the most renowned in the future. The fact that it is the birthplace of three saints speaks volumes about its extraordinary nature. At this moment, the central wilderness is teeming with majestic mountains and rivers. With Mount Buzhou overshadowing it, Kunlun Mountain has yet to give rise to any particularly famous celestial beings. Thus, it is not as well known as it will be in later generations. After spending thousands of years in exploration, Luo Qing finally located his intended destination, Kunlun Mountain. From a high vantage point, Kunlun Mountain appears as a colossal mountain range stretching for thousands of miles across the land. Peaks rise and fall in undulating waves from east to west, intertwining like a gigantic beast sprawling across the earth. Even through the lens of the Tao, the entirety of Kunlun Mountain seems shrouded in a veil of mystery, rendering it difficult to perceive clearly. Majestic yet unthreatening, imbued with the essence of the Tao yet unpretentious, the energy here is subdued, its grandeur contained. It is no wonder that Kunlun Mountain lacks significant renown at this time. In Luo Qing's view, Kunlun Mountain appears to be in a state of dormancy, accumulating its foundational essence. It does not possess the overwhelming presence or the bubbling vitality of other famous mountains and rivers. Clearly, Kunlun Mountain has yet to reach the stage of ascension. Having found Kunlun Mountain, Luo Qing began to traverse its terrain earnestly. The site for constructing his cave dwelling is of paramount importance. as it may very well become his permanent residence in the years to come. Therefore, selecting an appropriate location for the cave dwelling is crucial. Kunlun Mountain is expansive, and after spending some time, Luo Qing managed to take a cursory tour. At this point, numerous cave dwellings constructed by local celestial beings already exist within Kunlun Mountain. After studying Kunlun Mountain for some time, Luo Qing gained a deeper understanding of its geography. Kunlun Mountain is elongated in the east-west direction while relatively narrower in the north-south axis. Additionally, there are marked differences between the eastern and western parts of Kunlun Mountain. According to later legends, Kunlun Mountain is divided into East Kunlun and West Kunlun. East Kunlun serves as the domain of the three sages, while West Kunlun is the abode of the Queen Mother of the West. Logically, as the three brothers are all saints and the Queen Mother is merely a quasi-saint, it would seem impossible for her to contend with them. Yet, the eventual outcome is that the Queen Mother of the West shares equal dominion over Kunlun Mountain with the three sages. Even when the Sage of Heaven later sought to separate from the primordial sage, there was no indication of an intention to claim West Kunlun. This situation is rather peculiar. It is well known that after attaining sainthood, the likes of the goddess Nuwa and the two saints of the West monopolized their realms. How could they possibly allow others to encroach upon their territories? Did the three sages show deference to the Queen Mother of the West? Luo Qing does not subscribe to this notion, believing there must be other underlying reasons. After exploring the area, Luo Qing did not encounter Yushu Mountain or the sacred land of Yaoqi. Perhaps these locations had already emerged but remained nameless and unknown to the public. Ultimately, Luo Qing settled upon an unnamed small mountain situated in the central region between the eastern and western sections of Kunlun Mountain. In later legends, Kunlun Mountain is indeed divided into East Kunlun and West Kunlun, not solely due to the different divine abodes. The Tao is divided into Yin and Yang, and so too are the mountains. In Luo Qing's perspective, East Kunlun embodies Yang, while West Kunlun embodies Yin. The three primordial brothers were born in the realm of Yang, while the Queen Mother of the West was birthed in the realm of Yin. The harmonious interplay of Yin and Yang governs the flow of myriad energies, which likely explains why the Queen Mother of the West can reside in proximity to the three sages. The need for the Queen Mother of the West as a powerful deity to balance the Yin and Yang of Kunlun Mountain is evident. The eventual rise of Kunlun Mountain as the progenitor of all mountains in the primordial wilderness, following the rupture of Mount Buzhou, is perhaps not without this very reason. Luo Qing has no desire to vie for territory with the Queen Mother of the West or the primordial brothers. At this moment, the unassuming peak beneath Luo Qing's feet serves as the boundary between the Yin and Yang of Kunlun Mountain. In comparison to the towering peaks that soar over 10,000 zhang within Kunlun Mountain, this mountain stands at merely 3,000 zhang, making it relatively diminutive. Nevertheless, Luo Qing is undeterred by its modest height and has designated it as Huaishanshan, or the Mountain of Transformation to Heaven. Following the naming, Luo Qing employed the mirror of Yin and Yang to stabilize the dual energies of this mountain and commenced the construction of his own Taoist sanctuary cave dwelling. As the energies of Huaishanshan harmonized, the spiritual veins of the earth began to coalesce under Luo Qing's guidance. The entirety of Kunlun Mountain seemed to undergo an imperceptible transformation. In the heart of Kunlun Mountain, two enigmatic locations, one to the east and one to the west, quietly stirred with a ripple of energy. The boundless spiritual roots and energies of Kunlun Mountain gradually began to separate and integrate in a more orderly fashion. Chapter 67. The Cave of Transformation. Luo Qing intends to establish Huaishanshan as his future cultivation ground, and therefore, the creation of this cave dwelling requires meticulous attention, concealing formations, protective mountain formations, and nurturing formations, one by one. Primordial runes are inscribed into Huaishanshan, constructing layers of great formations from nothingness. With the geological foundation of Kunlun Mountain as his support, Luo Qing's mountain gate formations are more than capable of repelling attacks from several peak Tai Golden Immortals, if not the great Luo Golden Immortal himself. Once all the formations are established, the area surrounding Huaishanshan appears enveloped in a mist of Taoist resonance, as if concealed from view, ordinary cultivators. Huaishanshan remains merely Huaishanshan, indistinguishable from other mountains. Yet, as they approach, they find themselves ensnared in an impenetrable barrier, unable to delve deeper into the mountain's interior. Conversely, within the consciousness of higher-tier cultivators, Huaishanshan exudes an aura of Tai Golden Immortal might, signaling to the Golden Immortals that this place is already claimed. This is one of the unspoken rules among celestial beings in the central wilderness when establishing cave dwellings and sanctuaries. Unless absolutely necessary, celestial beings typically refrain from encroaching upon cave dwellings that have already been claimed by others. After years of effort, Luo Qing has fortified Huaishanshan to resemble an impenetrable citadel. Utilizing nurturing formations and mountain-enhancing arrays, he continuously bolsters the foundational essence of Huaishanshan. With the cave dwelling completed, the next step is to embark on the third transformation plan. Upon reaching the final step of the inherent, Luo Qing exercised utmost caution. Based on the intelligence he had gathered over the years in the central region of the Honghuang, it appeared that the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans were still in the phase of consolidating their strengths. While there were minor frictions among the three clans, there were no signs of a grand conflict. Although the timing of the decisive battle among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans remained uncertain, and the moment when Yuan Feng Zhu Huang would witness a casualty was equally unclear. Luo Qing understood the necessity of being thoroughly prepared from this moment onward. In the first, Luo Qing had harnessed the essence of the innate spiritual treasure. In the second, he had engaged in an equitable exchange to obtain the essence of over 1,000 innate fire deities. Coupled with the 5-source spirit plate and the 5-element spirit rings, 6 spirit treasures in total, this endeavor culminated in his second transformation. Now, at the threshold of this third and final metamorphosis, conventional methods had utterly lost their efficacy. Currently, it was impossible for Luo Qing to amass tens of thousands of innate fire deities to enhance his Tai Golden immortal essence for the next step of his transformation. His previous hopes for the third transformation were anchored in the 5 glories divine pearl, which represented the realms of blessed land, cave heavens, and small worlds. The establishment of a world source would serve as nourishment, with the small world acting as an eggshell, ideally assisting top-tier innate deities in their sacred metamorphosis. Luo Qing's original intention was to gradually ascend to the prior netherworld cave heaven. For its cave heaven body, the 5 glories divine pearl was crafted by his own hands, granting him absolute control over the cave heaven. Once he ascended to the small world, the world source would be easily within his grasp as its creator. However, after acquiring the yin-yang transforming heaven mirror in the northern region, the 5 glories divine pearl transformed into the netherworld pearl, altering Luo Qing's plans. Progressing step by step to the netherworld cave heaven was proving to be excessively slow for his current cultivation, delaying his ascension to the Dailuo. With the capabilities of the yin-yang transforming heaven mirror to manifest a realm laid before him, the choice for Luo Qing was unequivocal. Within the cave dwelling of the transforming heaven, Luo Qing retrieved the yin-yang transforming heaven mirror without a trace of hesitation and commenced the endeavor to establish a realm. Drawing upon the example of the netherworld cave heaven he had personally forged, Luo Qing was not in a rush to immediately conjure a small world. Such a small world would rely solely on the capabilities of the yin-yang transforming heaven mirror, which was insufficiently attuned to his own essence. Failing to meet his requirements, what he sought was a small world intricately connected to his own essence, one that he could completely master in the blink of an eye, with Luo Qing's assistance. The yin-yang transforming heaven mirror manifested a small blessed land spanning 1,000 miles. Yet, Luo Qing chose not to continue its evolution but instead, with a shift of his consciousness, immersed himself within the transforming heaven blessed land. This blessed land, born of the yin-yang transforming heaven mirror, was inherently divided into yin and yang, with the upper and lower realms segregated into 2 worlds, one of shadow and one of light, rendering it more exquisite than the previous netherworld cave heaven. Within the transforming heaven blessed land, Luo Qing sensed the essence of the blessed land from afar. Without the aid of the yin-yang transforming heaven mirror, he encountered some obstacles in grasping it, a situation he had anticipated. Let us commence. Taking a deep breath, boundless Tai magical power began to ripple within the blessed land. Since this blessed land did not resonate harmoniously with his essence, Luo Qing resolved to refine it thoroughly from the outside in. Every inch of soil would bear his imprint. The area of this small blessed land, 1,000 miles in circumference, was not overly expansive. With Luo Qing's late-stage Tai Golden immortal cultivation, he could repeatedly utilize his magical power to cleanse every grain of sand. 1 year later, when Luo Qing once again sensed the essence of the blessed land, it felt as if they had merged seamlessly. The essence of the blessed land offered no resistance to him. Luo Qing was quite satisfied with this outcome. Excellent, let us continue. In the days that followed, the transforming heaven-blessed land was gradually expanded and elevated by Luo Qing. With each new circle of expansion, he would completely refine the newly emerged regions. A millennium later, a transforming heaven cave heaven, comparable to the netherworld cave heaven, was born. After another 10,000 years, a top-tier cave heaven spanning an area of 999,000 miles came into existence in Luo Qing's hands. Upon refining the last inch of land in the transforming heaven cave heaven, when Luo Qing once again connected with the cave heaven's essence, although the two remained in a state of seamless fusion, an overwhelming pressure from the essence surged forth, making it difficult for Luo Qing's primordial spirit to breathe. It felt as though, in the next moment, this immense essence would inundate him like a tidal wave. He had reached his limits. Luo Qing understood that at this point, the top-tier transforming heaven cave heaven was the utmost extent of what he could refine. Should the transforming heaven cave heaven ascend to a small world, attempting to connect with the essence of that small world could very well result in it overwhelming and shattering his primordial spirit. The primordial spirit of a Tai golden immortal was still somewhat feeble in the face of world-level essence power. At that juncture, it would not be him merging with the world essence, but rather the world essence merging with him. This predicament posed quite a challenge. Realizing this, Luo Qing furrowed his brows tightly. He knew that the essence of cave heavens and small worlds would only grow stronger, yet he had not anticipated it would be this formidable. Even the primordial spirit of a Tai golden immortal could not withstand the pressure of world essence. The essence of the small world was too powerful for Luo Qing to confront directly, let alone utilize it to aid his foundational metamorphosis. However, Luo Qing soon conceived a solution. If the essence of the small world was too potent, was there a means to suppress its retaliatory force? Fortunately, he held two strategies at hand to restrain the backlash of the small world's essence power. The shadows of the three spirit pearls of wind, fire, and water flickered through Luo Qing's mind. Chapter 68. The invitation from Dong Wang Gong. Whether through the power of the five elements or the four spirits, both could indeed stabilize the world. However, the five-element spirit ring in Luo Qing's possession was of too low a grade, primarily serving to suppress space rather than exerting adequate force upon cave heavens or small worlds. Presently, with the three spirit pearls of wind, fire, and water in his grasp, should he gather one more earth spirit pearl or the three of earth, wood, and metal, he could form a complete set of four spirits or five elements to suppress the essence of the small world. To achieve the five elements, Luo Qing would need to locate three more spirit pearls. In contrast, to complete the four spirits, he would only require the earth spirit pearl. Temporarily setting aside the five-element spirit pearls, Luo Qing's focus shifted to the earth spirit pearl. Were the earth spirit pearl and the soil spirit pearl one and the same? A myriad of doubts swirled in Luo Qing's mind. There was no question regarding the water and fire spirit pearls. Among the four primordial spirits of creation, water and fire directly occupied the positions of water and fire within the five elements. However, whether earth and soil represented the same foundational essence remained to be debated. Should the earth spirit pearl indeed exist, it was likely situated within the surrounding Zhou Mountain. If one were to speculate on the most probable location for the earth spirit pearl's emergence, it would undoubtedly be the Honghuang Celestial Pillar, the unyielding Zhou Mountain. Originally, Luo Qing had no intention of venturing to Zhou Mountain at the Tai stage. The journey was long and time-consuming. Despite the abundance of treasures within Zhou Mountain, a Tai golden immortal would likely find it beyond their means. Luo Qing had planned to wait until he ascended to the Deluo golden immortal stage before seeking fortune there. Yet now, due to the necessity of gathering the four spirit pearls for the opening of the heavens, Luo Qing found himself compelled to accelerate his plans for a journey to Zhou Mountain. However, given that Zhou Mountain was the most vital area of the entire Honghuang, where countless legends had unfolded, Luo Qing, despite his confidence in his own strength, dared not approach recklessly. He intended to first cultivate in Kunlun Mountain, hoping to break through to the pinnacle of Tai before embarking on his treasure-seeking adventure at Zhou Mountain. What Luo Qing needed to do now is race against time, striving to reach the pinnacle of Tai before the three clans officially engaged in battle. Time flowed inexorably, and the years held little value. While residing in the transforming heaven cave heaven, Luo Qing diligently researched the imprint of creation, contemplating the principles of fire. Suddenly, one day, ripples emanated from the mountain-protecting formation outside the transforming heaven mountain, jolting Luo Qing from his state of enlightenment. A Tai golden immortal had arrived for a visit. Upon opening his eyes, Luo Qing immediately furrowed his brow. Typically, ordinary golden immortals could not approach the mountain-protecting formation of transforming heaven mountain. With the formation now awakened, it was evident that the visitor was of Tai cultivation. This marked the first time in nearly 50,000 years of Luo Qing's residence in Kunlun Mountain that someone had come to visit transforming heaven mountain. As Luo Qing stepped out of his cave dwelling and opened the mountain gate to behold the visitor, he found himself momentarily taken aback. The guest was indeed remarkable. Before him stood a handsome Tai golden immortal clad in a cerulean robe, a ceremonial cap adorning his head, and a wooden staff in hand, gracefully poised amidst the clouds. Within the eye of the great Tao, a rich aura of the 5 elements of wood enveloped him, alongside a radiance of utmost yang and utmost truth. The identity of the visitor was unmistakable. How could it be Dong Wang Gong? Luo Qing discerned the identity of the visitor at a glance through the eye of the great Tao. Wasn't Dong Wang Gong born in the Eastern Sea? How could he appear in Kunlun Mountain? This query flashed through Luo Qing's mind, yet he kept his countenance neutral, pretending not to recognize Dong Wang Gong. He cautiously inquired, "Esteemed Taoist, may I ask what brings you to disturb my mountain gate?" As Dong Wang Gong beheld Luo Qing emerging from the mountain gate, a flicker of surprise graced his countenance. Initially, having perceived the diminutive stature of Huatian Mountain, he presumed that the Tai cultivators residing there possessed limited prowess. To his astonishment, the figure before him turned out to be a top-tier deity in the late stage of Tai. Adept in the celestial path of Tai. Instantly, Dong Wang Gong retracted his condescension and, with a respectful bow, addressed Luo Qing. "Fellow Taoist, there is no need for apprehension. I am known as Dong Hua Dao Ren. My purpose in visiting this sacred mountain is to invite you to engage in discourse on the Tao." After a thorough explanation from Dong Wang Gong, Luo Qing finally grasped the intent behind his visit. Dong Wang Gong, passing through this region, had observed that many cultivators atop Kunlun Mountain were adept in the ways of the divine path. Thus, he harbored the aspiration to engage in philosophical dialogue with the Kunlun practitioners and propagate the celestial teachings. His visit to Huatian Mountain was a prelude to inviting Luo Qing to the highest peak of Kunlun for a discussion on the Tao a century hence. After a brief contemplation, Luo Qing nodded in acquiescence to Dong Wang Gong's invitation. With the invitation of this late-stage Tai golden immortal, Dong Wang Gong departed, contented, as he watched Dong Wang Gong vanish into the horizon. A playful smile crept upon Luo Qing's lips. He never anticipated encountering Dong Wang Gong amidst the Kunlun Mountains. Regarding Dong Wang Gong's pretext of a mere casual passage through Kunlun, seeking to engage the deities in philosophical discussions and disseminate the celestial teachings, Luo Qing harbored deep skepticism. In the central region of Honghuang, both the celestial and divine paths flourish side by side, with numerous celestial cultivators in evidence. The era had long surpassed the necessity of employing philosophical discourse to propagate celestial methodologies. In this realm, those who achieved the status of golden deity, particularly the Tai golden deity, were generally well-versed in celestial arts, even if they had not fully transitioned to the celestial path. The time was no longer the dawn of the celestial teachings. What, then, could be the true purpose of Dong Wang Gong's visit to Kunlun Mountain? Was he perhaps drawn by the presence of Shi Wangmu? Aside from Shi Wangmu, the legendary figure often associated with Dong Wang Gong, Luo Qing could not conceive of anything else in Kunlun that would entice him. Yet, it seemed that Shi Wangmu had yet to emerge into the world. Was Dong Wang Gong perhaps a tad premature in his visit? It was akin to one eagerly courting their future mother-in-law before their betrothed had even appeared. Such impatience was quite remarkable. Intriguing indeed.